Who would have thought that the man just took a nap in the living room during lunch break, and when he opened his eyes, he traveled to a parallel world with constant gunfire and artillery fire. This is a country where wars are frequent. There are exchanges of fire almost every day, a gunfight every 3 days, and a bombing every 5 days. Survival is a luxury. He thought that he was not in good physical condition, and was afraid that he would die as soon as he arrived in this hell copy. At this moment, ding! The space military factory system is bound successfully. A cold mechanical sound rang in his mind, stunning him on the spot. After a few seconds, the man suddenly realized, isn't this the standard golden finger in novels? The full name of this product is Cosmic Military Factory. It comes from the Space-Time Administration and is tailor-made for the host. It can provide finished weapons, technological blueprints, a complete military industry chain, and even biochemical soldiers. The transaction currency is fund points, and the exchange rate is 100:1 USD. After hearing this, he began to imagine the future in his mind. With the support of the system, could he become the world's most mysterious arms giant by selling arms? But just as his ideal was taking off, reality dealt him a heavy blow. His company's assets were looted, and the empire built by the previous generation collapsed in an instant. Just when he was in despair, the system interface was finally activated. Guns, grenades, bullets, and even aircraft carriers, everything was available, and the prices were ridiculously affordable. For example, the AK-47 system only costs 2 points of money, equivalent to $200, but in reality the market price was as high as $500 to $600 in 2007, and it doubled 10 years later. The most expensive one in the system, the Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, is priced at 25 million points, or $2.5 billion. In reality, the cost starts at least $4.5 billion. Sui was delighted, but soon he noticed some problems with the system. System, why are all these weapons and equipment from before 2000? Host, the current factory level is 1. You need to earn enough money to upgrade the system. Each level upgrade can increase the technology by 10 years. It takes 10,000 points to upgrade a level 1 system to level 2, and the amount of money required for each upgrade will increase tenfold. As for profits, they can be increased infinitely. Note, if the US dollar is overprinted, the system will cancel its exchange qualification and automatically switch to other stable currencies for settlement. After figuring out the system mechanism, Sui continued to browse other interfaces. After spending several hours, he finally had a general understanding of the functional structure of the entire system. Hobbit, it's time for you to pay the price for what you did. Hobbit, whose full name is Hassan Lid Hobbit, is a tribal leader in the lower Shabelle region of Aden State, Somalia, and one of the largest armed forces in the region, with his tribe having more than 3,000 soldiers. At the beginning, Hobbit had a land and interest conflict with another local tribe, which led to a fierce war. The two sides were evenly matched, but Hobbit's mistakes led to successive defeats. In order to reverse the disadvantage, he bought a batch of weapons from the black market and prepared for a counterattack. Suyi's father was lucky enough to grab an important order worth up to $1 million. Out of caution, he personally led the team to transport the arms. However, no one expected that this was a trap in which one robbed the other. Hobbit had no intention of paying. Suyi's father once hired a small bodyguard team, all 4 of whom were veterans of Yan State. Although they were expensive, they were highly reliable. However, that bodyguard team was also wiped out in that black-on-black incident. Nowadays, the employees of Suyi's arms company have already fled, not to mention the protective forces such as bodyguards, which are almost zero. Fortunately, the system solved this urgent problem in time. In view of the host's current security situation, the space military factory will provide the host with a security guard. Would you like to summon them immediately? Hearing the system prompt, Suyi's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Summon! Summon! He shouted repeatedly. Character is being generated. Identity is being arranged. Space shield is activated. Space-time channel is activated. Transmission is in progress. As the prompt sounded, a blue vortex-shaped space-time channel suddenly unfolded in front of Suyi's eyes. He stared in amazement as white soldiers in camouflage uniforms and armed with AR-15 automatic rifles filed out of the passage. After 8 fully armed soldiers walked out of the passage, the blue vortex slowly closed. "Sir, Task Force 141 reports to you." Standing at the front was a bearded white man, who stood at attention, saluted, and reported loudly. His voice woke up Sui, who was still in shock. Sui stared at the man blankly, and felt that he looked familiar. "Task Force 141? Price? Are you Price?" At this moment, he finally realized why the face looked so familiar. Wasn't the man in front of him the legendary John Price from the Call of Duty series? Since the system can exist, it is not surprising for game characters to come to reality. As expected, he scanned the faces of other task force members: Soap, Yuri, Simon Riley, Xiaoqiang, Nikolai, Sandman, Joseph Allen, all familiar faces. "Yes, sir, I am John Price, captain of Task Force 141. Price answered, standing at attention. The next morning, Sui officially launched the operation. His goal was clear: Hobart must be eliminated. However, Suyi's revenge was not out of emotion, but an opportunity to establish his reputation in the military circle of Aiden State, while also eliminating a potential huge trouble. So, Sui led a military-trained convoy escorted by the 141st Task Force from Hama City, MO, to the Moma tribe in Lower Shabelle State. When the convoy was several kilometers away, it was stopped by a checkpoint. Several nervous tribal soldiers pointed their old AK-47s at the convoy. Sui did not get out of the car, but let Price handle it. He was not interested in wasting time and energy dealing with these soldiers. Price got out of the car fully armed, walked up to the soldiers expressionlessly, and said in a cold but unquestionable voice, "We are from the Bellwether Arms Company, and we are here to solve your current crisis. Notify your leader immediately, don't waste time." The small leader was shocked by Price's powerful aura. He swallowed and nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll contact him right away. Please wait." Then he turned around and roared, "You idiots, put your guns down." A few minutes later, the man came back panting and sweating. "Sir, our leader wants you to go directly into the tribe. He will greet you personally." Price glanced at him coldly, turned back to the co-pilot, and reported to Sui. "Sir, it has been resolved. We can enter the Moma tribe." Towards the Moma tribe where the flames of war were spreading. At this time, the soldiers at the checkpoint looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them cursed in a low voice. "Captain, why are you so polite to these white ghosts? It is they who have plunged our homeland into war. I really want to shoot them to death." The team leader glared at him fiercely and scolded him coldly. "If you want to die, don't drag us into it. It's obvious that these people are not ordinary mercenaries. Judging from their equipment and aura, they must be from a big company. We can't afford to provoke them." The Moma tribe is called a tribe. It is actually just a small town with a population of about 50,000 people, and is mainly composed of low buildings. The Moma tribe is the core tribe of the DR people. Its members are scattered throughout the lower Shabelle state, with a total number of hundreds of thousands. Their overall strength is extremely strong locally. Suyi's convoy consisted of 2 old trucks and a military-style Hummer of unknown origin. Such a convoy caused quite a stir in the Moma tribe, and many residents stared at the departing vehicles with indifference, and the atmosphere in the whole town was depressing and heavy. The more chaotic the situation, the more urgent the need for his help. Whether he can make a name for himself in his homeland through this operation depends on the results of this battle. Therefore, he must become famous in one battle in order to quickly accumulate the initial funds needed for development. The convoy finally stopped in front of a somewhat luxurious building complex, and several black people stood at the gate waiting. The leader was a gray-haired black old man, who was obviously the leader of the Moma tribe. Price opened the back door for him, and Sui and the other 4 walked forward. The old man looked suspicious and asked first, "Sir, my men said there were 8 of you, but why are there only 3 now?" This question also surprised him secretly. The people originally sent to monitor the convoy did not notice the change in the number of people. Sui glanced at them and replied with a smile, "They are just going to buy some things. I don't think this will affect our transaction. What do you think, Chief Gross?" He changed the subject and introduced himself. "My name is Sui, and I'm the boss of Leader Arms Company. I came here this time hoping to cooperate with the leader to defeat our common enemy together." Gross's eyes flashed, and then he smiled, stretched out his hand and said, "Welcome, Your Excellency. Let's go in and talk." The group walked into the luxurious hall, which surprised Sui a little. He didn't expect that this leader knew how to enjoy life. After taking his seat, Gross said, "I deeply sympathize with Mr. Su's experience. What Hobart did must be condemned. If we can cooperate happily, I will be happy to avenge you." When he received the call, he already had some knowledge of Suyi's situation. Sui smiled and nodded. "Of course, Chief Gross. We are all clear about the current situation, so let's talk straight to the point. Our Leader Arms Company has obtained an extremely reliable arms transportation line. We can basically provide any weapons you want. Bullets, grenades, guns, armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters. As long as there is enough money, we have everything. This time we brought a batch of light weapons, and we also want to ask the leader to take the lead to see our sincerity. After hearing this, Gross's eyes sparkled and he replied, "Oh? Then I'd like to see your sincerity." Sui glanced at Price, and he walked out of the hall with Xiao Chang and Private First Class Allen. In less than 10 minutes, boxes of wooden boxes were neatly placed in the hall. Sui walked to the first box, bent down and opened it, and everyone immediately saw the contents of the box. AKM assault rifle, Sui introduced. This gun is an improved model of AK-47. It has a lower failure rate, is more reliable, has improved shooting accuracy, and uses universal bullets. At this time, Gross also walked up to Sui, picked up an AKM from the box, and looked at it carefully, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. It's actually a new gun from the factory. Hasn't this gun been discontinued for many years? The power behind Mr. Su seems to be really not simple. Can you tell me the price? Sui nodded and replied, "Of course, it only costs $600, which is much lower than the current market price of $800. Hearing the price, Gross smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. I have deeply felt Mr. Su's sincerity. You will gain the friendship of our Moma tribe. Sui walked to another box and opened it to reveal a PKM general-purpose machine gun, which is also a machine gun favored by armed groups in various countries in Black Africa. Like the AK rifle, it is reliable, easy to use, and affordable. The cheapest one only costs $2,000, and if it is made in the former North Country, it costs more than $5,000. Afterwards, Sui demonstrated several other Northern Lights light weapons, such as the RPG-7 rocket launcher and the NSV heavy machine gun. The price of the arms sold by Sui was generally lower than the market price, not to mention the black market premium. In the end, the two sides successfully reached a cooperation agreement. The Moma tribe purchased 500 AKM assault rifles, 50 PKM general-purpose machine guns, 10 NSV heavy machine guns, 200 RPG-7 rocket launchers and more than 100,000 rounds of bullets, and other ammunition. This deal was just a test, and Gross also wanted to see if Sui could really deliver the goods safely. Before setting off, Sui had already exchanged all of his 1,200 points for weapons. He was confident in the deal. He also had $20,000 before, which he exchanged for 200 points. The cargo included 200 AKM assault rifles, 100 RPG-7 rocket launchers, 10 PKM general-purpose machine guns, and a large number of bullets and rockets. Chief Gross accepted all the weapons and equipment, and the order amount reached $300,000. After deducting the cost of $120,000 and the deposit paid earlier, Sui made a net profit of $180,000. What a huge profit! No wonder the 5 major countries are so keen on arms trade. Sui couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Gross and said tentatively, "Captain Gross, in addition to these light weapons, our leader company can also get some big guns. Are you interested?" Gross's eyes moved, stared at him and asked, "Oh? Which big guy are you talking about, Mr. Su?" "We have tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, self-propelled artillery, anti-tank missiles, and small-caliber anti-aircraft artillery in stock, and we guarantee delivery within a week," Sui responded calmly. Gross seemed a little surprised when he heard this. He glanced at Sui and continued to ask, "What type of tank is Mr. Su talking about? What kind of artillery and anti-aircraft artillery are they?" "It depends on what Chief Gross needs," Sui said calmly. "If you want an M1A1 Abrams or a Leopard 2, I can get them." He came in a hurry this time and did not have time to prepare many things, such as a list of weapons, so he could only explain it on the spot. Gross laughed after hearing this. "Mr. Su is really a joker. In that case, I wonder if you can recommend a few tanks? I don't have much budget." He was not very interested in armored vehicles and artillery, but he was very interested in tanks. After all, few tribes could resist the temptation of such heavy equipment, provided that Sui really had the channels. Sui pondered for a moment, and a plan was made in his mind. T-72 main battle tank, brand new, genuine product, unit price is $1.5 million, he said. "I wonder what Chief Gross thinks." Gross was silent for a long time after hearing the price, and finally said, "I think we can order 4. But my tribe doesn't have soldiers who can operate them. I wonder if Mr. Su can provide some professionals?" Sui smiled and said, "Why should we look for someone else? Our leader is not only an arms company, but also a PMC company. A tank instructor only costs $2,000 a day, and a skilled operator can be trained within a month." As for the instructor, Sui had already made arrangements. In the Biochemical Warrior section of the Space Military Factory System, only 100 points of funds are needed to recruit an elite warrior. At $2,000 a day, the investment can be recovered in 5 days. "Okay, then I hope to hire 4 tank instructors." Gross' eyes flashed with excitement. If they could train tank soldiers, the Moma tribe would surely rise to become the regional hegemon. Sui didn't intend to stop there. "Captain Gross, I actually have another business to discuss with you. Oh? Please go ahead. Gross looked at him with interest. Sui raised his hand and pointed at several people not far away. This is John Price, a retired captain of the SAS Royal Special Air Service. This is Gary Sanderson, also from the SAS. This is Joseph Allen, a former soldier of the 75th Ranger Regiment of the Star Army. The three of them are top fighters. In addition, I have 5 Special Forces soldiers from elite forces of various countries. He paused and looked directly at Gross. I think you can hire them to carry out a decapitation operation against Hobart. Although you need to pay $2 million, if you can annex the other tribe at the lowest cost, the $2 million is worth it. What do you think? Gross stared at Sui with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Su, Hobart is the murderer of your father. You actually want me to pay for your revenge? No, no, no! Sui shook his head repeatedly. Captain Gross, you misunderstood. Revenge is not that important to me. But as long as he exists, the Moma tribe will not be able to rest easy. This is a cost-effective investment, saving both time and effort, so why not do it? Gross's eyes were complicated. After a moment's silence, he finally spoke. I am really surprised by what Mr. Su said. In this case, I am willing to pay the $2 million. But if someone dies in the mission, I will not bear any additional compensation costs. The reason why he agreed so readily was mainly because he was afraid of Suyi's strength. If he wanted to tie this person firmly to his chariot, this investment was not a loss. Compared with the benefits brought by easily defeating Hobart, this investment was nothing. Sui nodded. Of course. But I hope that Chief Gross can wait until all the weapons and equipment are in place before launching the offensive and cooperating with us. No problem. The cooperation between the two sides went very smoothly, and they immediately signed a check for a total of $5 million, including a $3 million deposit for the T-72 tanks, a $1 million deposit for the 141 Task Force's decapitation operation, and a $1 million weapons order. The only additional condition was that Sui had to stay in the Moma tribe before the weapons were delivered as a guarantee for the deal. The amount of the first cooperation was huge, so Gross naturally did not dare to believe it. After the deal was done, Sui led Price and the other two out of the camp. Shortly after leaving the camp, he saw a black youth who was obviously of mixed race walking towards him. The man glanced at Sui and smiled, as a greeting. The next day, more than 500 soldiers were added to the front line to resist the attack from the Hai tribe. In the evening of the same day, the second batch of light weapons also arrived at the Moma tribe under the escort of a convoy, greatly enhancing the overall combat capability of the tribe. This movement naturally did not escape Hobart's eyes. After all, the Moma tribe did not hide this action. What? Leader arms? Didn't we execute their boss a long time ago? How could it be them? A middle-aged black man with a beard, Hobart, had a look of disbelief on his face. He was the one who personally ordered the handling of those arms dealers. Chief, this was witnessed by our intelligence personnel stationed in the Moma tribe. That young man is the successor to Leader Arms, and the transaction volume this time is very large. I heard that there are tanks involved. The subordinate reported. What? Tanks? Are you sure? Hobart was shocked. Tanks are extremely powerful on the battlefield. Once they appear on the front line, they are enough to make his soldiers lose the courage to charge. It must be a rumor. An elder of the tribe denied it. The Leader Arms Company is just a small workshop. It has no background or foundation, so it can't bring in such heavy weapons. Aden has long been under a comprehensive embargo by the United Nations. Without a channel, arms can't be brought in. Besides, once smuggling is caught, the consequence will be sanctions from the whole world. No one dares to take this risk. This calmed Hobart down. After all, tanks are huge targets and difficult to hide. If the leader really has such ability, he would not be just a small arms dealer. Damn it! When I take over the Moma tribe, I will skin him alive! Hobart cursed with gritted teeth. Seeing victory was within reach, he had originally planned to take down the Moma tribe within a week. But now it seemed that the plan would be delayed for a long time, because the strength of the two sides was gradually approaching. With the replenishment of weapons and the addition of new soldiers, the defense line of the Moma tribe finally stabilized. Chief Gross had issued an order to launch a counterattack immediately after the tanks arrived, and Sui was responsible for carrying out the decapitation operation. This time, in addition to hiring 4 tank crew members, the Moma tribe also hired 3 more tanks, a total of 12 people, which cost Sui 1,600 points. The 4 T-72 tanks cost 30,000 points, plus the 5,000 points spent before. Sui had 15,000 points left in his account. Since the funds can be exchanged for US dollars without any obstacles, Sui simply changed all the remaining funds into system funds, which is safer. 3 days later, the 4 steel behemoths that the Moma tribal leaders had been waiting for a long time were finally secretly transported to a training camp with the help of trailers, along with another 16 tank crew members. The Moma tribe also understood that there might be enemy spies hiding in the tribe, so they kept the arrival of the tanks strictly confidential. Wow! As several soldiers lifted the canvas, the full appearance of a hideous tank was revealed. The Moma tribe rushed to the side of the car without caring about his image, staring at the tank with shining eyes, as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art. For a soldier, a tank is indeed a fascinating existence. Although it is a killing weapon, it is breathtakingly beautiful. It was also the first time that Sui had such close contact with a tank. Only when he really stood in front of it could he feel the shock and pressure brought by this steel behemoth, which was simply indescribable. After a long while, Gross burst into laughter and turned to Sui and said, "Mr. Su, I am very satisfied with this transaction. You are indeed an honest arms dealer and have won the friendship of our entire tribe. I wonder if you are willing to serve as the honorary elder of our Moma tribe?" Hearing Gross's invitation, Sui was stunned, and then he understood the other party's intention. The other party was obviously worried that Sui would turn to support Holbert for the sake of profit, or secretly play both sides, so he wanted to use the identity of honorary elder to stabilize him, which was also an extra insurance. Although Sui had no interest in revenge for his biological father whom he had never met, he had long remembered the trouble caused by Holbert. As for the idea of selling arms to both sides at the same time, Sui never thought of it, even if he could make more money that way. After thinking this through, Sui decisively agreed. At this time, another plan was brewing in his mind. "We will launch a counterattack tomorrow," Gross said. "I wonder how Mr. Su is preparing?" Sui narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I will go back tonight, and we will launch a surprise attack tomorrow. The leader can rest assured." "Very good, I will deposit the balance into Mr. Su's account as soon as possible." That afternoon, Sui returned to the Leader Arms Company. Although the company had long been deserted, there were still 2 cleaning ladies cleaning the 2-story building, which was still kept clean. In a makeshift operations room on the 2nd floor, the 8 members of Task Force 141 were already in place. As soon as Sui entered the room, everyone stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with passion and enthusiasm, undisguised. Captain Price stepped forward and reported to Sui, "Sir, we have developed a complete decapitation operation plan these days, and we also have 4 backup plans." "Oh? Tell me about it," Sui asked. "According to the exact information we obtained from the intelligence dealer, the target person is located in the small town of Afgoy, northeast of Makar City, which is the core area of their tribe. The target goes to a bar in the north of town to have fun at 8 p.m. every night, and returns to his mansion in the east of the city at 2 a.m. Even though the fighting has been intense recently, his schedule has not changed. This mansion is guarded by a private guard team of about 80 people. Although they are well equipped, their combat effectiveness is average. Originally, there was a company of regular troops stationed near the mansion, but they were transferred away due to the intense fighting situation on the front line. We plan to carry out an airborne decapitation operation at 4 a.m. and evacuate immediately after completing the mission quickly. We have repeatedly rehearsed the terrain of the target area to ensure that the tragedy of Black Hawk Down will not happen again. This is the way to minimize costs and maximize benefits. The prerequisite is to have a helicopter, which is no longer a problem for Sui now." "Helicopter? Very good. I approve this plan and will proceed according to your proposal. I will prepare the aircraft immediately and provide the necessary equipment as well." After the tanks were delivered, the Moma tribe also happily paid off the remaining 4 million, of which 1 million was the commission for the decapitation operation. Together with the 15,000 points rewarded by the system, the funds in Suyi's account have now accumulated to 55,000 points, which is a considerable fortune. The next special mission required air support, and he had already selected the required equipment and armed helicopters suitable for assaults. This helicopter must be able to carry an 8-man team and have ground fire support capabilities. More importantly, the price should not be too high. The only helicopter that can meet all 3 conditions is the old friend from the former Northland, the Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter. It has a maximum takeoff weight of 12 tons and a cruising speed of nearly 335 km per hour, making it a typical high-mobility heavy firepower platform. Even though this thing is old, its combat capability is still not to be underestimated in places like Kuriko. There is a 12.7mm Gatling machine gun hanging under the nose, 2 rocket launchers under each wing, and anti-tank missiles hanging on the wingtips. This configuration is enough to support a complete squad decapitation operation. Even if the opponent has light anti-aircraft firepower, it may not be able to stop it. The market price is $5 million, but it only costs 25,000 points in the system mall, which made Sui place an order on the spot. After the payment, there were still 30,000 points of funds left in the account, which was enough to support him to continue the arms trade. If it didn't work, he could deliver the goods in batches to relieve the pressure. The moment the order was placed, a fully armed doe appeared on the preset helipad. The darkness and system shielding made this big guy land silently. Even if a satellite from the Star Country passed overhead, the images captured would be exactly the same as usual, with no trace of the helicopter. In addition to the aircraft itself, Sui also purchased 6 professional crew members, 2 of whom were experienced pilots, and the remaining 4 were responsible for ground maintenance. Although this area is simple, it is sufficient as a temporary stop and does not affect the deployment rhythm of this operation. At the same time, the 8 elite members of Task Force 141 are also checking equipment and sorting out supplies to make final preparations for the next raid mission. For this battle-hardened team, this decapitation mission was just a warm-up. They had fought Doomsday-level bosses before. Hobart was just the leader of a tribe in Aiden, so it was just right to train with him and build up the reputation of the leader company. Arms can make money, and the mercenary business is also very profitable. Sui's goal now is very clear: make money on both sides. Buzz buzz buzz. The helicopter engine roared, and the rotor began to rotate rapidly. A few minutes later, the doe took off into the air. It was like a ghost in the night, soaring into the sky without any navigation lights and disappearing into the darkness. The departure time was 3 o'clock in the morning. The camp was about 200 kilometers away from the target, leaving them only 1 hour of flying time. Watching the helicopter leave, Sui felt a little empty in his heart. This was the first time he was without 141. Although he had already recruited 10 biochemical warriors from the system to guard the camp, they were still a little lacking compared to these veterans. It would be nice to have a reliable bodyguard. He sighed softly, then glanced in the direction of the ground staff and turned away. Inside the hind, the 8 task force members closed their eyes and rested. The plane kept moving at a high speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and no one spoke. They were already used to the silence and calmness before the mission, and before each mission, it seemed terrifyingly quiet. After nearly an hour, the cabin lights suddenly turned red, which meant that they were about to reach the target area. Price opened his eyes first, and then gave an order. "Check weapons and prepare for battle." The helicopter lowered its altitude to less than 50 meters, and the deafening sound of the huge rotor startled the entire town. Their flight path passed over the residential area, waking up many residents, who looked up curiously. But in the darkness, the doe with its navigation lights turned off was just a hazy shadow. They could only hear the roar but could not see its shape. The town was not big. Within a few tens of seconds, the helicopter flew over the Hobart mansion, and all the actions were about to begin. At this moment, Hobart was awakened by the deafening noise from his deep sleep. He sat up in a daze, feeling very irritated. He was sleeping soundly with the 2 women in his arms, and the sudden roar was like someone beating gongs and drums in his ears, disturbing his sweet dreams. "What's going on? Where did the noise come from?" He frowned and cursed. A guard who had just returned to report the situation spoke up. "Captain, it seems like a helicopter is flying towards us. It's too dark to see the model, but the target may be us." Hobart suddenly came to his senses. His first reaction was that the Xing Kingdom had taken action, but he felt that it was unlikely because he had not provoked them. He thought while getting dressed, and soon he was dressed neatly with the help of his 2 wives, and walked onto the balcony to look at the night sky. At this time, the helicopter was only a few kilometers away from the mansion. The rumbling sound was like the sky falling and the mansion area was brightly lit. Hobart's nephew and the captain of the guard held a telescope and looked nervously at the night sky, and finally saw the true face of the target. It was a helicopter fully armed. Although he couldn't recognize the model, he could still recognize the rocket launcher and bomb rack. Just looking at the outline of the plane, he broke out in a cold sweat and shouted without hesitation. "Enemy attack! It's an armed helicopter!" The sound was like a bomb thrown into a fire. The whole mansion was in chaos. The guards rushed to the firing point on the wall. Everyone pointed their guns into the air, desperately looking for the target, but the helicopter continued to advance steadily in the air, without any fear. The captain of the guard also rushed into Hobart's room and shouted, "Uncle, the enemy is coming! Hurry up and take shelter in the bunker!" Hobart stood in front of the window, looking into the distance with gloomy eyes. He refused to evacuate, even if the enemy sent an armed helicopter. He thought it was just an aircraft, no big deal. In his opinion, didn't the Star Army send out so many helicopters back then, but still failed in Hama? This little scene was nothing, and he didn't bother to run away. Unfortunately, he obviously made a mistake in judgment this time. He underestimated the firepower and suppression capabilities of modern armed helicopters, and was not even prepared to retreat. A young man nearby advised him, "Uncle, go to the basement to avoid the limelight first. I will take the brothers upstairs to fight." Before he finished speaking, intensive gunfire was heard outside. Da-da-da. The sound of bullets pierced the air. Some black soldiers opened fire early because they felt too much pressure, as if using the sound of gunfire to suppress their inner fear. But they were facing a high-speed armed helicopter and could not hit it at all. Even if they were lucky enough to hit it, those 7.62mm bullets could not penetrate the armor of the hind. "Captain, we've been spotted. Shall we fight back?" the co-pilot asked. The captain responded calmly, Clear the area immediately. I'll land. You'll be responsible for fire support. As soon as he finished speaking, the co-pilot decisively fought back, first locking onto the area with the most intensive firing, and instantly fired a rocket. Whoosh boom! The rockets hit the 3 black soldiers on the wall accurately, and flames shot up into the sky, stone chips flew everywhere, and all nearby soldiers were affected. The thermal imaging system of the Hind marked the heat sources of the enemies below one by one, and the co-pilot quickly adjusted the target according to the screen, and the fire suppression continued. Da-da-da-da! The Gatling gun roared, and 12.7mm bullets rained down, instantly smashing the 2 soldiers hiding behind the wall into pieces. Hobit's most elite guards were not to be outdone. One of them picked up an RPG-7 and fired a rocket at the helicopter in an attempt to counterattack. The pilot was experienced and decisively controlled the helicopter to dodge quickly. The rocket passed by and failed to hit the target. The counterattack came immediately. 2 rockets fell immediately and hit the RPG launcher, blasting him and the land below into a scorched earth. To ensure a smooth landing, the co-pilot continuously released firepower on the ground. In just 2 minutes, almost half of the 80-strong guard team was defeated. Release the combat team, prepare to clear the area. The helicopter slowly landed, and a rope was quickly lowered. Price was the first to go down the rope. The Hind continued to fire from the air, and as soon as it detected a heat source, it immediately poured out bullets and rockets to ensure that there were no survivors. The 8 members of Task Force 141 landed quickly, taking only about a minute. Although some people opened fire in return, it was powerless to stop them from landing. Although the helicopter's hull was hit by bullets, such small-caliber weapons could not penetrate the reinforced armor of the Hind, leaving only a few scratches. The target is at the villa. Everyone pay attention, leave no one alive, and attack immediately. Price gave an order and rushed to the target building first. Da-da-da! A black soldier tried to sneak attack from behind cover, but unfortunately he was shot by Price as soon as he showed his head, and fell to the ground. The 8 members of the task force cooperated with each other, one advancing and the other covering. When they encountered the enemy, they shot and killed them without hesitation, and the whole process was neat and tidy. Although the opponent was Hobit's most elite guard, they were no match for the top Special Operations Team 141. They were not on the same level at all. It only took 3 minutes from the landing site to the door of the villa. The outer guards were almost completely wiped out, and the remaining enemies retreated into the villa to defend it. Hobit's villa was extremely luxurious and stood out in the dilapidated town. The special forces stood at the door and quickly prepared for the next step. Price gestured to Alan, who immediately took out a door-breaking bomb from his tactical backpack and skillfully attached it to the door. Boom! With a loud bang of the bomb, the door was instantly blown into pieces. Several screams came from the house, and it was obvious that someone was shot and injured. Before the smoke cleared, a burst of fire was fired from the house. Hobit's nephew held a PKM heavy machine gun and fired wildly, trying to block the entrance. The special forces did not rush in rashly, but first took out stun grenades and hand grenades and threw them into the door continuously to completely eliminate the blind spot of firepower. Buzz boom! After the double explosion, the whole villa was like being shaken by an earthquake, and then returned to deathly silence. Price gave the order again and rushed into the hall first. The once luxurious decoration had been blown to pieces, with blood and corpses everywhere. Ghosts, take 1 person upstairs to eliminate the remaining enemies. Make sure it's done cleanly. The rest of you follow me to the underground secret room. The target should be there. Intelligence shows that there is no tunnel in this villa, but Hobit spent a huge amount of money to build a steel underground secret room, which is fully equipped. The door of the secret room is made of heavy steel plates, with an independent ventilation system and enough supplies for 10 people for 1 month. It is Hobit's ultimate shelter. Hobit never expected that the underground secret room he was so proud of would be easily found by the 141st Task Force. The intelligence dealers were indeed not boasting, and their means of obtaining information were far stronger than Hobit imagined. Sui only spent $100,000 to obtain key intelligence. The door to the secret room was hidden behind the wall of the study. With the coordinate information, there was no need to spend time looking for it. Just point and blow it up. Blow it up! Sui gave the order, and the operation officially began. Private First Class Allen immediately took out the directional explosives from his tactical backpack. These high-strength explosives were specially prepared for steel explosion-proof doors. They had been simulated before to ensure a successful one-time explosion. In the secret room, Hobit was being questioned by the chief elder of the tribe. The elder was obviously frightened and asked him what kind of ruthless person he had offended. Hobit was also confused. He didn't know what the grudge was. But he quickly explained that he had contacted the frontline troops and a battalion of troops would be sent to support them. He also vowed, "We are absolutely safe here, they can't find us." As soon as he finished speaking, the secret room was torn apart by a loud bang. The shock wave of the explosive explosion shook the entire floor, and the elder was knocked unconscious on the spot. It took a long time for Hobart to recover from the dizziness. But when he opened his eyes, he saw several fully armed figures standing in front of him. He immediately panicked. "Don't kill me! I have money! Who hired you? I'll pay double!" He was sure that these people were here to kill him, and the only thought in his mind was, exchange money for life. "How much can you pay?" "We want cash," the bearded mercenary asked coldly. When Hobart heard this, his eyes lit up. It seemed that these people were really mercenaries. Money could still solve the problem. "The safe is in the room over there. It's full of cash. If you promise to let me go, I'll tell you the password." Price narrowed his eyes and stared at him. "Okay, I promise you." But Hobart hesitated. "How can I believe that you will really let me go? Do you understand the situation? Tell me the password now. It's your only chance to survive," Price said with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Hobart was frightened by this and finally told me the password. Price nodded to Soap, who was standing by, and the latter immediately went in to open the safe. Half a minute later, a click sound came from inside. Soap came out and nodded. Price raised his mouth, raised his gun, and killed Hobart cleanly. "People who offend us never survive. Take all the cash and prepare to retreat. The enemy reinforcements are expected to arrive soon." After Price said this, the team quickly left. At 6:30 in the morning, Task Force 141 returned to the temporary base in a Gazelle helicopter, with amazing efficiency. As soon as he landed, Price gave Sui a detailed report of the entire operation, and also included an unexpected surprise. "A full 10 million in cash, and a large number of diamonds and gems, what a huge profit." Sui was simply delighted. Compared to the few $1 million he made from selling arms in the past few days, this wave of clean and neat beheadings was like money falling from the sky. The system account balance instantly soared to over $12 million. This income could be called getting rich overnight. More importantly, this action brought not only money, but also fame and deterrence. The success of the decapitation operation immediately made the name of the leading arms company famous. It also gave the Hind helicopter a super hardcore advertisement, and its on-site performance completely beat all modern models. In a war-torn region like Heijo, the simpler and more durable the more popular, and the female deer is the best. Sui immediately contacted Gross, the leader of the Moma tribe, and told him the explosive good news. "Hobart is dead, you have won the battle. Now you can easily swallow up their tribe." Gross had just woken up and was surprised to hear the news. "Ha ha, that's great. The 2 million is worth it. I hope we can cooperate again in the future," Sui said with a smile. "Of course, we will cooperate again," Gross agreed readily. With Hobart's death, the enemy troops were leaderless and their morale collapsed. The entire front line was in a state of panic. The morale of the Moma tribe was unprecedentedly high, and they immediately organized a full-scale counterattack after breakfast. This time, they also brought 4 newly purchased T-72 main battle tanks, which were like tigers out of a cage when they entered the battlefield. As soon as these steel beasts appeared, they completely overwhelmed the opponent's defense line, and the opponent's tribe collapsed directly. In just one day, the Moma tribe successfully occupied the enemy's territory and directly unified the region. The news quickly spread back to Mekar City, causing quite a stir and shaking the entire Lower Shabelle state. After all, the two tribes represented the two strongest forces in the state. The outcome of this battle determined the pattern of the entire region. Sui did not pay much attention to the war with the Moma tribe. After all, the Hobart tribe was leaderless and could not make a comeback. His arms trade plan was successfully completed, and the reputation of the Leader Arms Company was finally established, and it emerged in Lower Shabelle State and Hama City. In the entire country of Aden, there are only a handful of companies that can produce main battle tanks and armed helicopters. The emergence of the leader naturally attracted attention from many parties. It is no longer the era of weapons flooding the North Country. There are not many arms companies with ready stocks. Sui has established a firm foothold with his strength. At this moment, he stood in front of the window on the second floor of the company, looking at the city buildings that looked like the style of Yen country in the 1950s and 1960s, and fell into deep thought. Although this is one of the capitals, after the baptism of war, the city was scarred and no longer suitable to continue to be the company's headquarters. Sui murmured, "This place really needs to be changed. It's time to move to a safer and more spacious place." Now that he has money in his hands, he naturally doesn't want to stay in the slums forever. He has already considered the new location of the headquarters. He wanted to do more than just arms trade. He also wanted to turn his company into a security group with a private militia system, which required a large piece of land. Training bases, soldier accommodation areas, large warehouses, all of which could not be accommodated in the city center, so he decided to find another more suitable site. In order to select a more professional site, he called Price to get more reliable advice from his perspective as a combatant. Where do you think is the most suitable and safest place for the headquarters? Sui asked while looking at the map. Price carefully searched the map, and after a few minutes his eyes stopped at a corner. Sir, there is a military airport here that has been abandoned for 30 years. It is very suitable. This place is sparsely populated, secluded, close to the sea, and has a small port. It is convenient for transportation and is more suitable for our arms import and export. Most importantly, this land is cheap. Hearing this, Sui's eyes lit up. This place is perfect for the headquarters. Very good, contact the city government immediately. I want to rent this place. Spend money when it's necessary. Don't be stingy. Sui made a net profit of nearly $20 million from this transaction, which also included diamonds and gems worth millions, which was a huge sum of money in 2007. Soon after, the Hama municipal government responded and was willing to rent the abandoned airport to him for an annual rent of $300,000. However, the maintenance and reconstruction are all at his own expense, and the government will no longer intervene. For the financially tight city of Hama, making money is good enough. In addition, they don't want to offend this new arms dealer. After all, this person has power behind him, and building a good relationship with him may be a way to survive. Especially at the moment, the situation is unstable. Hama City has just regained control from the sectarian armed forces and is at risk of counterattack at any time. Sui was able to acquire nearly 50,000 square meters of land at a relatively cheap price, which was a great bargain. He immediately ordered, "Contact a Yen country infrastructure company immediately. I want to rebuild this military airport." Although the local construction team offered lower prices, their efficiency and quality were not satisfactory, so Sui simply asked for the Yengwe construction team. Yengwe is known as the infrastructure maniac, for its fast speed and stable quality, which is in line with Sui's expectations. He plans to completely renovate the old airport and build a combat-capable military base, as well as a training camp and office area that can accommodate thousands of people. Although it is only more than 50,000 square meters now, there is still a large area of open space around that can be expanded. As long as you are willing to pay, the land is available. Land in war-torn countries is worthless, and people like Sui who work in arms are most willing to take root in such places. Soon, a Yen country construction team took over the project, and the construction budget was as high as millions of dollars, which shows Sui's determination. After the project was launched, Sui personally went to the construction site to inspect it, and also to see the prototype of the future new base. When he arrived in a Hummer, a middle-aged man came up to him with a big smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Yu Yang, the construction manager. You are so young and you have made a name for yourself abroad. I admire you." Hearing the compliment from his compatriot, Sui smiled and shook his hand. No, let's talk about the progress. How long will it take for this project to be completed?" Yu Yang pointed at the dilapidated runway and the old building overgrown with weeds in front of him and said, "According to the contract, everything can be completed in 3 months at most." Sui nodded, and after a brief chat, he left the construction site. He really couldn't stand the environment there. After returning to the Hama city headquarters, he received a dinner invitation from the city government's top brass before he even had time to warm up. He had long expected the other party to do this. After all, his move was so eye-catching that everyone wanted to win him over. Price looked at Sui and asked in a low voice, "Sir, will you attend the celebration banquet tonight?" In addition to being responsible for security, he is also temporarily serving as Sui's assistant, and he is always alert. In this chaotic area, especially with his recent frequent actions, he has attracted the attention of many forces, and safety has become a top priority. Even if he controls the space military factory system, once he loses his life, everything will be reset to zero. At this time, the 141st Task Force was led by Ghost, and Price was the deputy captain, with multiple identities. This banquet was a large celebration banquet held by the Moma tribe to celebrate the annexation of Shabelle State. Moma became more and more powerful and invited many local celebrities. They hoped to use this opportunity to stabilize their position and further demonstrate their strength. "Of course I'll go." Sui nodded in agreement, his tone relaxed. There will be further cooperation with the Moma tribe, and attending the banquet is an important part of consolidating the relationship. Although he was not in a familiar territory, Sui still cautiously brought all members of the 141st Task Force with him. He knew very well that Aden was not a peaceful place, and any slackness might have a price to pay. The banquet was scheduled at a high-end hotel in the center of Makar at 8 p.m. Considering the possible attacks on the way, he did not choose ground transportation. Sui finally decided to go to the scene in a Mi-24 Jaguar armed helicopter, which is not only safer but also can quickly leave the battlefield in an emergency. The pilot of the DOE is Nikolai, a former ace pilot of the Northern Kingdom, proficient in various military helicopters and some fighter planes. He is one of the few elite airmen under Sui. At around 7 o'clock that evening, the banquet was about to begin, and a large number of guests arrived at the hotel gate one after another by car. Although Aiden was in constant war, the rich still had plenty of money and luxury cars. Standing at the hotel entrance to welcome guests was the black mixed-race young man Sui had met before. He was smiling and well-mannered, and was responsible for welcoming every distinguished guest. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound came from a distance, attracting the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked up at the source of the sound, with alertness and curiosity in their eyes. Soon, a desert-painted, doe helicopter with its navigation lights on flew straight toward the hotel. The 4 rocket nests under the pylons looked like the eyes of death, giving people a chill. In Aden, it was rare to see armed helicopters, let alone such a fully armed combat aircraft. Even the upper class rarely saw such a grand display. The mixed-race youth's eyes lit up instantly, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes, but soon subsided. He knew that such a force should not be easily provoked. The female deer slowly landed on the lawn in the backyard of the hotel, causing everyone to stop and watch. The aura was full and the shocking power was immediately full, and many people quietly remembered Sui in their hearts. This is also a good opportunity to demonstrate strength. The leading arms companies are gradually becoming famous in the local area. Although there was a lot of movement before, it was mostly small buyers, which had limited appeal to large customers. Many important figures from other tribes happened to be present at this banquet. Sui knew very well that these people were the big fish he really wanted to eat. The Moma tribe is now the only one in power, so the leaders of other tribes are naturally wary and uneasy. If Sui can win their cooperation at the banquet, his market will be further developed. On the lawn, Gross, the leader of the Moma tribe, and a noble black lady came to greet Sui in person. When he got off the plane, Gross smiled and extended his hand to greet him. "Welcome, Elder Su. Your help is the biggest contributor to our ability to hold this banquet." Gross was sincere and cordial, as if he was treating an old friend. Sui shook hands with him and responded with a smile. "I prefer real transactions rather than thanks. For example, this helicopter, you can own it for only $5 million US. His tone was relaxed, but full of sales pitch. Gross laughed but was not really interested. He waved his hand and said, "Stop joking. Our tribe can't afford to keep this thing." He knew very well that no matter how powerful a helicopter was, it would still be troublesome. Maintenance alone was enough to be a headache. At present, 40-72 tanks are enough to defend Moma's territory, and he does not intend to expand his power further. Time has made him cautious and no longer keen on pursuing military power. Seeing this, Sui dropped his joking tone and said calmly, "Let's put it aside for now. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. We can provide any weapons you want." He left a way out as he was not in a hurry to make a deal. Gross smiled and nodded. Of course. The banquet is about to begin. Please take your seat first, Mr. Su." The two chatted as they walked into the back hall. The scene looked very harmonious. The banquet was a Western-style buffet, with hundreds of guests gathered in the hall, making it very lively. People were chatting in groups of 3 or 4, and the atmosphere was relaxed but full of undercurrents. Sui brought Price to the wine table and picked up a glass of champagne. However, as soon as he picked up the glass, he heard Price's low voice in his earphones. "Sir, someone is approaching." Sui had already seen the person coming from the corner of his eye. It was a familiar face. From his memory, it seemed to be one of Gross's sons or a direct relative. Not long after Sui stood still, a young man in a long robe and with a warm smile came over and stood a few steps away from him. He introduced himself as Mahmud Musa Abdullah, the third son of the tribal leader, and was responsible for receiving Sui tonight. Hearing this, Sui thought to himself that it was indeed him, but he responded calmly. "Thank you for your hospitality, and congratulations on your victory." Abdullah clasped his hands together and said devoutly, "May Allah bless us, and it is thanks to Mr. Su's help. Otherwise, we would not be the ones celebrating tonight." After that, he hesitated again and carefully asked a seemingly casual but obviously meaningful question. "Mr. Su, what do you think of the relationship between arms dealers and partners?" This question made Sui raise his eyebrows, and he felt a little alert. He looked at Abdullah's smiling face and knew that this man was definitely not a simple person. He pondered for a moment, and then said bluntly, "For arms dealers, everything is about profit. War brings business, and whoever offers the highest price is a friend." This answer made Abdullah's eyes light up, and the smile on his face became more genuine, as if he had received a satisfactory answer. Mr. Su is indeed an expert in this field. He smiled and invited Sui to take a seat, saying that the banquet was about to begin. The two found a seat near the center and sat down. Price stood at the back, alert, observing the movements of the guests around him. Not long after he sat down, Sui felt a sharp gaze. He looked in the direction and found a middle-aged man with a scar on his face not far away staring at him. When the man noticed Sui's gaze, he curled his lips and showed a contemptuous smile, and then he started talking to the white man next to him. Abdullah approached Sui and introduced him in a low voice. That man is Hassan, a famous underground arms dealer in Aden, who participated in the black-eating black operations of the Hai tribe. Hearing the name, Su Yi's eyes narrowed, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He replied lightly, "So we are colleagues. Thank you for the information." Although Su Yi has not been in Aden for a long time, he knows that information held by local forces like this is truly first-hand. At this time, Abdullah changed the subject and said softly, "I hope we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future." Su Yi glanced at him and knew that this guy had already made plans, so he smiled and replied, "Of course there will be." While the two were talking, the spotlight on the main stage came on, and a middle-aged man in fine clothes and in high spirits walked up. It was Gross, the leader of the Moma tribe. He held the microphone and addressed the guests with a smile on his face, and the scene became lively. "Tonight is the night of our victory celebration. I must thank one person in particular, Mr. Su from the Leader Arms Company." Hearing his name being called, Sui stood up with a smile on his face, accepting the applause and gazes from everyone. Gross continued, "At the most critical moment, Mr. Su brought key equipment. Vortex changed the situation and helped us complete the important decapitation mission. We in the Moma tribe will never forget this favor. After discussing with the elders, we decided to grant Mr. Su the status of honorary elder. In the future, we will carry out deeper cooperation. Everyone, enjoy tonight." As the applause rang out, Gross walked off the stage, and the atmosphere in the venue became heated. Sui became the focus of everyone's attention. However, not everyone looked happy, especially those old subordinates who surrendered from the Hai tribe, and Scar Wolf Hassan, who was sitting not far away. Hassan looked at Suyi's high-spirited appearance, his face gloomy, and he immediately got angry at his men. "After investigating for so long, you still haven't figured out where the weapons came from? You've been kept for nothing," the black man explained with a wronged look on his face. "Boss, I contacted the Cuckoo Intelligence Agency, but they couldn't find the factory records of these weapons." "Humph, he won't be so arrogant for long." Hassan sneered and stood up, turning away. He came to the dinner this time just to see this troublemaker with his own eyes, a mysterious guy who could get a main battle tank. In his opinion, Sui was not only a threat, but also a disruptor of the order of the underground arms market, and he would have to be eliminated sooner or later. The arms market in Aden was not big, and most of the shares were divided up by international arms giants, and the remaining space was filled with local snakes like Hassan. Sui not only has advanced products, but also ridiculously low prices. The existence of such a person directly threatens the balance of interests they have established over the years. What's more, Aden's geographical location is very sensitive. It is located at the throat of the Red Sea Channel and has always been a strategic location for the great powers to compete for. In such a place, if one side becomes stronger and unified, I am afraid that not only arms dealers but also some big countries will be worried. In Hassan's opinion, Sui not only carries a gun, but also carries poison. If he doesn't act sooner or later, he will shake the whole profit pie. Just like the old saying of Yen country, holding a treasure is a crime. Sometimes being too powerful is not a blessing, but a trouble. Because the International League imposed a strict arms embargo on Aden, all weapons and supplies could only be smuggled into the country through secret channels, which directly pushed up local arms prices. The price of the arms brought by Sui was much lower than that of the local dealers, which was a huge temptation for the tribal leaders, elders, and even the local tyrants at the scene. Before long, many people took the initiative to surround him, holding champagne and red wine, and showed their goodwill to Sui, trying to get close to him. However, this kind of cocktail party was not suitable for formally discussing arms deals, so Sui led his men to a closed conference room to continue discussing business. He did not ask his men to come forward, but negotiated and signed the contract in person. He naturally did not want to miss this opportunity to make money quickly and steadily. After 3 full hours, he finally finished all his work. He stretched and said to himself, "It seems like I really need to find someone to run these orders for me." Although the negotiations made him exhausted, today's results were fruitful, including several very large orders. If all these orders were completed, the transaction amount would exceed $20 million, and this amount of money would be just enough for him to upgrade the space military factory. He was secretly glad that he had not been impulsive in upgrading the system before, otherwise the capital chain would be broken and the orders could only be completed in batches, which would greatly reduce the efficiency. Thinking of this, he turned around and instructed Price beside him. "After returning tonight, arrange the shipment according to the order immediately. If there are any problems, please contact me directly. If necessary, I will mobilize the task force to escort you." Price nodded immediately, stood at attention and saluted and said, "Understood, sir." As night falls, wolves in the desert begin to gather and roam the wilderness, as if they have smelled blood. At this time, the construction area of the military airport is still brightly lit. In order to meet the deadline, the workers can only work day and night to deliver the project on time. Yu Yang, the construction manager, was inspecting the construction site wearing a hard hat, and a young-looking girl was beside him. I didn't expect to have to work overtime when I go abroad. The girl pouted and complained quietly. Yu Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard his daughter complaining. I'm afraid this summer vacation is ruined. This project is expensive, and the cost of breach of contract is not something we can afford. The girl looked around and whispered, Dad, this place is designed according to military standards, and they are going to build a runway. Do you think Boss Su is doing arms trading? She said it casually, but Yu Yang's expression changed instantly, and he scolded in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. This is a foreign country, not like China. If something happens, your life will be in danger. Seeing her father's serious expression, the girl lowered her head aggrievedly and said softly, I know. Although Sui usually looks very friendly, the armed guards on the construction site are not just there to protect the workers. Old Yu Yang has been working in this area for more than 10 years, so he naturally understands that if something really happens, these armed men will not show any mercy. Bang! A gunshot broke the darkness of the night. Even if the construction site was noisy, the sudden sound was still harsh to everyone's ears. Then, a series of dense gunshots rang out like frying beans, as if they were right outside the construction site, instantly causing widespread panic. Yu Yang's face instantly became solemn. He immediately realized that something was wrong and said to his daughter, Hide somewhere quickly. Don't come out. I'll go out and take a look. The girl turned pale with fear. She held him and said in a trembling voice, Dad, you must be careful. I don't want to lose another loved one. Yu Yang patted her shoulder and nodded solemnly. I promise you. After that, he turned and rushed towards the direction of the gunshot. He was not only a foreman, but also shouldered the responsibility of protecting the safety of the workers. At this time, he had to step forward. He had seen blood and chaos over the years, so he would not easily lose his composure. As soon as he rushed to the outside of the construction site, he met the guard Captain Terrence, and immediately asked in English, What happened? How many enemies are there? Terrence didn't have time to say more, and responded quickly. We encountered an unknown armed attacker with over 100 people, and we are seriously short of manpower. Do you have anyone with military training? We are in urgent need of support now. Yu Yang nodded without hesitation. I used to be a soldier of Yen country and participated in the war in Southeast Asia. I will bring a few workers who can use guns to support us. Very good, Terrence said loudly. Let them go to the dormitory to get their weapons immediately. If there are any casualties, we will compensate them. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, rushed to his position, and joined the battle. Da-da-da-da! The flares went up into the air, and Terrence picked up his rifle and killed an enemy soldier who was about to launch a rocket from a distance. Are these guys crazy? They are not afraid of death at all. He yelled at the signalman. Any news from the commander? The signalman fired back while shouting. We're on our way back. Let's hold on for an hour. Shit! Terrence cursed through gritted teeth. I hope we can hold on, otherwise we'll just have to pick up our brother's dog tags. Boom boom boom! Next to the position, the installed NSV heavy machine gun finally opened fire, and the firepower was like a battlefield broom, suppressing the enemy position. Although the pressure was temporarily relieved, facing the enemy's numerical advantage, these light weapons still seemed stretched. At this moment, Sui, who was hundreds of kilometers away, was still on his way back in an emergency. The helicopter propellers cut through the night sky rapidly, making a deafening roar, and strong winds swept through the cabin. Sui, who was sitting on one side of the cabin, looked solemn and silent, which made the task force members around him dare not breathe. Although this Gazelle attack helicopter has powerful firepower, the Russian-made things are always rough and the comfort is almost zero. His slightly hoarse voice came from the headset. How is the battle situation? How long will it take to reach the target area? Adjutant Price looked down at his watch and immediately replied. It is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The situation on the scene is not good. The other side has a clear advantage in numbers. Although their firepower is weak, the impact force is amazing, and has caused 3 casualties on our side. Fortunately, the workers on the scene temporarily joined the defense line and barely withstood the first wave of attacks. Price's tone was also anxious. Sui frowned after hearing this. He had already imagined the chaotic scene on the battlefield in his mind, and his mood became heavier. Find out who is behind this. If anyone dares to touch my things, I will make him disappear without a trace. He roared in a low voice. His good mood due to receiving a large order was completely destroyed. We have contacted the intelligence team, and they have agreed to provide preliminary intelligence tonight, Price added. Although there is no conclusive evidence, Sui already has an answer in his mind. It is very likely that Scarwolf was responsible. In this chaotic situation, those who have the ability and motivation to launch an attack are not unknown people, and Scarwolf is the most likely suspect. At the same time, on the front line of the battlefield, a fierce exchange of fire was going on. Terrence lay behind the bunker, bullets whizzed past, and he shouted, Quickly seal the gap over there! The enemy is about to rush in. A soldier immediately adjusted his position, used night vision goggles to accurately aim at the advancing enemy, and quickly hit the enemy with a series of 3 bullets. The black soldier who was hit was still holding an old bolt-action rifle in his hand, which could not withstand the modern firepower at all and fell to the ground instantly. Seeing 2 people being shot in succession, the enemies in the rear began to waver, and some even turned around and ran for their lives. The offensive on the front line was temporarily suppressed, and Terrence finally breathed a sigh of relief, but bad news came soon. "Captain, a Yen country worker was shot in the lungs and is in critical condition," a soldier came running to report. Upon hearing the news, Terrence's face changed, and he immediately rushed to the cover wall on one side of the factory and saw the person lying on the stretcher. That was Yu Yang, the leader of the construction team, who was lying on the ground with blood on his chest. Yu Yang turned his head with difficulty and looked at him, saying weakly, "Please, take good care of my daughter. If I leave, she will have no one to rely on." Terrence didn't say much, but nodded silently. This scene deeply touched even a veteran of the battlefield. Life and death are commonplace on the battlefield, but when faced with such pleading eyes, who can really remain indifferent? At this time, a new shout came from a distance. "Captain, the enemy has launched another attack!" Terrence immediately stood up and returned to the bunker. Stabilizing the front line was more important than anything else. Through the night vision goggles, Terrence clearly saw hundreds of black soldiers on the opposite side advancing towards this side. The formation was chaotic, but the number was large. He lowered his voice and asked, "Sir, how long will it take to arrive?" "Report, according to the plan, it will arrive in 3 minutes." The reply came from the intercom. Hearing this, Terrence finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a few minutes later, they might not have been able to hold on. A few hundred meters behind the battlefield, on the gentle slope, a black leader in military uniform was shouting angrily, "Useless! There are only a dozen people on the opposite side, and you more than 200 people have been charging for a long time and still can't take them down, and a lot of people have died." His subordinate bowed his head and replied, "Boss, the enemy's shooting is too accurate and the firepower is too strong. We can't suppress it at all. How about we retreat?" The black man in military uniform was furious. "Retreat? Tell me we have a way out. The only way to survive is to rush in and capture hostages." However, before he could continue to roar, a huge roar broke the silence of the night sky. The sound of the helicopter propellers was getting closer and closer, even the sound of gunfire on the battlefield was suppressed, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The black man in military uniform had a drastic change of expression and gritted his teeth. "Their support is here, retreat quickly." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and ran, not even caring about his comrades, and jumped directly onto the pickup truck and fled madly. These black militants who were charging frantically had almost no reaction to the roar coming from the sky. They had never seen a helicopter, and they didn't understand what this cold aerial weapon meant and the disaster that was about to come. The experienced Nikolai was the one flying the helicopter. He saw through the danger of the airport at a glance, but because his superior was still on board, he did not risk getting too close to attack. After locking onto the ground target through the avionics system, he simply shouted one word in a low voice. "Fire!" The co-pilot, Soap, could no longer contain his anger, and before he could finish his order, rockets had already whizzed out. Several 57mm rockets flew out from both sides, heading straight for the center of the crowd and exploding, instantly setting off a panic of flames and flying flesh and blood. The explosions resounded across the battlefield, and the enemies on the ground had no idea what was happening. A large number of people were instantly engulfed in the sea of fire. They had no time to react, and the poorly equipped black soldiers were already dizzy. And this was just the beginning. The 12.7mm machine gun operated by Soap followed closely behind, roaring and raging. Bullets lashed the ground like a storm, and each one carried the fury of death, leaving no chance of survival for those hit. Gunshots rained down like raindrops, blood splattered on the ground, and broken limbs and debris were everywhere. In this massacre, the black uncles realized that the monster in the sky was a vicious helicopter. The Mi-24 Jaguar helicopter was like the god of death from hell, and its deterrent power was far beyond their imagination. Many people simply dropped their weapons and ran for their lives, trying to crawl away from this hell on earth. But Nikolai and Soap obviously had no intention of letting them escape, and continued to pursue the fleeing crowd with firepower. Rockets and bullets rained down like raindrops, and the fleeing enemies were like dogs that had lost their homes, crying and shouting without any ability to fight back. After several minutes, the machine gun on the helicopter finally stopped rotating, and the ground was a ruin. Hundreds of black militants fell in a pool of blood, and they could not escape the tracking and locking of thermal imaging. Nearly 200 people were killed in this battle. The airport defenders finally breathed a sigh of relief, and cheers of excitement rose one after another. This night attack brought them huge losses, but it also completely reversed the situation of the war, and they finally survived. The helicopter slowly landed on the runway. Terrence and a soldier came forward to wait for the arrival of the commander Sui. Sui was the first to walk out of the cabin, looking at the embarrassed soldiers in front of him, and asked with a heavy face. Casualties? Terrence immediately stood at attention and saluted. Report to the commander, 2 people from the escort team died and 4 were injured. There were 4 Yen country supporters, 1 was seriously injured, and the rest were fine. Hearing this, Sui's eyes turned cold and he asked in a deep voice. Where is the seriously injured person placed? Inside the barracks, 2 military doctors are already treating the injuries urgently. Take me to the scene. Price will lead people to clean up the battlefield, and Simon will go to comfort the frightened workers. When Sui arrived outside the barracks, he heard heartbreaking cries. Dad, don't scare me. Dad! Wake up. Don't leave! He frowned and asked. Who is that person inside? Is there a woman? Terrence immediately replied. The seriously injured person is named Young. He was shot in the lungs and I'm afraid he won't survive tonight. His daughter just arrived. Sui was silent for a long time, feeling heavy in his heart. They had been talking about the future together just a few days ago, but now they were separated by life and death. As an arms dealer, this was not the first time, nor would it be the last time, that he would bid farewell to the soldiers around him. He finally did not step into the barracks again, because he did not want to disturb the final farewell between father and daughter. He turned around and ordered, Give Young a pension of $500,000, and send the wounded to the best local hospital. Those who cannot fight will be transferred to logistics. Understood, sir. Half an hour later, Sui finally got the information he was most concerned about. Information came from Kuku that the attackers this time were the Blood Shark Gang in the eastern suburbs of Hama City. This armed group is also involved in piracy activities. It has 500 to 600 members and its base is hidden in a town in the suburbs. Their leader is named Bar, nicknamed Blood Shark. $1 million suddenly transferred into his account today. The source of funds is unknown, but we have more crucial information last night. A white man contacted Bar. His identity has been confirmed to be a close confidant of Scar Wolf Hassan. This means that Hassan is the mastermind behind the scenes. We highly suspect that the Blood Shark Gang has been able to develop to this day because of Hassan's secret support. Chapter 15 System Upgrade. Now that everything has been investigated, you can deal with it. No matter what means you use, this person cannot live beyond tomorrow. He must pay the price for his actions. This is Sui's personality. He will not let go of anyone who dares to provoke him. To deal with a small gang like this, it would not be a problem at all for a top special forces unit like Task Force 141 to take action. What's more, they have asymmetric strike weapons such as armed helicopters, so it is not difficult to deal with them. As for the scarred wolf Hassan, we will talk about him later. Sui still doesn't know the details of his situation. Although he wanted to kill him very much, he also kept in mind the truth that knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Rash actions would only cause him to suffer unnecessary losses. After getting up the next day, Sui began to arrange the transportation of arms. Price and others had gone to prepare for the action, so he had to do this kind of thing himself. During yesterday's dinner, Sui received dozens of orders totaling more than $20 million. These orders are basically for light weapons, the largest of which are AKM rifles, RPG-7 rocket launchers and PKM general-purpose machine guns. These weapons are still very popular in Heizhou, especially the weapons in Sui's hands are priced far lower than the current market price, and no one would not be tempted. Even if they don't need it, they can make a lot of money by buying the goods from Sui and reselling them. In fact, many people present are thinking of this. Due to the embargo, the price of arms in Aiden's arms market is not much lower than that in the black market elsewhere. It is not impossible for an original AK-47 rifle to be sold for thousands of dollars. At present, Sui does not have enough manpower, but for such important matters as arms transportation, he still trusts his own people. So he spent a full 20,000 points of funds to recruit a full 100 elite soldiers from the Space Military Factory, as well as a full 6 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles. What happened last night was a good warning to Sui. Things were not peaceful around him, and there were many people targeting him. Among them, the appearance of the BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle may be able to deter them effectively, and can also be used for security work in arms transportation. The BMP-2 is the second-generation infantry fighting vehicle that was put into service in the North in 1980. Its performance does not seem outdated even now. Its combat weight is 14.6 tons, with a crew of 3 people, and the rear cabin can carry 7 fully armed soldiers. In addition to its strong carrying capacity, its firepower is also quite fierce. Its main weapons are a 30mm caliber dual-purpose gun, a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, and a Cornet anti-tank missile launcher. The price of this infantry fighting vehicle in the market is around $500,000. When Northland was clearing out its inventory, It was even sold for 20,000 to 30,000 US dollars per vehicle. The price in the system is 2,000 points of capital per vehicle. 4 of them will be involved in the security of arms transportation, and the other 2 will be stationed at the military airport. If it had been their last time, those minions wouldn't have dared to touch his tiger's whiskers. After finishing all this, the funds in Suyi's hands were severely reduced. In the last operation, Suyi cashed in all the diamonds and gold he seized, which also made his funds exceed 20 million US dollars for the first time. The military airport cost nearly 5 million US dollars, the loss of the night attack was as high as 1 million, the recruitment of personnel and equipment was 2 million, and the cost of this order was as high as 10 million US dollars. The remaining funds he has in his hands are only about 2 million US dollars, which means 20,000 points in funds. However, this amount of money is more than enough to upgrade the system. It only takes 10,000 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. I still have 10,000 points in my hand, which should be enough for the next few days. These past 2 days he has been waiting for the diamonds, gems, gold, etc. to be converted into cash, otherwise he would have started upgrading the system long ago. Should I spend 10,000 points on system upgrades? This upgrade will take 12 hours. If you cancel it during this period, your funds will not be returned and all upgrade progress will be reset. After hearing the system's voice, Sui said without hesitation. Confirm. The system is being upgraded. Please do not disturb. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door of Suyi's temporary office. Come in. With a creak, the door opened and it was Terence who came in. In this night attack, Terence's performance was very good. Only a dozen people resisted the attack of more than 200 enemies. So he was successfully promoted to the captain of the security force. This department had just been established, and was mainly composed of 2 departments. They are airport guards and arms transport security, with more than 100 people. The purpose of this is to facilitate management. Sir, I have a question for you now. It's about Yu's daughter. Sui glanced at him and asked in confusion. What happened to his daughter? Terence said. This girl's situation is a bit special. Her mother died after she was born. Her father is her only relative. She just graduated from Tsinghua University in Yan country some time ago and came to Heizhou. She is homeless now. I don't know how to arrange it for her. Sui couldn't help but frown after hearing this, and then said, His father died because of us, so we have the obligation to take care of her. We can arrange her to be the leader. You go and ask her opinion. Terence smiled and said, Sir, I see that you have no one to take care of you. Why don't you keep her by your side as a life assistant? This way, no one will dare to bully this girl. Terence really hit the nail on the head for Sui. He really needed someone to take care of some trivial matters for him now. Chapter 16 Missiles, Cornet, Long-Range Sniper Kill. The time is August 4th, 2007. Aden State, northern suburbs of Hama, a small town in Mali. The town today is no different from usual, but there is a turbulent undercurrent in the dark corners of the town. In the town's largest bar, Blood Shark Bar was smoking a cigar and frowning as he looked at the cards in his hand. At this time, one of his subordinates asked, Boss, is there really no problem? I heard that Su has a very powerful background and can even get tanks. The Hoi tribe in the neighboring state was defeated by him. Bar replied without much concern. Don't worry, although his background is strong, our background is not weak either. And his people, although they are very powerful, dare to come to our Mali town. I have already mobilized so many people to guard here, no matter how powerful they are, it will be useless. There was a reason why he was so confident. The people behind him had already told him about Su Yi's situation and some details, and he had also made arrangements, so he was not panicking at all. Hearing that their boss was so confident, the subordinates felt relieved and continued to play cards at the table. At this time, a cockroach-sized creature fell on the windowsill outside the room. Its eyes saw the scene inside through the transparent glass and the gaps in the blinds. On the top of a hill 5 kilometers away, Simon the Ghost looked at the screen on his monitor and said, We have confirmed that the target is inside. Based on facial recognition, most of the top leaders of the Blood Shark gang are inside. We can start executing the plan. That cockroach-sized thing is a miniature remote-controlled robot equipped with a high-definition camera that can transmit images in real time. The maximum distance is 10 kilometers and the battery life is about half an hour. Then let me give them a surprise, hee. With a smile on his face, Soap opened the ammunition box and loaded an anti-tank missile into the anti-tank launcher. The equipment they used this time was the 9M133 Cornet anti-tank missile. This anti-tank missile is very excellent, and is also a northern-made equipment. It can attack both tanks and helicopters. Its maximum combat range is 10 kilometers, and it uses laser beam guidance, so its hit accuracy is very high. In 2006, this missile even destroyed the Merkava main battle tank, which is known to have the strongest protection, which shows how powerful it is. The plan formulated by Price and Simon was also very simple. They did not need to capture anyone alive, and since they knew the exact location of the target, they could directly use the long-range sniping method. The missile's warhead has also been replaced with a high-explosive warhead, and this mission does not require dealing with armored targets. Since the town was not small and had strict defenses, the white people would be too big a target to enter, so they chose to use Cornet anti-tank missiles for sniping. The reason why we did not choose the Gazelle attack helicopter was very simple. Firstly, urban combat is a high-risk area for attack helicopters. Secondly, the noise is too loud and can easily alert the target. After stuffing the missile in, Soap moved to the laser sight under the launch tube and began to lock onto the target area. Due to its high altitude, the laser easily locked onto the target building and accurately located it in the window on the 3rd floor. Military lasers are invisible light. They are presented this way in movies and TV shows for visual effects. This type of laser can only be seen with professional equipment. Target locked. Requesting launch. Fire! Simon gave the order without hesitation. A Cornet anti-tank missile was ejected from the launch tube, and its solid rocket engine ignited in the air more than 10 meters away, heading directly towards the target several kilometers away. Looking at the missile in his sight, Soap made fine adjustments to the missile's flight based on his own experience. This is the advantage of laser beam guidance, and it is also the most accurate guidance method among laser guidance. Simon quickly operated the microaircraft to take off. It could confirm the damage effect on the target area and confirm the target was killed. The Cornet anti-tank missile flies very fast. For it, which flies at a speed of over 1,000 meters per hour, a distance of 5 kilometers is only 3 or 4 seconds. Boom! The Cornet anti-tank missile easily penetrated the thin wall. The people playing cards inside only heard the sound before being engulfed by the flames produced by the explosion. Flames shot up into the sky, and the huge explosion basically blew away the 3rd floor of the bar, leaving no chance of survival for the people inside. They did not consider whether this would accidentally hurt innocent people. They only knew that completing the tasks assigned by their superiors was the top priority. The explosion immediately plunged the entire town into chaos. The Blood Shark gang members who were lying in ambush nearby stared at the bar that was blown up into the sky in amazement, and began to panic. I'll give you another one! Soap stuffed the second Cornet into the launch tube, and soon another Cornet flew out, refueling the burning bar. Looking at the target area that was already engulfed in flames, Simon said expressionlessly, "Let's go, the target is confirmed dead." The image on the remote-controlled display in his hand froze on the face covered in blood. Chapter 17, Furious Hassan, Head-on Confrontation. The death of Blood Shark Bar caused quite a stir in Hama. He was a notorious member of one of the largest social groups in the area, and he also worked as a pirate from time to time. He had hijacked merchant ships from many countries, including Yen State, Goryeo, and the United Kingdom. Normally speaking, someone so arrogant should have been dealt with long ago, but he is still alive and well because he has Hassan the Scarwolf, known as the Underground Emperor of Aden, behind him. Bar is one of the forces he supports. As one of the largest underground arms dealers in Aden, Hassan's strength can be imagined. In this chaotic country, only guns can make people stand firm, and the Aden government does not want to offend this person at all. Moreover, the current interim government is cooperating with him and purchasing a large amount of arms from him. Now Bar died in front of everyone. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, he was blown into the sky by a bomb that came from nowhere. This would undoubtedly anger Hassan, the Underground Emperor, and the atmosphere in the entire Mali town became unprecedentedly tense. In the afternoon of the same day, 3 helicopters landed in a small town in Mali, 2 of which were AH-6 Little Bird armed reconnaissance helicopters. He was accompanied by a team of mercenaries, who were previously ranked high in the mercenary world and have now become his personal guards, not to mention how well equipped they are. Hassan the Scarred Wolf walked on the cleared street, stood in front of the ruins of the bar, lit a cigar, and watched silently. After a long while he said, "Who did it? Have you found out?" A middle-aged man with a beard came up to him and whispered, "Boss, it's the Northerners' Cornet anti-tank missiles. The launch site is on a hill about 5 kilometers to the east." "Cornet. The Northerners don't have many of these missiles. I know who did it. Is this a declaration of war against me? It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. This young man from Yen country is really brave." Bearded Odysseus, nicknamed Hellhound, is the former captain of the Abyss mercenaries and now he is Hassan's right-hand man. "Boss, although we haven't figured out Su's background, he is equipped with so many Russian-made equipment, which should be closely related to this country. Maybe he was supported by this country. Unless there is a cover-up from the power of the country, it is impossible for us not to be able to find out his background." Hassan exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, "Then let the North country choose a new agent. He is too arrogant. I want to get rid of him. What's your plan?" Odysseus was silent for a moment before he said, "The troops around him are very powerful, all of them are top experts. If it's an assassination, I'm afraid there's no chance. In that case, let's have a head-on fight. Only in this way can I re-establish my prestige." Su Yi's existence has seriously threatened his position, especially the news that came out a few days ago, which dealt a serious blow to the underground arms trade rules he established. He simply cannot afford this kind of price war. He asked Bar to lead people to raid the military airport in order to give Su Yi a warning and strike a blow to his forces at the same time. However, he did not expect Bar's men to be so useless, nor did he expect Su Yi's counterattack to be so fierce that he killed his men without saying a word. This is a complete breakup. Since this is the case, he will not be polite. Any prey that challenges the tiger will only become his meal. Although he has not fully understood Su Yi's strength, he is still very confident in his own strength. All conspiracies are paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. On the same day, Hassan began to gather troops, and several mercenary groups far away in the desert area and northern Africa began to rush to Hamas city by various means of transportation. At the same time, he also greeted the interim government of Aden and asked them not to pay attention to what happened at the military airport. The provisional government, which had not yet established a firm foothold, happily agreed to his request, and the provisional government also received a batch of gifts. Hassan did not intentionally conceal such a big move. He wanted to use his absolute strength to crush Su Yi and warn everyone that his authority, Hassan, could not be challenged and that he was still the underground emperor of Aden. Although Su Yi did not establish his own intelligence system, he soon received intelligence from unknown sources. There are still some people in Aden who hope that Su Yi can break Hassan's rules so that they can also benefit from it. "Hey, this is quite a big battle. Are you ready to fight me?" Su Yi saw the information in his hand and said with a smile, without any nervousness. As long as he wanted, killing Hassan was not a difficult task. He only needed to exchange for a fighter jet or a few cruise missiles to easily kill him from a long distance. Since Hassan wanted to kill him head-on, Su Yi naturally chose to accept the challenge. Only by fighting could he take over Hassan's position and become the new underground order maker in Aden. After all, no matter how powerful you are, if you don't show your strength, no one will be convinced. Chapter 18 Upgrade completed, Rich Rewards. Aden, Lower Shabelle Region, Odegil City, Derma Town. A BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle drove into the town first, followed by a total of 6 military off-road trucks of about 20 tons. There are also 2 armed pickup trucks following behind, each equipped with a 20mm caliber double-barreled anti-aircraft gun, which is a perfect battlefield broom on the battlefield. Even though the Black Uncle does not have the conditions, he still likes this kind of armed pickup truck very much, and the market in Black Europe is not small. The convoy stopped at the gate of a barracks, and after checking the certificates, they let the convoy in. A middle-aged officer in military uniform walked up to the convoy that had stopped to unload the goods, and said as he looked at the man in front of him who was wearing camouflage uniform without any markings, "You are really efficient. When we bought from other people before, the fastest one took a week. And your weapons are like they were just released. They are well maintained. I think my uncle will be very satisfied." This convoy is the leader in transporting arms. The Derma tribe has ordered more than $5 million worth of various equipment, which is also the largest order among all. That's as it should be. Our goal is to deliver the goods to customers as quickly as possible, but your payment. After hearing this, the middle-aged officer said, "Don't worry, after the cargo is unloaded, your boss's account will have an extra $5.3 million. He and even the entire tribe did not dare to covet these weapons. Although weapons are good, one must have a good set of teeth, otherwise one's teeth may break at any time. Very good, I wish us a pleasant cooperation." After unloading the goods, the camouflage soldiers also received news from headquarters. The payment has been received. Seeing that there was more than 50,000 yuan in the account again, Su Yi couldn't help but feel relieved. At least these funds are enough for him to face the attack from Hassan. After the system is upgraded, he will have to reorganize his armed forces. The system upgrade was also a torment for him, and the waiting time seemed like a year. During the waiting time, he took a walk around the construction site. Although there was a night attack the day before yesterday, it did not cause too many casualties, so construction has resumed. The main reason is that Su Yi strengthened the airport's defense capabilities, and 2 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles were placed there, which made the workers feel safe, and the construction has been proceeding in an orderly manner. The construction company from Yen State also sent a foreman over again and promised that the project would be completed on schedule. Seeing that his headquarters was being built in an orderly manner, Su Yi felt very satisfied. Time flies, and the 12 hours before the system upgrade have passed. Ding! The space military factory has been successfully upgraded to level LV.2. The weapons and personnel have been upgraded. The prices have also been adjusted. The blueprint function has been added, and 2 hero-level biochemical personnel have been rewarded. After seeing the system prompt, Suyi's eyes lit up. The information about this upgrade was really huge, and the rewards looked very generous. Suyi first opened the weapon interface, and sure enough, there were many more weapons in it, all from 2000 to 2010. It was indeed as the system said, each upgrade of the weapon technology improved by 10 years. The weapons technology in 2010 has already surpassed the current era. It is only 2007 now, and the most advanced weapons are 3 full years ahead. In this way, he might be able to start getting involved in the high-end arms market, but unfortunately he is still too unknown. Moreover, if they get involved in the high-end arms market, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to touching the cake of the 5 major gangsters. It is better to wait until they have enough strength in the future. First, they should stay in Black Continent and accumulate strength. Looking at the weapons on the weapon interface, Suyi was still very envious, but the money in his pocket was too little, so he still focused on practicality. First solve the problem of having and not having, and then solve the problem of good and bad. Just like the armed helicopter, if he had money, why would he choose the antique Mi-24? He would definitely choose the AH-60 for Apache. However, the high price of Apache at 200,000 yuan directly discouraged him. The price difference with Mi-24 was too huge. Of course, the difference in combat effectiveness was also huge. Another big surprise was the price adjustment. He found that the prices of weapons before 2000 were reduced by almost a quarter. Now he regretted delivering the goods so early. If he purchased them after the upgrade, he could save at least more than $2 million, which is a considerable amount of money. After looking at the weapon interface, Suyi came to the personnel interface. Sure enough, there are still some significant changes here, even some surprises. Chapter 19 Heroic Biochemistry, Lord of War. There was only one interface for biochemical personnel before, Biochemical Warrior. Now there are 2 more in the interface, namely Elite Biochemical Warriors and Biochemical Workers. Suyi took a look and found that the cheapest Biochemical Warrior only cost 100 points of funds, and his combat effectiveness was about the same as the active soldiers of the 5 major countries. He should be what is often called cannon fodder. However, their performance is still very good, as can be seen from the last night attack. The most important thing is the loyalty of the biochemical soldiers to him, which is beyond doubt. The combat effectiveness level of elite biochemical warriors should be that of special forces, and their price is also very expensive, with each one costing up to 2,000 points, which is 20 times that of ordinary soldiers. However, this price is worthy of their combat effectiveness. After all, if countries want to train a special forces soldier, it is not possible with just 200,000 US. There is also the biochemical worker. The appearance of this template should be closely related to the newly added drawing function. Biochemical workers here are also divided into several levels, including ordinary biochemical workers, intermediate biochemical engineers and senior biochemical engineers. The corresponding prices are 500/5,000/50,000 respectively, and the prices increase tenfold. He didn't know what their abilities were, but since the system dared to charge such a high price, their abilities must be good. Next, Suyi took a look at the newly added drawing function. The drawings are roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is material drawings, the second category is industrial machine drawings, and the third category is military production line drawings. The prices of these drawings are not cheap. However, it goes without saying that the value of these drawings cannot be measured by money at all. This is planning to let me build a space military factory myself. After reading the general idea, Suyi couldn't help but say with emotion. The system can directly exchange weapons, which is a bit like a castle in the air. If something unexpected happens and the system fails, no matter how powerful his power is, it will quickly decline. However, if he could build a complete production line by himself, then he would be truly powerful. If he has sufficient funds later, Suyi will still choose to go this route. Build a military-industrial empire of your own instead of relying entirely on this golden finger. The newly added biochemical worker template is probably prepared for this function. Suyi turned his eyes to the rewards after the system upgrade. This time, after upgrading to level 2, he was rewarded with 2 hero-level cyborgs. Just by hearing the name, you can tell how extraordinary it is. Now the most powerful people you can recruit are elite biochemical warriors. And this hero should be the highest level cyborg that the system can recruit. Suyi looked at the first person. Although there was only one profile picture, he already had a familiar feeling. Name Yuri Orlov. Gender male. Age 38. Description: from the King of War, with a strong business mind, can help the host sell arms better. Suyi had watched the movie Lord of War before traveling through time and had a deep impression of Yuri Orlov. The system solved his urgent problem. He just lacked such a strong manager who could help him build the basic framework of his military-industrial empire. There may be no shortage of people in this world who are more capable than him. As long as Sui is willing to spend money, there will be no shortage of talent. But there is no one he can truly trust. Only this kind of biochemical person can guarantee absolute loyalty to him. After reading his information, Sui looked at another avatar. It's actually a woman. Name, Pete Chris. Gender, female. Age, 28. Description, intelligence genius, with rich experience in intelligence gathering, can help the host build an intelligence network. Whatever you ask for, the system will give you. I give this service full marks. The 2 heroic biochemical personnel awarded this time are what he currently lacks the most. It seems that the system's rewards are targeted rather than random. If it weren't for the lack of funds, he would have wanted to upgrade the system directly to level 3, but looking at the 100,000 funds, he silently retracted the idea. Show both of them. Yes. The space-time channel is being built. The space-time channel is completed. Identity generation in progress. Identity generation completed. Transporting personnel. Transporting personnel completed. Host, please be patient. The 2 will come to you one after another. Sui thought that the 2 of them appeared directly in front of him like those biochemical warriors. It seems that the hero-level biochemical people are indeed special. Once the 2 of them are in place, my plan may be able to be completed and implemented. However, this is premised on surviving this crisis. It must be said that the existence of Hassan the Scarwolf still poses a certain threat to him. Facing this local tyrant, he can despise him strategically, but he has to take him seriously tactically. It would be really funny if the boat capsized in the ditch. Now that I have 50,000 points of funds, perhaps I can plan carefully how to deal with it. Simon and Price, come to my office. Chapter 20, Gathering of Powerful Warriors, responding calmly. After receiving Suyi's order, Captain Price of Task Force 141 and Deputy Captain Simon rushed to his office as quickly as possible. After seeing the 2 people coming, Suyi took out a stack of photos and handed them to them. These photos are all aerial photos, including the M60A2 main battle tank, AH-129 Mongoose attack helicopter, SA-342 Gazelle multi-purpose helicopter, Little Bird helicopter, and BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicle. These heavy weapons were photographed in a military base, which is the base camp of Hassan the Scarwolf and the headquarters of his mercenary group. From this we can see how powerful Hassan's men are. They have no shortage of all types of heavy weapons. This is why the interim government does not dare to provoke him. Because they knew that if they offended this underground emperor, they might lose the opportunity to dominate the country. They themselves came to power through armed seizure, so Bong might not mind supporting their political enemies. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Hassan's ability to become the underground emperor of Aden was absolutely due to the contribution of his mercenary group. Sui also has detailed information about this mercenary group. The Hellhound mercenary group may not be ranked high in the world, but it is definitely a well-known existence in Black Continent. It has many heavy weapons and a number of more than 300 people. These mercenaries are basically veterans from various countries, and their fighting capabilities are unquestionable. They are the main support of Hassan's underground arms empire. When Simon saw the photos, his face turned very serious. Sir, with our current strength, it will be very difficult to resist their attack. They are stronger than us in terms of numbers and equipment. Sui currently has 2 main combat forces under his command. One is the 141st Task Force, another is the Security Force, and there is also an Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter, 6 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles, and a total of about 150 people. Although the 141st Task Force is the world's top special forces, the main role of special forces is special operations, not frontal combat. They are not gods. In the battlefield of fighting for face, they are just slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers. A stray bullet is enough to take their lives. Sui certainly knew his background. He smiled and said, "This is exactly why I asked you to come here. Simon, you are better at commanding operations. According to your ideas, what equipment and tactics are needed can easily resolve this battle. And it would be best if the movement is louder, enough to attract outside attention." After hearing Suyi's words, Simon Riley was silent for a moment, and then continued to look at the photo in his hand. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "Airstrikes. The enemy does not have air superiority at all. Only airstrikes can end this war at the lowest cost and the fastest speed, and achieve a greater sensational effect." Sui showed a satisfied smile and said, "Your idea coincides with mine, so you go and make a plan, and I'll take care of the equipment. Leave it to me tonight." War is no joke. Only a detailed battle plan can avoid unnecessary losses on the battlefield. Sui knew that he was not good at military command, so he handed over the command of the operation to Simon Riley, who was more proficient in it. "Yes, sir. You go out first, Price stays. After Simon left, Sui looked at Price and said directly, I plan to expand the size of Task Force 141. The number of people is tentatively set at around 50, including 36 combat personnel and 14 logistics support personnel. You will be responsible for the position of captain and be responsible for their daily training. Although Task Force 141 is very powerful, their size is too small, with only 8 people. As it develops, the size of Task Force 141 will inevitably have to expand so that it can carry out more intense missions. Yes, sir, I have no problem at all. In order to expand his own strength, Sui invested a huge amount of money this time and was prepared to put out a full 100,000 points of funds, of course not all at once. If all his orders are completed this time, it will be $22 million plus the previous 1 million, which is $23 million 230,000 points of funds. This time, Task Force 141 will expand its staff to 42 people, which requires a total of 84,000 points of funds. It is impossible for him to come up with so much at once. Another 100,000 points must be left as the capital for the next arms deal. After about 4 hours, Simon Riley handed Sui a relatively detailed battle plan, which also included the requirements for equipment and ammunition. The content of this combat plan is actually quite simple, which is to use fighter jets to carry out asymmetric strikes. According to intelligence, the enemy has no short, medium or long-range air defense missiles, and the most threatening one is the Stinger. This portable air defense missile may pose a huge threat to helicopters, but it is actually very low risk to fighter jets that fly higher and faster. Only under certain circumstances can a Stinger air defense missile shoot down a fighter jet. Chapter 21 Fighter Flanker, Active Attack. However, Sui was in a dilemma when it came to choosing a fighter plane, given his current budget of 200,000 points. The first thing to do is to cut off 100,000 points as the capital for the next arms trade. In addition, this operation also requires a drone to monitor the actions of the Hellhound mercenaries throughout the entire process. There is no way they can escape the 20,000 points here. In other words, Sui only had 80,000 points of funds to purchase fighter jets, ammunition, and after-sales maintenance equipment and personnel. This was very tight, and not very realistic at all. So he decided to take out another 50,000 yuan, a total of 130,000 yuan to purchase fighter jets. If this fighter jet was produced before 2000, there is still a 1/4 discount. And he did not make this decision without reason. Because the King of Arms, Orlov, is about to take office, with him running the operation, even if there are only $5 million, it probably won't be a big problem. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of the system's title of Heroic Biochemical Personnel. Of the 130,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan is used to purchase ammunition, maintenance personnel, maintenance equipment, fuel, etc. A budget of 100,000 yuan is more than enough to buy a fighter jet. The system selling price of fighter jets before 2000 is basically about half of the actual selling price. Add a 1/4 discount, and the price becomes quite comfortable. At least the current mainstream fighter jets are still worth a look. Sui used the system to filter and quickly selected a series of fighters, among which the most prominent one was the current mainstream third-generation fighter. The fighter classification in this book is uniformly based on Western standards. The main task of the fighter jets in this operation is actually ground attack, and there are only a few helicopters for air defense. There is no need for powerful air defense capabilities, so the multi-purpose third-generation aircraft became the first choice. The F-16E divided by F fighter jet is the most popular fighter jet sold by Singapore to other countries. Its current selling price is $26 million, and the system price is $97,000. There is also the famous Russian-made Su-27SM flanker fighter, which is currently priced at $30 million and the system price is 110,000 yuan. The MiG-29 Fulcrum fighter is priced at $28 million and the system is priced at $105,000. These 3 fighter jets were selected by Sui. As for the F-18, Tornado fighter bomber and the like, they were not within his consideration. It's not that expensive. As the prices were similar, he also ruled out the short-legged MiG-29 Fulcrum, known as the Airport Defender, as its combat radius of 600 kilometers was too short. It is actually not difficult to make a wise choice between the F-16D fighter and the Su-27 fighter. The F-16D fighter has more advanced avionics, and multiple actual combat operations have proven its reliability and combat effectiveness, so Sui decisively chose the Su-27 flanker fighter. There is no need to compare these two fighters at the same price. The advantage of Su-27 is too obvious. The F-16E divided by F fighter has a combat weight of 19 tons, a combat radius of 900 kilometers, a maximum flight speed of Mach 2, a thrust-to-weight ratio of 0.91 to 1, and a bomb load of about 6 tons when fully fueled. As a modern upgraded version, the the Su-27SM flanker fighter also has good avionics equipment. Its combat weight is 33 tons, its combat radius is 1,500 kilometers, its maximum flight speed is 2.35 Mach, its thrust-to-weight ratio is 1.12 to 1, and its bomb load when fully fueled is 7 tons. In terms of data, as a heavy fighter, the Su-27 far outperforms the F-16, a medium multi-purpose fighter. When the price difference is not much, Sui will definitely choose the heavy fighter without a brain. In fact, there is another crucial factor. If he uses F-16 fighter jets, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of Singapore. Although a lot of this fighter jet has been exported, Sui, a private arms dealer, owns one, so Singapore will definitely investigate where it came from. The Su-27 is different. After the disintegration of the former Northern Kingdom in the early 1990s, no one knows how many of these fighters were sold at low prices. The distribution channels are very complicated, and it is very difficult to track. There is also the issue of drones. Sui directly chose the MQ-1 Predator drone, which became cheaper due to the discount effect. Anyway, this drone will not be unveiled in a high-profile manner, so he is not afraid of attracting much attention. The price of the MQ-1 Predator drone is $6 million, the purchase price of the Singaporean Air Force in 2004, and the current system price is $22,500. The power of this drone can be clearly felt in many film and television dramas. As a reconnaissance and strike drone, its powerful reconnaissance capabilities are unquestionable. It is equipped with the most advanced optoelectronics/infrared reconnaissance equipment, GPS navigation system and high-precision synthetic aperture radar capable of all-weather reconnaissance in the Star Army. At an altitude of 4,000 meters, its resolution reaches 0.3 meters and its positioning accuracy is 0.25 meters. Equipped with 2 Hellfire missiles, it also has precision strike capabilities. The 2 fighter jets cost Sui a total of 150,000 points of funds, which included after-sales equipment, ammunition, etc. for the 2 fighter jets, which just spent the budget. After having 2 fighter jets, Sui began his plan: offense is the best defense. When they hit the road, they really should hit the road. Chapter 22, Heroes in Place, Intelligence Costs Money. The airport's runway was prepared first during the construction, and its strength was also strengthened, so it can easily accommodate the takeoff and landing of Su-27 and MQ-1 Predator. The fighter jets and personnel were retrieved by Sui that night. Under the system's shielding, no one noticed anything unusual. After all, the airport security forces are all biochemical warriors. Even if they know everything, they will not reveal a word to anyone. As long as the construction workers don't find out anything, the confidentiality work is still easy to do. After the exchange, the ground crew became busy, such as testing the fighter jets, installing equipment, and debugging. 1 or 2 days would be enough for them to accomplish all this, but Hassan was still a little slow in gathering his troops. After all, most of their people are scattered in Black Continent and desert areas, and it will take some time to get back. This also gave him just enough time to conduct investigations. Although Cuckoo's intelligence had never been problematic, Sui naturally distrusted these intelligence companies. Once Chris is in place, we can almost develop our own intelligence system, or at least build a local intelligence network in Aden first. However, intelligence work is destined to be a money-burning business. Without looking for new clients, this little money will not be enough. After defeating Scar Wolf Hassan, it will be time to divide the victory cake, and there will probably be no shortage of orders by then. For example, the current interim government is a very good client. As armed forces, they have robbed a lot of money and are in need of arms dealers like him who can provide high-quality equipment. After waking up, Sui found that there were 2 more people in his office. They were the 2 heroic biochemical personnel, Orloff and Chris. Orloff looked no different from his image in the movie, wearing a brown suit and looking very serious. Chris standing next to her added a beautiful scenery, especially when she was wearing a black OL work suit, which gave her a unique look. He didn't have too many thoughts about Chris, the white beauty. He still couldn't fully accept cyborgs in his heart, but at least she was pleasing to the eyes when she was around. After seeing Sui, the 2 men stood up and said in unison, "Hello, sir, I am Orloff, Chris." Sui sat down at the desk and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be so serious. I don't really like this atmosphere." "Yes, sir." Sui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These cyborgs were good in every way, except that they always look serious when in front of him. Maybe it's because I hold too high a position in their hearts. He turned his gaze to Orloff and said, "Orloff, have you learned about the leader's current situation?" Orloff stood up and said, "Sir, I already knew the details before we set out." "Very good. I will now appoint you as the general manager of Leader Company. You will be fully responsible for the daily operations of Leader Company. The company's framework must be set up as soon as possible. I only have one request, which is to sell our weapons and make as much money as possible." Sui is not very good at company management. He is just a lucky guy who got a golden finger. But if being a boss still requires so much hard work, then what's the use of this golden finger, and so much money? Orloff's arrival can not only share most of the company's daily affairs with him, but also put the company on the path of rapid development, which is what he values most. After giving the instructions, Sui let Orloff go out and left Patrick Chris alone. Chris, if I provide you with enough funds and manpower, how long will it take for you to build our intelligence network in Aden? The importance of intelligence work in the 21st century is self-evident, and it can even determine the rise and fall of a leader. Compared to Orloff, he still values Chris more. After all, the cuckoo line is unreliable. For money, they may sell their information to the whole world at any time. Chris said in fluent Chinese, "Sir, it only takes 3 months for me to build a complete intelligence network. No matter it is online or in reality, nothing can escape our eyes. But you need to provide at least $50 million in funding. These funds are mainly used for bribery and bribery. This is the fastest way to establish an intelligence network and the most effective way." As for the current situation in Aden, it is indeed as Chris said, all officials are thinking about how to make money. After all, this interim government may fall at any time. A new emperor appoints new ministers, and money is the only thing that matters. As long as you give them money, using the power of the government to collect intelligence is indeed the fastest and most effective way, but it is a bit too expensive. Fortunately, this money was not paid out all at once. The amount was a bit large, but it had to be paid. He didn't want to be controlled by others in terms of intelligence. After all, without his own source of intelligence, once someone chokes him, he will just become a slightly stronger blind man, and his combat effectiveness will inevitably be greatly reduced. Chapter 23 Predator Attack, Aerial Reconnaissance. Sir, the drone equipment has been assembled and will soon begin its first mission. Do you want to go and watch? Simon Riley found Sui and asked. Now, 2 days have passed since he exchanged the fighter jet, and the MQ-1 Predator drone has finally been installed and debugged. Sui was still very interested in this kind of thing. Come on, take me there. On the runway, Sui saw the MQ-1 Predator UAV painted in matte silver-gray color. Its appearance is very different from that of the MQ-9 Reaper UAV. It uses an inverted V vertical tail, while the Reaper drone uses a normal vertical tail. The upgraded version of the MQ-9 Reaper appears more often in film and television dramas. In 2007, the MQ-1 Predator was still the most advanced military drone in the world, and no other drone could shake its position. We arrived at a room downstairs of the airport tower. The area here is quite large. The first thing that catches our eyes is the remote control console. At this moment, 3 people are already in place. They are the drone operators. A drone crew basically consists of a pilot, a sensor operator, and an intelligence coordinator, and the 3 of them cost Sui 6,000 points of funds. After saying hello, Sui moved a stool and sat down behind the pilot, looking at the remote control screen with curiosity. The remote control console has multiple screens, which can be used to observe the surroundings from different perspectives, and also to view various current data of the drone. The sensor is normal, the oil circuit is normal, the transmission rudder is normal. We can take off. It can be clearly seen on the screen that the vortex at the tail of the MQ-1 Predator drone begins to rotate. As the rotation speed increased, the thrust generated began to push the nearly 1-ton drone forward, and it successfully completed its first flight in this world. Is that a plane? The plane is quite small, why can't I see the cockpit? The workers who were working on the construction site saw the Predator taking off from the runway not far away and watched with curiosity. After all, this kind of scene is rare to see, so naturally you have to take a few more glances at it. What are you looking at? Stop looking and get to work. You have to remember that you are here to make money. Remember the confidentiality agreement you signed the day before yesterday. Don't cause trouble for yourself. This is not something you should be curious about. Under the foreman's scolding, the workers turned their gazes away. After living in Hangzhou for so long, they are very clear about many things. Curiosity can really kill people here. The cruising speed of the MQ-1 Predator drone is 165 km per hour. Since it does not carry Hellfire missiles, its maximum flight time is about 60 hours. The target of this reconnaissance is not very far from the airport, only about 200 kilometers, and it takes more than an hour to fly over the target. With the intelligence from the cuckoo, the Predator drone found the target location very accurately. Although the Hellhound mercenary group's base had old-fashioned surveillance radars, it did not detect the Predator drone at 2,000 meters in the air. Its radar cross-sectional area is only 1 square meter, and because it is coated with stealth material, the cross-sectional area is only 0.1 square meters, so the stealth effect is very good. After all, its size is not large, and it does not carry any missiles that would destroy its stealth effect. It is just a small dot on the radar display. After all, it is not the current more advanced phased array radar, but an old-fashioned air defense radar, which has relatively weak detection capabilities for aircraft with stealth capabilities. With the Predator's sensors and synthetic aperture radar, the situation of the entire base was clearly presented to everyone. The location of this base is relatively hidden, in an uninhabited desert, with only a small road connecting it. The base was still very busy at this moment. The smoke and sand caused by the movement of tanks and armored vehicles covered a large area of the base, and people were moving around quite frequently. Simon watched the scene carefully and said, "I'm afraid they are almost ready. Tomorrow should be the time for them to launch the attack." Based on the equipment and personnel on the scene, he made this judgment with certainty. Sui raised his eyebrows and said, "If that's the case, then we should launch the attack tomorrow and destroy them halfway." He did not choose to destroy them in this base, mainly because this base contained medium and short-range air defense missiles, which would pose a serious threat to the Su-27. So he chose to launch a surprise airstrike halfway to catch them off guard. In the wilderness without any cover, they were undoubtedly lambs to be slaughtered. After staying in the control room for nearly an hour, Sui couldn't stand it anymore due to boredom. "Keep an eye on it here. If there is anything unusual, notify me immediately." "Yes, sir." Chapter 24 Arms Alliance, Battlefield Live Broadcast. Things are developing just as Simon Riley predicted. On the second day of reconnaissance, the Predator drone, which had just arrived for more than an hour, discovered something abnormal about the base, and the entire military base began to operate like a tight machine. At around 7 in the morning, 6 M68 two main battle tanks drove out of the military base first, followed by a long convoy. Helicopters began to take off one after another in the air, and a total of 8 helicopters of various types formed a powerful air mobile force. If they fight together with ground tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, their combat effectiveness in the entire Aden state will be unstoppable by any force. If it weren't for the military embargo, Hassan might have been able to get even the fighter jets, but he didn't have the courage to offend the master behind him. "Sir, they are starting to move." Sui received the news immediately. He was still a little sleepy, but suddenly woke up and immediately went to the drone control room in the tower. "Sir, look!" On a large display screen, a live march began, and a large-scale mobile force appeared before everyone's eyes. Many people in Hama who were paying attention to this matter received first-hand information and began to pay close attention to the impending war. The victory or defeat of the two men determined the change of underground forces in Aden. Hassan the Scarwolf is too powerful. Relying on his background, he has divided up most of the underground arms in Aden, leaving many local arms dealers to survive in the cracks. This naturally caused their strong dissatisfaction, but because they were afraid of Hassan's powerful strength, they dared not speak out. If Sui, the man who broke the rules, defeated Hassan, then they would be able to share this feast together. This is a market worth tens of billions of dollars, enough for many people to make a good living. Scarwolf Hassan made such a big fuss this time, gathering all his men and equipment, as if he wanted to let these people see how powerful he is. By forcefully defeating Sui, the rule breaker, he could effectively deter them and continue to secure his own throne. In fact, his actions this time were instructed by the forces behind him. As for the mysterious Sui, they naturally chose to nip him in the bud. If Sui is allowed to grow up, it will inevitably disrupt their layout in Aden. Several other arms dealers in Aden also sat together at this moment. They and Hassan formed the structure of the entire arms market in Aden. Although they can only survive in the cracks, their united strength should not be underestimated, as behind these people are all international arms giants. An arms dealer from the Lyri country, Bai, looked at the crowd and said, "Do you think that Su has a chance of winning?" The arms dealer from Lapland, Finland, shook his head and said, "Su has only more than 100 men, 6 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles and an Mi-24 helicopter, while Hassan not only has many tanks and helicopters, but also nearly 3 times the number of people. I don't see any chance of winning." The arms dealer from Russia, Ukraine, also agreed. "The difference in strength between the two sides is too great, but it should be able to cause some damage to Hassan. In fact, I don't think too highly of Sui. What I care about is the future development of the situation. If Sui is defeated, it will undoubtedly anger the people behind him. I think this mysterious force will definitely not sit still. I don't think anyone can stand this kind of face-slapping behavior. As long as these two forces compete with each other, our real chance will come. The latest intelligence has arrived. Cuckoo can provide a live broadcast of the entire process, but we will have to pay $1 million for it. Pay the money. We can split the bill." Naturally, these arms bosses would not let go of such a good opportunity, but they didn't know that this was actually just a collaboration between Hassan and Cuckoo. The purpose is to let them see how he will win a complete victory in this war in a crushing manner. However, at this time, many people looked at the military airport with very strange eyes. Because Sui acted too calmly, the entire airport was not put under martial law and the construction team was still continuing work. They were very sure that the information had already reached Sui, and this was also what surprised them the most. The confidentiality level of the Su-27 and Predator is still very high. Except for the two sorties of the Predator, the Su-27 has always stayed in the hangar. So even Cuckoo is still unaware of all this. Their intelligence work is indeed very impressive. However, it is impossible to place people in Sui's place, because all his subordinates are biochemical warriors. Although the military airport seemed calm at the moment, the ground crew in Hangar No. 1 were extremely busy loading ammunition into the Su-27 fighter jets. Chapter 25, Flanker in the air, ready to go. Buzz buzz buzz! The door of Hangar No. 1 at the military airport slowly opened to both sides, revealing the true appearance of several sides of the hangar. As the gate opened, a ferocious war monster slowly drove out, towed by a trailer, and finally stopped at the end of the runway. Inside the tower, a total of 4 soldiers in camouflage uniforms were making preparations for takeoff. Sui, Price, Simon, Chris and others were all looking at the handsome figure of the Su-27 flanker on the runway. I have to say that this fighter is very good looking, especially its racks are full of various ammunition, showing the dominance of this war behemoth. 001, runway crosswind force 4, clear for takeoff. 001 understood, crosswind force 4, takeoff. The voice that came out was Nikolai from Task Force 141. After Sui made this fighter jet, he directly appointed Nikolai as the pilot of this Su-27 fighter jet. You should know that Nikolai was one of the former ace pilots of the northern country. He had participated in many wars and could easily control helicopters, fighter jets, and transport planes. As Nikolai's voice fell, the two AL-31F-1 engines at the tail spewed out orange red tail flames, and the roar became louder and louder, filling the sky above the entire airport. The noise it makes is much louder than the MQ-1 Predator drone. As the power accumulated, Nikolai released his brake and stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The Su-27 slid forward suddenly like a tiger out of a cage. When it was halfway along the runway, it raised its nose and roared towards the sky at a high angle. Since it is not participating in long-distance combat, and is only less than 200 kilometers away from the target combat location, the fuel is only half loaded, making it easier to perform various difficult maneuvers. Sui looked at the Su-27 fighter jet flying away until it could no longer be seen, and then he withdrew his gaze. The Hellhound mercenaries did not receive any intelligence about the situation at the military airport, because even Cuckoo was not very clear about it. Hassan also went out with the mercenary group. At this moment, he was sitting in a BMP-1PK armored command vehicle, commanding the operation of the entire force. He was able to develop a small group of Hellhounds into what it is today, and he is quite good at commanding battles. After all, he is just a middle-level commander of the Gallic Foreign Legion. If he doesn't have the ability, the forces behind him will not support him. Boss, we have absolute air superiority. That Su only has one Mi-24. Why don't our helicopter fleet rush in and launch an airstrike on him first? Hassan looked at his equally reckless subordinates and said, We have very little intelligence about this airport, and Sui is also very mysterious. There is no guarantee that this airport does not have anti-aircraft missiles installed. If we rashly send out a fleet of helicopters, we will suffer heavy losses. Let's wait for the ground armored forces to attack first, and then the air fleet to follow up. It's a pity that I don't have any self-propelled artillery in my inventory, otherwise I could send him some gifts first. He had several old Su-S-3 howitzers in his arsenal before, but unfortunately they were sold to a neighboring country not long ago, otherwise they could have been used this time. Now more than an hour had passed since they set out, and they had advanced about 50 kilometers. At this moment, an emergency call came from the base behind them. My name is Hassan, what happened? Under normal circumstances, the base would not contact me. Could it be that I mobilized all my troops and Sui sent troops to take the opportunity to destroy my nest? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel nervous, because his ammunition warehouse was located underground in the base. If I were really ambushed, I would suffer heavy losses. Boss, our warning radar has detected a high-speed moving target. Its flight path is right across the marching route. It is less than 50 kilometers away from you, and its purpose is unclear. The Su-27 is such a large target that even though the radar at the Cerberus base is a bit old, it can still easily detect such a large target. What? Okay, I get it. After hearing the news, Hassan's heart sank. It was obviously a fighter plane, and it was heading towards his side. He was probably thinking badly. Thinking of Sui's mysterious background, his heart sank to the bottom. Now he understood why Sui was so calm until now. Perhaps this fighter plane was the source of his confidence. Pass on my order. Stop advancing. All troops disperse. There are unidentified enemy aircraft coming towards us. Prepare for air defense. Hassan gave the order decisively, but it was too late. Along the way, Nikolai relied on his superb flying skills to fly the Su-27 at ultra-low altitude to avoid radar detection. He took off only 50 kilometers away from the target, which meant he was about to launch an attack. Chapter 26 Cluster Bombs, Heavy Rain of Pear Blossoms. Nikolai's first target was not the ground target, but the air fleet of the Hellhound mercenaries. Two of the AH-129 Mongoose attack helicopters posed the greatest threat to the airport, so they became his first targets for elimination. Two R-77 Viper active radar-guided air-to-air missiles fell down from the wing racks, and then the engine at the tail ignited and roared towards the target. This air-to-air missile is the first active air-to-air missile developed by the former Northern Kingdom. Its performance is comparable to that of Singapore's AIM-120, and its maximum range can reach 90 kilometers. Once a helicopter is locked by its radar, there is no possibility of escape. The two sides were less than 50 kilometers apart. With the help of inertial and mid-course command guidance, the two R-77 missiles found their respective targets. The active guidance head on the missile was turned on. The two sides were only about 20 kilometers apart, and were already within the locking range of the active guidance head. Ding ding ding! At the moment when the active guidance head locked onto the two helicopters, the missile warning devices on the two armed helicopters received the signal, and suddenly the alarm sounded inside the cabin. "You have been locked by a missile, please evade quickly." "Oh shit, we've been targeted by missiles. It's the R-77 from the North Country. Fake." When the pilot of the Mongoose attack helicopter saw the signal displayed by the radar warning signal, his face suddenly changed and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. The speed of armed helicopters is very slow compared to fixed-wing aircraft, not to mention their maneuverability. The maximum speed of an air-to-air missile exceeds Mach 3, and the maximum overload is 40 G. How can a helicopter dodge it? The answer is very obvious. Although they have tried various maneuvers, such as flying at ultra-low altitude, it did not save their lives. Boom, boom! Two explosions were heard one after another, and the two aggressive AH-129 attack helicopters suddenly turned into two balls of fire in the air, with debris scattered all around. After seeing this scene, the other helicopters in the fleet immediately scattered like birds and beasts and flew in different directions. When being targeted by a fixed-wing aircraft, a helicopter can do nothing but escape. Although both sides can fly, how can a sparrow beat an eagle? However, Nikolai had no interest in these light helicopters. He had fired both R-77 missiles carried by his fighter jets, and could only rely on the remaining two melee missiles and machine guns to fight. Next, he set his sights on the crowd that was still in the evacuation formation. However, a distance of 40 kilometers can be reached in more than a minute for a fighter jet flying at 2,000 kilometers per hour. Soon Nikolai saw the target several kilometers away. The Su-27 fighter was now at an altitude of about 800 meters. "Let me give you a surprise!" After saying this, a bomb under the belly of the plane fell freely towards the evacuated crowd. This bomb is a powerful weapon. Its full name is CBU-107 Cluster Guided Bomb, and another name is Cluster Bomb. Since there are no precision guidance components controlled by the fire control system, such as laser, infrared, etc., the Su-27 fighter can use it directly. There are a total of 3,750 metal rods inside it, and when it explodes it's like a rain of pear blossom needles falling from the sky. To deal with this kind of infantry group exposed in the wild with no cover at all, it is simply a weapon of destruction. Shit, find cover, everyone find cover. The crowd below was in chaos at this moment. The mercenaries were not as disciplined as the regular troops of various countries. After the CBU-107 bomb reached above the crowd, it exploded with a loud bang due to the action of the timing device. The 3,750 metal rods of various types loaded inside shot downwards like wild horses. These metal rods fell like raindrops, and those who were lying on the ground to avoid the explosion were the first to suffer. Puff, puff, puff! The entire scene was filled with the sound of sharp blades piercing bodies and screams. The attack of cluster bombs was so widely distributed that it basically covered an area as large as several footballs. The tragic scene after the attack was simply unbearable to watch. The bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets they were equipped with did not provide any help. Some people even had metal rods stuck in their bodies, which were somewhat dazzling under the sunlight. Some people did not die directly under the attack. Those who were luckier were not hit in fatal parts, but the pain was real. Help me, someone come and save me. I surrender. I won't fight anymore. Fake. It hurts so much. Hassan was lucky enough to escape the disaster by hiding in a single-person bunker, but when he saw the scene at the scene, he was stunned, as if he was stupid. After a while, he suddenly shuddered and shouted like a madman. Retreat, retreat, everyone retreat back to the base. The power of asymmetric strikes was revealed at this time. There were only more than 300 people, even though they had many main battle tanks and armored vehicles. However, under the airstrikes, they had no power to fight back and could only watch as they were beaten. This feeling of powerlessness made people very desperate. Chapter 27 White Phosphorus appears, and the hero dies. After completing the first round of attack, Nikolai looked at the mercenaries in chaos below and sneered. "Do you think you can escape?" After saying that, he dropped another CBU-107 cluster bomb weighing 450 kilograms, and thousands of them fell like flowers from the sky. Once again, this bomb caused heavy damage to the panicked crowd. Dozens of casualties were caused by this one bomb. Nearly half of the more than 300 members of the Hellhound mercenaries were killed or injured by these two bombs, and their morale had collapsed. However, this is not the end of their nightmare, as there is only one Su-27 fighter this time, in order to make up for the shortage of numbers. Sui directly ignored the so-called international rules and mounted a number of internationally banned weapons on it, including a cluster bomb and a white phosphorus incendiary bomb. If you are not ruthless towards your enemies, you are hurting yourself. As for any international conventions, what does it have to do with him? He did not use these weapons in civilian areas. At most, he was condemned on the fishing boat. The big baby is coming! Dropping 2 CBU-107 submunitions was just an appetizer. This is the real killer weapon this time. The power of the white phosphorus incendiary bomb was immediately revealed when it exploded more than 60 meters in the air. Countless white phosphorus were thrown out after the explosion, falling like snow. As the white phosphorus fell, a sea of fire was formed immediately, covering a large area and engulfing most of the collapsed Hellhound mercenaries. Many people were swallowed up by the sea of fire before they could react, and others were burned to death after being stuck with white phosphorus. Miserable screams were heard everywhere in the sea of fire, and in a moment it became a hell. Nikolai rolled the Su-27 fighter over nearly 1,000 meters in the air, looked down, and admired the hell he had created. "The mission has been completed, and now it's up to you." His radio was connected to the Mi-24 Gazelle attack helicopter dozens of kilometers away. This helicopter would be responsible for the mopping up work and cleaning up the battlefield. He drove his fighter plane and chased after the fleeing helicopters. The burning of the white phosphorus bomb continued until the arrival of the Gazelle attack helicopter. Black smoke continued to rise from the ground, and the entire desert had been burned to a charred color. Black charred corpses were scattered everywhere, lying in all directions in the area. "Oh my God, this is hell!" When the Gazelle attack helicopter approached, the pilot inside was stunned when he saw this scene. "Shit, don't get so close, this is a white phosphorus bomb, the smoke is poisonous." The weapons officer in the back seat saw the smoke drifting in front, and his face suddenly changed. The pilot shuddered with fear and immediately flew the helicopter around this hell. The smoke emitted by the burning white phosphorus bomb is highly toxic. Just inhaling a little is enough to make people feel nauseous and dizzy. If you stay inhaled for more than 30 seconds, the smoke inhaled is enough to be fatal. Many people here were not burned to death by white phosphorus bombs, but died from inhaling too much poison, including Hassan the Scarface, who was still lying in a single soldier bunker. No one expected that the hero who dominated the underground arms market in Aden for nearly 10 years would die in such a small place. "Are you asking us to clean up the mess? There's no way anyone is left alive." The pursuing Nikolai turned into a killing god in the sky. After catching up with a little bird helicopter, he directly fired several 30mm caliber machine gun shells, blowing it up in midair. "It's all over." Through the images projected by the MQ-1 Predator drone in the sky, Sui almost watched an entire live broadcast. Looking at the scene created by his own orders, he felt a little complicated, but he quickly recovered. "It's all over. This Su is really a ruthless person. It's best not to provoke him in the future." Also watching this live broadcast were the top leaders of the Arms Alliance, and they felt very complicated after seeing this scene. This war, which was broadcast live throughout, shocked them greatly, and they felt very complicated after it ended. "Yes, but I think we can go have our cake and eat it first." After the words fell, several people looked at each other. "I think we should say hello to him. We better discuss how to divide it. I'll contact him right away." Orlov came to Sui, who had returned to the office, and said, "Boss, the Arms Alliance asked us how to divide up the arms warehouse of the Hellhound base." Sui glanced at him and said, "We don't need these junks. We can give them all to them, but they have to agree to one request of mine. They have to disband their Arms Alliance and join my newly established Leader Arms Trade Association. I will serve as the president of the association." "Have we established this association?" Orlov asked in a very doubtful tone. "Isn't it there now?" Chapter 28, Arms Association, Large Orders. When the war started, Sui knew that victory would belong to him, so how to unify the arms market in Aden became his priority. The 21st century is an era of win-win cooperation. Although it is comfortable to eat alone, the disadvantages are also quite obvious. He has only been in this world for less than 2 months, and the leader, to put it bluntly, is still a regional arms company with no significant influence. Everything he relied on came from his own golden finger, but his foundation was still too weak compared to those old arms dealers. Besides, with his current financial and human resources, it is simply impossible to forcibly take over Aiden's underground arms market. In this case, it would be better to share a portion of the profits with several arms dealers in Aiden, pull them into your own camp, and cooperate with them to divide up this market. Although they all have the support of international arms giants, they cannot compare with themselves in terms of the richness of weapons. Another benefit of doing this is resources. We can cooperate with these arms giants, and use their resources to develop ourselves. Only when everyone forms a community of interests will they be willing to help themselves develop. Take the 4 major international grain traders as an example. They are a good example. These international giant grain traders all sell grain, and they are actually competitors to each other. If they invade each other's markets, it will inevitably lead to a drop in food prices, and the beneficiaries will be those countries that are watching the show. However, these 4 major grain traders did not compete with each other. Instead, they cooperated to form an alliance, joined hands to manipulate international grain prices, and advanced and retreated together, swallowed up grain companies in other countries, and gradually took control of the entire world's grain market. In this way, they can manipulate the price of food at will, which is one of the main reasons why food prices have continued to rise in recent years. There are actually countless examples of this in the world, and basically all bulk trade products are traded in this way. Sui established this leading arms trade association with this idea in mind. Only by gathering these scattered soldiers and forming a community of interests can we compete with the national teams of the 5 major gangsters, and also use them to enter the arms markets of various countries. There is no doubt that the 5 major countries are the largest arms dealers in the world. If you want to touch their cake, you will probably die miserably if you don't have enough allies and strong power. The war lasted only half a day, but it brought about great changes to the situation in Aiden. It is difficult for ordinary people to feel this change, but for the senior government officials in Aiden, they can feel it very clearly. The new Minister of Defense of Aiden went straight to the interim president of the government, and said, "President, Hassan has been defeated. That Sui has killed him. It is foreseeable that he will become the largest private arms dealer in our country." After hearing this, the black president stopped what he was doing and said, "I don't care who wins or loses, as long as they can provide us with a stable supply of weapons, then this order will be given to him. I hope he won't make me wait too long. We don't have time." A few months ago, they overthrew the previous government with the help of reactionary armed forces, and now they are facing such a problem. The hostile parties took advantage of the corruption in their government to instigate war across the country. The major tribes also broke away from the control of the government, and their regime was crumbling. They had no choice but to strengthen their armed forces to protect the fruits of their victory. However, faced with an international arms embargo, they can only purchase high-priced arms from private arms dealers, which is why Hassan is able to influence the situation in the country. Without these arms dealers, light weapons might be able to flow into Aiden through various channels, but heavy weapons would definitely be difficult to import. In the afternoon of the same day, Orloff and Price found Sui respectively and brought him 2 good news, which was also a bonus after the end of the war. Orloff found Sui and said, "Boss, the Ministry of Defense of the Provisional Government has responded to us. We have successfully won this order. The total amount may exceed $100 million US. He had received news before that the interim government had given a large weapons order to Bang due to the tense war situation. Only he had the appetite to take such a large order. He had been killed by himself, so Sui and Orloff naturally set their eyes on this order. They successfully got through to the Minister of Defense by means of bribery and rebates, and naturally got the order. Although it was expected, Sui's face was full of joy at this moment. "Bring the contract here so I can see what weapons the interim government needs." This time the interim government was absolutely ruthless, and the number of weapons it purchased was also very large. At the same time, they were also very aware of their own situation and did not purchase any too advanced weapons. Not only were they expensive, their soldiers would not be able to use them either. Chapter 29, $100 million, Extra Gain. The order includes a total of 20,000 AK-47 rifles, 500 SVD sniper rifles, 500 light and heavy machine guns, 1,000 RPG-7 rockets, and 20 TOW anti-tank missiles, all of which are light weapons. The quantity of heavy weapons purchased is not large, but the amount is not small. 12 M198 howitzers, 50 M40 recoilless guns, 10 35mm Oerlikon twin anti-aircraft guns, 12 T-72 main battle tanks, 24 BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicles and 4 Mi-24 Hind attack helicopters. Although the unit price of weapons for this order has not yet been determined, which requires both parties to sit down and discuss, we can actually calculate a rough estimate now. The total order amount for the 20,000 AK-47s alone is as high as 12 million, calculated at a unit price of $600. Generally speaking, the black market price of an original AK-47 is over $800 per piece, and it is normal to sell it for $1,000. There are also sniper rifles, light and heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers, whose prices also exceed $15 million. 20 Dow anti-tank missile launchers, with a minimum unit price of $300,000, total $6 million, not counting anti-tank missiles. The unit price of an anti-tank missile is $50,000. If ammunition is included, the weapons orders alone would be worth around $40 million, including ammunition. Then there are 12 M198 howitzers. This old-style howitzer is not very expensive now, costing $500,000 each, with a total price of $6 million, excluding ammunition. 50 M40 recoilless guns, each costing $50,000, for a total of $2.5 million. 10 35mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns, each priced at $150,000, with a total price of $1.5 million. 12 T-72 main battle tanks, with a unit price of $1.5 million and a total price of $18 million. 24 BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicles, with a unit price of $400,000 and a total price of $9.6 million. 4 Gazelle attack helicopters, each costing $5 million, with a total price of $20 million. The total value of this order is definitely over $100 million, and Sui only needs to pay less than $30 million for it. From this we can actually see how high the profits of arms are. No wonder the 5 major countries are so keen on exporting arms trade. However, this arms order worth $100 million is not that eye-catching compared to the global arms orders worth tens of billions of dollars. However, this order is very important to Sui. If he can get this order, his power will be able to develop rapidly. In this way, he would have enough strength to sell arms to other countries, instead of focusing on a small place like Aden. The global arms market was his target. Although Sui cannot take out the $30 million to purchase arms in the system now, the arrival of Price easily solved this problem. Sir, I'm back. This time we made a great haul. We found more than $20 million and euros in cash, as well as a large number of diamonds, gems, gold, and even cultural relics. The value of these items is about $13 million. We found out that he had a large amount of money in a secret account, but unfortunately we didn't have the password and related information, so we couldn't get it out at all. After hearing the good news, Sui was in a particularly good mood. He said without much concern, "It's okay. If you can't get it, forget it. If you get it, I'll take it. You ask Orloff to cash in all those diamonds and gems, and then take out $10 million from them and give it to Chris to handle. Building an intelligence network requires a lot of money. If Chris doesn't have enough funds, no matter how capable she is, it will be useless. After all, if you want to bribe someone to collect and provide intelligence for you, how could others do that without money?" After the battle, Suyi's funds were finally sufficient, but he still had to complete the order as soon as possible. Getting the money was the most important thing. "Olive, please reach a deal with the provisional government as soon as possible. As for the price, you decide it yourself. I believe in your ability." "Okay, boss, I will definitely not let you down." This is the first order since he took office. If he doesn't hand in a good answer, he will not let himself go. Sui now still has $25 million in funds, which he originally reserved for arms trade. Now it seems that he can spend some of it first. No matter how much money you have, if you don't transform it into your own power, it's no different from toilet paper. First of all, on Price's side, the expansion of the 141st Task Force is imminent. There are a total of 42 elite biochemical warriors, which means 84,000 funds, plus various equipment, a total of 100,000 funds will be needed. Once Price has trained them and completed the running-in period, they can be released for actual combat training and start taking security and mercenary orders. Chapter 30 Ambition emerges, Private Arms. Suyi's ambitions are still very big. He is not just engaged in arms trading. He also hopes to become the leader in the mercenary world and build a private armed force that no country dares to provoke. Moreover, the route he wanted to take was the route of elite soldiers. In modern warfare, quality of soldiers is more important than quantity. Just like Star Country, although its army has only 500,000 to 600,000 people, it is the smallest in number compared to several other countries. But who dares to challenge this army head-on? The Star Army's army is not only well-equipped but also well-trained. It is a force with rich combat experience. Although the cyborgs are not weaker than the Star Army, they actually have zero combat experience when they come out of the space military factory. Just like the previous night raid, if they had combat experience, they would not have let the blacks get so close before they discovered them. The reason why they were able to resist the enemy's attack at such a small cost was due to their excellent equipment and the advantages of fighting at night. Each of them has a binocular night vision goggles, which allows them to see the enemy clearly in the dark, while those black uncles just shoot blindly. There is a real combat case where several American soldiers relied on night vision equipment to survive until dawn, waiting for the arrival of the support troops without any casualties. Therefore, the mercenary route is a very good practical route. Only in this way can the troops be pulled out to engage in actual combat in a fair and open manner. The most important thing is that he can make money this way. He doesn't expect to make too much, as long as he can support the army. This made Sui think of someone. That person was the boss in Call of Duty 11 that he played before traveling through time, Jonathan Irons. Relying on advanced technology and capital, he made Atlas the world's largest private armed group, and successfully joined the United Organization, becoming the first enterprise to enter the United Organization as a company. Then he can use this identity to interfere in the affairs of various countries. Sui wanted to build the leader company into a giant private armed group like Atlas. This time he readily took out 84,000 points of funds and recruited the 42 elite biochemical warriors mentioned earlier. Moreover, he also plans to strengthen the individual weapons and equipment of Task Force 141 this time, so that even if they go to the battlefield, their chances of survival will be higher. Because on the battlefield, if they enter other countries to fight, it will be difficult to provide them with direct support, and they can only rely on themselves. When they were first recruited, the Space Military Factory was very considerate, and at least equipped them with basic combat equipment. For example, Kevlar bulletproof vests, M16A2 assault rifles, and binocular night vision goggles are their standard equipment. However, this kind of equipment is too crude for use in combat. Even the current equipment of Task Force 141 is not very good. There was no other reason, because Sui was too poor before, and now he had sufficient funds, so naturally he would equip his elite combat force well. In terms of individual combat equipment, it is at least on par with several top special forces of Singapore, such as the famous SEALs and Delta. First of all, in terms of firearms, they had all the rifles available for them to choose from 10 years ago, such as 416 Hong Kong dollars, Scar, M24 sniper rifle, M240 light machine gun, etc. In addition, they can choose from individual heavy weapons such as individual anti-tank missiles. This set doesn't seem to cost much money, but considering the number of people, at least the 10,000 points of funds will not run away. There is also the 4-channel night vision goggles that are standard equipment for the Singapore Special Forces. This night vision goggles is more advanced than binocular night vision goggles and can observe 120-degree scenes, while traditional binocular night vision goggles only have 45 degrees, so there is basically no blind spot. The role this equipment plays in night vision is crucial. Special operations usually take place at night, so its importance is unquestionable. These equipments are actually not a big deal. Each person basically only spends 2,000 to 3,000 points of funds. The real big pieces are still helicopters, combat vehicles, drones, etc. These equipment can only be considered after completing the order from the provisional government, and we should directly equip ourselves with the most advanced ones. Anyway, they still have to train for a while, enough time for him to complete the order from the provisional government. The provisional government was still very anxious for this batch of equipment. Unrest had been spreading across the country, and the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Among them, neighboring countries are fanning the flames, and there are even rumors that neighboring countries will directly send troops to intervene in Aiden's affairs. Neighboring country Ethiopia. Therefore, the provisional government was very eager for this batch of equipment. After all, they were not short of money and had a lot of money looted. This also gives Orloff a lot of room for negotiation. Perhaps he can gain more than $100 million this time. It all depends on Orloff's own ability. Chapter 31 Negotiation completed, Transportation System. The interim government is aware of its own urgency and may pay a lot more for this arms deal. After all, you appear to be so anxious. As a qualified businessman, others would seem to be letting you down if they don't raise the price, but this is also their helpless move. Orloff soon received a notice from the provisional government that the Minister of Defense would negotiate with him in person. The main issues discussed by both parties were price and delivery time. At such a close distance, delivery was actually not a problem for Sui at all. He only needs to get these weapons into a secret warehouse, and then transport them from there to the hands of customers. As for the exposure problem, he had also thought about it, compared to constructing a transportation line to cover up the source of weapons. It would be better to cover it up like this, because no matter how you construct this non-existent transportation line, there will always be loopholes and traces. Only this kind of black tech transportation method can do it without anyone noticing. Because no one would have thought that weapons would appear in this way. They will only investigate how these weapons were delivered to Aiden without anyone noticing. Before leaving, Sui also gave Orloff instructions to raise the price as high as possible. Coming from the future, he still knows something. This interim government will almost collapse next year, and a new government will take office in 2009. Therefore, there was no need to be too polite to this government that was about to collapse. He had no intention of gaining the friendship of this interim government. This interim government is still very weak, and the territory it actually controls is only the city of Hama, Moga, and several surrounding areas. Other local states are basically controlled by major tribes and some warlords. To say that he only obeyed orders and not announcements was being polite was the real move. He completely refused to listen to announcements, and was bent on rebellion. There is no need to say much about Orloff's talent and ability in the arms trade, which can be clearly seen through bits and pieces of film and television dramas. After 3 days of negotiations, the two sides finally reached an agreement on the prices of all weapons. When Sui looked at the price, a smile appeared on his face. The actual total order amount is 150 million, which is 50 million more than the estimated price. Orloff, you performed very well this time. $5 million will be your bonus. The actual amount refers to the amount you get after the kickback has been deducted. Although Orloff is a cyborg, cyborgs are also humans and are no different from ordinary people. Apart from not having a family yet, they live the life of ordinary humans, and money is naturally indispensable. Just like those ordinary biochemical soldiers he recruited, Sui paid them wages, and they were not low. After hearing Sui's praise, Orloff broke into a big smile. Thank you, boss. I won't let you down. I still have work to report to you. Explain. It's like this. In the past 3 days, many people have come to me and want to order weapons from us. There are more than 100 orders of various sizes, with a total order value of more than $30 million. These orders are scattered all over the country. Our transportation staff is not very sufficient, and the transportation system is a little chaotic. But I've dealt with it, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem. I think we can refer to the current logistics system in the e-commerce field and establish a weapons transportation channel that integrates air, sea and land transportation. Orloff's words made Sui's eyes light up, and he also associated a lot of things, and a brilliant idea formed in his mind. Thinking of this, Sui smiled and said, "Give me a plan and tell me what you need. As long as we complete this government order, I think personnel, air transport and sea transport will not be a problem." After the end of this asymmetric war, Sui's wallet was completely filled up. Among them, $50 million were seized during the war. Now the provisional government's orders are $150 million, plus these scattered orders are another $30 million. The profit was as high as $230 million, while he had only earned tens of millions of dollars after working so hard before. The delivery of weapons began the day after the negotiations were completed, and all weapons were delivered in about 2 days. The weapons were purchased with a $30 million deposit from the interim government. Every time a batch of arms is delivered, the provisional government must settle the amount of the weapons, which can also prevent the provisional government from reneging on its promises. Although Sui felt that they dared not, after all, the war that day was also a deterrent to the provisional government. Such a powerful hellhound mercenary group was actually destroyed in the desert. Given their current situation, they dared not even think of any evil ideas. Chapter 32 Humble Assistant Xiao Yu Shu Shu. Early in the morning, Sui came to his office as usual. However, when he opened the door, he saw a figure that surprised him. A woman in gray oil clothes was tidying up the messy documents on his desk. Judging from the back view, this woman does not look very old and still has a strong student vibe. When the woman heard the office door open, she couldn't help but look back, and a beautiful and innocent face appeared in Sui's eyes. When he saw the woman, he actually guessed her identity in his heart. Apart from the assistant that Terrence had mentioned before, the guards would not let anyone else in. Not just anyone can enter his office. Even if Orloff and Chris want to come in, they have to inform him. When the woman saw Sui, she suddenly became flustered and nervous. She put her hands in front of her and bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am your new assistant Yu Shu Shu." After saying this, Yu Shu Shu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Sui at all. Sui glanced at her and said, "Go make me a cup of black tea first." "Okay, Mr. Su." After saying this, Yu Shu Shu walked towards the tea room with somewhat messy steps. After sitting down at his desk, Sui's thoughts began to recall the idea that suddenly came to him yesterday. The logistics scale that Orloff mentioned suddenly reminded Sui of the developed e-commerce system of Yen's state in later generations. With the rise of online shopping, many e-commerce giants have emerged in China, allowing people to buy a variety of things without leaving their homes. So can he also build such an e-commerce website? However, his e-commerce website is not for selling daily necessities, but for buying weapons and ammunition, and it mainly targets customers with needs from all over the world. The B2C model is very suitable for his idea, especially for businesses to conduct individual transactions. In the future, this website will not only have his company, but it will also be able to attract other arms dealers to participate. This is equivalent to bringing these scattered arms dealers into one's own camp, and one can also build a logistics system of one's own to make money by transporting arms for them. This is very similar to a certain dong in later generations. Su Yi's own arms are directly sold in a certain dong store, and the arms transportation system is a certain dong logistics. Su Yi thinks this idea is very bold and advanced. If it can be realized, it will be very beneficial to the development of the leading arms company. However, arms trade is different from ordinary commodity trade, as it involves many other things, such as political issues. Therefore, it is definitely impossible to open it to the general public. Instead, it adopts the dark web model and is only open to customers who have sent in access permits. Whatever weapons they want, they just need to click the mouse on the website and place an order. After verifying his identity, the company will deliver the weapons to the location he specifies. It completely eliminates many of the intermediate steps, such as bargaining and other wrangling. The prices are clearly marked, and you can buy it if you want. Of course, for some special customers, you still have to negotiate in person. This website is actually mainly aimed at small and medium-sized customers. But this group is also the largest in number, and their existence cannot be ignored. It is relatively easy to build such a website. The most troublesome and expensive part is probably the establishment of the arms transportation logistics system. However, in the early stage, the main customers were still concentrated in Aden and several surrounding countries. After all, the fame of the leading arms trading company is limited to Aden. Although he defeated Hassan, Hassan was actually just a small character. If one wants others to come to him to buy arms, he has to show them the weapons he has and the channels for safe transportation. After coming up with the idea, Su Yi turned on his computer and prepared to write the plan he hated the most. At this time, the young assistant Yushushu brought a cup of black tea and gently placed it on his desk. During this time, he also stole a glance at Su Yi, who was thinking hard. I have ideas, but when it comes time to actually start writing, I don't know how to write them. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the humble assistant, his eyes shining. Seeing Su Yi suddenly looking at her, the young assistant Yushushu was startled like a frightened little rabbit. You, Shushu, can you write a plan? After hearing Su Yi's question, the assistant suddenly felt relieved and lowered his head and said softly, I know. I learned this in school. I graduated from the Department of Economics and Management of Tsinghua University. It turns out that he graduated from a jack-of-all-trades department. That's the best. He can definitely help me deal with some trivial matters in the company. Su Yi smiled amiably and said, Okay then, come sit in front of the computer and help me write a plan. I'll give you my ideas and you write one for me, and try to make it as detailed as possible. Okay, Mr. Su. The assistant couldn't help but reveal a forced smile. Looking at such a humble assistant, Su Yi couldn't help but shook his head slightly and said, Hurry up, I won't eat you. Chapter 33 Website Preparation, Intelligence Security. In the afternoon, after reading the plan that Su Yi handed to him, Orlov showed surprise on his face. Boss, if this plan can be fully realized, you will soon become the leader of all arms dealers. It is hard to imagine how your future will develop. Although Orlov's words might sound like flattery, they were not exaggerated at all. This is like Toba in the Yen state in later generations. If Jack Ma directly closes a store, the owner of this store can still continue to buy and sell offline, but will undoubtedly lack many orders. Unless they are very famous sellers, these sellers are unlikely to participate in Su Yi's platform. One reason is that these national teams never lack orders, and their arms trading is heavily influenced by political factors, so it is impossible for them to trade freely. Secondly, this would mean being restricted by Su Yi. Su Yi had never considered Lockheed Martin, Boeing and the like. The main targeted companies are still small and medium-sized military-industrial enterprises and arms dealers running around the world. Also, if some countries want to dispose of weapons they don't want, they can also put them on this platform. It is not easy to implement this B2C plan, and there are still many problems to be faced. For example, export restrictions imposed by arms dealers in various countries, etc. This is a very practical issue. However, the main goal of this platform is to sell its own arms. As for whether other military-industrial enterprises want to participate, that is their business. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Funding and manpower are not a problem. We just need to build it first. By the way, my assistant can participate in this project. I think she has some talent in this area. Orlov nodded and said, Okay, boss. Orlov was very interested in this plan and started preparing for the establishment of the website that evening. On the same day, he asked Su Yi for $5 million in funding, and also hoped to support his 10 junior network engineers and 1 mid-level network engineer. Now Su Yi still has a total of 300,000 points of funds in his hands. Although Orlov took away 60,000 points at once, he did not feel heartbroken at all. If the plan goes smoothly, then this is nothing compared to the future benefits. Boss, we caught a spy. He took many photos of our airport and sent them to an overseas mailbox. Now he has been caught by us. Intelligence Chief Chris found Sui and his face looked very serious. What? After hearing the news, Sui's face changed and he asked, These photos. I've seen these photos. I didn't see anything. I just got those 2 planes. But I think the airport's intelligence security issue must be taken seriously. Who took the photo? Our people can't be spies, so it can only be those workers. Sui's good mood was completely ruined by this news, and his face became a little gloomy. Yes, it was a worker from Yen country. He was bribed, and there was an extra transfer of $100,000 in his account. In the past, Sui's fame was limited to a few local areas, and even in Hama City he was not very famous. However, the strength displayed in defeating Hassan forced many people and forces to take it seriously. After all, this is Aden, and the importance of its strategic location has been recognized by many countries. The appearance of Su-27 fighter jets is enough to threaten the shipping lanes in the Gulf of Aden. Many forces are now speculating that the person supporting Sui must be the polar bear. Because in this world, there is basically no other force that can do something so stealthily, except the power of the country. The many Russian-made equipment in Sui's hands can well support this speculation. The polar bear has set its sights on Aden. This is the conclusion reached by many people, and Sui is naturally on the list of Western intelligence organizations. It was completely normal for them to bribe these workers to find out information about him and uncover his mystery. This problem did not exist before, but now the issue of intelligence security has been infinitely magnified and the problem must be solved. Contact the construction company immediately and unilaterally terminate the contract. Pay them the balance. I will solve the engineering problems. As for the worker, he took something he shouldn't have. You know what to do. The construction company did not have much responsibility, so Sui directly paid them the several $1 million in project funds. After all, he was the one who breached the contract first. The issue of credibility is crucial for an arms dealer. If there is any stain on his credibility, who would dare to buy arms from him? After sending away these workers, the construction of the airport must not be stopped, so we might as well recruit an engineering team ourselves. Now only cyborgs can make him feel absolutely at ease. Chapter 34 Engineering Corps, Airport Security. That night, Sui spent a full 10,000 points of funds to recruit 100 biochemical soldiers with construction skills. These more than 100 biochemical soldiers will form an independent engineering corps, and their main task is construction. In the future, military airports and even more top-secret projects can be entrusted to this unit for construction. Only they can make Sui fully trust them. This also made Sui feel relieved. Having outsiders around him always made him feel uneasy. In addition to intelligence security issues, the airport's defense needs to be rebuilt. Previously, due to lack of money, the airport defense consisted of less than 100 guards and 2 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles. Task Force 141 has left the airport and has taken over Hassan's secret military base. Price was there training the new members of Task Force 141. If the airport were to be raided by elite foreign special forces, the consequences would be very serious. Although we have not encountered such a situation yet, as we develop, it will inevitably touch upon the interests of certain countries. There is no guarantee that there won't be a country that dislikes me and sends out special forces to kill me. Sui has always attached great importance to safety issues, and he doesn't mind spending money on it. The first thing was to separate the airport guard force of about 50 people and set up a new special security department within the leading company, referred to as the Special Security Department. Their main task is to provide security for the base. In the future, the leading company will definitely have more than one base. Therefore, it is very necessary to set up such a department separately. There are more than 50 people defending the airport, but the manpower is still insufficient, and their equipment also needs to be strengthened. The first thing we did was to set aside a portion of the funds to purchase various surveillance and security equipment, and the number of staff also increased from more than 50 to 200. There are 3 squadrons among these 200 people. One of them is the patrol squadron, which is responsible for daily patrols and guard posts at the airport, and they have the largest number of people. There are also mobile squadrons, which will be equipped with heavy weapons such as tanks, armored vehicles, etc. Once they encounter an enemy invasion, they will deploy these heavy equipment to annihilate the attacking force. Another one is the Mobile Air Defense Squadron, whose main responsibility is naturally the air defense of the airport. This issue must also be put on the agenda. An air strike on the airport would be catastrophic. Since they are defending their own airport, and Sui has nearly 250,000 points of funds, the equipment must be the best, and they can no longer use outdated main battle tanks such as the T-72. Moreover, these people can be pulled out to fight at critical moments, so it is necessary to equip them with advanced heavy mobile weapons. After much selection, Sui finally settled on 3 main battle tanks. M1A2 Abrams, Leopard 2A6 and the unique Merkava 4 main battle tank. There is no need to introduce the first two, their strength can be seen from their sales volume. In the tank rankings, these two are either first or second, and they take turns to be the big brother. The Mekal tank is quite interesting. It is the least tank-like tank and is known as the strongest infantry fighting vehicle. The Merkava 4 main battle tank is a tank independently developed by the Hebrew Kingdom, and its protection capabilities are unmatched. Especially the front engine layout and the thick front and side armor, the protective armor accounts for 75% of the total weight of the tank. Its data in other aspects is also good. The 1,500 horsepower engine allows the tank to travel at a speed of more than 65 km per hour. The 120mm caliber smoothbore gun it carries is also average, but its fire control system is quite eye-catching. And it has another amazing feature, because it adopts the front engine layout. So it has a large rear cabin space that can carry 10 fully armed soldiers. Among all tanks, it has the most soldiers, and among all infantry fighting vehicles, it is the strongest. Being the strongest infantry fighting vehicle is no joke. Compared to the expensive M1A2 tanks and Leopard 2 tanks, Sui still appreciates the Merkava 4 Malawin Kwacha's main battle tank more in terms of airport protection. Countless actual combats have proven its protective capabilities, and it is sufficient for defense work. In the Space Military Factory, the Merkava 4 main battle tank is priced at 25,000 yuan, the M1A2 main battle tank is priced at 40,000 yuan, and the Leopard 2 main battle tank is priced at 35,000 yuan. In the current market, the 3 types of tanks are priced at $5 million, $8 million, and $7 million respectively. Since the model purchased was the latest for Malawin Kwachas, which only appeared in 2002, there is no discount. The 4 Merkava main battle tanks cost Sui a total of 100,000 points of funds, reducing his current capital to 140,000. However, he did not stop, but began to select other equipment, such as infantry fighting vehicles, air defense missiles and various types of air defense radars. It doesn't matter even if the 240,000 yuan is spent. The first payment for the goods will be deposited into his account tomorrow. Chapter 35, Air Defense System, Make Up for Shortcomings. The previous choice of infantry fighting vehicle was the BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle, which was a helpless move. As a mobile vehicle that can accompany tanks in attacks, we will definitely choose the best one after we have money. Given the current road conditions in Aden, a tracked vehicle is necessary. The M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle is currently a better choice and can provide good cover for tanks. The performance of this infantry fighting vehicle is absolutely top-notch, especially its electronic system, which has a strong ability to perceive battlefield situations, and its firepower is not weak either. The key is that its price is not expensive. Its M2A3 improved model is just in 2,000 and enjoys a system discount. Its selling price in the Star Army is about $2 million, and the system price is 7,500 points of funds, which is $750,000. Sui bought 6 cars without any hesitation, spending $45,000, and he still had $95,000 left. Then comes the most important issue of air defense. On land, unless long-range weapons such as tactical ballistic missiles are used, but this is impossible in Black Africa. However, the threat from the sky cannot be ignored, so Sui directly bought the best air defense radars. As for the long-range early warning radar with a detection range of several thousand kilometers, Sui did not buy it. Firstly, he did not need it, and secondly, it was too expensive. These air defense radars alone cost Sui 30,000 points of funds, but they made up for his shortcomings, so the price was still well worth it. There is also the option of short-range air defense missiles. As for medium-range air defense missiles, Sui cannot afford them. Even a relatively cheap set of Hongqi 9 air defense missiles costs more than $100 million, and the system price is 500,000 yuan, so we can only use short-range air defense missiles. The Yen State Hongqi 7A short-range air defense missile is inexpensive and of high quality. It has a maximum range of 12 kilometers, a firing altitude of 5.6 kilometers, and a single-shot hit rate of over 80%. It uses 3 composite guidance methods, infrared, television, and radar, and its performance is still very powerful. The key is its low price. Basically, the Hongqi 7A air defense system consists of a search and command vehicle and 3 launch vehicles. The system is priced at 5,000 points of funds, or $50,000, as a complete set. Of course, this does not include missiles, each of which costs 200 points. Sui directly purchased 3 sets to form a mobile air defense squadron, spending a total of just over 20,000 points. All personnel and equipment were in place the next day, as the construction workers at the airport were sent back to their company overnight. Therefore, Sui did not hide anything when recruiting these personnel. After all, the system has the function of shielding satellites. Unless someone was always watching the direction of the airport, how could Sui leave such an obvious loophole? With this wave of expansion, the total number of people inside the airport exceeded 300. When Sui woke up, he saw the Special Forces members who were doing their daily training. The airport finally became popular. He was in a very good mood today because he received a sum of $20 million early in the morning. The first batch of weapons was transported to the military camp of the Provisional Government Forces in the early morning. They have a very high opinion of this batch of weapons. Although the first batch was only light weapons, these weapons were all original products from the North Country, and you could smell the pungent smell of butter when you took them out of the boxes. Take the AK-47 assault rifle for example. This rifle is the favorite of black uncles and is completely everywhere. However, the price of this rifle varies, mainly because this rifle actually has many versions. Basically, several satellite countries of the Northern Kingdom at that time had production lines for AK rifles. This also results in the quality of this rifle varying, and the price is naturally different. In Africa, if you just want a weapon, you can buy an AK that has been used countless times for just a few dozen dollars. However, a new gun manufactured by Northland costs more than $500, and is generally sold for more than $800 on the black market in Africa. The defense minister said at the time, "Sue is an honest arms dealer." Of course, he said this in public because he received the money. You have to know that the actual price of this transaction was $170 million, of which $20 million was divided between them. Sui also admired them very much. At such a critical moment, they were still so corrupt. It seemed that they all wanted to make a fortune and run away. With the arrival of $20 million, Sui's capital pool has increased to 270,000 points again. After all the funds are in place, he may be able to consider the issue of building an arms transportation system. The main expense is still on air and sea transportation. Needless to say, air transportation is not very dangerous. However, there are many problems to be faced if it is transported by sea. For the coastal country of Aden, this is probably the main mode of transportation. Chapter 36, Delivery to Home, Transportation System. As for the arms transportation system, Sui has also asked his assistant Yushushu to write a plan and handed it to Orloff to improve. He did not use a certain logistics company, and he had better forget about building arms warehouses around the world, as the cost was too high and it was not realistic. If you build an arms warehouse in another country, once someone becomes jealous, the arms in the warehouse will be confiscated in minutes, and Sui will have nowhere to go to reason. And it is even more unrealistic to fight with a country. He is an arms dealer. How can he compete with the power of a country? Unless he possesses the power to make all countries cautious, which he cannot do at least now. If you want to make a name for yourself in the arms market, arms transportation is absolutely very important. Home delivery is the most basic service, which can also improve the competitiveness of leading companies. After all, he is not a member of the national team, so if cross-border transportation is carried out in the future, it will still be a bit troublesome. Of course, the transportation cost will definitely not be paid by Sui himself, but will be added to the account, but the transportation tool will have to be paid for by Sui. Sui must have purchased all the vehicles, aircraft, and ships directly on the system. Compared to purchasing in reality, not only is the speed slow, but the price is at least twice as high as the system. Sui is still very short of money now. Although he recently received a large order of more than $100 million, it is only one order for now. The main consideration of the arms transportation system is how to efficiently, accurately, and safely transport weapons to every customer. Air transport is the most efficient mode of transport in the entire transport system, mainly covering customers over medium and long distances. Sea transportation is the largest type of transportation, and its main destinations are customers in coastal areas and places that cannot be reached by airplanes. The Army's customers are all close by, so the logistics system needs to identify the most efficient mode of transportation. In fact, we can see from here how much it costs to build a complete arms transportation system. But once it was built, the money would flow into Sui's pocket. He spent such a huge amount of money to build this arms transportation system not really to serve customers, but to make money. Haven't you seen how many people are scrambling to get in on the express delivery business in Yen State in later generations? Isn't it just to make money? In the future, we can also undertake transportation tasks for other arms dealers and make money from both ends. After all, he has raised the threshold for arms dealers. Sui's arms are inexpensive and of good quality, and can be delivered to your door for a little money. This includes a contraband item, which naturally makes it more attractive. If other people don't keep up, why would they spend money to buy your things? Once the plan is complete and the website is officially built, Sui will start purchasing transportation tools. It was a huge expense at that time, but fortunately it was a batch of capital investment, so the pressure was not particularly great. After a few days of hard work, the B2C plan is currently progressing very smoothly. Although Sui only spent 500 yuan to recruit 10 junior network engineers. However, their working ability is very outstanding. In this era, with their abilities, they can easily serve as a deputy, or even a supervisor of a small or medium-sized project. This was not the kind of intern that Sui had imagined. In this respect, the system was very conscientious. At present, the system's website has been built, and we just need to fill it with content. Sui also proposed a detailed plan for this website, which focuses on simplicity and convenience, allowing customers to find what they want quickly and accurately. As for the arms sold there, Sui did not intend to be too high-profile. For example, you now have F-22 fighter jets, nuclear-powered submarines, aircraft carriers, etc. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, Xinguo will definitely do its best to deal with Sui, and it is not impossible to launch another battle in Aden. The weapons and equipment he put on the shelves were not that sensitive. It was better to be low-key when facing insufficient strength. Anyway, his main users at present are the black uncles in Heizhou, and their IQ is not high enough to use overly advanced weapons. As for those mid to high-end customers, we should wait until we have enough financial strength before reaching them, as they are the main customers of major countries. As for the price of weapons, he chose a pricing strategy that is slightly lower than the current market price. He mainly deals with low-end customers such as those in Heizhou. Firstly, they don't have much money, so naturally they choose more affordable weapons. Secondly, if we want to compete with those international giants and those big arms dealers, then we must offer more favorable prices to be more competitive. As for what kind of client the transaction is with, it has nothing to do with him. No matter whether they are terrorists, drug traffickers or other anti-government forces, as long as they come to buy, he dares to sell. Making money is the most important thing for him, and he doesn't need to consider other things too much. Chapter 37 Desert Arms, MoMA Changes. In the midst of the busyness, I didn't realize that nearly half a month had passed. During this period, Suyi's wealth accumulation reached a new height. After completing the order from the provisional government, $150 million was deposited into his account. Adding the seized $50 million and other scattered orders, the total amount reached more than $50 million. Excluding the funds that have already been spent, Sui currently has nearly $200 million, or $2 million in funds, in his account. He didn't spend anything during this period because the money had other uses. As for upgrading, there is no rush. We will do it after completing the B2C plan. If the funds are sufficient, there is no rush to upgrade. He does not want the upgrade to slow down his development. After all, the current weapons technology is more than enough for him to use, and it is difficult to show off those that are too advanced. Another thing happened 3 days ago, that is, the 141st Task Force was officially established. After the expansion, the strength of the 141st Task Force has been greatly enhanced, especially after the devilish training in the past half-month. The entire brigade has completed the initial running-in and has initially formed combat effectiveness. The Desert Arms Security Company was also smoothly established and became one of the wholly owned subsidiaries of the leading arms trading company. The current leading arms company is no longer the empty shell it was a month ago. After more than half a month of development, the number of personnel has exceeded 500, of which more than 300 are from the Arms Transportation Department, and the remaining more than 100 are members of various departments. Except for Orloff and key positions, the rest were recruited through international headhunting companies. The only armed force of the Desert Arms Security Company is the 141st Task Force, and they will begin to undertake various war or security-related tasks. The most famous mercenary group in the world today is probably the notorious Blackwater International. However, the real mercenary leader in Star Country is the MPRI Group. Since its establishment in 1987, its smallest order has been over $4 million. In addition, there is the EO Group of the Cape Republic, South F, and the IZO Group of the Hebrew Kingdom, Israel. These three groups are also the three most famous mercenary organizations in the mercenary world. They can be seen wherever there is war. Moreover, Western governments are also very fond of using these money-hungry mercenaries. Compared to using their own soldiers, they have lower costs, do not have to worry about casualties, and their mission completion rate is also very good. Although the 141st Task Force is just a newcomer in the mercenary world, their fighting power is unquestionable. Sui believed that they would soon make a name for themselves in the mercenary world, and it would be worthwhile for him to spend so much money and energy to train them. And indeed, just as Sui thought, the newly established Desert Arms Security Company soon received their first order. But that was a few days later. September 4, 2007. Early morning. 4:32 minutes. MoMA Manor of MoMA Tribe, Lower Shabelle region, Aden state. Abdullah looked at his father Gross's incredulous eyes and put down the gun he was pointing at him. Father, you are already old, and the passion in your heart has probably cooled down a long time ago. This era is an excellent golden opportunity for the development of our Moma tribe. We have solved our old enemies, the entire Lower Shabelle state is under our timing control, our strength has been unprecedentedly developed, and we have established friendships with leading companies. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to expand, we will be wasting the opportunity God has given us. Maybe we will still have a chance to unify the country. After receiving hints from the tribal elders, Abdullah, who had strong ambitions, could no longer conceal his ambitions. He took the opportunity to launch this coup tonight, and all the actions went very smoothly. Only his old and confused father was kept in the dark. Listening to the quiet manner outside, Gross couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that they finally can't help it. In this case, let's do as you say. I hope this will not drag the Moma tribe into the abyss. Gross was well aware of the difficulty of this road. If he failed in this armed game for power, the Moma tribe would be destroyed. The danger in the period was so great that he, who was already old, did not dare to fight for it. However, the tribe's elders were not willing to sink, and instead encouraged him to seize this opportunity to expand, but he suppressed them all. At this time Abdullah, who showed a certain ambition, caught the attention of the elders, and so the scene that happened tonight happened. The next day, Abdullah was crowned by the chief elder of the Council of Elders in the presence of tens of thousands of tribesmen in the town, and became the new leader of the Moma tribe. Chapter 38 Abdullah, the boy who brings wealth. On the evening of September 4th, Sui actually saw the information from the Moma tribe. After all, the Moma tribe and Sui have a close relationship, so Chris naturally planted a mole among them. After more than half a month of development, and an investment of nearly $20 million, the intelligence network was built very quickly and effectively. Now Sui is at least not completely ignorant of the outside world. He knows almost everything that happens in Hama and its surrounding areas. Chris's method of building an intelligence network in the early days was actually very crude. It was nothing more than spending money and placing intelligence personnel everywhere. At present, more than 100 intelligence personnel have been sent out. As for the changes that had taken place in the Moma tribe, Sui just smiled indifferently. Interesting, it looks like we will have contact with this new leader soon, and Plan A will depend on him. Sui personally felt the ambition of this young man at the last banquet. He is like a lurking wolf, and sooner or later he will show his fangs. In fact, it had already started to show since the last time he deliberately approached me, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. However, considering the current situation in Aden, he also understood the urgency of Chief Abdullah. It is not an exaggeration to describe the current situation in Aden as a warlord melee. It is even more chaotic than the situation in Yen at the beginning of the last century. Tribal armed forces in various places are independent, and some tribes have even united to form opposition factions with the aim of getting their hands on that position. The current interim government has completely lost control of the situation in various places. In particular, the recent actions of neighboring countries have tied up most of the interim government's military forces. This neighboring country is naturally the Republic of Abyssinia, Ethiopia, in the north. They want to send troops to interfere in the internal affairs of Aden in order to achieve their demands on the border conflict. After all, the situation in Aden is in chaos. It is the best time to send troops. How could they let it go? This is also the main reason why the Aden provisional government purchased such a large batch of weapons from Sui but still failed to suppress the restlessness of local forces. This has many similarities with the Yen state in the last century, with coveted forces within and powerful enemies outside. Fortunately, there are peacekeeping forces from various countries in Hama, and other armed forces dare not attack Hama. If these soldiers are accidentally injured, they will probably be met with a thundering blow from these forces, which is the significance of the existence of the peacekeeping force. Abdullah was, as Sui had expected, very anxious. On the evening of September 6th, we secretly drove to the military airport base. Abdullah came to Sui in person this time with two main tasks. In order to complete these two tasks, he and the Council of Elders spent a lot of money. In the reception room, Sui looked at Abdullah, who looked a little haggard, but still as high-spirited as before. After seeing Sui coming in, Abdullah quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Su, I'm sorry to bother you this time." Seeing Abdullah's humble attitude, Sui smiled and said politely, "Thank you, Chief Abdullah. I am the honorary elder of the Moma tribe. We are one family. I would like to congratulate you on becoming the chief of the Moma tribe." Sui vaguely guessed what he was here for this time, so he naturally had to be polite to this boy who brought him money. Abdullah forced a smile on his face and said, "Su, I think you should know about the Moma tribe. We want to expand our troops and urgently need a large number of weapons. Money is not a problem. I wonder if you can afford it?" When Sui heard this, he was shocked. The boy who brought money was indeed generous. He even dared to say that money was not a problem in front of him. I can eat it, of course I can eat it. No matter what weapons you want, except nuclear weapons, I can get them for you. Abdullah still regarded Su Yi's words as bragging. However, the power behind Su Yi is indeed huge, and this government transaction cannot be hidden from these local tyrants. We want to establish 2 infantry divisions and an armored brigade, with a total of about 20,000 people. However, our weapons and equipment are not enough to equip them, and we do not have enough instructors to train them. I am here to solve these problems. This is a big order. This was Su Yi's first reaction. More than 20,000 weapons is not a small number. This order may exceed that of the provisional government. Abdullah then handed a document to Su Yi and said, "This is the organization of our troops and the weapons we need. As for the specific weapons to be used, I hope Su can give some suggestions. I will stay here for 2 days. Su, to be honest, we are here to seek long-term cooperation. I hope you can make the right decision." Su Yi had no intention of cheating them. After all, this was related to the implementation of his plan A. Pigs have to be fattened before they can be slaughtered, and leeks have to grow taller before they can be harvested. Su Yi is very clear about this. Don't worry, I'm an honest arms dealer. I still have feelings for the Moma tribe. I will definitely choose the right weapons for you and give you the most favorable price. Chapter 39 Beautiful Vase, Luxurious Configuration. Watching Abdullah leaving, Orlov asked the question in his mind. Boss, why don't they choose their own weapons instead of letting us choose? I don't think they have much trust in you. It is really strange that a customer comes to buy something and asks the boss to help him choose. Su Yi smiled lightly and said, "Because this is actually just a test. He did ask us to help them choose the right weapons, but he didn't say that he would pay for unreasonable weapons, right?" Orlov nodded and said, "I see you seem very interested in him, boss." "That's right, don't you think he is the most suitable candidate for Plan A that you proposed?" Su Yi looked at Orlov and said with an inexplicable smile on his face. After a moment's silence, Orlov said, "Indeed, I think I know what to do." "Then do this thing well for me. He and the Moma tribe are both very important chess pieces. You and Chris must work closely together. As for the weapons list, leave it to you, Shushu. I want to see how much this girl has learned over all this time." Orlov pursed his lips and said, "She is the most diligent girl I have ever seen. Since you asked her to learn about weapons, she has taken out her spare time every day to read the information. She is growing very fast." Su Yi said, "So this is a test for her. I will not allow a vase to exist by my side. If she can't grow up, then give her a leisurely position and a salary of $10,000 to $20,000 a month. That would be worthy of the late Olju. Although he also likes vases, he prefers a useful vase even more. Since she has chosen this line of work, she must bear the pressure. Boss, I'm going back first." When Orlov was about to reach the door, he heard Su Yi's words from behind him. "You can help her a little, but you have to know when to stop." Yu Shushu, the young assistant who was organizing documents in the office, had no idea that a difficult task had fallen on her. Selecting these weapons is not an easy task, especially for Yu Shushu who has just started in this industry. After hearing the task assigned by Orlov, Yu Shushu said in confusion, "Me? This task is too important. I'm afraid I will mess it up." Orlov smiled and said, "This is what the boss expects of you. You need to be more confident. Confident girls are the most beautiful." "Okay, I'll definitely finish it as soon as possible." "Well, give it to me when you're done, and I'll check it for you." After spending a whole night consulting a large amount of information in the database, the weapons list was finally completed. Of course, the reason why she finished so quickly was mainly because her job was just to fill the framework with weapons. There is no need to consider whether the firepower configuration of the troops is reasonable, because Abdullah has already completed these tasks before coming. Looking at Yu Shushu with panda eyes, Su Yi took a quick look at the weapons list and said, "Go back and have a rest. I'll give you 2 days off." "Ah? Oh, thank you, Mr. Su." After Yu Shushu, who was a little confused, reacted, a lovely smile appeared on her face. She hadn't had a holiday for more than half a month, but she was still very happy when she heard the news. Su Yi was generally very satisfied with this list of weapons. It met the requirements of good quality and low price. It was already a very reasonable choice and price. The choice of light weapons is a complete set of Northern Standard equipment, such as rifles, general-purpose machine guns, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles, etc. The firearms are basically the standard weapons of the previous generation of the North Country, and the price is quite cheap. Equipment for 20,000 people only costs about $40 million US. The heavy weapons in this batch of orders are the real big deal, and their ambition can actually be seen through these heavy weapons. Although these equipments are outdated in the mainstream world, in the Black Continent region, This weapon configuration can be considered luxurious. In terms of artillery, Sui did not choose expensive self-propelled artillery for them. For the infantry division, towed artillery was enough. D-20 152mm cannon howitzer, market price, $300,000. Each division will be equipped with an artillery battalion, each equipped with 18 D-20 howitzers, a total of 36 guns, priced at $10.8 million. Another type of artillery is the BM-21 Grad rocket launcher, and Abdullah also wants to equip a battalion with a total of 18 guns. The price of this rocket launcher is not very expensive, only $200,000 per unit. What is really expensive is the rockets, which can fire 40 rockets at a time. The price of 18 BM-21 rocket launchers is $3.6 million. Just the artillery pieces deployed to the battlefield in Aden would have absolutely brutal firepower. Even the current interim government forces are not so strong, let alone those tribal armed forces. Although these old-fashioned artillery pieces are out of date, they are powerful and cheap, and have always been the favorites of black uncles. They are also the main sellers in the low-end arms market. Chapter 40. Emptying the Old Bottom, 200 million orders. This is about the equipment for 2 infantry divisions, and this equipment alone costs $54.4 million. They also purchased a large amount of ammunition, which was enough for the 2 infantry divisions to fight a large-scale battle. The ammunition cost a total of $23 million, totaling $77.4 million. Compared to their previous orders worth millions of dollars, it was a complete difference. From this we can see how rich this tribe is, it just depends on whether they are willing to spend it. However, the heavy equipment of these 2 divisions may not be as valuable as the equipment of an armored brigade. Abdullah adopted the Western organization in the organization of the armored division, but the equipment he chose was still the bulky and rough northern-made equipment. Although this arrangement seems a bit weird in Suyi's eyes, it is none of his business. As long as the client likes it, it's fine. This armored brigade consists of 1 tank battalion, 2 mechanized infantry battalions, 1 fire support battalion, 1 aviation support battalion, 1 armored reconnaissance company and 1 direct affiliated battalion. From the perspective of organization, each organization is very complete, but the configuration of equipment is extremely unreasonable. We can only say that they are happy as long as they are happy. However, this armored brigade requires a lot of heavy equipment, which Sui is happy to see. 1 tank battalion has 18 main battle tanks, 2 mechanized infantry battalions have 20 infantry fighting vehicles, 30 armored personnel carriers, and 6 anti-tank launchers. This is the equipment needed for a tank battalion and 2 mechanized infantry battalions. The fire support battalion requires a total of 9 self-propelled artillery and 12 anti-aircraft vehicles. The armored reconnaissance battalion and the direct affiliated battalion are mainly equipped with reconnaissance vehicles, small reconnaissance drones, armored maintenance vehicles, off-road trucks, engineering equipment, etc. The aviation support battalion is quite interesting, with a total of 9 helicopters of various types. The entire armored brigade has about 5,000 personnel. It can be seen from the equipment and quantity above that this is the bulk of this arms sale. This will also be the first time that Sui sells such a large amount of heavy equipment. It seems that he will have to face another wave of attention from major forces. But he didn't think about these things, as long as he could make the money. As for the attention from intelligence agencies of various countries, he doesn't care much about it. As long as he is strong enough, he will not be afraid of these countries. This batch of heavy equipment has also been selected for the Moma tribe on the weapons list. 18 T-72 main battle tanks cost $27 million, with a unit price of $1.5 million. 20 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles cost $10 million, with a unit price of $500,000. 30 Type 63 armored personnel carriers for $6 million, with a unit price of $200,000. 6 Dow tank launchers cost $7.2 million, with a unit price of $1.2 million. 9 2S3 self-propelled howitzers cost $18 million, with a unit price of $2 million. 12 Type 23-4 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns cost $3.6 million, with a unit price of $200,000. $14 million for various types of vehicles for the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion and its subordinate battalions. 4 Mi-24 Hind attack helicopters for $20 million, with a unit price of $5 million. 5 UH-1 multipurpose helicopters cost $12 million, with a unit price of $3 million. These equipment are all the equipment needed by the Armored Brigade, excluding ammunition, and the total price is $117.8 million. The various artillery shells, missiles, etc. it purchased cost $30 million. Adding the sales price of the equipment for the previous 2 infantry divisions, the order amount is as high as $225 million. It exceeds the provisional government's arms order of $70 million and is also the largest arms order to date. And this is really a friendly price given by Sui. If it were sold at a normal price on the market, it would be worth at least around $280 million. However, the cost that Sui needs to pay for this batch of weapons orders is not high, only about $80 million. That is to say, he made a net profit of $140 million from this order. Adding the $200 million he has now, his assets will reach $340 million, 3.4 million points of capital. The Moma tribe really spent a lot of money this time. The Moma tribe is definitely not a very wealthy tribe, which can be seen from the information provided by Chris. It seems that the Moma tribe has spent all their savings to come up with this money. This is in his interest, especially for his plan A. The stronger the Moma tribe is and the faster it expands, the more beneficial it will be for him. Plan A was proposed by Orloff before, and the ultimate goal of this plan is actually very simple. Support a small or medium-sized tribe with potential, use arms to gradually erode and control them, and at the same time help them grow stronger and become the strongest armed force in the country. When this tribe takes control of the country, it will be equivalent to the leading arms company secretly controlling the country. The benefits of doing so to the leading company are self-evident, especially for the development of its own armed forces. Of course, there are still many variables in the implementation of this plan. Once successful, it will be the day for the leading company to take off. Chapter 41, Troop Concept, Deep Cooperation. The Moma tribe fully meets the requirements of Plan A. Firstly, although the Moma tribe has become the largest tribe in Lower Shabelle state, they are still a small or medium-sized tribe in the entire Aden state. They are just the leading tribe of the DR tribe. The entire DR tribe has dozens or even hundreds of tribes, large and small. The DR tribe is just one of the 6 major tribes in Aden. However, there are constant conflicts and disputes between the various tribes, and the tribes within each tribe are still very fragmented. Secondly, the two sides had very pleasant contacts before, and Sui was also the honorary elder of the Moma tribe. With this identity, he can reach out to the internal affairs management of the Moma tribe and slowly control the tribe. Sui had never thought that the title of honorary elder would actually come in handy one day. The difficulty of this plan would be completely different with or without this identity. It is actually not very difficult to control the Moma tribe. First, it can be controlled through arms. They have a lot of weapons, but if they lack ammunition supply and logistical maintenance, they will become a pile of scrap metal. The leading arms trade association is about to be established. In the entire country of Aden, no one except him dares to provide these to them. The second is to let Chris carry out the plan of using someone else as a substitute, which requires the use of a very convenient function of the system cyborg. There is a very important function in the interface of the cyborg, which is the face-shaping function in online games. The tactic of using a substitute for replacement is to use cyborgs to replace the top leaders of the Council of Elders, or even directly replace Abdullah. But he is still useful now, it's not time to replace him. In fact, these conditions have an important prerequisite, which is one's own strength. If you don't have strong strength, then all this is just empty talk. Currently, his armed forces mainly consist of 2 parts. The first is the Desert Forces, namely the 141st Task Force, and the second is the Special Security Forces. The 141st Task Force is positioned as a Special Forces unit, with a total size of no more than 2,000 people. The Special Security Forces are positioned as base defense forces. Their main task is to guard important bases rather than fight. Therefore, it is very necessary to have a combat force on hand at all times, just like the Foreign Legion of Gaul, which is also the largest mercenary corps in the world. His ambition is to become the Atlas Corporation that even surpasses Call of Duty 11, and establishing a combat unit has always been in his plan. Money is the main factor restricting his development at present. This plan will be put on the agenda after completing this order. Abdullah looked at the list of weapons in his hand. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Sui, who suddenly smiled. Su, you are indeed an honest arms dealer. I am very satisfied with this list, and I think the Council of Elders will also be very satisfied. In fact, before coming, the Council of Elders and even he did not quite believe that Sui could provide so much arms at one time. Moreover, their budget for this arms deal was $300 million, but they didn't expect to only need $225 million, which was nearly $80 million less than expected. After all, Aden is one of the countries subject to an arms embargo, so the price of weapons is bound to be higher. If it weren't for Plan A, Sui certainly wouldn't mind making a fortune from them. Sui nodded and said, Of course, I am a member of the Moma tribe after all, and the price is already an internal preferential price. Su, I think we can have in-depth cooperation. In the future, our Moma tribe will only purchase arms from the leader company. Oh? Sui glanced at him and said, How can we cooperate? You also know that our troops lack training. Even if we buy these weapons and equipment, we don't know how to use them. So I wonder if you can provide us with a group of instructors to help us train the troops and teach them how to use these advanced weapons. The cultural level of black uncles is generally low, just like the 4 T-72 tanks traded last time. If it weren't for the instructors provided by Sui, they probably wouldn't even know how to drive, because their tribe had never come into contact with these heavy weapons before. Of course, no problem. A bright light flashed in Sui's eyes. It was like he was delivering a pillow to him while he was dozing off. Based on our friendship, I can provide you with a group of instructors. Let's set the number at 200. However, you need to pay their salaries and provide them with food and accommodation. Abdullah said. No problem, I will offer them a salary of $500 a day. After seeing Abdullah leave with satisfaction, Sui was also very satisfied. Once they accept this group of instructors, this unit will bear his imprint, and it will be easier to control in the future. This is why he agreed so readily. Chapter 42, Air Nanny Super Toucan. Is this the Hebrew Merkava for Malawin Quacha's main battle tank? They have never exported it. I didn't expect you could get 4 of this type of tank. Looking at the Merkava main battle tanks undergoing daily training in the distance, Abdullah's eyes flashed with jealousy. This was not the first time he had watched the Merkava main battle tank training, but every time he saw it, he felt excited. Although the Merkava is not the most advanced tank at present, it is already one of the top echelons and is far beyond the reach of the T-72 they purchased. He also wants to purchase these more advanced main battle tanks. However, he simply could not find enough soldiers to operate the complex electronic systems and various advanced instruments, and the cultural requirements were relatively high. Moreover, they cannot afford the subsequent maintenance costs, and the second-generation main battle tanks such as T-72 is more suitable for them. The key is the low price. The money to buy a third-generation main battle tank is enough to buy 4 T-72 tanks. After hearing his words, Sui put his hands in his pockets and said confidently, As long as you can name a weapon, I can take it out. You may think I am bragging, but this is the truth. Abdullah looked at Sui with a puzzled look. The mystery of this man has not been revealed yet. Perhaps what he said was indeed true, but until now they all thought it was too crazy and they dared not admit it. Luckily we are friends, otherwise I would not be able to sleep. That afternoon, Abdullah left the base with a convoy, escorted by 4 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles. The convoy consisted of more than 30 desert off-road trucks, and the total value of the arms was more than $20 million. The huge convoy naturally attracted the attention of many forces, especially after seeing the logo of the leading arms trading company. Everyone understood that this was the transport convoy of the leading arms company. Such a huge transport convoy still made many people jealous, but no one dared to pay attention to the convoy. Money is a good thing, but what is worrying is having money but not having the life to spend it. Hassan is a very good example. This batch of arms worth more than $200 million will be delivered in multiple batches. The helicopter will be flown directly to the airport prepared by the Momo tribe at night by the helicopter pilot instructor provided by Sui. The arms are expected to be delivered within a week. The journey is only a few hundred kilometers, and all the arms will be transported by land. Although no one dared to pay attention to this convoy, one should always be prepared for the worst. Although the 4 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles have powerful firepower, they are not very safe. Maybe we should get some flying nannies for the transport fleet. There must be no problems with the orders. Looking at the transport convoy that had disappeared, Sui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The land transport route is the most dangerous of the 3 modes of transportation, especially in a chaotic place like Aden. Not to mention arranging infantry fighting vehicles for escort. Even if main battle tanks were arranged for escort, the transport convoy would be very dangerous if it encountered an ambush. And if Air Force also joins the escort team, air support can be obtained at any time, and transportation routes can be scouted in advance to prevent ambushes. However, the role of the flying nanny is not an easy one to choose. The first point is that the cost of using it is low. The second point is the need for powerful firepower and advanced reconnaissance systems. The third point is the need for long battery life. There are not many aircraft that can meet these 3 requirements, but one aircraft came to Sui's mind. He quickly opened the interface of the Space Military Factory to check it out. A propeller plane came into Sui's sight. The A-29 Super Tucano patrol and attack aircraft uses a Pratt & Whitney turboprop engine with a power of 1,600 horsepower. Its maximum flight speed is 590 km per hour, and its maximum range is 2,800 km. If it is loaded with a maximum load of 1.5 tons of ammunition, it still has a combat radius of 550 km. This aircraft is very suitable for air escort, and is more than enough for ordinary militants. After all, this is Aden in Black Africa. It doesn't even have decent air defense missiles, so it is still very safe. The most important thing is that its price is not expensive. The unit price on the market is 20 million US dollars, and the unit price of the system is 78,000 funds. The wealthy Sui directly ordered two A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft, which are usually used to escort transport convoys and can also be used for air support when there is a mission. In this way, Sui's current aviation fleet has added two more aircraft, an MQ-1 Predator drone, a Su-27 fighter, and these two A-29 attack aircraft. However, Sui was not very satisfied with the Su-27 flanker. If possible, he would still choose to sell it because it does not currently meet his needs. Chapter 43 Desert Force First Mission. Sui really likes the Su-27 flanker, but its role is more of an air superiority role. Moreover, due to its design, its structural strength is not high and it cannot carry missiles that are too heavy, which limits its ground-to-ground performance. Now with the development of the Air Force, multi-purpose fighter jets have become the mainstream. This can actually be seen from the retirement of the F-14 Bearcat carrier-based aircraft. Despite its huge advantage in air superiority, the Star Army ultimately chose the F-18 Super Hornet multi-purpose fighter. The improved versions of Su-27, whether it is Su-30, Su-33 or the Su-35 with the strongest comprehensive capabilities, are all very good choices. After the Mall goes online, he will start upgrading existing weapons, such as Su-27, MQ-1 and Gazelle helicopters. He had spent real money to buy these weapons, so it was impossible for him to just discard them. Even if it is sold at a second-hand price, it is still a great profit compared to the price he paid for it. Perhaps the best-selling of these weapons is the MQ-1 Predator drone. Reconnaissance and strike drones are still very advanced at present. The US military's MQ-1 has only been in service for 1 or 2 years. There will definitely be many countries that are very interested in this fighter, especially those countries that have great ambitions for drones. Whether it is sold to the northern country or the yen country, it can be sold at a very good price. Of course, ensuring the confidentiality of the transaction is also very important. If Singapore knew that he sold their most powerful reconnaissance and strike drone to these two countries, they would definitely go crazy. Boss, we have received a mission from the interim government. While Sui was working, Price came to him. As the general manager of the Desert Armed Security Company, Price, the immortal old man, has begun to prepare for retirement. While handling daily affairs, I also serve as an instructor and do these behind-the-scenes work. He is indeed a bit old, and it is no longer suitable for him to go to the front line to fight. Sui's eyes lit up at the mission Price mentioned. He didn't expect that he would be able to receive the mission just 1 week after the company was established. However, the 141st Task Force's record is very clear to the forces in the area surrounding the city of Hama. Their swift and decisive decapitation operation left a deep impression on many people. What mission? Sui asked hurriedly. It's like this. A senior official of the interim government army was suddenly attacked by a group of armed elements while inspecting the border city of Beledweyne. The guards he brought with him fought desperately and sent him to a safe house. They are still in a standoff with the militants. However, according to the description of the interim government, they may not be able to hold out for much longer. They can only hold out until tomorrow at most. The interim government is willing to spend $10 million on this mission, but if the mission fails, they won't pay a penny for it. After hearing about this mission, Sui asked, don't they have troops on the border? Why don't they send troops to support us? How many militants are there? Have they provided relevant intelligence? He knew the city of Beledweyne, which was a city adjacent to Abyssinia, Egypt. It was only more than 30 kilometers away from the national border and was a town with a very important strategic location. As long as the Abyssinian defense forces break through here, they can advance all the way along the highway and head straight for the capital city of Hama. Price said, there was a conflict on the border last night. The two sides exchanged fire for nearly an hour. The interim government forces were at a disadvantage in terms of both manpower and equipment. If we divide our forces too much, it will affect the border defense, but if we divide our forces too little, it will be useless, so they want to hire us to rescue this senior official. The number of militants in this group is unknown, but it is definitely more than 100. They have weapons such as armed pickup trucks and mortars, and their firepower is very strong. If it weren't for the fact that the safe house is easy to defend and difficult to attack, I'm afraid they would have already lost it. There has been an exchange of fire on the border? I didn't expect the situation to become so serious. After hearing this information, Sui began to think about the pros and cons. However, this mission is still very important to Task Force 141. If he could break through the enemy's siege and rescue the senior official, he would become famous in the mercenary world. As long as the Desert Armed Security Company gains fame through this battle, it will no longer lack orders in the future. Take this task? I will do my best to support you in completing this task. Although this mission has unknown dangers, he believes more in the capabilities of the 141st Task Force. With their combat effectiveness, they will have no problem fighting against enemies that are several times their number. What's more, they have their own support behind them. At least in terms of equipment, they can crush the enemy. However, it is foreseeable that this mission will definitely result in a loss, but Sui does not care much about the 10 million US dollars. The most important thing is the task itself. Chapter 44, Black Hawk Longbow, Divine Machines Gathered. Currently, the entire 141st Task Force has a total of 50 personnel, of which there are only 3 combat teams with a total of 36 people. The remaining 14 people were actually logistics support personnel, and the MQ-1 Predator drone was assigned to them by Sui for intelligence support of the task force's operations. The individual equipment of these 36 combat team members is completely in line with the world's top special forces. All the equipment selected by Sui are the most advanced ones currently, whether it is individual equipment or tactical computers. On average, the amount he spends on each person will not be less than 5,000 or 500,000 US dollars. However, due to funding issues, they have not been equipped with various types of helicopters used in the operation. Helicopters are essential for this mission. Sui now has about 1.8 million yuan in funds in his hands, and in the next week, he will receive about 1.4 million yuan in funds. Therefore, when equipping Task Force 141, we must definitely choose the better one. Sui plans to equip them with 4 general-purpose helicopters, 1 transport helicopter, and 2 armed helicopters. A total of 8 helicopters are enough for them to carry out a medium to low-intensity combat. Among them, the general-purpose helicopter is undoubtedly the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, which is currently the leader among all helicopters. Although the famous Black Hawk Down incident occurred in Hama, it was shot down by an RPG. But its performance is unquestionable. Even 10 years later, it will still be the most advanced general-purpose helicopter. The UH-60K Black Hawk general-purpose helicopter is equipped with 2 turboshaft engines with a horsepower of up to 1,490 kilowatts, a maximum takeoff weight of 10 tons, a maximum flight speed of 357 kilometers per hour, and a range of 2,200 kilometers. The Black Hawk helicopter has a very strong loading capacity and can carry 14 fully armed soldiers, and can carry a full 20 people in an emergency. Even without people on board, the belly of the aircraft can still carry a full 4 tons of cargo. The firepower is sufficient to deal with ordinary militants. 2 7.62mm 6-barrel mini-cannons are equipped on the machine gun windows on both sides. In 2007, the price of the UH-60K Black Hawk helicopter was 10 million US dollars, and the price of each helicopter in the system was 37,500 US dollars, which means 150,000 US dollars for 4 helicopters. This is not a big number for Sui, who has more than 1.8 million in funds. With a wave of his hand, he directly purchased 4 Black Hawks, and his funds were reduced to 1.7 million. General-purpose helicopters are generally used for emergency landings, so it is very necessary to equip them with transport helicopters. The most frequently seen transport helicopter in the world today is none other than the CH-47 Chinook medium transport helicopter. The CH-47D Chinook medium transport helicopter uses 2 3,750 shaft horsepower turboshaft engines, and has a maximum takeoff weight of 22 tons. Its loading capacity is also very strong. The cargo hold can carry 12 tons of cargo or 44 fully armed personnel, and the belly can also carry 12 tons of cargo. Sui had been eyeing this transport helicopter for a long time, but he had been reluctant to buy it. After all, the price of this helicopter is still very expensive. The market price is as high as 30 million US dollars, and the system price is 112,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a Su-27 fighter. However, it is still needed for this mission, mainly for rescue personnel. With a wave of his hand, Sui's funds shrank again to 1.6 million. As for the armed helicopter, the choice is undoubtedly the AH-64D Apache Longbow. After all, the other 2 models are both American. The equipment is not chosen randomly, because the standards and systems used by different countries are different. For example, in terms of helicopters, if helicopters of different systems are selected, the 2 sides will not be able to cooperate at all, and the logistics support will be very complicated. This is just like choosing guns or artillery of different calibers. If the ammunition cannot be used interchangeably, it will undoubtedly increase the pressure on logistics support. In the 21st century, the logistics support system becomes even more important. The AH-64D Longbow Apache is the most important modification of the Apache. The most obvious feature is the Longbow millimeter-wave radar on its top. Once an Apache detects a target, it can share it with other helicopters, greatly increasing the attack efficiency and safety of the Apache helicopters and greatly enhancing their coordinated combat capabilities. As a heavy-armed helicopter, The Apache is equipped with two 1,490 kilowatt turboshaft engines, the same type as the Black Hawk. Its maximum flight speed can reach 293 kilometers per hour, its combat radius is 480 kilometers, and its maximum distance is 1,900 kilometers. The nose of the aircraft is equipped with a 30mm caliber cannon, and the wings on both sides can carry a variety of air-to-ground missiles. For example, Hellfire, Maverick, etc. can also carry rockets, and their ferocity and firepower is unquestionable. The unit price of each longbow Apache is $45 million, the system price is 160,000 funds, and two are 320,000. Although he felt a little sad, thinking about this mission, Sui bought two without hesitation. The purchase of 8 helicopters cost him a total of 600,000 yuan, but the pilots did not cost him much. The price of one crew member is 2,000 points of funds, and a total of 16 crew members means only 32,000 points of funds. Sui currently has about 1.1 million in funds left, so his small treasury is still very sufficient. Chapter 45, Combat Plan, Aircraft Group Dispatched. A total of 7 helicopters were pulled out of the secret warehouse and sent to the newly built helicopter base as quickly as possible. The helicopter base is actually right next to the airport. Considering that more helicopters will be equipped in the future, this new helicopter base was built. Anyway, the helicopter takeoff and landing site is not very high, and each hangar can park 2 10-ton helicopters. Now the number of engineering troops under Suyi's command has expanded to about 300 people. Basically, all the construction work of the airport will be completed in less than a month, and the second phase of the project will be started. The second phase of the project is to lengthen the runway and strengthen it, increase the number of runways, build new hangars, build second phase barracks and training grounds, and build underground munitions depots. At that time, the airport's construction area was far more than the number stated in the original contract, but who would care about that? Although these 8 helicopters have just been transported out of the secret base, they can be put into use immediately after refueling and loading. At this moment, Price and Simon were discussing the tactics of this operation. It took them more than 2 hours to determine the final combat plan. They will launch a raid on the militants at night, and forcibly create a landing area in front of the safe house. Then, attack aircraft came in from the air and suppressed the militants with firepower, and then evacuated immediately after the target boarded the plane. This tactic is also very simple. Relying on their air advantage, the militants cannot be their opponents. At this time, the two A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft that Sui had exchanged before came in handy, and they will also participate in this operation. It would be a waste if you don't use your air advantage. According to the reconnaissance of the MQ-1 Predator drone, although this group of militants had an advantage in numbers, they did not have air defense weapons. At least the Predator did not find any portable anti-aircraft launchers. At most it was an RPG-7, which would not pose much threat to the helicopters clearing the site. September 7, 10:02 p.m. At the Hama Military Airport, helicopters at the helicopter base started their engines and the propellers began to rotate at high speed. Soon the entire military airport was filled with the noise of rotating helicopter propellers. There were a total of 36 members in the 3 combat teams, and each team boarded a UH-60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopter. A total of 2 Apache Longbows, 3 Black Hawks and 1 Chinook medium transport helicopter were deployed for this operation. The Chinook is mainly used for the evacuation of target personnel and wounded soldiers. The Black Hawk obviously does not have such a strong transport capability as the Chinook. Set off! Price's voice was heard on the radio channel. This time he would not move with the team, but would stay in the rear to command and coordinate. The on-site command was handed over to Simon Riley. As Price gave the order, an AH-64 Longbow Apache took off into the air, followed closely by a second Longbow Apache. 6 helicopters lined up in a row and flew into the night sky, forming a cluster about 300 meters in the air. At the military airport, 2 A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft had completed loading of ammunition, taxied on the runway, and leapt into the dark night. This scene had a huge impact on the forces that were closely following the developments at the military airport. Radio waves filled the sky above the entire city of Hama, and information was transmitted silently. Beledweyne City, Safe House Base. This stronghold was once an outpost of the Star Army. Although its area is not very large, it is surrounded by high walls. In the middle is a 3-story building made of high-strength military cement. The remaining soldiers of the Provisional Government's National Defense Force built positions on the roof and the second floor to resist the attack of the militants. However, they are now facing a situation where they are out of ammunition and food, and if there is no support tomorrow, then wait for their death sentence. Distribute all the food and tell them that our support will arrive in an hour. Do not let your guard down no matter what. After receiving the latest news, the senior official said with a look of relief on his face. After hearing the news, a lieutenant colonel of the Provisional Government Army smiled and said, "Okay, I'll notify them right away. Mr. Minister, I wonder which unit is coming this time?" There is nothing to hide about this information, and boosting morale is the most important thing at the moment. It's the 141st Task Force that's leading the charge. The President has hired them to rescue us. What? It's them. God bless us. We are saved. How could a middle-level officer of the Provisional Government Army not know about the reputation of the 141st Task Force? If they came to support them, the militants outside would not be their match at all. Chapter 46. Longbows and Maverick Missiles. However, they were not the only ones who knew the intelligence of Task Force 141. The intelligence of the Provisional Government was like a sieve, and it was not difficult for anyone who was interested to know the information. In a group of houses outside the safe house, an officer wearing the uniform of the Abyssinian Defense Force looked at the bearded man opposite him with an unpleasant expression. "The latest intelligence is that they have hired the leading 141st Task Force to rescue them. We must act quickly and capture this place before they do. We have been fighting for such a long time. I know you have suffered a lot of casualties, but the other side is not much better. I promise you that if you complete this mission, we will provide you with more weapons and support your tribe in ruling this area." The bearded man looked at him quietly and said, "You must remember what you said. If you dare to lie to me, I will not let you go. Gather your troops immediately and launch an attack. Take down this building and capture Muhammad alive." Following the order from the bearded man, the group of more than 300 armed men took action again. Even though many people were cursing and had little rest after fighting all day, they dared not disobey the orders from their boss. A team of hundreds of people launched an attack towards the safe house in a scattered manner. Faced with enemies attacking from all directions, they felt the pressure again. Chew! Mortar shells cut through the night, and a flare rose into the air, launched from the direction of the safe house. After seeing the incoming enemy clearly, several deployed RPK-74 light machine guns began to fire. Bullets mixed with tracers flew towards the enemy, instantly knocking down several militants. The militants also began to fight back, with mortar shells flying towards the building and exploding on it, and the two sides began to bombard each other back and forth. Uncle Hayes' shooting accuracy is really touching. The Provisional Government forces are better, after all, they have received some training. The militants were not at all complimented, and many even used their casual marksmanship. He hid behind the cover, raised the gun above his head and started firing. As for where the bullets hit, it depended on fate. Whoosh boom! An RPG-7 hit the wall again. Unable to withstand such high-intensity bombardment, the outer wall finally collapsed, and the situation became more critical. There are still about 10 minutes left before Task Force 141 arrives. "Captain, the safe house has contacted us. The outer wall has been breached and the militants have already rushed in. They can't hold out for much longer." Price looked at the various data on the screen in front of him, stroked his beard, and said, "Let longbows speed up and rush over to provide support. The other helicopters will fly as usual." Although it was a bit risky to send 2 longbow Apaches to confront the militants head-on, he believed in the performance of the longbow Apache. As long as you don't get too close, there won't be any big problems. After all, the Apache is not a Black Hawk and is not so easy to be shot down. After receiving the order from the headquarters, the 2 AH-64 longbow Apaches immediately separated from the fleet and flew at a speed of 280 km per hour. It is expected that they will reach the target area in about 5 minutes. A lot happened in 5 minutes. Under the death order, the militants launched a fierce offensive, and some even broke into the building. However, they were all repelled by the Provisional Government forces who were guarding the gate. Both sides were already bloodthirsty at this point, if the building was not made of high-strength concrete. I'm afraid they have been defeated under such an intense battle, and the two sides have entered a stalemate again. If the Provisional Government forces do not have support, with only 16 combatants currently available, they will be wiped out within an hour. Buzz buzz buzz! The longbow Apache helicopter flew low over the town below, the noise of its propellers echoing over the city of Beledweyne. At this moment, the 2 helicopters have turned off their navigation lights. Under the cover of night, even someone cannot see their figures with the naked eye because there is no moon tonight. The intense gunfire masked the sound of the approaching Apache helicopter. On the roof of the safe house, a red and green smoke rose, which was the mark agreed upon by both parties. When the target was still about 2 kilometers away, the Apache launched an attack at 300 meters in the air. Each of the 2 helicopters launched a Maverick air-to-ground missile, which has a launch weight of 306 kilograms and a warhead containing 57 kilograms of high explosive. The killing range of a missile reaches tens of meters. The targets of the 2 missiles were 2 armed pickup trucks that were suppressing fire. They were equipped with NSV heavy machine guns, which are also the most common equipment in Heizhou. Chapter 47, Chain Guns Unleashed, Mad Escape. The tail flame of the missile engine is still quite bright in the night sky. The missile cut through the night sky at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour and hit the target 2 kilometers away in only about 6 or 7 seconds. Boom, boom! The infrared seeker of the Maverick air-to-ground missile easily found its respective targets and delivered 2 big fireworks to the group of militants. What? What happened? The pickup truck and the missile caused an explosion over a very wide area. Some militants who passed by the pickup truck were affected. Under the huge shock wave, there was basically no chance of survival. After all, its warhead contains more than 50 kilograms of explosives, which is more than twice as much as that of a 152mm shell. The murderous militants were also awakened by the 2 shocking explosions. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the explosion, and they only saw 2 balls of fire shooting into the sky. Damn it, their reinforcements are coming, we have to retreat. After seeing this scene from the balcony, the bearded man's face changed drastically and said. The officer glanced at him and said disdainfully, Retreat? It's too late. Unless you send someone to rush in and capture the person, you will die. Do you think you can outrun the armed helicopter? The officer had anticipated this, and his previous words were just a trick to fool him. His goal was to capture or kill the other party. The life or death of these people was not important at all. The bearded man opened his eyes wide and stared at the officer with murderous intent in his eyes. The officer said nonchalantly, You have to think carefully. I represent the Abyssinian National Defense Force. If you offend both sides, there will be no place for you in Aden. Follow my instructions and attack regardless of casualties. This is your only chance. Let your people rush to the building. Even if the enemy has armed helicopters, they will be concerned about casualties and will not dare to use heavy weapons. As long as your people rush in and capture the people, we can retreat safely. The bearded man said, I'll remember you. Then he turned and left. After launching 2 Maverick air-to-ground missiles, the 2 longbow Apaches were only more than 1 kilometer away from the target location. At this distance, all the militants were within the attack range. Seeing the crowd constantly charging into the gap, the crew members made a quick decision. Fire! Before the 2 armed helicopters took off, 2 M261 rocket launchers were mounted on the short wings on both sides of the outside. Each launcher is loaded with 19 Hydra 70mm rockets, for a total of 38. Swish swish. Several Hydra 70 aerial rockets flew towards the gap, which was a safe enough distance from the safe house, so there was no need to worry about being affected. Boom, 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 boom! As the explosion sounded, almost instantly the entire gap was surrounded by flames rising into the sky. The militants who attempted to rush in suffered heavy casualties from several rocket attacks. After seeing this scene, some militants in the back looked at each other, and then ran towards the back in tacit understanding. They left more easily, but those who had already rushed in were unlucky. We attacked from different directions and couldn't let them get into the building. They can see the current situation in the building from the infrared sensors and night vision systems, and a large number of militants have gathered outside. The battle between the 2 sides for the building has entered a white-hot stage. The 2 longbow Apache attack helicopters began to disperse, each responsible for the militants in their respective directions. They did not dare to use weapons with a large killing range such as rockets or missiles, but they seemed to have forgotten the fear of being dominated by 30mm caliber chain guns. The M230 chain gun has 1,200 rounds of ammunition, enough for them to shoot for a long time. The driver is equipped with a helmet-mounted aiming system, and when his eyes look somewhere, the chain gun points to that place. He looked at 2 militants holding RPG-7 rocket launchers. Their target was him. If he got close, they would be hit by 2 rockets. But how could he give them this opportunity? Duh. He pressed the fire button decisively, and several shells flew out with a burst of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The 30mm caliber machine gun shells covered the area where the 2 rocket launcher operators were, and the smoke was mixed with blood mist. When the smoke cleared, there wasn't even a single intact piece of meat to be found. Duh. The M230 chain gun kept firing, and every time it fired, it meant that militants were reporting to their leader. At this time, even the world's best star army would not be able to withstand this situation, let alone these militants whose morale was already very low. When they saw the longbow Apache attack helicopters that were dealing crazy damage and their companions who kept falling around them, they lost all morale and ran away in all directions without caring about anything. However, no matter how fast they are, they cannot outrun the speed of the shells, and only death awaits them. Chapter 48. Killing a chicken with a butcher knife, the sensation spreads. On the balcony in the distance, the officer and the bearded man stared in amazement at the 2 longbow Apache attack helicopters that were frantically attacking the crowd of militants. After a long pause, the officer said, "How is this possible? Apache, how could there be an Apache here?" The Apache attack helicopter is the most advanced attack helicopter in the Star Army and even in the world, and it uses many cutting-edge technologies. Therefore, Singapore has very strict export restrictions on Apache attack helicopters. So far, only close allies are equipped with this type of attack helicopter. There are only 17 countries that use Apache attack helicopters, and only one country in the entire continent is equipped with this type of helicopter, the Kingdom of Farouk, Egypt. And now there are 2 Longbow Apache attack helicopters in Aden. The amount of information contained here is really too huge, no wonder the officer was so shocked. And what shocked them even more was yet to come. 2 Longbow Apache attack helicopters arrived at the scene first to provide support, and the speed of the group of aircraft behind was only a few minutes slower. Just when this one-sided massacre was about to come to an end, the air fleet in the rear finally arrived, and 3 UH-60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopters headed straight for the safe house. 3 UH-60 general-purpose helicopters began hovering over the safe house. When the shooters saw the militants fleeing in the open space, they also joined the shooting. Whoa. The 7.62mm caliber 6-barrel Gatling gun rotates at high speed, and bullets fall down like raindrops. Several militants who were running were shot to pieces. The site is safe and you can land. After a few minutes, the entire safe house finally became quiet, and almost all the militants who rushed in were wiped out. The militants on the periphery had already disappeared, leaving their weapons all over the ground. They rushed into the village a few hundred meters away. 3 UH-60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopters rapidly descended in altitude and hovered less than 1 meter above the ground. In the cabins on both sides, fully armed members of Task Force 141 jumped off the helicopter and headed towards the safe house. After ensuring the landing site was safe, the CH-47 Chinook transport helicopter also landed nearby. Simon Riley entered the safe house and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the target was safe. "Sir, it's safe outside. Please board our plane and leave here. The militants may attack again at any time." Some of the senior officials cried with joy and said, Thank you. I almost thought I was going to see Allah." Only when you face death do you know the fear of death. Under escort, the target and his entourage boarded the CH-47 Chinook, and some wounded were also carried up on a single aircraft, staying here for less than 10 minutes. "Reporting to headquarters, we have received the target and are on the way back." "Roger that. 2 Super Tucanos will escort you back home." "Receive." The officer witnessed everything that happened in the safe house. The bearded man said with a pale face, "Damn it, you lied to us. It wasn't 141 who rescued them, but the Star Army." Apache, Black Hawk and Chinook are the 3 musketeers of Star Army helicopters. In Black Continent, apart from the Star Army, there is basically no other force or country that can deploy such a large fleet of helicopters. After hearing this, the officer became a little uncertain. No matter how powerful the leader company was, the Star Army could not give them so many advanced helicopters. "I'm going to report the situation here to my superiors. I got the intelligence that it was indeed Task Force 141. The officer didn't look like he was lying. This operation against the senior official of Aden was actually planned by the Abyssinian Defense Forces, and their goal was to capture this senior official. Because this senior official is the leader of the hawkish faction in Aden's interim government, and advocates a tough stance on border issues. It happened that he came to the border for inspection this time, so they tried to kidnap him to achieve their political goals. But they didn't expect that the tribal armed forces that carried out this operation were so useless. However, judging from the current situation, it has completely exceeded their expectations, as well as Suyi's expectations. The mission was completed so smoothly that he couldn't help but feel a little confused. This was mainly due to the influence of the movie Black Hawk Down, and he thought a big battle would break out. However, no one expected that just 2 Apaches could resolve the crisis so easily. This time, Task Force 141 was just there to make up the numbers, without firing a single shot. This time, Suyi overestimated the fighting power of the tribal militants, and the deployment they made this time was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, the impact of this rescue operation began to spread rapidly and became the focus of attention of countries around the world. Chapter 49 Missing Weapons. The Star Kingdom is furious. The military of the Republic of Abyssinia was extremely shocked after hearing the news, especially after seeing the extremely clear group of helicopters in the photo. Anyone who saw this scene would think that this was a rescue operation by the Star Army, and the Republic of Abyssinia also thought so. "Mr. Ambassador, our president is very angry about this matter. Why did your country's troops appear on the border between us and Aden and carry out a military operation? We protest against this." A senior government official approached the Singaporean embassy in Abyssinia. The ambassador looked at the stack of photos in front of him innocently and shrugged. "Sir, I will report this matter to the higher-ups, and I will also convey your protest. In fact, I know nothing about this matter." Moreover, there are no signs of our country on these helicopters, so it is unclear whether this is an operation by our military. The senior official said angrily. Besides you, who else has a military base nearby? Could it be that these helicopters flew thousands of kilometers to get here? The ambassador was immediately speechless. At the same time, he cursed the generals in the Ministry of Defense building in his heart for not notifying them of such a big operation. So this matter was reported to the desk of Guo Wuqing of Xinhua. Kevin, has the military conducted any rescue operations in Aden recently? Guo Wuqing was very puzzled by this matter. A senior official of Aden was about to be kidnapped. Why would their army go to rescue him? What was the point? And usually they ask the military to take action on such things, but as the Minister of National Martial Arts, he was not aware of it, and the whole thing was weird. Kevin picked up the photo and looked at it with a frown. Sir, there is no report about this operation from the Ministry of Defense building. The Apache, Black Hawk and Chinook in the photo clearly prove that they were the work of the Department of Defense building. Go to the Ministry of Defense building to confirm it. Yes, sir. However, the people at the Ministry of Defense building expressed great doubts about the rescue operation Kevin mentioned. Because they have not planned any military operations in Aden recently, and they have not deployed longbow Apaches in Black Continent. Obviously this didn't happen to them, but who did? Which country dispatched these American-grade equipment to carry out this rescue operation? Perhaps it was only the ancient kingdom of Farouk, or the Hebrew kingdom. However, these two countries have no interest in Aden, so why would they go to such great lengths to send a fleet of aircraft to rescue? And there is a very strange thing in this report, according to the statement of Abyssinia. The intelligence they received was that a newly established mercenary company in Aden was sending personnel to rescue them, but what appeared was this luxurious fleet of helicopters. The weirdness of the whole incident attracted the attention of the top officials in the Ministry of Defense building. Immediately confirm the information with all the countries that purchased these helicopters. Give me all the information about this leading company and this desert armed company right now. A big boss immediately spoke up and his men took action on this matter. News from various countries have been reporting relevant intelligence to the Star Army one after another. Both their surveillance system and reports from various countries have confirmed that this batch of helicopters is not in the Star Army series, nor is it in their export numbers. What the hell is going on? Were all these helicopters smuggled in? That's impossible. There is no possibility of smuggling such large weapons and equipment, but what about these weapons and equipment? Although this was unlikely, the Pentagon launched an investigation into Boeing and Sikorsky. It's not an investigation into arms smuggling or anything like that, but rather an investigation into whether their weapons blueprints have been leaked. At the same time, the CIA in Aden also launched a series of investigation operations, and their main task was to investigate the military airport. If these helicopters are really parked in this military airport, then this matter will be a serious matter. A comprehensive investigation has been launched into the leading arms trading company from multiple aspects. Chris, the intelligence general under Sui, knows this best. Boss, since this morning, a large number of intelligence personnel have been targeting us, but most of them have been captured by us and thrown into the desert. Sui said, It's too hasty. If I knew these militants were so weak, why would I have made such a big fuss? He had considered this aspect before purchasing this batch of helicopters, but he did not expect that the actions from Singapore would be so swift. This is also a test for these countries. To be honest, there are so many of the most advanced weapons and equipment from various countries here. When the scale grows, it will be impossible to cover it up. In this case, we might as well take advantage of this opportunity to see the reactions of other countries. Anyway, they can't do anything to him, even if the Star Army dares to take military action against him. With the home advantage and if their equipment is equally advanced, the Star Army that has come from afar to fight will not be his match. Moreover, this kind of focus event will make the leading company known to all countries. Once the reputation is established, will it still worry about not having orders? Chapter 50. Keep it secret and be cautious. There is actually an essential difference between arms dealers and arms dealers. Arms dealers refer to those regular arms companies, the most famous of which are Boeing, Lockheed Martin, etc., and the 5 major countries are the largest arms dealers. Arms dealers are more like street vendors, purchasing goods from major manufacturers or other channels and then selling them. But now Sui is actually just an arms dealer, and all his arms are purchased from the system party. For an arms dealer, the most important thing is the source of goods. The more types of arms you have, the greater the possibility of receiving orders. If he wants to fulfill his ambition of building a military-industrial empire, then selling weapons and equipment currently in service in various countries is inevitable in the early stages. So far he has not found a good way to cover it up and can only remain silent. This will actually help it maintain its mystery and make other countries cautious. Because Sui's background is mysterious, there would be no point in killing him unless the mysterious force behind him is found out. In the eyes of other countries, Sui is just a superficial spokesperson. Su Yi's identity and background had already been thoroughly understood by intelligence agencies of several countries. The intelligence agencies have found clues about everything he has experienced since birth. But they still didn't find any clues from that force. Su Yi was sure that there were countless satellites staring at this place overhead, and they were doing so continuously. However, this time the commotion was indeed quite big. Now Singapore has noticed me and sent elite CIA officers to investigate and monitor me. If they don't get the information they want for a long time, there is no guarantee that they will not resort to overt means. It is imperative to expand our forces. Although this somewhat disrupted Su Yi's development plan, this step had to be taken sooner or later. We need to speed up our engineering core first. The construction progress of the military airport base is still a little behind schedule. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The project has undergone several rounds of expansion, but its construction speed still cannot keep up with the speed of development. The area of the camp, the airport runway, the hangar, etc., even if you have money to buy fighter jets and recruit personnel, there is no place to put them. As for establishing branch bases, it is not the right time yet. Our strength is not strong enough now, and it would be foolish to disperse it. Give them another 200 people first, and expand the scale to 500 people. More than 200 people plus some engineering equipment only cost about 30,000 yuan in total. Now, tens of thousands of funds are just a small amount of money for Sui. He receives tens or even hundreds of thousands of funds every day. Olive, inform them immediately that the venue for the First Leader Arms Trade Association will be changed from the Farah Hotel to our conference room tomorrow. Now that he has been targeted by the CIA, if he continues to run around, he would undoubtedly be playing with his life. Although he believed in the combat capabilities of Task Force 141, they were ultimately an offensive force rather than a professional security force. Everyone has their own expertise in this area. If you run away now, you will be asking for death. Don't doubt the CIA's ability. The first Bellwether Arms Trade Association was very simple, with only 6 arms dealer agents from several countries. They mainly sell firearms, such as pistols, rifles, etc., while Sui mainly sells northern-made weapons such as AKM. There is not much competition between the two parties. The reason why these arms agents were willing to come was actually because they had received instructions from the companies behind them. There is no doubt that these arms companies also want to contact him, but as for what their purpose is, Sui is not very clear. The main reason Sui wanted these people to join was to promote his own website and let the companies behind them list their own weapons on their websites. He provides these companies with an online platform, where all weapons are placed online for customers to choose from, and then transported using the transportation system he established. I think these arms companies will not refuse this kind of cooperation. He is the first person who dares to set up such a website, and probably the only one in the world. Because there is no arms dealer or country in the world that possesses more weapons than itself. Other arms companies or arms dealers have relatively few types of weapons and each has its own business scope. It is impossible for them to take the lead in doing this. What he is doing is equivalent to integrating the resources of these arms dealers or arms traffickers. After all, online transactions are far more convenient and comprehensive than offline transactions. In fact, this is very similar to the various weapons and defense exhibitions held every year. Arms dealers from various countries are very keen to participate in these weapons exhibitions. The website established by Sui is the same, the only difference is that one is online and the other is offline. Anyway, this does not cause any loss to the major arms dealers. Instead, they have an additional sales channel. Of course, Su Yi's original intention in establishing this website was to sell arms to himself, and he has never been afraid of competition. He is even now able to take out weapons that are still in the laboratories of various countries, and his price advantage is unmatched by other forces. Chapter 51, Interest Bundling, Arms Mall. This was the first time that Sui met his colleagues in Aden. They all looked at him with curiosity. His eyes were filled with amazement, surprise, envy, and other expressions. Although I knew Sui was very young, I only knew this feeling after meeting him. They came here with their own missions. To be honest, none of them cared much about this so-called association founding conference. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wada Military Airport to participate in the founding conference of the First Leader Arms Trade Association. I still have high hopes for this association. I hope everyone can sit down and formulate rules for the arms market in Aden. No matter how we compete, we are all playing by these rules, and everyone knows that my ambitions are definitely not limited to the small country of Aden. In the entire continent and the world, my ambition is to make every country my client. This is not a joke. What I can offer is actually far beyond your imagination. Su Yi's point made everyone nod secretly. Every time Su Yi took out various advanced weapons unexpectedly, and under the noses of various countries. For example, the Su-27 flanker last time, and the 3 musketeers of Star Army helicopters this time. Especially the 3 musketeers, Apache, Black Hawk and Chinook, which are the active equipment of the Star Army, and the export control is also very strict. They heard that Singapore is still very confused and is tracking down the traces of these helicopters everywhere, trying to dig out the connection behind Sui. I, Sue, actually really like making friends. I also hope that as I develop, I can also expand with you. Let us work together to explore the arms markets of various countries. In fact, this is the real reason why I invited you all here. I hope to reach cooperation with you and the companies behind you. As we expand, I am sure your positions in your companies will grow with us. Kelly Gedgier, FN's representative in Aden said, on behalf of FN, I agree to this cooperation, and we are not afraid of competition. As a century-old military-industrial enterprise, FN is still very confident in light weapons. This company is also the pride of the country of the sun, and the firearms it designs are world-famous. For example, the FN Fail automatic rifle, the FNC assault rifle, the FN 2000 assault rifle, and one of them is the most famous. That is the SCAR rifle commonly used in PUBG. This rifle is a strong rival of the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, competing with it in markets of various countries. After FN Company made its statement, several other representatives also expressed their opinions. Their purpose this time was to seek cooperation with Sui, and they just needed to cooperate. However, what Sui said did make them very excited. Who would be willing to be a representative of Aden forever? Perhaps this was their chance to take off. Of course, it is simply impossible to tie them to your chariot in order to test this. Only relationships linked by interests are the most unbreakable, and this is true for all countries and major companies. No matter how good friends or even brothers are, once their own interests are involved, they will often fall out. Sui expected that they agreed. After all, it was not a big loss for them. Aden was just a very small market for them. In fact, the establishment of the association is only the first thing I asked you to do. There is another more important thing, but I think this matter is not something that you can decide. After the meeting, I will give you the details of this meeting. You can give it to your company's senior management and let them decide. After hearing Sui's words, everyone present looked at each other, wondering what he was up to. Looking at the reactions of the few people, Sui continued. You should all be familiar with Amazon, right? Unless some of you don't use the internet, it is impossible that you don't know about this company. This company can be said to be the largest e-commerce company at present. It provides an excellent online platform for major merchants. The current market value of this company is as high as hundreds of billions of US dollars. At this point, anyone who is not a fool would know what Sui meant by giving this example. Mr. Su, are you planning to build an e-commerce website like Amazon? Looking at the person who was speaking, Sui smiled and said, Bingo, behind me. Sui paused for a moment, then as if he had realized something, he quickly said, one of my team has developed a website that allows our customers to just click their fingers at home, pay, and then wait for the weapons to be delivered to their door. We will establish a special line for transporting arms for this purpose. You only need to put your company's weapons on the shelves of our mall and wait for orders to be placed. All you need to pay is the rental fee and part of the shipping fee, which is actually a small number compared to the orders. Chapter 52, Furious Director, Transport Line. There is indeed a force behind him. After the meeting, several people returned to the city of Hama. This is already a recognized fact. Otherwise, how could he come up with so many weapons? Let's each contact our superiors and see how they handle this matter. In less than a day, the video of the meeting was on the desk of the director of the CIA of Singapore. This is worthless information. Keep an eye on this website. I want to see what they are up to. Director, we don't have an invitation letter from this website. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now. A CIA deputy director said. Don't you know how to hack into this website? Their website uses an algorithm that we have never heard of before, and I am afraid there is nothing we can do about it for now. There is something interesting about Sui's website. Its server is actually the system, which is one of the conveniences the system provides him. With the current technology on Blue Planet, it will be impossible to crack the system in hundreds of years. Has it been so long, and your operations department doesn't have any valuable intelligence? The president has personally inquired about this matter. This is a very strict leak. We must find out where those helicopters came from. Have the blueprints of my major arms companies been leaked? Also, how did they transport the weapons into the airport? I only give you 1 month, and you must give me valuable intelligence. He is still under a lot of pressure now. If they were not afraid of alerting the enemy, they would probably have already deployed their forces overtly. But this doesn't make much sense. Even if they destroy the Vita military airport, it won't make much sense unless they can catch Sui. But Sui's stamina was beyond their imagination. He stayed in the airport and didn't go anywhere. And he has no relatives in this world, which makes him absolutely impeccable. the deputy director said with tears in his eyes. Yes, director. A higher-ranking official can crush a person, so perhaps we have to plan a more radical action. After the founding conference of the leading arms trade association ended, the Armed Arms Mall officially opened on the dark web. It is very easy to enter this dark web, but you cannot enter without an invitation letter. This invitation letter will only be sent to customers in need, and it doesn't matter whether it will fall into the hands of intelligence agencies of various countries. A large number of weapons and equipment have been put on sale in the mall this time, and these are the best-selling items in Black Continent. Since the current transportation system is not yet perfect and Suyi's own strength is not very strong, the target customers are actually limited to a few nearby countries. If someone wants to take advantage of this batch of arms, we can quickly dispatch combat forces to provide support. As for the high-tech equipment currently in service in various countries, such as main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, drones and even combat aircraft, they have not yet been put on the shelves. The helicopter incident itself has caused quite a stir, so it's better not to provoke other countries for now. Anyway, even if I put it on the shelves, these countries in Black Africa won't buy it, and even if they do, the order won't be too large, so why should I cause trouble? If I have armed forces that are not afraid of other countries in the future, then I will not be afraid of anything I sell in the mall. With the system in his hands, he is not afraid of any war. As long as he has enough money, he can directly defeat the Star Country. Of course, unless it is absolutely necessary, Sui is still unwilling to engage in a head-on conflict with the country. He is just an arms dealer, and making money and developing is his main goal. The mall has been established, so matters concerning the transportation system need to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, it would be a joke if we couldn't transport the weapons even after others placed an order. For several countries surrounding Africa, the main transportation routes are land and air. Land transportation is now relatively complete, and the main means of transportation for the entire Arms Transport Department, Military Transport Department, is still off-road transport trucks of various levels. There are several types of heavy-duty transport trucks, including 5-ton, 10-ton, 20-ton, 30-ton and 50-ton trucks, as well as various heavy-duty trailers, which are mainly used to transport tanks and helicopters. In addition to developing this website, several network engineers also developed a dedicated transportation management system for the Transportation Department to schedule arms transportation. There is no perfect road traffic and railway in Heilongjiang, and this mode of transportation generally does not exceed 1,000 kilometers. Of course, if you want to transport heavy weapons such as tanks, this is an exception. Currently, only land transportation can be used. Although this type of transportation has the lowest cost, it is also the least safe, so the distance must not be too far. For places over 1,000 kilometers or where trucks are difficult to reach, air transport is undoubtedly the best mode of transportation. Anyway, Sui doesn't have to pay for the transportation himself, and he can even make a profit from the transportation fee. He only needs to pay for the purchase of transportation tools, and he will almost get his money back after a few more shipments. After all, arms are a rather special and sensitive thing, and I think many forces would be willing to pay an expensive transportation fee for them. Chapter 53 Transport Fleet, Upgrade Ideas. The establishment of air transport channels in the land of Black Continent is relatively safe. Because the countries in Black Africa do not have a complete air defense system, basically there will not be any major problems as long as they are well managed. If any important items are being transported, fighter jets can be dispatched to escort them to ensure safety. When choosing these means of transportation, you only need to meet a few conditions. The first and most important thing is that the requirements for the runway are not very high, and the aircraft can take off and land on a simple runway. The second is that it is cheap. After all, it is only used to transport arms, and as long as the arms can be delivered safely, it is fine. The third is range and loading capacity, which are also two important points. In fact, there is only one model that can meet these conditions, and that is the C-130 Hercules transport aircraft that the Star Army put into service in 1958. This transport aircraft is the most outstanding tactical transport aircraft in terms of reliability, economy and other aspects. It is absolutely suitable for transporting large quantities of arms. The C-130J tactical transport aircraft uses four 3,500 kilowatt Rolls-Royce turboprop engines, with a maximum flight speed of 670 kilometers per hour and a maximum range of 3,300 kilometers. The transport capability of this tactical transport aircraft is undoubtedly outstanding. Its maximum takeoff weight is 74 tons, and its load capacity is up to 33 tons, J-type. It can carry 124 soldiers, two-wheeled infantry fighting vehicles or an M777 howitzer. Moreover, its requirements for the runway are not very high. The takeoff distance is 950 meters and the landing distance is 518 meters. Since the J model is a modernized model in 2004, there is no discount on its price, and the unit price is as high as 150,000 yuan. Although the price is a bit expensive, you will be able to get your money back sooner or later. As long as you don't lose money, it's fine. Since it has just been put on the market, and there are not many users yet, I am only going to purchase one to have a look first. Generally speaking, this type of transport aircraft is used for long-distance transport missions or large-scale arms trade transportation. It's just 150,000 yuan of funds, which is not a big deal for Sui at the moment. However, it is impossible for C-130 to transport all orders. Most orders are not large, perhaps only a few million or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Therefore, a small transport aircraft with good economy and low price is needed. When he was playing games in his previous life, he was very interested in the arms smuggling mission in GTA 5, and he often drove this kind of small plane to transport arms everywhere. Finally, he picked one from the system, which was the YC-125 Raider transport aircraft that had been in service with the Star Army for 50 years. It adopts a high-wing layout and is equipped with 3-piston engines. Its maximum flight speed is only 331 km per hour, but its maximum flight distance can reach 2,970 kilometers. Its loading capacity is also not weak, with a maximum takeoff weight of 19 tons, an empty weight of 11 tons, and a load capacity of about 4 tons. It is mainly used for the transportation of light weapons, has very good fuel economy, and most importantly is cheap. The unit price of a YC-125 transport aircraft is only 30,000 yuan, which is only $3 million US. This small transport aircraft is cheap and has a strong loading capacity, making it very suitable for short distance and small batch arms transportation. Sui directly purchased 2 of this type of aircraft and kept them there, spending only 60,000 yuan. Once orders are received, the size of the transport fleet can be expanded at any time according to demand. As for the strategic transport aircraft used to transport heavy weapons, Sui chose to give up. He cannot afford to buy or maintain such an airplane now, so it is more cost-effective to travel by land or sea. The only fighter under his command, the Su-27 flanker, will be responsible for escorting the fighters. Originally Sui still wanted to sell it at a high price, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. However, the MQ-1 Predator drone can be dealt with while on the move. Although it is advanced, its payload and other data are not as good as its upgraded version, the MQ-9 Reaper drone. In the early stage, Sui would definitely not be equipped with too many fighter jets, so he would naturally choose the most advanced and most useful ones. Sui has asked Orlov to contact the black market, hoping to sell the drone for a high price. I think all countries are willing to pay a large amount of money for this drone. Because for many countries, a complete MQ-1 Predator drone simply cannot be measured by money. Moreover, doing so can temporarily divert the attention of the star country and allow them to focus here. After all, it is very easy for Sui to hide his identity in the black market. You have to know that he has an infinitely large system warehouse, and he can take away the fighter jets purchased from the system at any time. But this also means that if the drone is sold, he will need to go to a safe place in person to release the drone. Although this is a bit risky, it is worth the risk for the money. Just keep it confidential. Sui still trusts Chris in this regard. But at this time Sui thought of another thing. Maybe it's time to upgrade the system. Chapter 54 Security Requirements, Mall Startup. When the system was upgraded from level 1 to level 2, it still gave Sui a very good reward. If you upgrade from level 2 to level 3, I think the reward won't be too bad. He was not in a hurry to upgrade before, mainly because of demand issues. Because even if he upgraded before, most of the weapons 10 years later would not be affordable, so why bother upgrading? Moreover, the upgrade requires 100,000 points of funds, which was not a small amount before, but of course it is nothing now. This time he upgraded mainly because he hoped the system would reward him for his always strong security team. Based on the experience of the last system upgrade, this time the rewards are generally distributed according to one's reasonable needs. After purchasing the fleet of helicopters, Sui still had about 1.1 million in funds left, plus the funds coming in from the Moma tribe every day in recent days. There is also a 10 million commission from the government, and now the funds in his hands have returned to 2 million. The Moma tribe currently has a balance of about $50 million to pay. Once this money arrives, the balance in his account will reach 2.6 million. Ding, the system is upgrading. This upgrade will take 24 hours. After hearing the system prompt sound, Sui couldn't help but frown. Does it mean that the system will also gradually double when upgrading? If this is the case, then the higher the level, the more time it would take. The system should not have such an unreasonable setting. At this time, Yushushu's voice came from the phone on his desk. Mr. Su, Mr. Orlov wants to see you. Outside his new office, the young assistant Yushushu has her own desk. She is not only an assistant, but also serves as a secretary. Let him in. Sui guessed that Olaf was here to report on his work, and the fact was exactly as he expected. Boss, we have issued a total of 143 invitations this time. These clients are all forces with potential needs, and they are distributed in 6 countries. This is the list of clients. These people were carefully selected by me based on the existing intelligence. Olaf's ability is unquestionable, but Sui still took the list and started reading it. Being familiar with history, he knew very well that there were only a few stable countries in the entire Black Continent. Although some countries have not fallen into war, tribal armed conflicts, religious, ethnic and clan armed conflicts continue. There are also countless unrests caused by corruption. This place is simply a paradise for arms dealers. Wherever there is unrest, they can be seen, including Sui. Of these 6 countries, the farthest one should be Sheba on the other side of the sea. However, with the existence of transport planes, it is not difficult to transport arms and ammunition over. Even if the other party does not have an airport, there are still airdrops. The invitation letter to the dark web has been sent out, but I don't know whether they believe in Mr. Su's credibility. This helicopter incident actually brought him a lot of fame. Unless they don't care, everyone basically knows that Su got several active helicopters of the Star Army from unknown channels. Reputation is very important no matter what industry you are in. If it weren't for this incident, the online armed munitions mall would definitely be unknown, and at most it would struggle in Aden in the early stages. Sui opened the back end of the armed arms mall. Currently, there are more than 100 people browsing online. It seems that many people are very interested in it. No one has taken the first bite of the cake yet, just like TB in Yen country before. Isn't the slow development in the early stage due to the fear that the merchants will not deliver the goods after paying? Something like credibility still needs to be built up order by order. Even if we lose some money in the early stages, there will be no problem as long as the credibility of both parties can be established. In addition, there is another very important thing in the mall, and its existence is to support the operation of the mall. That is the third-party payment platform. Users will purchase a virtual currency on this payment platform, and then purchase arms in the mall, with the exchange rate being $100, 1. The funds used to purchase arms will be directly deposited into the system account. This is done to prevent intelligence agencies of various countries from tracking the money. Of course, even if their technology is advanced, they cannot track the system, so this is destined to be a dead end. After taking a look at Sui, he turned it off directly. Orloff would handle these things himself and he would not interfere in the daily management of the company. Firstly, he knows his own weight, and secondly, he is lazy. There are professionals to handle it, so why make yourself so tired? The best example is the emperors of various dynasties. They stood at the pinnacle of power, and the entire country served him alone. However, many emperors died early. Isn't it all because they were overworked with handling state affairs every day? Sui would never admit that this was an excuse for being lazy. Boss, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Chapter 55, Black Market Storm, Serious Leak. Has the drone issue been resolved? Now that Orloff has come to report in person, there is nothing else to do except the drone. Orloff nodded and said, Boss is really very predictable now. Our drone is very popular in the black market. When we released the news, many people contacted us. Although we don't know their identities, we think they are from various countries. The MQ-1 Predator drone is certainly not as important to arms dealers as it is to the country. Such an advanced drone has been put on the black market, so you can imagine the level of attention it has attracted. Moreover, the Singaporean side will definitely know about this matter. Sui is looking forward to the expressions of the Singaporean high-level officials after they know about this matter. Then you must have already negotiated the buyer and the price, otherwise you wouldn't be reporting to me now. Orloff smiled and said, Yes, Chris and I worked together and finally selected a buyer with the most generous price. It is very likely to be from the North Country. They are very interested in this drone. They are willing to pay $100 million for this drone, and they have already deposited a deposit of $5 million into our secure account. Sui raised his eyebrows and said, It seems that Bagua has really invested a lot of money. In such a bad economic situation, they are willing to pay such a high price. The poverty of the North is obvious to all. Under the blockade of the entire Western world, their economy has never been very good. However, they have never stopped their research and development of weapons, especially in the area of drones. They have never given up the pursuit. It was not surprising to him that a $6 million drone could be sold at such a high price. After all, the technological content of this drone cannot be measured simply in terms of money. Once the technology above is fully understood, it will be a significant step forward for a country's military industry. And only if you study this drone thoroughly, it will be very easy to deal with it. If possible, he would like to sell a few more planes, which would completely solve his problem of shortage of funds. Unfortunately, if Singapore does this, it will definitely go crazy. It's okay to stimulate it a little, but excessive stimulation is unnecessary. It will harm others and not benefit oneself, and the one who benefits is others. They agreed to conduct the transaction in Bandar Abbas, Persia, and have already prepared a landing site for us there. But in order to prevent Singapore from tracking us down, I suggest taking off from Seberang, Persia and then flying directly to Bandar Abbas along the coastline. That will require some trouble for the boss. We are already in a safe place there. No one except Sui could transport this drone to the country of Sheba quietly, whether by direct flight or by sea. I can't say anything else, but as long as the MQ-1 takes off, it will definitely be targeted by Singapore. They only need to send out early warning aircraft to follow it from a distance to know its entire whereabouts. Not to mention sea transportation, the escort warships in the Gulf of Aden can be intercepted at any time. Never underestimate the CIA's intelligence capabilities. Moreover, since Orloff and Chris dared to let him go to Sheba, his absolute safety could definitely be guaranteed. Once there is any sign of danger, they will not allow themselves to go out. After being stuck in the airport for so long, he wanted to go out and get some fresh air, otherwise he would really go crazy. I just don't know if this system upgrade can provide an additional layer of insurance for this operation. The CIA, as one of the world's 4 largest intelligence agencies, must have known about the news on the black market, and they also knew that the deal had been reached. Unfortunately, they did not know the details of the transaction, nor did they know the identities of both parties. Although the CIA is very powerful, the North also has a strong federal security service, whose predecessor is the famous KGB. Shit, you guys are such a bunch of losers. You must stop this deal, or I'll shove your head into the toilet. The CIA director roared like an angry lion. The matter of Sui has not been investigated clearly yet, but unexpectedly another incident like this broke out in the black market. This is definitely the most serious weapons technology leak since the founding of Star Country. If he can't stop it, I think the president won't mind replacing him with a more capable person. Whether it is to prevent himself from being fired or to prevent the leakage of advanced weapons, he must do his best to stop it. Director, this matter may be related to Sui. Perhaps we need to strengthen the detection there. I request to dispatch drones to conduct reconnaissance of the airport. And this time the predator on the black market appeared very suddenly. Could this be a warning to us from the forces behind Sui? After hearing what his subordinate said, the CIA director was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Do as you say. Be careful. I don't want to see our drone crash in Hama. It's not a pleasant thing." The Black Hawk Down incident was still fresh in my mind. If the drone crashed again, I would definitely be in trouble. Chapter 56, Enemy Planes Approaching, Shot Down. The waiting time for system upgrades has always seemed very long to Sui. Only at this time would he be full of anticipation for the system upgrade. After this upgrade, the next upgrade will require a full 1 million yuan in funds, which will be another long wait. What he was most looking forward to was the rewards after the system upgrade. However, he did not get the system upgrade, but instead received another piece of bad news. Reporting to the commander, the radar has detected an unusual target, an MQ-1 Predator drone, which is approaching us rapidly. As the director of the Special Preparation Department, Terrence reported this important situation directly to Sui. Sui also knew the seriousness of the situation and immediately rushed to the radar room of the airport, where Terrence was already waiting. "What exactly is going on?" Sui asked, looking at the flashing dot on the screen. "Sir, our radar detected this target at 7:52 this morning. At first we didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that the drone was just passing by. But its flight path is heading directly towards us, so I reported this to you," Sui said with a serious face. "It seems that the Singaporeans want to have a direct confrontation with us. Since the guests are here, we should entertain them well and immediately have the aviation team launch the Su-27 and shoot it down." Terrence stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Notify the aviation team to take off and intercept hostile targets." Sui is not very afraid of the Star Country. It is indeed very strong in terms of conventional military force, but he also has the ability to fight back. If the Star Army's drones can fly over his head unscrupulously this time, then he is basically developing under the surveillance of the Star Army. He would never give in this regard, and he also didn't believe that the Star Army would dare to start another war against him, because it would be a completely thankless task. Moreover, if they send troops to invade Aden again, Sui doesn't mind letting them cause an incident even more serious than Black Hawk Down. Besides, Singapore has no intention of starting another war this year or even in the next 1 or 2 years. The subprime mortgage crisis that started in 2007 is enough to deal a heavy blow to Singapore. Singapore was the epicenter of this subprime mortgage crisis and also suffered the heaviest losses. The subprime mortgage crisis was not a good thing for Sui. The wider the scope of the economic crisis, the less money he would have to buy arms. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms sounded throughout the airport, and the Special Forces personnel who were in training began to return to their posts one after another. In the Mobile Air Defense Squadron, all the Hongqi 7A short-range air defense missile radars were turned on, and the missile's safety devices were opened. As long as the target is locked, it can be launched at any time. It's a pity that he doesn't have a medium and long-range air defense system, otherwise he wouldn't have to send out fighter jets at all, and one missile would be enough to deal with the slow-moving drone. However, the medium and long-range air defense systems were too expensive, and he simply could not afford them, so he could only send fighter jets to defend the sky above the airport. Boom boom boom! The two engines of the Su-27 flanker fighter on the runway spewed out orange-red tail flames. The powerful power output pushed it to glide quickly on the runway. After a few hundred meters, its beautiful figure took off into the air. The Predator UAV is not equipped with air detection radar, etc., because its internal load is limited, only 204 kilograms. Most of the equipment is used for ground monitoring, and there are also electronic countermeasure systems. Faced with the approach of the Su-27 flanker fighter, the Predator, which was still flying at a cruising speed of more than 120 kilometers per hour, did not detect the approaching danger. This time, the Su-27 carried out an air interception mission, carrying a total of 4 R-77 medium-range air-to-air missiles. The most distinctive feature of this missile is the two mesh tail fins at the tail, which give it very powerful maneuverability. As a fire-and-forget air-to-air missile, its active radar can detect targets at 20 kilometers, and its maximum effective range reaches 60 kilometers. At this time, the drone was less than 100 kilometers away from the military airport. Within a few minutes after taking off, the flanker approached to a distance of more than 40 kilometers. Swoosh! An R-77 Viper air-to-air missile that had completed preheating was launched. Using inertial guidance and command correction guidance, the missile flew directly to the target detected by the carrier aircraft's radar. The R-77 missile is equipped with a two-stage solid rocket engine and can reach a maximum flight speed of Mach 3.3. In just over 20 seconds, the missile flew more than 20 kilometers, and its active radar was turned on at this time. The maximum detection range of the 9B-1103 M-200 Seeker is 25 kilometers. The missile radar can quickly lock onto the target in just a few seconds. Boom! The leisurely flying Predator drone was directly hit by an R-77 missile. The 21-kilogram fighter jet directly reduced the more than 1-ton drone into aerial fragments. Chapter 57 Upgrade completed, Shielding Artifact. The control console far away on the mainland lost all images at the moment of the explosion. Fake, what's going on? An officer who was holding a cup of coffee and watching this scene was stunned, with his mind full of question marks. Soon, a senior CIA official entered the drone control room with a gloomy face and asked, "What happened? Why did the drone lose contact?" An officer said with a stiff face, "Report, this is the last picture sent back by the drone. It has been shot down." The image frozen in the photo is an incoming R-77 air-to-air missile, the tail flame of which is clearly visible. It was captured and transmitted by the optoelectronic system of the drone. "Assholes, they are really too bold. I will go and report the intelligence." When a drone is shot down, there is always an explanation. However, after seeing this scene, the CIA director fell into silence and spoke only after a long time. "Stop the reconnaissance operation and continue monitoring this place as before. We have already planned a large-scale plan for him." The operation planned by the CIA has been tacitly approved by the president. Although they cannot use overt military force, they can use other things. This plan is actually related to the current border conflict between Aden and Abyssinia. In his opinion, the possibility of success of the plan is still very high. And Sui, who was far away in Aden, returned to his previous peaceful life. Shooting down a Star Army Predator drone didn't make him nervous or excited. As an arms dealer with global ambitions, his rise will inevitably threaten the interests of some countries. As the world's largest arms dealer, Singapore occupies more than 50% of the entire market. Naturally, they would not stand by and watch the rise of a competitor. There is a natural conflict of interest between the two parties, and he has no good feelings towards Singapore. After waiting for a long time, he finally welcomed another upgrade of the system. Ding! The upgrade is complete, new weapons and blueprints have been added, and rewards are being distributed. Security Gift Pack 1, SOG Team 1, Jammer 1. Equipment before 2000 enjoys a 50% discount, and the discount will not be reduced after that. Equipment before 2010 will enjoy a 25% discount. When seeing the direct reward from the system, Suyi's mouth couldn't help but crack. Sure enough, the system's rewards were just as he expected. They gave him exactly what he needed, and it seemed to include some black technology. Sui directly opened the instructions of the jammer and started reading. After seeing the above introduction, the joy on Suyi's face became more and more obvious. Its function is very simple and powerful, and it can block all filming and surveillance from any external satellites, drones or other detection equipment within 50 square kilometers. Moreover, everything they filmed was what Sui wanted them to see, and what they didn't want to see could not be seen at all. This undoubtedly solved the problem that worried Sui. After all, he didn't know how many satellites were flying over his head every day. It was as if there was a surveillance camera installed above his head that he couldn't reach, and every move in the entire airport was being seen by others. All actions must be performed carefully, otherwise many secrets will be photographed. But now it's different, with this jammer, and the range is so large. 1 square kilometer is equivalent to 1 million square meters, and 50 square kilometers is 50 million square meters. Of course, this range refers to the maximum range, and can be adjusted according to actual conditions. Wherever the jammer signal covers, all detection equipment will fail. This is definitely a magic weapon for him at the moment, and he can finally expand his armed forces with confidence. The reason why he did not expand on a large scale before was because of this reason. If he carried out large-scale expansion in a short period of time, this will undoubtedly expose a lot of information to various countries, and all previous actions must be cautious. Now that we no longer have this concern and we are not short of funds, we can naturally expand. Then Sui turned his attention to the SOG team. It was obvious that this was a special forces team, just like the 141 task force at the beginning. Sui still had some impression of this team. If he remembered correctly, this team should be from Call of Duty 7. This means that just as he guessed, this SOG group did come from this game. Mason, Hudson, Woods, Bowman, Weaver, Brooks, and 2 others whom Sui did not recognize. This Hudson is not the same person as the one in 141, and the years do not match. This Special Forces unit is also very powerful and exists in reality. It brings together the elites of multiple special forces of the Star Army. If Delta and SEALs are the top special forces, then SOG is the special forces of the special forces. The arrival of this special forces team did not cause any fluctuation in his mood. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. After all, he no longer lacks special forces. With the current strength of the 141st Task Force, it can already carry out most of the tasks. But since the system has given him this SOG Special Forces unit, he should still train them well. Then he turned his gaze to the last gift package, which, as the name suggests, has a lot to do with security. Chapter 58 Super Gift Pack, Fighter Selection. Open the security package. Congratulations on receiving 1 professional security team, 3 armored command vehicles, 1 commander's plane, 5 commander's helicopters, and 1 primary gene enhancer. This gift package is indeed a big gift package. The amount of information contained in it is really not small, and the rewards are also extremely rich. Everything is tailor-made for your own safety, especially when it comes to transportation. In addition to those running in the sea, those running in the air, on planes and on land are all prepared for you. As the name suggests, the professional security team is a top security team rewarded by the system, with a number of about 80 people. This includes the drivers and crew members of these vehicles. In terms of special operations, they may be slightly inferior to the 141st Task Force, but in terms of security, they are far better than the 141st. With their protection, Sui felt much more at ease. At least he could go out and have some fun when the situation was not so chaotic. There are a total of 3 armored command vehicles awarded, and their appearance is not much different from that of ordinary bridge vehicles. Although it looks very low-key in appearance, it is luxurious and majestic. Its bulletproof level is probably not lower than that of Army No. 1, and may even be better. There is a reason why the system rewards 3 vehicles at one time. For safety reasons, the 3 vehicles usually travel together. Even if they were ambushed, the 3 sturdy bulletproof armored vehicles and the bodyguards inside were enough to hold out until support arrived. As for the commander's private plane and helicopter, they were modified from the Boeing 787 passenger plane. The most interesting thing is that this type of passenger plane only made its maiden flight in 2009. Boeing is probably still developing and assembling the prototype of this passenger aircraft. Compared with Singapore's Air Force One, it has a larger body. Not only does it have a luxurious cabin, but it is also an airborne command platform, surpassing Air Force One in terms of avionics and other aspects. The helicopter is modified from the UH-1 Black Hawk helicopter and will generally become Suyi's main means of transportation in the future. Giving 5 helicopters at a time is also based on the same safety considerations. The remaining 4 helicopters are actually to confuse the enemy's eyes. Among these rewards, the one that interested Sui the most was this primary gene enhancer. Sui was not unfamiliar with this name. It had appeared in countless novels and was simply a magic weapon for the protagonist to strengthen his body. I didn't expect that he would enjoy such treatment today. He is worthy of being the son of the plane. Sui looked at its function and found it was indeed similar to what he imagined. It is mainly used to enhance the body's strength and increase immunity. To a certain extent, as long as you inject it, you will not get any disease in a short period of time. However, in order to maximize the effect of this gene enhancement liquid, Sui still needs to exercise continuously. Moreover, only a certain dose can be injected each time, otherwise the current physical strength will not be able to bear it. I still can't escape the fate of training. Although Sui understood very well that the body was the capital of revolution, knowing it was one thing, but whether to exercise or not was another. However, in order not to waste this precious gene enhancement liquid, he decided to set aside a certain amount of time every day for exercise. Anyway, Orlov is responsible for handling most of the daily affairs of the leader company, so he still has plenty of time. The rewards for this upgrade are as generous as ever, and Suyi's strength will experience a dramatic increase in the future. Because the reward for this upgrade solved all his worries. However, to expand your upgrades, you have to wait until you deliver the drone to the target. In this way, there will be an additional 1 million yuan in his account. Adding to the current 2 million yuan, the account balance will reach an unprecedented 3.6 million yuan. He only needs to leave 600,000 yuan for daily operations, and he will have 3 million yuan to expand his armed forces. He has no intention of saving any money when expanding his strength this time. After all, we have provoked the Star Country. In order to prevent any unexpected incidents, it is better to strengthen our own strength. Otherwise, if we expand when the Star Army attacks, it will be too late. Of course, this possibility is not very high, but we still need to take precautions. However, in order to ensure the safety of this trip, Sui decided to expand his air force first. At present his aviation force is still too small and too weak. There is only one Su-27 fighter and 2 A-29 attack aircraft, and the remaining 3 are military transport planes. Su-27 fighters will serve as a dedicated air escort echelon in the future. The development trend of air power in the future is actually multi-purpose. For major countries, air superiority is generally left to the 4th-generation aircraft. For Sui at present, although the 4th-generation aircraft is good, he really cannot afford to enjoy it. Once he has the 4th-generation stealth fighter in his hands, there is no doubt that several air combat groups of the Star Army will come to attack him. Therefore, the 3rd-generation and a half multi-purpose fighter is his best choice, and there are still many options. Chapter 59 Super Flanker, 2 Highlights. There are quite a few of the world's top 3rd-generation fighter jets. For example, the F-18E divided by F Super Hornet, Typhoon Fighter, F-15, Rafale Fighter, Su-35 Fighter and many more. There are also several medium-sized multi-purpose 3rd-generation aircraft such as the F-16, JS-39 and J-10. These fighter jets are basically the mainstream 3rd-generation aircraft in various countries and are the backbone of aviation in various countries. However, after much deliberation, Sui finally chose the Su-35S fighter jet with the strongest comprehensive capabilities. The first thing he thinks of is the impact, followed by performance, and finally price and other factors. If he chose the other 3rd-generation aircraft, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the convention organization again. With the pressure from the convention organization and Star Country, Sui is currently unable to withstand it. Then the only choice is the Su-35S multi-purpose heavy fighter from Bagua. Because of the northern country's influence and other factors, it posed no threat to him who was far away in Black Continent. Unless this fighting nation uses ballistic missiles to attack itself, but this possibility is not very high. Although the fighting nation is reckless, it does not mean that they are brainless. Moreover, in terms of performance, the Su-35S is not inferior to other 3rd-generation fighters. The one he chose is the most advanced version of Su-35, the S-type, which has 2 biggest highlights. The first is its engine, the AL-41F1 engine, also known as the 117S Vector Turbofan engine. As of today in 2007, apart from the F-22, no other fighter jets are equipped with vector engines. Moreover, this engine is not the F-22's 2-way vector engine, but a 3-way vector engine. The nozzle of a 2-way vector engine can only move up and down, while the nozzle of a 3-way vector engine can move up, down, left, and right. The advantage is still very obvious. Its thrust is also very strong, with a single unit thrust of 117 kilonewtons and a maximum thrust of 175 kilonewtons under afterburner. It does have disadvantages, but the only downside is that it sacrifices lifespan to increase power, and its lifespan is only 4,000 hours. Compared with the Star Army's F-119 engine, its lifespan is as high as 12,000 hours. But is this a problem for Sui? He can always take out a new engine for replacement, and 4,000 hours is enough for him. Driven by powerful power, as a fighter with a maximum takeoff weight of 34 tons, it can fly at a speed of 2.25 Mach per hour. It also has an extremely important highlight, that is, its range. When equipped with auxiliary fuel tanks, its maximum range can reach 4,000 kilometers. For a fighter jet, this range is already the best. The second biggest highlight is its avionics system and the Snow Leopardy passive phased array radar it is equipped with. The Su-35S's avionics equipment has already caught up with the level of advanced Western countries, refreshing the outside world's impression that Northern equipment is clumsy and crude. Although the Snow Leopardy is only a passive phased array radar, its performance is not very weak, and compared with active radars, it also has its own advantages. Compared with active radar, passive phased array radar relies on receiving electromagnetic waves emitted by the target to find the target. It is less likely to expose itself, and will not be locked by anti-radiation missiles. Its maximum detection range can reach 400 kilometers, and it can detect and track 30 targets at the same time, while guiding 8 active air-to-air missiles to attack. As for Snow Leopard's doubts about the detection of stealth fighters, this is probably exaggerated for better sales. This fighter jet meets Sui's current needs in all aspects. The most crucial thing is that the Su-35S fighter jet of northern China will not make its maiden flight until 2008, which is next year. They never imagined that the first army to be equipped with this fighter jet would not be their own army, but this arms dealer far away in Black Continent. Who asked Sui to get the goods from the system? If it weren't for the consideration of keeping a low profile, Sui wouldn't mind equipping a few F-22 and F-35 fighter jets, but after thinking about the consequences, he decided not to. Do as much as you can according to your ability. There is no need to try to be strong and cause unnecessary trouble. He is an arms dealer, not a politician or warlord looking for attention. The lower the profile, the better. Finally, the price of this fighter jet is around $80 million, which is still very expensive. In the system, since it is a fighter jet from 10 years ago, it has a 25% discount, and is sold at 300,000 yuan per unit. This price is within Sui's affordability. Considering the current capacity of the airport and its own needs, Sui decided to purchase 4 aircraft, which will be enough for use in the future. The 4 planes cost Sui a total of 1.2 million yuan, and his 2.6 million yuan was reduced to 1.4 million yuan. But having fighter jets alone is not enough, we also have to purchase an early warning aircraft. We cannot be careless when facing the Star Army. However, with his current funds, he can forget about purchasing those large strategic early warning aircraft, as this amount of money is totally insufficient. Chapter 60 Air Warning, Travel Preparation. The choice of early warning aircraft gave Sui a lot of thought, and there were very few options. In the end, he could only choose the ZDK-03 medium early warning aircraft that had just been in service in Yen State for 10 years. This early warning aircraft was tailor-made by Yanhua for Pakistan. Its performance in radar, carrier aircraft, and other aspects exceeds that of the Falcon early warning aircraft. It is a medium-sized early warning aircraft with a very high cost-effectiveness. This early warning aircraft is the Yen State's Y-9 tactical transport aircraft, with a maximum range of 5,000 kilometers and an air endurance time of 8 hours. It is also equipped with a refueling pipe, so its maximum flight time can be increased to 12 hours if it is refueled in the air. Although this radar does not use Yen country's most advanced digital phased array radar technology. This radar is a very important breakthrough for Yen country, and is 1 generation ahead of the Western world. At this time, Sui recalled a program he had watched in his previous life, in which Director Zhang said something. If the KJ-500 had not experienced actual combat, it would definitely be ranked first. Of course, Sui was also very envious of this early warning aircraft, but the high price of $200 million directly discouraged him. The system costs $1 million, which is totally beyond his ability to afford, unless he does not want to expand his ground forces. The KZD-03 medium early warning aircraft was enough for him to use, although it still used a mechanical electronic scanning radar with a maximum detection range of about 450 kilometers. In terms of performance in all aspects, this early warning radar is no inferior to the Star Army's E-2C Hawkeye early warning aircraft, and is enough to defeat any country in Africa. The price of this early warning aircraft is much higher. The market price is $80 million, and the system price is 300,000 yuan. He was very satisfied that he could buy an early warning aircraft with only 300,000 yuan, and it was a second-tier early warning aircraft. The first-tier aircraft was the strategic early warning aircraft. Although the purchase of these 5 planes reduced his small treasury to 1.1 million, all the money of Task Force 141 in the Moma tribe had been spent. But this money can be exchanged for 4 Su-35s and a ZDK-03 early warning aircraft, which is a pleasing thing no matter how you look at it. After completing the purchase of these fighter jets, Sui immediately equipped them with the jammers given by the system. Its appearance is like a tall iron tower, about 50 meters high. It looks ordinary and no one can associate it with black technology when seeing it. After the jammer was equipped, Sui turned it on directly and set it up in the system. This also took him nearly an hour, but after that, whether the Star Country used satellites or other remote detection equipment, the images they saw were what Sui wanted them to see. After the biggest hidden danger was solved, the fighter plane was pulled out of the hangar in broad daylight. After more than a month of construction, the first phase of the project has basically come to an end, and the second phase is about to begin. The military airport has changed a lot compared to before. The area alone has reached 2 square kilometers, which is a lot larger than before. This military airport has reached the standards of a second-level permanent military airport, and is fully capable of taking off and landing medium-sized aircraft. There are more than 20 hangars on both sides of the taxiway, constructed with high-strength concrete that can withstand general aerial bomb attacks. This airport is more than enough to accommodate these fighter jets. After the aviation team was expanded, Sui's final preparations before travel were also completed. Before the trip, Sui also assigned a task to Simon Riley, deputy commander of the 141st Task Force, which was the organization of ground armed forces and the selection of weapons and equipment. The reason why he gave it to Simon was actually because he wanted Simon Riley to serve as the commander of this ground armed force. He currently had no better choice than him. At around 5:30 in the morning of the same day, a total of 5 commander-specific helicopters and 2 Longbow Apache attack helicopters took off from the helicopter base on the east side of the military airport. This time the helicopter's flight route is along the road leading to the north, thus avoiding the tense border situation. After flying to the northern coastal city of Bosaso, the route will be changed directly across the Gulf of Aden to Mansoura in the Kingdom of Sheba. Of course, this is not the delivery location agreed by both parties. The real location is the port of Abbas in Persia. The Predator drone will take off from Mansoura and fly directly to the port of Abbas, 2,000 kilometers away. Although flying in the desert area will pass through several countries, even if their radar detects the Predator, they will only think it is some action of the Star Army. Given their relationship with Star Country, they will not pay too much attention to the Predator drones flying over the border. As long as the drone arrives safely, the subsequent towed console will be delivered to them through the secret transportation channels provided by Northland. In this way, the transaction between the two parties will be successfully completed, and the $100 million will be directly transferred to Sui's account. Although the transaction is somewhat cumbersome, it is safer and will not leave any obvious traces to be discovered by the Star Country. P.S. I won't introduce the equipment data anymore. If you are interested, you can go to Baidu. Otherwise, I will just give out empty numbers. The main reason is that there are too many equipments, and it will be troublesome to introduce them. If I write it down, you will be bored reading it too. Chapter 61. Discovering a fleet of aircraft, a storm is brewing. 2 of the 5 Marine Ones, Black Hawks, flew at the front of the formation, escorted by an Apache longbow. The main function of these 2 helicopters is to explore the way. Once encountering danger, Sui can react quickly. It is still a bit risky to take a helicopter in a country that is not very safe. However, the noise made by the special plane is too loud, and the helicopter is already the fastest and safest option. In addition to these 7 helicopters, there are 6 aircraft flying at an altitude of up to 8,000 meters. The 5 fighter jets were divided into 2 groups, one of which consisted of a ZDK-03 airborne early warning aircraft, a Su-35S fighter and a Su-27 fighter. Their main role is also to explore the way. If there are drones or manned aircraft approaching, they will be able to discover them at the first time. There were also 3 Su-35S fighter jets forming an escort group, which were not far from the helicopter group. Under such strict protection, there is basically no security problem unless someone knows Sui's exact location. The target of the 7 helicopters was neither big nor small, and they were basically flying a few hundred meters in the air. Although he tried his best to avoid densely populated areas, he was still discovered by someone, and that person was a CIA agent. Director, there is an unusual situation reported from the Aden intelligence station. Here are the photos. This photo shows an unmarked Apache helicopter and 2 civilian Black Hawk helicopters painted in camouflage colors. I suspect our target is inside. I request the implementation of the emergency arrest plan. This is a very good opportunity for us. If the CIA cannot discover such a large fleet, then it underestimates them, not to mention that they are cooperating with many intelligence dealers. They have woven a stunning intelligence network specifically for Sui, and their purpose is nothing more than to uncover the secrets of Sui. After seeing the photo, the director asked, "When was this taken?" 20 minutes ago. The director pondered for a moment and then said, "We don't have any military bases in Aden or nearby, so we will contact the Abyssinian military and ask them to send fighter jets to cooperate with our operation. If they succeed in capturing the suspect, they will receive a reward of $20 million. As the director of the CIA, he has the power to freely allocate CIA funds, and their funds are confidential. Even Congress has no power to inquire. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Abyssinia is a chess piece deployed by Singapore in the important strategic location of the Gulf of Aden. The previous Black Hawk Down incident caused Star Country to lose control of Aden, but they were unwilling to lose this important position. It just so happened that Abyssinia wanted to find a big leg to cling to, and it also had conflicts of interest with Aden in terms of territory and other aspects. So the two sides hit it off and became one of Singapore's lackeys in Black Continent. Faced with the request from the CIA, the Abyssinian Air Force readily accepted it. In their opinion, this mission is easy and there's a bonus of up to $20 million to be won, so why not do it? The Singaporean side's request was for them to intercept the fleet, let it fly to the border airport of Abyssinia, and capture an important figure inside. And this important person is Sui, who had a feud with Abyssinia, and they are now sharpening their knives. Based on some intelligence provided by Singapore, the Abyssinian Air Force decisively dispatched two Su-27 flanker fighter jets, crossing the border of Aden and heading straight to the north. Abyssinia's military strength is still relatively strong, and it is the third largest military power in Africa. It has more than 120 fighter jets of various types, more than 1,600 tanks and armored vehicles, and a population of 120 million, which is incomparable to the state of Aden. Although their equipment is old, the quantity is there. However, what the Abyssinians did not know was that they had encountered a tough opponent this time. ZDK-03 Airborne Early Warning Aircraft. Report, radar fluctuations detected. Judging from the frequency band, they are two Su-27 fighters. They have taken off from the airport in the Debuine area and are only 356 kilometers away from the commander's fleet. Report the other party's heading, speed, and altitude. Heading east-northeast, speed 1.2 Mach, altitude 3000. The officer frowned upon hearing this information and said, "Send fighter number 004 to intercept and shoot them down, and report this news to the commander." Through the data link system between fighter jets, the command from the early warning aircraft was immediately transmitted to the Su-35 fighter jet numbered 004. After seeing the information on the HUD, the pilot immediately turned and flew northwest. But in less than 2 minutes, two targets appeared on his radar screen. The two Su-27 fighter jets were very arrogantly scanning everywhere with their radars, apparently trying to use the radar to find the helicopter fleet. However, it is not so easy for them to find the helicopter group, as all 5 helicopters are equipped with electronic countermeasure equipment, and equipment to prevent infrared missile locking. Although it flies slowly and low, it is very thoughtful in terms of safety. After all, it is a system product. Things that can appear with Air Force One are not as simple as they seem on the surface, and they all contain black technology. Otherwise, how could Sui choose to fly such a long distance by helicopter in such a high-profile manner? Chapter 62, Attack from Behind, Early Warning. There is no need to elaborate on the role of airborne early warning aircraft in air combat. With its powerful detection capability, all enemy aircraft within the radius can be detected. It is precisely under this circumstance that stealth fighters were born and became the future development trend of fighters. As long as our side has early warning aircraft, we are basically halfway to victory in the air battle. Just like the two incoming Su-27 flanker fighters, they had no idea what was going on. It's like a blind man shining a flashlight in the dark, while their opponents are already in front of them, closely watching their every move. The Falcon radars equipped on these two flanker fighters have a head-on search distance of only 150 kilometers, and are simply unable to detect the Su-35 fighters flying outside their radar detection range. The pilot of the Su-35 fighter has turned off his own onboard radar, and is flying strictly according to the route marked by the early warning aircraft. This operation concerns the safety of the helicopter fleet, and no one dares to take any risks. Inside the airborne early warning aircraft, the officer looked at everything on the radar screen with a serious expression. Their battle plan was relatively simple. They ordered the Su-35, whose radar had been silenced, to go around behind the two Su-27 fighters. Then give them a thundering blow from behind, knocking them down with lightning speed. The tail sections of the two Su-27s are also equipped with rear-view airborne radars. However, due to limited space and the relatively large size of Northland Electronic components in the 1990s, the detection range of the rear-view radar was only about 30 kilometers. If the attack was launched from the rear, there would be no chance of survival for these two planes. Time passed by minute, and the group of helicopters ignored the two incoming fighter jets and flew along the predetermined route. The flight distance of about 1,300 kilometers will take 6 hours for a group of helicopters flying at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The Longbow Apache attack helicopter will return after escorting for a distance, and will then be escorted by two A-29 Super Tucano attack aircraft throughout the journey. It seems that our whereabouts have been discovered, but they don't know where our destination is, and the transaction is proceeding as usual. Only a few people knew about this transaction. Sui didn't believe that the CIA had such great power to place people around him. It was absolutely impossible. How are the two fighters? Sir, the AWACS is arranging for fighters to handle the situation. There will be results in less than half an hour. Sui is still very confident about the combination of early warning aircraft and Su-35 fighter jets. However, if he shot down these two Su-27 fighter jets, he would inevitably have a deep feud with Abyssinia. I must quickly expand my strength when I go back. Sui couldn't help but think to himself. Faced with the Su-35 fighter jets that had arrived behind them, the two Su-27 fighter jets were still unaware. Now they are less than 180 kilometers away from Sui's fleet, but this distance has become a distance that they can never cross. The pilot of the Su-35 fighter jet input the data transmitted through the data link into the four AIM-120s carried. This time, the Su-35 fighter jet carried not the R-77 air-to-air missile, but the AIM-120 Beyond Visual Range air-to-air missile with more advanced avionics equipment and anti-interference capabilities. As long as you master the source code of the fighter's avionics system and the source code of the missile, it is actually very easy to decide which missile to use on the fighter. That's why we see the scene of Su-35 fighter jets carrying AIM-120 missiles. When the distance between the two Su-27 fighters and the aircraft was less than 80 kilometers, two AIM-120 missiles fell, the tail engine started, and they flew away with a roar. In less than 2 seconds, another two AIM-120 missiles fell and followed the two missiles in front under inertial guidance. Generally speaking, the radar warning devices on fighter jets are all aimed at X-band radars, that is, the signals emitted by fire control radars to issue alarms. Therefore, facing the detection of the early warning aircraft search radar, the two fighter jets could not detect it at all. The missile flew forward according to the data provided by the early warning aircraft. In just a few minutes, the missile was less than 25 kilometers away from the target. Hey, why is there a fluctuation in my rear radar? A pilot couldn't help but ask a question while looking at the image on the radar screen. Then he turned his head and looked back, but saw nothing except some white clouds. My radar has also been fluctuating. At this time, the other pilot's voice was full of surprise and doubt. The two men immediately fell into silence. If they didn't understand at this moment, they would be unworthy of being the pilots of two Su-27 fighter jets. It was obvious that a missile appeared behind them. If it was an enemy plane, the radar fluctuation would not be so small. Chapter 63, Mid-Range Buzzer Beater, Two Possibilities. AIM-120, we're done. No, evade. Just when the two of them were still wondering where the missiles were, two AIM-120 air-to-air missiles penetrated the clouds and headed straight for the two of them. At this time, the missile was less than 10 kilometers away from them. In addition, the active radar of the AIM-120 missile was already turned on, and it locked onto the two fighter jets in less than 2 seconds. At this time, their radar warning device also told them what kind of missile was coming. However, this is the most desperate situation. At a distance of less than 10 kilometers, it is basically impossible for them to avoid the attack of such an advanced missile as AIM-120. Because they have entered the missile's kill zone, it is no longer a no-escape zone. However, they still chose to struggle, thinking that there might still be hope of escaping, but if they didn't, they would surely die. The two fighter jets began to make large-scale maneuvers in an attempt to escape the lock of the missile radar. If this missile could take off at such a close distance, it would not have been in service in the Star Army for nearly 30 years. The missile's terminal speed has now reached Mach 4, with a maximum overload of 40 G. It's behind me, I can't get away. A pilot looked at the approaching missile in despair, but he chose not to struggle. Bang! The hatch exploded, and the pilot flew out directly under the eruption of the ejection seat. However, in less than a second, the missile hit the Su-27 fighter directly, and the 20-kilogram high-explosive warhead directly blew the front of the fighter to pieces. However, the other pilot was not so lucky. He was performing large maneuvers and had no conditions to eject. He was buried in the sea of fire of the explosion, and the fighter plane accompanying him fell to the ground. The two subsequent AIM-120 missiles lost their target, and could only fly aimlessly in the air until their fuel ran out. The pilot was not familiar with the missile's performance. After all, he had never used this missile before and had no idea about its literal data. Therefore, launching 4 missiles at a time is also to prevent accidents, and to achieve a one-time kill. In terms of avionics equipment and hit rate, this AIM-120D missile is indeed more powerful than northern countries' R-77 missile. Airborne Early Warning Aircraft. The officer looked at the 2 radar waves that were gradually disappearing, and couldn't help but feel relieved. He said, 004, return to the formation immediately. Yes. This Su-35 carried a total of 10 AIM-120 air-to-air missiles and 4 AIM-9 Sidewinders, which is the maximum payload in air superiority mode. A total of 4 AIM-120 medium-range missiles were launched in this operation, and there are still 6 medium-range missiles left, which has very strong combat capability. In fact, this airstrike was a typical asymmetric airstrike, and the difference between having early warning aircraft and not having early warning aircraft was revealed at this time. If there is an early warning aircraft, our early warning aircraft can command radar-silent fighters to go around the rear of the enemy aircraft formation and launch a fatal attack. Generally speaking, the tail of a fighter plane is a radar blind spot. Even if some fighter planes are equipped with a tail radar, their detection range is limited. Countless battle examples in history have proved the importance of early warning aircraft in air combat, so Sui spent such a huge price to exchange it. What I didn't expect was that it would play such an important role the next day. After the alarm was lifted, the fleet flew as usual. There shouldn't be any accidents that would disrupt the operation. The Star Army also lost track of the fleet afterwards, and they had no idea where Sui was going. According to the CIA's speculation, there are 2 possibilities for Sui's trip this time. The first is related to the MQ-1 Predator deal. The second possibility is to go to a secret base, where it is very likely that the mystery behind him will be revealed. No matter which of these 2 possibilities is true, it is extremely important to the CIA, and they are still very confident about this operation. After all, there is no problem no matter how you look at it for 2 relatively advanced Su-27s to capture a fleet of helicopters. However, they heard the pilots cry for help, and then lost contact. In the tower of an Air Force base, CIA intelligence officers and the captain of a fighter squadron looked at each other in bewilderment. The squadron leader glared at the CIA agent and yelled, "Asshole, why didn't you inform them of the fighter jets? You caused us to lose 2 Su-27 fighters." The Su-27 fighter is the most advanced fighter in their Air Force, and the number of them is not large, only 24. They lost 2 planes at once this time, and the loss was inexplicable. How could he not be heartbroken? This time, the CIA once again upgraded its intelligence on Sui to a higher level, because a lot of information they did not know was exposed in this air battle. Chapter 64. Situation changes. Dark clouds loom over the city. It took the helicopter group more than 5 hours to finally reach the destination. The helicopter that Sui was riding landed on a large flat ground, surrounded by endless yellow sand. It was obvious that this was a base deep in the desert. "Sir, I am the head of the intelligence department in Shiba country." A middle-aged man of Central Asian appearance came up to Sui. Sui smiled in response, and then asked, "Has the venue been arranged?" "Sir, everything has been arranged. I promise there won't be any problems." "Very good, go arrange for helicopter refueling." "Yes." Led by a soldier, Sui came to a large warehouse. The entire warehouse was quite large and could easily accommodate a Predator drone. "Manifest Predator drone!" Then a blue light curtain appeared in front of Sui. When the blue light curtain dissipated, the Predator that had been taken away appeared in front of him. Sui didn't know how many times he had seen this scene, and there was no longer any fluctuation in his heart. The purpose of his coming to Shiba country this time has been achieved, and of course he also came out to relax. At present, Chris's intelligence department is expanding at a very fast speed, through Sui's explanation of the future development of the previous life. The capable Chris no longer needs Sui's funds to develop the intelligence department, but instead makes money on his own through various means. Sui didn't expect that Pete Chris was not only an intelligence expert, but also a business genius. Currently, the entire intelligence department has more than 2,000 intelligence personnel, who are distributed in many neighboring countries. In addition, it also cooperates with many intelligence dealers, so that Sui's ears are no longer blocked and he is completely free from dependence on cuckoo intelligence. Although there is a big gap between the Ministry of Intelligence and the major intelligence departments in the world today, given its growth rate, it will soon become a terrifying existence. Aden State, Presidential Palace in Hama. Defense Minister Mahmud looked at the president slumped in his chair with a smile on his face and said, "President, you should announce your resignation. This position should have been occupied by me a long time ago." The president looked at the room full of officers and the soldiers pointing guns at him, and he suddenly seemed to lose all his life. "You will pay the price for your actions sooner or later. If you cooperate with them, you will never have a good ending." Mahmud snorted coldly and said, "I don't know what will happen if I cooperate with them, but I know what will happen to me if I don't cooperate with them. Take the president away." Looking at the president being dragged away, Mahmud sat on the president's luxurious chair, and the smile on his face became even brighter. At this time, a major general came forward and answered, "Congratulations, General, you will become the new president of Aden. With their support, we will definitely be able to unify the entire Aden." "Yes, he is a waste. For so long, the area under our control has not expanded at all. If it were you, General, we would have unified long ago. When the weapons and equipment they promised arrive, that's when we launch our counterattack. I will wipe out those tribal armed forces one by one." Listening to his men's flattery, Mahmud said in high spirits. On Suyi's way back, a situation reported by Chris made Suyi's heart sink. The world has changed in Aden. The former president announced his resignation and former defense minister Mahmud became the new president. Although the leader arms company had cooperated with Mahmud before, Chris's intelligence was not optimistic. Mohammed has had very close contact with the Abyssinian side recently. It was this information that allowed Suyi to make a judgment on the current situation. Abyssinia is a country that is clearly pro-American, and Mahmud has close ties with Abyssinia, which is also related to this coup. It is obvious that something big is going to happen next, and it may be the beginning of war in Aden. Moreover, Suyi had a hunch that this change might have a lot to do with him. This made him feel a little anxious. It was imperative to expand the ground armed forces. Suyi returned to the Vita military airport base very smoothly. At this time, the balance payment from the northern country had already been paid. Their payment efficiency is still very high, so naturally they hope to continue cooperating with Suyi. After all, they can even get something like the MQ-1 Predator, so maintaining a good cooperative relationship will definitely benefit future cooperation. $95 million have been transferred to Suyi's account, and there is currently a total of 2.2 million funds. Originally, there was only 1.1 million in Suyi's account, and the extra 100,000 was the income from the mall. Although there are no large orders on the dark web mall at present, small orders continue to come in. Perhaps this is also a test of the mall by all parties. It is not easy to build up credibility, and it is built up through small orders. Chapter 65, Troop Establishment, Far Exceeding Budget. Simon Riley handed Suyi a stack of documents and said, "Sir, this is the troop organization and weapons I compiled. They are all configured according to your requirements, Commander." Suyi took the document and read it carefully page by page. I have to say that Simon Riley is not only very efficient, but also very knowledgeable in this area. The various weapons and personnel arrangements are very reasonable. Suyi has been frantically supplementing his knowledge in these areas during this period. He can still understand some things. It seems that he did not find the wrong person. Suyi's requirement for this armed force is very simple, that is, an armored, information-based mechanized force. Quality is more important than quantity. Of course, this does not mean that there should be fewer soldiers. It is about equipping a reasonable number of people with the most sophisticated weapons. This is what it means to have quality over quantity. This brigade-level combat team includes multiple arms, and the unit size is similar to the brigade-level organization of various countries. This organization is actually equivalent to a mini-division. Although small, it has all the necessary facilities and has everything a division-level unit should have. The brigade combat team consists of 2 synthetic armored battalions, a brigade headquarters battalion, a field artillery battalion, an armored reconnaissance battalion, an engineer battalion and a support battalion. The synthetic armored battalion is a mixed battalion of tanks and various infantry fighting vehicles, and it will be highly informationized. It can defeat mechanized infantry regiments of various countries if deployed alone. Each battalion consists of 2 tank companies, 2 mechanized infantry companies, a support company and a headquarters company. The 2 battalions are equipped with a total of 58 main battle tanks, 72 infantry fighting vehicles and 8 self-propelled mortar vehicles. The Field Artillery Battalion is composed of 3 artillery companies, a battalion headquarters company and a target search platoon, and its main equipment is 18 self-propelled artillery. The Armored Reconnaissance Battalion consists of 3 armored reconnaissance companies and 1 tank company. The Engineering Battalion consists of an intelligence company, a network information support company, and 2 combat engineering companies. The Brigade-level Support Battalion is composed of multiple companies, such as a material supply company, a maintenance company, a medical company, 3 fire support companies, a self-propelled rocket artillery company and a combat engineer company. This brigade combat team requires a total of 72 main battle tanks, 72 infantry fighting vehicles, 110 armored personnel carriers, 18 self-propelled artillery, 6 self-propelled rocket launchers, and 8 self-propelled mortar vehicles. In addition, there are hundreds of various vehicles, such as various multi-purpose off-road vehicles, maintenance vehicles, pontoon vehicles, reconnaissance vehicles, artillery reconnaissance radars, drones, etc. Generally speaking, the combat radius of this brigade combat team is about 200 kilometers. As the main combat force under his command, their equipment is also quite luxurious. Since they are different from special operations forces, their equipment must be of standardized caliber to reduce logistical pressure. Therefore, each soldier in the brigade is equipped with a standard 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, bulletproof helmet, bulletproof vest, pistol, scope, etc. A soldier's individual equipment requires about 20 points of funds. The most expensive item is not the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, which only costs 7.5 million yuan, but the IOTV bulletproof vest, which can withstand bullets lower than AK-47 at a distance of 50 meters. There are about 4,500 people in the entire brigade, and these individual equipment will cost about 100,000 yuan in total. According to the budget given by Simon, in addition to the main weapons such as main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, self-propelled artillery and self-propelled rocket launchers, a total of about 800,000 yuan of funds is required, which is not a small amount of money. The main battle tank chosen is the famous Leopard, the Leopard 2A6 main battle tank, with a unit price of 20,000 yuan per unit, which costs 1.54 million yuan here. The infantry fighting vehicle is the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, with a unit price of 5,000 yuan and a total price of 360,000 yuan. Armored personnel carrier M113A2 armored personnel carrier, unit price 1,000 funds, total price 110,000. The self-propelled artillery chosen is the PZH 2000 self-propelled howitzer, which is known as the strongest. This 55-ton self-propelled artillery has no outstanding shortcomings and its performance is very advanced. This self-propelled artillery is very powerful and its price is not expensive. It is priced at $5 million. The unit price of the system is 18,500 per vehicle, and the total price of 18 vehicles is 330,000. The self-propelled artillery chosen is the M270 tracked rocket launcher, with a unit price of only 5,000 yuan and a total price of 30,000 yuan. The latest model was produced before 2000 and is directly 50% off. Apart from the 800,000 yuan, these heavy equipment alone require a full 2.37 million yuan in funds, in addition to the supply of ammunition and various fuels for the entire division. It would require 3.27 million in funds, plus 4,500 soldiers with a total price of 3.72 million. He could only come up with 1.6 million in funds at the moment, leaving a gap of more than half. Therefore, it is impossible to complete the procurement of so much equipment at one time. After the funds from the sale of arms arrive in batches, the personnel and equipment of this brigade-level combat team will be gradually improved. So for now Sui has to settle for the second best and equip an armored battalion first. He can still afford this amount of money. An armored battalion has 29 Leopard 2A6 tanks, 36 M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 4 self-propelled mortar vehicles, with less than 1,000 personnel, and it will cost about $900,000. With this armored battalion guarding the airport, it will be enough to support the city of Hama for a while even if there is a drastic change. The mere presence of these tanks was enough to intimidate Mahmud. If it weren't for the lack of money, Sui would even want to set up an aviation combat team. Dozens of helicopters of various types plus these tanks can defeat all forces in Aden. Chapter 66 Small Promotion, Hot Scene. Faced with the current situation in Hama city that is about to change, Sui sat quietly in the Vida military airport and watched. For him at the moment, making money is the most important thing. As long as he has money, he can build any army. However, he currently focuses on the low-end military market, and his credibility has not yet been established, so it is still difficult for him to receive any large orders. Why not just organize an event? Sui stroked his chin and looked at the simple interface of the arms mall, and his slow mind suddenly reacted. If you want to attract others to consume, then lowering prices is definitely the most effective means. And even with a discount, Sui can still make a huge profit. Especially for those equipments before 2000, the system price is equivalent to 1/4 of the world arms market. The current equipment in the system is already half the price of that in the outside world, and with another 50% discount, you can imagine the profit. Take the Leopard 2A6 main battle tank bought by Sui for example. The price was 20,000 yuan per tank, or $2 million. The market price is between 5 and 7 million, and the price varies depending on the configuration. But even if Sui sells one for $4 million, it is still pure profit. This promotion should be done on medium and large weapons. The promotion of individual weapons will be less effective. Heavy weapons such as main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and artillery not only have high prices, but also have the highest profits. For him who is extremely short of money at the moment, this is the main way to make money. Sui called Orlov over and explained this idea to him. Boss, this is indeed a good way to break the impasse. We should be able to see results tomorrow. Orlov currently has a strong army, and the event plan was quickly completed. The banner was placed at the top of the mall, and the content of the event was presented to everyone. Although there are currently few people placing orders at the arms mall, it has only made a total of more than $10 million in all these days. However, there are still many people paying attention to this mall, they just don't dare to take risks. Many of the weapons inside are still very attractive to them. If it is a normal arms sale, many weapons cannot be purchased with money and often come with many conditions. Singapore loves to do this the most. The reason why Singapore did this is naturally to prevent weapons leaks, but he, Sui, has no such concerns. As long as he can make money, what can't he sell? When I saw this activity interface, the traffic of the entire website suddenly increased. At present, nearly 300 invitations have been sent out, and the number of people online exceeded 200 within an hour. These people are all people with real purchasing power. Some of these weapons are very tempting to them. The original price of the T-72 main battle tank is $1.5 million, but after the discount it only costs $1 million, and it comes with free shipping. Although transporting arms is troublesome, some sacrifice is necessary if you want to dispel these people's concerns. In addition, there's the Mi-24 attack helicopter, with an original price of $5 million and a promotional price of $4 million. Mi-8 transport helicopter, original price $5 million, promotional price $4.2 million. In addition to these, the Arms Mall has also put some new products on the shelves, the most eye-catching of which is a fighter jet. Among them, the most popular ones in Africa are undoubtedly Soviet-made fighter jets. Firstly, they are cheap, and secondly, they are durable and can adapt to the harsh environment of Africa. The most popular aircraft among these customers is undoubtedly the MiG-21 fighter jet. This fighter jet has a large number in Africa and is also used by many countries. The aircraft Sui is selling is the MiG-21-93, which is also the latest improved model. The main upgrades include the avionics system, weapons system and multifunction radar. This upgrade has enhanced its multi-purpose capabilities and its air defense capabilities are also very powerful. It can even launch R-77 medium-range missiles and a variety of ground-to-ground missiles, and many of its standards have reached those of third-generation aircraft. Isn't such a fighter jet tempting enough for these black uncles? In addition, the low price is also what attracts them. The unit price is only $15 million, and the mall promotional price is only $13 million, and in the system it only costs $37,500 per unit. Selling a Sui is a huge profit. Excluding the cost of $37,500 and the transportation fee of about $25,000, the net profit is a full $90,000. There are only 20 of these fighter jets available in this promotion, and they will be gone once they are sold out. Sui knew very well that there were not many countries that could really afford this fighter jet. If there were more countries, the northern country might have to directly send its nuclear submarines over. Buying one can save $2 million, and buying 5 can save a full $10 million. This price discount instantly attracted many people. Moreover, these fighter jets are in stock and can be delivered in a short time, which has made some people who are still hesitating make up their minds. The power of promotion is extremely destructive to those who are still hesitating. They are not very rich in the first place, so it is considered good if they can buy weapons at normal market prices. They have basically never seen weapons with such big discounts, unless they are second-hand weapons. However, the dark web arms store also promised that if they received second-hand weapons, they would be compensated 3 times as much. After all, the system's weapons could not be second-hand. The most popular product, the MiG-21, became a hot commodity, with the number of people who booked it exceeding 80 in a short period of time. That is to say, there are more than 80 forces competing for this fighter. When seeing this, the smile on Sui's face never faded. Once it is on the shelves, it will be snapped up by all major forces. He can make a total of $180 million from these 20 aircraft. Add to that other merchandise, and it won't be a big problem to make a few $100 million from this event. And if this method works, he will continue to put other planes on board. As long as the interests of major powers are not affected, these transactions will not encounter much resistance. At this moment, not only them, but even Sui wanted to wait until the event started. He wanted to see how much arms he could sell this time. I hadn't thought of it before, otherwise he would have started doing this a long time ago. It turns out that we still need to learn from domestic e-commerce companies in this regard. Perhaps in the future a famous saying will appear in the dark web arms mall. Brother, help me cut it! Chapter 67, Crazy Shopping, Getting Rich Overnight. The Minister of Defense of Sheba was staring at the screen in front of him. There was only one interface on it, which was the pre-sale of MiG-21-95 fighter jets on the dark web arms mall. Although the country of Sheba is also located in the desert area, they are not as lucky as the other countries. Years of civil war have made them one of the least developed countries in the world. They still rely mainly on the export of oil and natural gas, and the government still has some money, but it cannot be compared with the other countries. Therefore, they want to buy the third-generation aircraft that cost tens of millions of dollars, but they are unable to do so. However, they still like the modified fighters like the MiG-21-95 very much. Their air force is also equipped with some MiG-29 Fulcrum fighter jets, but this type of fighter jet is too old and has not undergone any upgrades, so it can no longer fly well. So now they are continuing to add new fighter jets to the air force. The MiG-21-95 fighter jet is very suitable, and the price-performance ratio at $13 million is still very high. The only bad thing is that there are only 20 of this fighter jet. If they are sold out, they will not be put on the store shelves for a short time. Therefore, many people are eyeing this fighter, including arms dealers from some countries. After buying it and reselling it, there was always someone willing to buy it for $17 million, and the difference was $4 million. Sui didn't pay much attention to their behavior. Because his clients are not ordinary people, these arms dealers may not be able to compete with them. Of course, some people plan to use scripts to snatch it, but how could Sui allow such behavior? When the time came to 22:37, the Minister of Defense and others were very anxious. Because at 38 minutes, the MiG-21-95 fighter was officially put on the shelves. Time difference based on the time of so. It seems that this marketing method is not only effective for ordinary people, but also for senior executives in these countries. 2 minutes passed in a flash, and when the pointer jumped to 0, the fighter jets, each worth $13 million, were sold out in less than a second. Minister, 5, we got 5. The soldier operating the computer said excitedly after seeing the order. Great, your bonus can be doubled. At this moment, Sui watched the funds in his account begin to grow rapidly, especially at the moment just after 0 o'clock. All 20 fighters were sold out, bringing him $130 million. The reason why it is not $260 million is that goods worth more than $10 million are purchased at half price, and the balance is paid after delivery. This way of trading has also alleviated some people's concerns to a certain extent. They were afraid that Sui would not ship the goods, and Sui was also worried that they would not pay, so this method was the most appropriate. Because even if they didn't pay, at least he wouldn't lose money. Sui also dared to guarantee that those who did not pay would be made to pay a greater price than this amount. He is an arms dealer, so he has no worries when taking action and does not need to consider the political factors between countries. Then he saw with his own eyes that the money in his account grew wildly at a rate of almost millions of dollars until it slowed down after a few minutes. In less than 5 minutes, his account had accumulated as much as $370 million. If the balance that has not yet been settled is included, the total amount is as high as $620 million, and the balance is as high as $250 million. Based on today's activities, reaching $800 million in turnover may not be a big problem. Based on the $620 million, a profit of around $400 million will not be a big problem. If the freight loss is taken into account, the fluctuation will not be too big. Online sales are the only way to make money. I made more money in 5 minutes than I did before. At this moment, Suitsai witnessed the power of the arms mall. Before any activities were organized, those customers would not show their eagles until they saw the rabbit, and they would keep their wallets tightly. This also caused the arms mall to be half dead. It would be a lie to say that Sui was not anxious. The expectations for this arms trade mall are still very high. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling after the successful breakthrough of this event. You can sleep peacefully now. However, Sui, lying on the bed, couldn't fall asleep. He kept staring at the ever-increasing money in the system account. He didn't know how long he stared at it before he fell asleep in a daze. When he got up, it was already past 10 in the morning. His daily workload was not heavy anyway, so it didn't matter if he slept a little late. But he was obviously wrong. Boss, if you don't come, I might open your door and call you. Orlov was walking around the office anxiously. When he saw Sui coming in, he rushed up and said. Sui looked at him and asked in confusion. What's wrong? What's the matter? If there is an emergency, you can always wake me up in the future. He still knows which is more important, sleep or his career, and he is not getting carried away yet. Boss, we don't have enough means to transport arms. We have too many orders. Even if our arms logistics are running at full capacity, it will take more than half a year to deliver today's orders. It's time to expand. Then expand it. Just write a report with the specific amount you want. The amount in Suyi's account has reached $600 million. $150 million was the previous amount. Excluding the cost of purchasing weapons, at least $400 million can be mobilized. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of becoming rich overnight, which was really great. It seems that if this kind of large-scale event is to be maintained, it should be no problem to hold it once a month. I have prepared the report, boss. Please take a look. Looking at Orlov, who looked a little haggard, Sui nodded and said, You go and rest first. I'll take care of these. Okay. Orlov knew that his condition was not very good at the moment, and he would not be able to handle things normally without rest, so he did not refuse. There are quite a few means of transportation for replenishing the arms logistics this time, including sea, land and air. About 100 trucks and trailers of various types need to be added on land. In terms of aircraft, for C-130 medium transport aircraft and 15 YC-125 small transport aircraft will be added, with a total price of 1.05 million. As for the sea, Sui had other considerations. Chapter 68 High-Speed Ships, reaching 1 billion. The Space Military Factory does not have any civilian products, all of them are military-related, and there are no commercial ships for sale. If he wanted to buy a ship, he could only order it, but that would be a waste of time, and he didn't have enough money at the moment. Of course, although there are no civilian transport ships in the system, there are military fast transport ships, which may be a good choice. Sui has currently set his sights on a Jervy Bay wave-piercing catamaran fast transport ship built by Oceania in the 1990s. It was also converted from a high-speed civilian ship. Its full load displacement is 350 tons, its maximum speed can reach 44 knots, and its cruising range is 400 nautical miles, or about 750 kilometers. Although its range is shorter, its loading capacity is still strong and can carry 500 soldiers or 200 vehicles. Its performance is sufficient to meet current needs. After all, Sui's current users are mainly concentrated in several neighboring countries, which are not too far away from each other, so there is no problem in using them for short-distance transportation. Of course, the higher the ship's sailing speed, the greater its transportation cost, which is directly proportional. However, if there are no activities in the future, the freight will not be paid by Sui, and he can also make a little profit to cover the loss of the ship. Since it is a product of the 1990s, the system is sold at a 50% discount. The original market price is $30 million, and the system is sold at a quarter of that price, or $7.5 million. The system is half the price of the market. Compared to it, Sui liked the Pioneer-class high-speed combined transport ship built by Xinhua 10 years later, but the funding of more than 600,000 made Sui give up this idea. If there is a need for long-distance transportation in the future, he would be happy to choose this transport ship of more than 2,400 tons. The demand for maritime transportation was not too great, so Sui only purchased 4 ships, plus about 100 crew members, and it cost less than 400,000 yuan. This expansion of arms logistics cost him about 1.5 million. Although his capital pool has shrunk to 4.5 million, the expansion of the logistics system is enough to support him for a period of time. This event made the dark web arms mall famous in the arms world in a short period of time. Although many international arms giants do not take it seriously, they at least know of its existence. This breakthrough is very important for Sui. In the future, the dark web arms mall will be his main source of arms income. With the existence of this mall, these customers can pay with just the movement of their fingers. Unless you have any special requirements, or want to bargain, online transactions are much more convenient. Time passed quietly, and the activities of the dark web mall were offline after midnight, and all weapons returned to their previous prices. The harvest of the day was very rich, and the largest sales volume was definitely the light weapons. For example, the original price of the AK-47 assault rifle produced by the Northland factory was $500 each, and the promotional price was $300. On that day, nearly 70,000 rifles were sold with a total price of 21 million. The T-72 main battle tank is also quite popular. More than 180 tanks were sold at a price of $1 million each, with a total value of 180 million yuan. In addition to these, there are other weapons. The total transaction volume on that day was as high as 940 million, almost reaching the $1 billion target. Excluding the 150 million yuan spent yesterday, Sui currently has nearly 700 million yuan in his account, with a balance of less than 250 million yuan to be settled after delivery, which will take about a month. Sui could probably earn 600 million yuan in profit on this day alone. One can imagine the huge profits in the arms industry. In particular, the higher the technological content of weapons, the higher the profit when sold abroad. After all, I have something that others don't have, and I would be doing a disservice to this technology if I didn't pay a higher price. After he had money in his wallet, Sui directly spent 5.82 million to purchase the weapons needed for this transaction as well as all the personnel and equipment needed for the Armored Brigade combat team. Due to the limited capacity of the current Vita military airport, these things are kept in the system's own warehouse. The second phase of the airport project has already started, with construction starting both above and below ground. It is estimated that after the completion of the second phase, the total area will reach 10 square kilometers. It includes the airport, training grounds, underground and above-ground storage areas, etc., and can accommodate nearly 8,000 people. The fame brought by the dark web arms mall soon played an important role. The arms dealers who had previously consulted their superiors came to the door the next day. Su, our head office has agreed to this cooperation and is willing to list all our company's products on the shelves. We are the same. The head office has already agreed to this cooperation plan. To be honest, if Sui didn't need the influence of their company, he could just shake them off and continue working. However, it is still too disadvantageous for arms dealers to fight those national teams alone, especially since they can use official means. And if Sui has a lot of allies standing behind him, then even if they are competing with the national team, they will have to take them into consideration. This is the important reason why Sui wants to bring them into the group. For a businessman, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy, unless there is a natural conflict of interest. Just like the current world situation, why can Singapore occupy more than 50% of the arms market? In addition to their advanced weapons, there is another very important reason, which is that they have many allies. It is extremely difficult for other countries to compete on Singapore's home turf. Although this method will result in a reduction in his own income, his profit is high enough to make up for the loss in this regard. Moreover, the invisible capital gain cannot be measured simply by money. For example, the channels for arms export can be opened up by utilizing their energy, so that arms can be exported to more countries. Okay, go and reply to your head office. I will gladly accept your request for cooperation. Chapter 69, Changes in the Situation, Continuous Actions. October 3, 2007. A major event occurred in Lower Shabelle province of Aden, causing the situation in the country to become turbulent again. On the evening of the 2nd, the Moma tribe in Lower Shabelle state sent more than 10,000 troops to attack Baizhou in the west. There have been constant conflicts between the two states recently, and tribal forces on both sides often exchange fire over trivial matters. This was actually a dispute deliberately provoked by Abdullah. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to use force to regain this strategically important state. Bay Province is located in the northwest of Lower Shabelle Province, and the territory of Aden is long and narrow, so it only needs to take over Bay Province and Baikal Province. Then the Moma tribe could cut off the north-south connection of Aden, thus achieving his ambition of annexing several large states in the south. The Moma tribe is now strong in both men and horses. The large batch of weapons purchased from Sui before has enabled his army to have relatively sophisticated equipment. This army of nearly 20,000 people was enough to support his ambitions, so he finally took action against Baizhou last night. Once he swallows up the state by force, the population under his command will exceed 2 million. Although 2 million people may not be a large number, the entire country of Aden has only about 15 million people, which is already 1/7 of the country's population. Although Baizhou has a large population, their warlords are very complex and do not have much power. Even if they joined forces, they could not stop the attack of more than 10,000 troops. In order to achieve the goal in one battle, Abdullah also deployed part of his armored brigade into this war. When several tanks and more than a dozen armored vehicles appeared on the battlefield, the battle became one-sided. Besides, Abdullah has a powerful artillery force at his disposal. Although they have not received training for a long time and their combat capabilities are not strong, they are still very strong compared to the scattered soldiers on the opposite side. On the second day of the battle, the army of the Moma tribe marched straight to the eastern gate of Baizhou, Bulgabo, and captured it on the same day, killing and capturing more than 3,000 people. The city of Bulgabo is only about 60 kilometers away from the capital of Bayan province, which is very close. At this time, the major tribes in Baizhou began to unite, and their troops also gathered towards the capital, Baidota. On the third day, a great battle broke out outside the city of Baidota, with a total of nearly 30,000 people from both sides. 152mm caliber artillery shells hit the coalition positions as if they were free, and with the help of tanks and Gazelle attack helicopters, the defense line was torn open in less than 4 hours. The Baidota defenders at the gates of the city wisely chose to surrender, and all the major tribes also expressed their submission to the Moma tribe. There is no way to refuse surrender. You can't beat him, so you have to obey. Abdullah also knew the complex situation among the major tribes, and he wisely chose to accept the submission of these tribes. And by adopting the method of suppressing one group, winning over another group, and neutralizing another group, the power of the entire Baizhou can be weakened in a short period of time. I have to say that Abdullah is worthy of being a graduate of a prestigious university, and he does have some skills in this regard. This is also the reason why Sui decided to implement Plan A on him, because he saw his ability. Of course, his ability is still very useful before the unification of Aden. In the early stage, a ruthless and ambitious person is needed to end the chaos here. But once the situation stabilizes, perhaps there will be no need for a strong leader. Abdullah has recruited a lot of soldiers during this period, but he didn't know that some of them were actually biochemical warriors planted by Sui. As he grows stronger, his army will be filled with large numbers of biochemical warriors. Moreover, these biochemical warriors have outstanding combat capabilities and certain command abilities. Many people have become middle-level officers in his army, which means that Sui is in control of this army. This is also part of Plan A. Only by secretly controlling this place can we ensure the safe development of the leading arms company, and avoid a fire in the backyard. This war between the two states did not happen often in Aden, so it still attracted a lot of attention. What attracted the most attention was not that the Moma tribe unified Baijiu, but their equipment. Although these equipments have been eliminated for decades in the eyes of many powerful countries, they are still very advanced in Africa. The combat power unleashed by these equipment frightened many people, including Mahmud. This damn leader is simply a destroyer of the situation in Aden. Mahmud cursed angrily. He also knew about the arms deal, but he was only the Minister of Defense at the time, and now he is the interim president, and his head follows his butt. His ambition is also to unify the whole territory, and the Moma tribe poses a substantial threat to him because of the arms provided by the leader. You have to know that Lower Shabelle State is right next to Hama City. The combat power it has unleashed makes him terrified. How can he not be afraid? President, don't worry. The first batch of arms provided by them will be transported from Abyssinia soon. By then, our combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Once the weapons they promised are all in place, no one in the country will be able to defeat us. These are all American-made equipment, much more advanced than theirs. Of course, he had to pay something for taking over this batch of arms. Once they were in place, it might be time for them to fulfill their promise to the Star Country. The Star Country could no longer hold back and was ready to deal with Sui. As he took out more weapons, his strength was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The greater the threat to Singapore's layout in the countries surrounding the Gulf of Aden, the more they will not allow such a threat to exist. If Sui had not been hiding in the airport, and the defense was very strong, they might have sent special forces to carry out a decapitation. Unfortunately, they have never found an opportunity. They have also thought about airstrikes or long-range cruise missiles, but the political impact would be too great. Of course, the main reason is that they are afraid of revenge from the forces behind Sui. It is not difficult for an unknown force that can produce so many advanced weapons to retaliate against them. So they chose to take out the obsolete equipment from the inventory and asked the officials of Aden to cooperate with them to complete this operation. There is a huge difference between direct strikes and strikes by proxy, otherwise the wars in the 21st century would not be called proxy wars. This operation will be led entirely by the CIA. No matter what, we just need to knock out this force's stronghold in Aden first, and we can deal with the follow-up matters in the future. Chapter 70. Bringing more money and upgrading again. Mr. Su, we meet again. Sui saw Abdullah with a stubble on his face and a bright smile. This boy who brings money has come to his door again. Welcome Mr. Abdullah to our company. I would like to congratulate you on taking over Baijiu. The strength of the Moma tribe has reached a new level. I am very happy every time I see Abdullah Sui. One reason is that he is the core pawn of Plan A, and the other is that every time he comes, he will be given a large sum of money. I think this time it won't be a surprise. Coming here to buy weapons and equipment should be one of his purposes. A smile also broke out on Abdullah's slightly weathered face, revealing his white teeth. Mr. Su, we are all family. You don't have to be so polite. You are the only honorary elder of our Moma tribe. The current Moma tribe is different from the previous Moma tribe, and its weight is much heavier than before. However, he didn't know that Sui didn't care about this so-called elder at all, and he didn't want to sit there even if he was given the position of clan leader. Yes, but Mr. Abdullah's visit to me this time is probably not just for a chat, right? If there is anything I can do to help, just let me know. Sui went straight to the point. What he hated most was people beating around the bush. Abdullah straightened his face and said, The equipment provided by Mr. Su played a big role in our victory in this war. So the elders and I decided to continue expanding our forces, so we need to purchase another batch of equipment. But we want fighter jets. I wonder if Mr. Su can provide them. Sui raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the war had made the Moma tribe a lot of money. They even wanted to buy fighter jets. Of course, give me a list of weapons and I'll calculate the price. As an elder of the Moma tribe, I can't just do nothing. All of these weapons and equipment will be discounted by 10%. The equipment purchased by the Moma tribe is generally from before 2000. Even if it is discounted by 10%, the profit during the period is still very large. Hearing this, Abdullah also showed a satisfied smile, took out a document from an officer behind him and handed it to Sui. Sui opened it and read it carefully. It turns out that war is also a good way to make money. The quantity Abdullah purchased this time was still very large, at least much larger than last time. A total of 50,000 AK-47 assault rifles alone were purchased, as well as various other types of firearms, rocket launchers, anti-tank artillery, portable air defense missiles, recoilless guns, etc. According to his previous organization, these equipments were enough to equip several light infantry divisions. You have big ambitions, but aren't you afraid of taking too big a step and causing trouble? In addition to these weapons, there are 36 T-72 main battle tanks, 70 BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicles, and 18 large-caliber D-20 towed artillery. The total cost of heavy weapons and light weapons is about $150 million US. The bulk of this deal is still the purchase of 4 fighter jets. They want to purchase 6 MiG-21-95 fighters, 2 Su-25 Frog foot ground attack aircraft, and 4 Mi-8 transport helicopters. The market price of 6 MiG-21-95 fighter jets is $90 million US, while the Su-25 Frog foot is cheaper, with a unit price of $10 million US and a total price of $20 million US. I think many people are familiar with the Mi-8 Hippo transport helicopter. It is a medium-sized transport helicopter. The internal load is 4 tons and the external load is 3 tons. The overall performance is still good. The price is not very expensive, with a unit price of $8 million US and a total price of $32 million US. The 3 aircraft cost a total of $142 million US, plus the previous $150 million US. The purchase contract is as high as $292 million US. In addition, they have to pay about $3 million US in transportation costs, which is $295 million US. However, Sui said that this arms purchase would be discounted by 10%, so the actual transaction price was $265.5 million US. Sui's actual purchase price in the system was only about $80 million US, and the profit was about $180 million. The two sides chatted in the reception room for nearly 2 hours, at which time Yu Shushu brought over the list of weapons and prices. Abdullah took a look at the list, his smile grew brighter, and he said, "I hope we can continue to cooperate. In the future, all weapons for the Moma tribe will be provided by you." The budget for the weapons price was not much different from what he had imagined. The 2 large-scale arms deals made him feel that Sui was indeed a very conscientious person. "Mr. Su, since you have shown your sincerity, we cannot be stingy. The money will be transferred to your Swiss bank account in an hour. It's a pleasure to work with you." How could Sui not like the money arriving in advance? Naturally, he accepted it with pleasure. "Good comrade." After watching Abdullah leave on the helicopter, Sui couldn't help but sigh. Every time he comes, he buys arms without saying a word, and he pays the money so quickly. It would be great if all customers were like this. "Give priority to the transportation of the Moma tribe's munitions." "Okay, boss, I'll make the arrangements." Just as Abdullah said, there was an extra $265.5 million in his account, which filled his wallet again. Although he had $700 million in his account before, the purchase of personnel and equipment for the brigade combat team cost nearly $580 million. As a result, he only had $120 million US in his account, and after the cost of purchasing, his account returned to $300 million. "System, after the upgrade, can the system arrange whatever I want as a reward?" "Yes, rewards are actually a great benefit of upgrading, but the rewards are auxiliary in nature and cannot be too unrealistic." "Okay, I understand." "Upgrade." Ding, the system is being upgraded. This will take 24 hours. Sui will only upgrade the system when necessary, not just for the sake of upgrading. I just don't know if the rewards from this upgrade can make up for my last shortcoming. As long as this shortcoming is resolved, I will have no worries about selling arms in the future. Chapter 71 Artificial Intelligence, Second Base. October 9, 2007. Sui stood on the pier of a small port by the sea, closed his eyes, and felt the caress of the sea breeze. After a long time, Sui opened his eyes, looked around the small port used for fishing, and said, "It's time to use this port. Let's make it our second base." Developing maritime power is Sui's goal for the next stage. Because with the development of leading arms companies and arms malls, it won't be long before their own customers will appear in other states. Although air transport is highly efficient, its cost and load capacity mean that it cannot be used to transport bulk commodities, even if he develops the N-225 strategic transport aircraft. Merchant shipping is the best way to transport goods across continents in order to deal with harassment from pirates or warships of other countries. It is very necessary to equip warships for important arms transportation tasks, and pirates are rampant around Aden, which must be prevented. However, Sui still has great ambitions. He wants to develop a powerful naval and air force that is strong enough to threaten or even surpass the Star Navy. This is also his current ambition. However, the air force is already enough to give him a headache. The Navy is a veritable money-eating beast and is simply not something he can afford at the moment. And if you want to develop the Navy and Air Force, there is a problem that must be solved, and that is the problem of oil. These things are big oil consumers, so it is necessary to have oil fields that you can control. Sui has already started to solve this problem. The last time he went to Shiba country, he did more than just send the MQ-1 Predator over there. There are many reasons why Sui chose this port as his second important base. On the one hand, a port is needed for future maritime transportation, and on the other hand, it is necessary to connect this place with the military airport to expand the area and capacity of the base. We will build this place into a large dual-use military and civilian port, and we will also build an airport mainly for the takeoff of naval aircraft. Okay, I've written it all down. I'll arrange for the engineering team to start construction after I get back. The young assistant Yu Shushu nodded. Since Sui was not very satisfied with the current progress of the project, he expanded the size of the engineering team to 1,000 people, which also caused the current military airport to appear a bit crowded. The cleared flat ground is full of detachable mobile houses. The current dormitories can only accommodate about 2,000 people, and nearly 5,000 people live in mobile houses. The main reason is that its expansion speed is too fast and the construction team simply cannot keep up with the development speed. This problem will be greatly alleviated after 2 months. There are more than 1,000 engineering teams working on the construction, and with no shortage of various engineering machinery, the construction speed is still very fast. Basically, a dormitory that can accommodate 2,000 people can be built in about 10 days and can be occupied within half a month. Let's go back. It's almost time. Sui looked at the countdown on the system interface and said to Yu Shushu. Then the two of them walked towards the convoy behind them. This place was less than 5 kilometers away from the military airport, which was perfect as a branch base. Less than half an hour after returning to the office, the system prompt sounded again. System upgrade completed. Current level 4, technology level upgraded to 2030, new weapons, blueprints, and new intelligent robots added. Rewards: 1 primary artificial intelligence brain, 1 shield generator, 1 primary weapon blueprint optimizer. When Sui saw these rewards, he said, "Sure enough, my bet was right. This 100 million is worth it." To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, you need a full 1 million in funds, and to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, you need a full 10 million in funds, which is $1 billion. It is estimated that he will not be able to upgrade his level for a long time in the future. But this is enough for him. The weapons technology has surpassed the current world by more than 20 years. Even if it were 20 years before the time travel in the previous life, the weapons here were 10 years more advanced. Don't underestimate this decade. For weapons technology, generational leaps are very common, especially the 20 to 30 years are the era of explosive growth in weapons technology. Sui looked at a new feature added to the system with great curiosity: the intelligent robot. Future wars will definitely be unmanned and robotized, and he is very curious about this newly added robot interface. Robot interface. There are currently very few types of robots, only one engineering machinery intelligent robot, and there are various small, medium and large robots, but they are all used for construction. As for the war robots that Sui expected, they were not there. He was also thinking of bringing a team of T-800 bodyguards, but it seemed he was overthinking. This robot interface is probably the same as that of the Bionicle, and more types of robots will only be added as the level increases. Perhaps the next level will have the option of war robots. The current robots probably have simple logic and cannot think like humans, so they can only be used for simple tasks such as construction. However, this is still a great help to him. The price is the same as that of the Bionicle, and it is divided into small, medium and large engineering robots, with prices of 100/500/1000 respectively. Let's just hand over the port to them, and see if they can be more efficient than humans. He was not very satisfied with the speed of construction, and the addition of engineering robots might solve this problem. Sui looked at the second reward that interested him: a primary artificial intelligence brain. The prototype of artificial intelligence brain, which can enhance its ability through learning and can unconditionally execute the host's commands. The more powerful the carrier, the more powerful the artificial intelligence will be. After reading this introduction, Sui almost understood the overall situation. It seems that this primary artificial intelligence brain is still an artificial idiot. In his previous life, Sui had watched many movies and TV series, and the artificial intelligence in them left a deep impression on him. For example, Red Queen, Skynet and Jarvis, but from the current situation, it is quite good for this artificial intelligence to grow to the level of Jarvis. But it is enough for the current situation, but we still need a powerful carrier for it. Ordinary computers simply cannot withstand the computing power of artificial intelligence brains, only supercomputers can meet its needs. Chapter 72: Weapon Optimization, Changing Appearance. Sui must get a supercomputer, but where to get it requires careful consideration. Currently, there are very few countries in the world that can produce supercomputers, and there are even fewer countries that can produce advanced supercomputers, only 3 countries. They are Qin Kingdom, Yan Kingdom and Yi Kingdom. Before Sui traveled through time, in the world's top 500 supercomputer rankings, Qin country had 114, Yan country had 226, Yi country had only 30, and the rest were supercomputers from other countries. Basically, the supercomputer market is controlled by these 3 countries. If Sui wants to get one or even several supercomputers for the primary artificial intelligence brain, he can only find a way from these 3 countries. There is no need to even think about Singapore. It is good enough that they have not got it. But they are thinking too much about building a supercomputer. However, Sui of the E Kingdom has always been very annoying. No matter in his past life or this life, no matter where he is still a descendant of Yan and Huang after all. It is impossible to forgive this country. No one, including him, has the right to forgive the barbarians on behalf of their ancestors who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. So he never thought about any cooperation with the people. Although this is not what a businessman should do, he will not violate his bottom line for money. Then there is only Yen country left, but it is still difficult to get a supercomputer from this country, and both sides need to make an equal exchange. However, the specific nature of the exchange depends on what the other party needs. As long as it is technology related to weapons, Sui has no problem at all. There would be no problem even if the blueprints were given to Yanhua. It would be an easy thing for him anyway. Leaks are none of his business. Even without John San, he still has the more advanced Li Si. The second reward for system upgrade is the shield generator, which is actually a generator for individuals. Its maximum coverage area is only about 500 square meters. The larger the shield, the lower its strength, but it can no longer be broken by ordinary weapons. According to the strength of this shield, unless more than 10 nuclear bombs hit Sui, he will be safe. But there is no such possibility at all, because 1 is enough for an ordinary person. Why would he need 10? No one would think that he has such a thing. With a shield generator, his life safety is completely guaranteed. As long as he doesn't go too far, basically no one can hurt him. Sui immediately received the shield generator, which looked like a luxurious watch. There is a sheep's head logo printed on the dial, which is also the logo of the Leader Arms Company. Sui tried its function out of curiosity. This shield was not blue or other colors like in movies and TV dramas, but invisible. Although it cannot be seen with the naked eye, Sui can feel it clearly. It is a very wonderful feeling. After testing the shield generator, Sui looked at the last reward, which was also his main goal of this upgrade, the primary weapon blueprint optimizer. Its function is actually very simple, which is to optimize the appearance without modifying the performance of the weapon. Take the Su-35S fighter jet currently equipped by Sui as an example. This optimizer can optimize and upgrade its appearance, and turn it into a brand new fighter jet. However, its overall performance has not changed much, which is the role of the optimizer. Why didn't Sui dare to sell the current equipment of various countries? It was because it would provoke these big countries. Just like the last time he deployed the Apache attack helicopter, the Star country launched several operations against him, and is still keeping an eye on him. If this thing had existed in the beginning, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems, but he didn't care. With this thing, many of the weapons in his hands can be put on the table for sale. Despite this, other countries will still keep their eyes on him. After all, the weapons in his hands are ones they have never seen before. But this is better than selling other countries' most advanced equipment, which is simply a provocation to other countries. It's like your company has an exclusive product that dominates the market, and suddenly someone comes out with the same product and sells it everywhere at a cheaper price. So what would you do? You would definitely suppress this copycat company until it is destroyed. This is no longer just a matter of competition, it is a matter of survival. This involves the most advanced technologies of various countries. No country will tolerate the leakage of technology, which will seriously threaten the security of the military. With this thing, Sui can start to get involved in the mid to high-end arms market, which is basically controlled by the 5 major countries. Because their influence is greater, basically covering most of the countries. Buying and selling arms is not as simple as buying vegetables. Price is only one factor, and political and other influences are the most important. It would be difficult for Sui to squeeze into this market, so he chose to attract more arms dealers to join in order to expand his team so that he could gain a foothold in this market. Due to the lack of optimizer, he was previously engaged in the low-end arms market, and his main customers were countries such as Black Africa. Low-end arms are valuable because they have low technological content and are products that have been eliminated by various countries. These products can only be sold to poor countries in the third world. Mid to high-end weapons have high technological content and huge profits because they are more expensive. Just like the T-72 and T-14 tanks, the price difference between them is several million. Although they are both main battle tanks, their prices are completely different. Of course, even so, he cannot give up the low-end arms market. For a long time in the future, his base will be in Black Africa. Only after unifying the entire arms market in Black Africa could he devote himself to developing the mid to high-end arms market. This primary weapon technology blueprint optimizer is actually no different from an ordinary laptop computer, but its contents are the weapons and blueprint functions presented in the system. If Sui wants to optimize a weapon, He only needs to click on the weapon and the optimizer will automatically optimize the weapon. The price and performance are the same, only the appearance has changed. When he buys weapons in the future, he only needs to buy the optimized blueprint. Chapter 73 Weapon Recovery, Optimized Again. Can the fighters that the system has already purchased be recycled and optimized for appearance? Sui asked curiously. Our armed forces purchased so many advanced weapons from other countries a few days ago. If it weren't for the jammers, they would have been discovered long ago. It would be better for me not to be so high profile. If I reveal everything, I will definitely offend the current Pooh country and the northern country. These two countries have a strong influence among countries around the world, so it is better not to offend them if possible. After all, he is a businessman and he may have to cooperate with these countries in the future. No! However, the system's answer poured cold water on him. But the system allows for returns within 7 days without any reason. As long as the weapons and equipment are no older than 7 days, they can be returned at the original price. Why didn't you tell me about this benefit before? Because you didn't ask, host, and this is a privilege only available to level 4 VIPs, and you just got it. After hearing this, Sui was speechless. Since it can be recycled at the original price, it will be much more convenient. Anyway, there is no one from outside in this base except Yu Shushu, and she has no power to move freely in the base, and many military restricted areas are prohibited for her to enter. She is just an assistant to Sui, and Sui does not completely trust anyone from the outside world. Sui went directly to the hangar and recovered the 4 Su-35 fighter jets. At this time Sui discovered something very interesting. He didn't know if it was because of a loophole or the system simply didn't care. The 4 Su-35S fighter jets brought him a total of 1.2 million in funds, but when he checked the system again, he found that the price of the fighter jets only required 200,000 funds, or $20 million US. Compared with the original purchase price, it cost 100,000 less, which saved the money for 2 aircraft out of 4. Sui's eyes lit up when he saw this. It seemed that this was the discount effect after the system upgrade. Now, equipment from 10 years ago is 50% off, and equipment from 20 years ago is 25% off. Of course, this discount is only for Sui. His is a real compromise, which is a discount given by the system based on half the market price of equipment. If you recycle all your previous equipment, you can save about 1/4 of the money. He spent a total of 3.27 million on purchasing equipment, 1/4 of which is 815,000, which converts to US dollars as 81.5 million. Forget it. Let's use the money we saved to buy some more planes for the aviation team. The Air Force is not yet complete. Although it has fighter jets, early warning aircraft, and transport aircraft, it still lacks other fighter aircraft, and is still relatively small in scale. Now I am not very short of funds. Apart from the recovered funds, there is still a full 2 million in the account, plus there is still a balance of about 250 million that has not been collected. He has a total of 4.5 million in his account at his disposal. Since the ground armed forces have been expanded, we should also expand the Air Force until the 800,000 funds are used up. The Air Force currently has a total of 4 A-29 Super Tucanos. This fighter is very useful. There are currently 5 aircraft in the air escort fleet, and 1 is the Su-27 fighter. The transport fleet is the largest, with a total of 5 C-130 transport aircraft and more than a dozen YC-125 small transport aircraft. The airport has built 10 new hangars in recent days, which can accommodate more fighter jets. Those YC-125 small transport planes are all in their dedicated iron sheds. With the 800,000 yuan budget, Sui once again expanded the fleet of Su-35S fighter jets and purchased 6 Su-35S, optimized, at one time, with a total of only 1.2 million yuan. 6 fighter jets can form a fighter squadron, which is very powerful in both air and ground combat. Sui still likes this fighter jet very much. If Sui had not been afraid that the stealth fighter would be too high profile, he would have directly developed the F-22 Raptor. Despite the existence of optimizers, the stealth fighter is still a stealth fighter no matter how its appearance is changed. If he had a stealth fighter in his hands, and it was the second one in the world, Sui could already imagine the reactions of various countries. Except for the Su-35S, there is no need for other fighter jets to undergo so-called appearance optimization. Although the C-130 is also an active equipment of the Star Army, too many lice will not itch. I don't think the Star Army will mind too much about this half-century-old transport aircraft. Because they had previously disliked the MQ-1 Predator drone and were short of money at the time, they sold it to Northland. I think the Russians have completely dismantled this drone. As for whether it is helpful to their drones, it is none of Sui's business. So this time we need to add 2 advanced drones. In modern warfare, especially in places like Africa, advanced drones play a very important role. This time, Sui naturally chose the Predator's big brother, the MQ-9 Reaper drone. This drone beats the Predator in every way and can carry a total of 6 Hellfire missiles or other guided bombs. Compared to the Predator, it has a more advanced feature, which is the ability to transmit video in real time, which the Predator cannot do. The original market price of this drone is $20 million, and the system price is $100,000, which is 50% off, that is, $50,000 per drone, which includes a complete control system. A typical Reaper drone system consists of 4 drones, a ground control system and a Trojan data distribution system. This is a real drone system that can maximize the combat effectiveness of the drone. So Sui also purchased 4 MQ-9 Reaper drones with optimized blueprints at one time. The name is still the same, the performance is still the same, but the appearance has changed a lot. Of course, we can still see some traces of the prototype, but this is enough to dispel some doubts. As for the problem of internal accessories, there is currently no way to solve it. With 200,000 yuan of funds left, Sui decided to spend some money to add another particularly important aircraft to the aviation team, which is the aircraft's range extender, the aerial refueling tanker. Chapter 74: Aerial Refueling, Supercomputing Ideas. The role of aerial refueling aircraft in modern warfare is unquestionable, especially if long-range operations are to be carried out. It would be impossible without an aerial refueling aircraft. Not only the aviation team needs aerial refueling tankers, but future aviation combat teams will also need aerial refueling tankers. At first, Sui also considered the inexpensive and high-quality KC-130J aerial refueling aircraft. However, this aerial refueling aircraft uses a turboprop engine, which has a slow speed and can easily cause the receiving aircraft to stall. However, it is very suitable for refueling helicopters. If it is used for jet combat aircraft, then it must be a jet aerial refueling aircraft. If we count the aerial refueling aircrafts of several major countries in the world, there is only the KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft. There are currently nearly 400 of these tankers in service in the Star Army. This tanker was modified based on a strategic transport aircraft. As an aerial refueling aircraft, its maximum range can reach more than 17,000 kilometers, and it can carry up to 9 tons of fuel. It can refuel multiple fighter jets at the same time. In addition, it can also carry 3 tons of cargo. It can be said that its performance is still very good, and the price is relatively cheap. Its market price is actually around $100 million. The KC-135R tanker purchased by Sui was built 10 years ago, so the system price is $250,000 per aircraft. Currently, the main force of the aviation team is 6 Su-35S fighter jets with optimized appearance, so it only needs 1 KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft. The KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft, coupled with the Su-35S model, has a range of up to 4,000 kilometers, so its long-range combat capability is unquestionable. After purchasing all the fighter jets, Sui's funds were reduced to 1.65 million. However, after replacing all the weapons, another 800,000 would be deposited into his account. Sui stood in front of the hangar, looking at the fighter jet in front of him whose appearance had changed drastically. If it hadn't been optimized by itself, one would not believe that this was a Su-35S fighter. Of course, its appearance still has many resemblances to Soviet fighter jets. For example, the most famous is the abdominal air intake, but the wings and tail have different layouts. The wings adopt the conventional pointed delta wing layout, and the nose does not look so flat. If it was pulled out, and Sui pointed at it, and said that it was a new type of fighter jet, others would be unable to say anything and would only think that it borrowed some of the aerodynamic layout from Soviet fighter jets. This is the power of the system. Those countries spent countless funds and efforts to design the appearance, but Sui only needed to click lightly on the optimizer to complete it. This kind of technological capability is far beyond the reach of Blue Star's technology. As for how advanced it is, Sui has no clear idea. Anyway, you just know that it's awesome, and you don't need to think too much about other things. You have only one life left, so you won't just pursue your own beauty. The MQ-9 Reaper drone still uses the original layout in terms of aerodynamic shape, but the changes in other details are very large. For example, its flatter nose and longer wings, every detail shows the difference. In fact, almost all conventional drones in the world adopt this layout, either an inverted V vertical tail, or a positive V vertical tail. Only after seeing the appearance of these two fighters in person did Sui confirm that this optimizer was really useful. As long as they don't take it apart to look at the various parts inside, it's hard to imagine from the appearance that this is actually the original weapon. I just don't know what the actual effect will be, but considering the black technology level of the optimizer, the performance will definitely not be lower than the original one. It took Sui more than 2 days to complete the replacement of all the equipment of the Armored Combat Brigade. Of course, these modifications only include heavy weapons, such as tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, etc. These weapons also made Sui's account funds exceed 2.1 million. He was too lazy to exchange for light weapons, and there was no need to do so. It's time to tackle the supercomputer problem. After much thought, Sui finally found something. This thing was definitely a temptation that Yangua could not refuse. Although they may see the risk of supercomputer technology being leaked, it is just a risk. Besides, there is no way Sui would leak it out. He was just using it for himself. What Sui provided is Yen country's current biggest shortcoming, the military medium-thrust turbofan engine. Back then, a SPA engine cost Yen country such a huge price. This time, as long as he provides the blueprint of a medium-thrust turbofan engine that is relatively advanced for the current era, the Yen state will take out their national treasure in exchange. Sui has drawings of countless aircraft engines here. If an engine were made entirely of drawings and materials, then this pile of drawings alone would weigh several tons. This time he carefully selected an engine, which is the F-110 turbofan engine of General Electric of Singapore. This includes the design drawings and manufacturing process drawings of the engine core, as well as the material process. If Yen country's high-precision machining technology were more advanced, it would be possible to manufacture an F-110 engine by simply copying it. This engine is no longer the most advanced engine in Singapore. They also have the F-119 engine equipped on the F-22 and the F-135 engine. This engine is mainly equipped on F-16 and F-15 fighter jets. If this is the case, perhaps the temptation is not so strong that it is absolutely necessary. This point has to start with the aircraft engine developed by Yen State. You must know that any aircraft engine cannot be separated from one thing: the core engine. The core engine of the F-110 engine is the G9 core engine, and its structure is 3-9-1-2. The core engine of the Taihang series engines independently developed by Yen State also adopts this structure, and the literal data are very similar. This is also the reason why Yen country could not refuse. As long as the technology of G9, the core engine of the F-110 engine, is fully mastered, Yan's aviation engine industry will take a big step forward, and it will take at least 10 years to take this step. He had his own considerations when coming up with this engine. It's not too advanced, nor too backward, but just right. To say that he is giving the most advanced things to Yen country means that he is crazy. Good things cannot be given out all at once. Moreover, he would not give up any technology without an equal exchange, even though Yen country was his former homeland. But as the leader of a force, his head is determined by his butt, and his position is completely different. Chapter 75, Deal Done, Strategic Reorder. It is relatively easy to contact Yen State. The diplomatic embassy they set up in Aiden's neighboring country is the main communication channel. Why did Bellwether Arms contact us? They won't explain their intentions? The military attaché shook his head and replied, No, he insisted on seeing you. The ambassador frowned. He had survived this arms company. It was very popular in Aden, and it was said that there was a powerful force behind it. As the person in charge of Aden's foreign affairs, he is aware of this, and the recent unrest in Aden has a lot to do with this arms company. Then let him in. Since the other party came to him by name and acted so mysteriously, he definitely wasn't trying to play tricks on him. A middle-aged black man in ordinary clothes walked in. He looked very ordinary. Hello, I am the special envoy representing the Bellwether Arms Company. Hello, I am the ambassador of Yen country to Kenny country. I would like to know the purpose of your visit this time. The black man took out a letter from his arms. The letter paper had been carefully sealed. I'm here to deliver a letter. Our company wants to cooperate with your country. I think you should know your country's confidentiality regulations. It's best if you don't get involved in this matter. Just send the letter to the top leaders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yen State. The content here is very important. I believe you will not refuse our cooperation. The ambassador's face changed slightly after hearing what he said. He glanced at him and said, It's best to do this. You can leave the letter. I will arrange for someone to send it back. Although the other party is just an arms company, its power is considerable, and he cannot ignore the existence of the leader. Since the other party spoke so seriously, he guessed that the letter contained something they wanted to secretly trade with Yen country. Otherwise, why would an arms company far away in Asia look for Yen country? And judging from the other party's expression and the way he did things, this thing must be extremely important, so it attracted his special attention. The black man looked at him silently, put the letter on his desk, and said, You'd better send it over quickly, otherwise our boss will be unhappy, and it will be difficult to cooperate with us then. I'll arrange a flight this afternoon. After hearing this, the black man turned around and left. The ambassador silently looked at the concise letter in front of him, and after a long while he said, Send this letter back to the country, and make sure to send it to the minister's office. Yes. As a diplomatic ambassador, I do have this power. There was no other way for Sui to choose this method to contact Yenhua. This was also a friendly and formal way of contact. It's impossible to just run up to their door and ask to exchange the engine for a supercomputer. The ambassador did not choose to read the contents of the letter because he understood that once he read it, he would have to pay a price for it. However, he was able to restrain his curiosity. The next day the letter was placed on the minister's desk. The minister curiously opened the letter with a red seal. Few people use this traditional way nowadays. When he saw the content of the letter, his expression froze for a moment, then became serious. "Prepare the car, I'm going to meet the leader." "Boss, we got a reply from Yen country. They agree to this cooperation and hope that we can complete the transaction as soon as possible." Orlov brought the latest news to Sui. "Oh? Is it that fast?" Sui was somewhat surprised that Yen State responded so quickly. After all, supercomputers were important national equipment, and it was unexpected that the decision was made so quickly. It is obvious that they think the engine is more valuable than a supercomputer, otherwise they would not have agreed so quickly. The technology of this engine is so precious that it will not only benefit the Air Force, but the entire aviation industry. In that case, let's arrange the deal. The supercomputer must be recovered as soon as possible. I can be of great use. Understood, boss. He had long wanted to see the power of the primary artificial intelligence brain awarded by the system, but had no suitable carrier. He had tried it on ordinary computers and even general servers, but it didn't work at all. The components inside would be burned out when the program was loaded into them. It is obvious that these ordinary devices can hardly support the operation of primary artificial intelligence brains, even the most basic operations. In order to complete the deal quickly, Sui decided to try something cool, since this operation was within the range allowed by the system. Purchase AC-5 Galaxy Strategic Transport Aircraft. There are no civilian passenger planes in the system, so he can only choose a heavy strategic transport aircraft. He had long been coveting the C-5M Super Galaxy, and in order to ensure that the deal went smoothly, he decided to first purchase a transport aircraft that was capable of completing the mission. After completing the transaction, he used the system's 7-day no-questions-asked return policy to return the goods. Anyway, he didn't need the strategic transport aircraft at the moment. The Star Army itself purchased this transport plane for $300 million each, and although Sui had a compromise, he still had to pay $750,000 for it. However, this strategic transport aircraft is indeed worth the price. When fully loaded with 120 tons, it can still fly 5,500 kilometers and still have fuel left. This excellent performance is enough to complete this task. On the same day, Sui contacted the other side through a dedicated line provided by Yen State, and the two sides discussed the transaction process in less than 2 hours. Sui's transport plane will enter the territory of Pakistan along the coast of the desert area, and then land directly in Urumqi, Yen State. The two parties will complete the transaction at the military airport here. The reason why Sui chose the C-5M Super Galaxy to go to Yen country this time was also to demonstrate his strength. When a weak person wants to make a fair deal with a strong person, he must undoubtedly show his cards in order to get enough attention from the strong person. Although the leader is developing very well now, the arms sold have exceeded $1 billion. But this is nothing in the eyes of a powerful country like Yen State, which is still a weak country. If the other party dares to attack this transport plane, he can directly control it remotely and blow it to pieces. Chapter 76, Galaxy Lands Shocking. A huge C-5M Super Galaxy transport aircraft took off from the runway of the Vida Military Airport and rushed into the sky. Then 4 Su-35S fighter jets and a KDZ-03 airborne early warning aircraft took off from the runway one after another, and the last to take off was the KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft. 4 Su-35S fighter jets will escort the C-5M Galaxy transport aircraft to Pakistan, and then return after aerial refueling over the Persian Gulf. They will be escorted by their F-16 fighter jets within Pakistan, flying across the entire territory of Pakistan, crossing the Himalayas, and finally entering the territory of Yen State. Yen country attaches great importance to this operation because there are things very important to them in this transport plane. If anyone dares to sabotage this operation, Yen State will use the iron fist of a great power to hit it. The C-5M Super Galaxy transport aircraft flew at a subsonic speed of 800 km per hour in the stratosphere, only 6,000 kilometers away from its final destination, Urumqi. Since it is not fully loaded, its current range is about 8,000 kilometers based on the amount of fuel. On the return flight, it will refuel at the military airport in Urumqi, and then load the Galaxy 3 supercomputer required by Sui back to the military airport. Although Galaxy 3 is not the fastest supercomputer in the world, it is among the first tier, with a computing performance of up to 13 billion times. Although it is very different from the rapidly developed exascale supercomputers in later generations, it is only 2007. It was not until the emergence of the Tianhe supercomputer in 2009 that Yen State dominated the supercomputer rankings and became number 1. The Galaxy 3 supercomputer was successfully developed by Yen Country in 1999 and is currently the most advanced supercomputer in the country. The fleet flew along the coast of the desert area and finally arrived in Pakistan after several hours. The Su-35S fleet carried out its first aerial refueling over the high seas. The operation went very smoothly throughout the journey and basically encountered no obstacles. The main reason was that both sides kept the operation secret, and Sui also turned the jammer to the maximum for the first time, covering the takeoff of the C-5M transport plane. After spending nearly 8 hours, the C-5M Super Galaxy strategic transport aircraft finally arrived over Urumqi and established contact with the local air force. Under the command of their tower, they began to land on the airport runway. Yen State attached great importance to this transaction and directly dispatched a lieutenant general and a group of experts from major airlines. Basically, all the top aviation engine experts in the country are gathered here. Here I come. In the open space far away from the runway, a group of people were looking eagerly at the dim sky. When someone saw a black dot begin to appear, they immediately shouted in surprise to each other. As the strategic transport aircraft approached, everyone could see it clearly at this time. C-5 Galaxy strategic transport plane, is this the rumored Super Galaxy? It's really huge. Everyone's eyes were focused on this strategic transport aircraft at this moment. General, why don't we seize this transport? Not only can we get the information, but we can also get such an advanced strategic transport aircraft for research. The lieutenant general glanced at a middle-aged man wearing glasses as if he were looking at an idiot. Since they dared to drive it onto our territory, do you think they won't have any means of dealing with it? I'm sure this transport plane is not only loaded with the information we need, but also full of explosives. And even if you get it, what can you do? Can you reverse engineer it? Don't be too greedy. Since the other party can produce the technical drawings of the F-110 engine, they must have something more advanced in their hands. Instead of doing this, it is better to cooperate happily and see if we can get more advanced technologies from them. This is the long-term development plan. The middle-aged man blushed when he heard this, but he didn't dare to refute. After criticizing him, the lieutenant general said nothing more, but continued to look at the huge monster that was already gliding on the runway. This transport plane is really big. When will our country have such a big plane? After saying this, the lieutenant general's eyes revealed a gloomy look. As for our own situation, only we know it. Such a large super-strategic transport aircraft is too far away from China at present. When it comes to this type of high-thrust turbofan engine, Yen Country basically has zero experience, and does not have a reliable core engine that can be used to develop a high-thrust turbofan engine. Don't worry, General. As long as we can fully understand its technology, we will have large aircraft sooner or later. The G9 core engine of F-110 is actually the second-generation core engine, and the first-generation core engine is G1. The TF-39 turbofan engine on the Galaxy strategic transport aircraft was developed based on the G1. In addition to the TF-39, the F-110, F-101, B-1B strategic bomber, and CFM-56, Boeing 737, were also developed based on it. It also includes the F-414 turbofan engine used by the F-18, the F-108 engine used by the B-2, and a total of 11 models. From this we can see why Yen Country attaches so much importance to this engine. As long as they obtain this engine and master the technology, Yen Country will no longer have heart disease problems. Of course, the research and development time of aero engines is measured in years, which is why Sui is not worried that Yen Guo will threaten his future layout in the arms market. Because he has no idea how big the business will be in a few years, so why bother about this outdated technology to him? And Sui actually doesn't suffer any disadvantage in this regard. Because what he got in return was not just the Galaxy 3 supercomputer. If Yen Country developed a more advanced supercomputer in the future, it would need to provide him with one as soon as possible. The transaction was completed after the third unit, otherwise how could Sui so readily take out all the drawings of this engine? Both parties got what they wanted most in this transaction, so everyone is happy. Galaxy stayed at the Air Force Base in Urumqi for one night, and then returned with 170 cabinets of Galaxy 3. For a Super Galaxy with a loading capacity of 120 tons, the weight of several dozen tons is not a problem at all. Chapter 77 Supercomputer arrives, Desert Armament. The C-5M Super Galaxy strategic transport aircraft landed on the runway of Vida Airport. Only at this moment did Sui feel relieved. The supercomputer he wanted most was finally back. He hoped that its performance would be sufficient to run basic artificial intelligence. Among the 3 things rewarded by the system, none of them is not black technology. And as the level continues to increase, the level of black technology is getting higher and higher. Since this primary artificial intelligence can be placed together with the shield generator and optimizer, it means that its role is no less than these 2. Sui guessed that it should be a real intelligent program, rather than the so-called pseudo-artificial intelligence created by those technology companies in the previous life. Anyone who has seen Iron Man should be very familiar with Jarvis, who is Tony's most powerful assistant. However, such an existence is just an artificial intelligence program in terms of level classification. It cannot be regarded as true artificial intelligence, but just a program. Only those like Red Queen and Skynet that have developed their own thinking logic can be considered true artificial intelligence. Soo-Yike is very much looking forward to seeing this primary artificial intelligence born in his own hands. Boss, installation and debugging will probably take about a week. Bell, the head of the network security department, said to Sui, who was full of expectations. The Intelligence Advisory Department founded by Chris has several major departments, such as the Intelligence Department, Operations Department, Logistics Support Department, and Network Security Department. The head of the Network Security Department is not only a senior network engineer, but also a person who is good at management, not a traditional nerd. 1 week. Let me know once it's installed. Sui also knew that such a sophisticated thing could not be accomplished in a short period of time. 1 week is a very fast speed for a supercomputer. Go check out the desert base. He hadn't paid attention to the affairs of the Desert Armed Security Company for a long time, and it was about time he went over to take a look. If the Bellwether Arms Company is a company that mainly engages in arms trade, then the Desert Armed Private Security Company is a PMC company, also known as a private military contractor. This is a very large market. Before Sui traveled through time, the size of this market had reached nearly $300 billion, and star countries spent about $50 billion on it each year. The main business scope of this PMC company includes both traditional mercenary business and partial military functions. As the maintenance costs of the military are getting higher and higher, in order to save military funds and reduce expenses, some projects are contracted out. This is also one of the main business areas of PMC. In addition, there is private security, maintaining public order and so on. For example, the Armored Combat Brigade recruited by Sui was nominally under the management of the Desert Armed Security Company. However, this brigade combat team is mainly responsible for protecting the security of the airport, and as a mobile force, it has never undertaken any business. Buzz buzz buzz. A commander's special helicopter and a Longbow Apache attack helicopter landed on the apron of the desert base. Price and others came here in person to welcome Sui's arrival. This was also his first time to come to this branch base. This base was originally an arms storage area built by Hassan. It also served as the headquarters of his mercenaries and was surrounded by high and thick walls. The only way to enter this base is through the main gate, and the area covered by the entire branch base is not small. It is conceivable that Hassan spent a considerable amount of money to build this base, but he did not expect that it would benefit Sui in the end. Currently, Task Force 141 has expanded to a size of just 50 people. They have undertaken a total of more than $50 million in business during this period. In addition to the company's daily operations, Sui used these profits to expand personnel and update weapons. The 141st Task Force has a personnel size of more than 180 people, and the SOG team currently has 24 members, and it is also the sharpest knife of the Desert Armed Forces. Today, the Desert Armed Company is well known in Aden and even in the mercenary world, and more wealthy people are finding them. Currently, there are more than 180 people in the 141st Task Force, but less than 50 people are left in the base, and the rest have all been sent out. Sui is very satisfied with the current development of Desert Armed Company. He hopes that one day Desert Armed Company can develop to the level of Atlas Company, that is, Giant God Company. He stayed in the desert base for a few hours, learned about the company's specific development, and then returned to the military airport. Because Chris has important information to report to him. Sir, this is the footage my drone captured 2 days ago. Interim President Mohammed was in contact with the CIA Deputy Director. This morning, a convoy set out from Abyssinia and entered a camp in Beledweyne, loaded with munitions. I suggest an airstrike on the camp to destroy the munitions and give Mohammed a warning. He had known for a long time that Mohammed had been in contact with Singapore's CIA, but he did not take any action. Instead, he watched the situation develop silently. Sui rejected Chris's suggestion and said, "No, let them continue to contact each other. If God wants to destroy a person, he must first make him crazy. Let's make this Mohammed crazy for once. Your task is to monitor their every move and report to me immediately if there is any unusual movement." Chris closed the folder, stood at attention and said, "Yes, sir." Sui also had his own ideas about this matter. What would it matter even if Mohammed's army was equipped with this batch of American weapons from Singapore? No matter how powerful the equipment is, monkeys are still just monkeys. The Armored Brigade combat team and aviation team under his command are the source of Sui's confidence. Unless the Star Army joins forces with them to attack them, but this is not possible. Moreover, Even if the Star Country sends troops, our current strength is enough to compete with them. Chapter 78, Harassment, Back and Forth. Boss, I think we might be in trouble. Orlov approached Sui and said directly, his expression quite serious. After hearing this, Sui frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Our transport ship carrying weapons was attacked by a group of pirates an hour ago. Fortunately, we have several armed personnel on board and repelled their attack. Half an hour ago, another transport ship of ours was also attacked by another group of pirates. The hull suffered some damage, but it was nothing serious. These two attacks were quite sudden. I think we might have been targeted." The more Sui listened, the more his brows furrowed. It was obvious that this sudden appearance of pirates was related to Mahmud, or to Singapore. The dark web arms mall has been developing very well recently, and it receives quite a few orders almost every day. The largest order at one time was as high as $50 million. In addition, as arms were delivered one after another, his wealth continued to increase, and now has reached 3.5 million. Neither Singapore nor Mahmud can tolerate the rapid development of the dark web arms mall. The Star Country's cyber forces have been launching attacks on dark web shopping malls every day, but facing the system's firewall, their attacks can't even create a ripple. Therefore, they can only find a way through the transportation channel and use pirates to cut off his sea route, which will have a huge impact on the development of the mall. After all, some things cannot be transported by transport planes, such as main battle tanks and other heavy weapons. As for land transportation, it is even more impossible to transport them across the sea. Su Yi's guess was almost true. It was an attack planned by the CIA and Mahmud. If this operation is successful, they will achieve many of their goals. The first and most important thing is to slow down Su Yi's development speed. The second is to attract Su Yi's attention, thus creating opportunities for their secret preparations. "Call Chris and Simon over here." Sui picked up the phone on the desk and said, "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll notify them right away." The two of them soon arrived at Su Yi's office. "Chris, go check where the lair of the pirates who harassed us is. After you find it, Simon, you plan an operation to destroy their location. If they dare to touch our things, they will have money but no life to spend it. Since the CIA has given us such a great gift, it is a fine tradition for us Chinese not to reciprocate. Is the deputy director of the other party still in Hama?" Chris immediately replied, "No, he went to Beledwin City yesterday. He must have gone there to deal with something." After a moment's silence, Sui said, "I don't want him to return to Xinghua alive. Do you understand?" "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Then Sui said to Orlov, "Arrange more personnel on the transport ship. If there is a shortage of manpower, go to Simon to transfer some. I will immediately cooperate with the escort fleet for you." "Okay, boss." After the departure of the three generals, Sui fell into deep thought. The CIA is treating him so unscrupulously. Since the two sides have already torn their faces apart, there is no need to worry about anything. Killing off one of their deputy directors this time is just a small warning, equivalent to collecting some interest. The Vita military airport base, which had been much calmer, became lively again, and Chris's intelligence consulting department began to operate at full capacity. It is not very difficult to deal with the deputy director of the CIA. He is very courageous and does not look like a senior CIA official who was an agent at all. Instead, he looks like a politician. He did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts when he came to Aden, so Chris could accurately locate his position. "Minister, according to our latest intelligence, the other party has been in the villa provided by Mahmud since last night, and several women entered the villa at night. Send another person to confirm. If the target is inside, immediately launch an airstrike on the villa and make sure to keep him there," Chris said to the director of operations. "Yes, Minister." Then she said to the intelligence department, "Find the pirates' lair that attacked our transport fleet, and then provide the intelligence to the armed forces." "Clear." Under the direct orders given by Sui, the entire intelligence department started to work quickly for these two goals. It goes without saying that Chris is worthy of being a heroic cyborg. Her contribution is undoubtedly the greatest to the current scale of the intelligence department. "Report, the target person went out with two women." In the city of Beledweyne, the intelligence officer in charge of monitoring the villa saw three people getting in the car and immediately reported this important information to his superiors. "Okay, I got it, keep monitoring." The chief of intelligence rushed to the base in Beledweyne City and cooperated with the operations department to complete this mission. The target person entered a local mall. I will continue to follow up. Don't follow them in, just keep your eyes on the exit. After all, the other party is a senior CIA official, and if the tracking traces are too obvious, it will be easy for the other party to detect it. Moreover, the other party must be protected by CIA intelligence personnel. The other party is not a vegetarian. After about 3 hours, the target person returned from the mall with two women, and the trunk of the car was filled with various gifts. It was obvious that this senior CIA official had a very comfortable night last night, so he brought the two of them out to spend some money. He has already lost the basic qualities of an intelligence worker. But it is understandable. After all, the other party is a senior official of the CIA and a big figure in the whole of Singapore. Moreover, he was under heavy protection, so he had no idea that someone had already noticed him and was preparing to send him to see God. The target has returned to the villa and the plan has begun to be implemented. When the director of the intelligence department saw the other party entering the villa from the image of a small drone, he immediately made a phone call. Okay, let's get started. Chapter 79 Laser Guidance, Events Unfold. Richard, the director of operations, came to the movable ground control console and watched the senior officials of the CIA intelligence agency entering the villa on the monitor. You cannot use real names, I've been warned. There are a lot of sensitive words, so I'm sorry. Just make sure everyone understands this. Notify the aviation team, we can start the operation now. Richard said something calmly, which determined the fate of this senior CIA official. At an altitude of about 3,000 meters, a Su-35 fighter jet carried two GBU-24B Paveway-3 laser-guided bombs. This missile is also a precision-guided weapon commonly used by the Star Army, and has been used in many wars. Its missile weighs up to 1 ton, and if it hits the villa, one missile is enough to raze it to the ground. The pilot circled in the air about 40 kilometers away from the villa, and soon his data link received information from the Reaper drone. The Reaper drone carries a laser guidance pod that will provide guidance for this operation. The pilot inputs the laser information into the Paveway LGB on the HUD. Soon after all the data was entered, the two bombs turned from red to green, which meant they could be launched at any time. The pilot pressed the button without any hesitation, and two laser-guided bombs fell towards the villa in the distance. With the help of the wings, the bomb glides all the way and has no problem attacking targets 40 kilometers away. The Reaper drone accurately positioned the laser on the villa, and a few minutes later 2 black spots appeared in the sky. Bang bang. 2 missiles smashed through the roof of the villa with great precision, and the deputy director who was watching TV with a woman in his arms jumped. Then when he looked up, he saw countless flames coming towards him, and the sound of explosions instantly reached his ears. Under the attack of 2 bombs weighing 1 ton, the entire villa was blown away, and flames, mud and debris shot into the sky. Some black soldiers on guard in the surrounding area looked at the villa destroyed by the explosion and looked at each other in surprise. Not only the deputy director of CI was killed in the explosion, but also several intelligence personnel who were providing security inside and outside the villa. FACK, what's going on? Who did this? A white man couldn't help but burst into tears after seeing this scene. As the security chief who escorted the deputy director, the target he was protecting died in front of him. This would be the biggest mistake in his work. Moreover, the identity of the deceased was not ordinary. He was a deputy director of CI. The host country's interim president, Mohammed, also soon received the bad news. After hearing the news, he couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and asked, "What on earth is going on? Didn't I send so many soldiers to protect him? Why did he die?" This matter is quite serious. The man died on his own territory. How can he explain to the Star country? It was an air raid. It was an air raid. The whole villa was blown up. Airstrike. Mohammed murmured, then said, "Who did it? Find out for me right now." "No need to check. I think I know who did it. There is only one person in Aden who has the ability to do this, and has a grudge against CI. The official actually guessed who it was, and the answer to this question was very obvious. Then what should we do? The Xing countries should have received the news. We must give them an explanation. Mohammed smiled and said, "Tell them the intelligence truthfully and let them earn it. We may be able to gain greater benefits and gain greater support from Singapore." This didn't seem to be a bad thing for him. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. No matter who is injured, there is no loss for him, but he can even profit from it. However, in his opinion, Suyu was just a lively grasshopper, and the Xinhua side did not take him seriously. If we wait for the world's most powerful country to react, he will be killed with a single slap. I really don't know where he got the courage to challenge the world's most powerful country. Even if the forces behind him are powerful, can they be more powerful than the world's most powerful country? Singapore CI Intelligence Agency. When the director heard the news, he was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Is this true? Until now, he couldn't believe that his most trusted and capable assistant had died in Aden. It's true. According to the investigation at the scene, it was hit by 2 GBU-24B bombs. It's a provocation. It's a provocation to all our CI personnel. I will make him pay the price for it. The director roared angrily. It is simply a great irony that one of their senior officials was killed by the Singaporeans' precision-guided weapons. The staff had never seen the director so angry before, and after a while they walked out of the office trembling with fear. When the door was closed, the director, who had been extremely angry, seemed like a different person. His face calmed down, and he even smiled. This knife is really sharp. It killed him so quickly. I want to see what those congressmen have to say. Thinking of the faces of that group of people, he couldn't help but snort coldly. This group of people valued money more than anything else and insisted on forcing him to do this kind of thing. The threat posed by Sui to Star Country's interests in Black Continent is growing, especially to the arms alliance behind him, which he cannot tolerate. Whether for the sake of Xinghua's interests in Black Continent, or for the interests of the group of people behind him, Sui is a target that he must eliminate. However, those people in the parliament looked down upon a small arms dealer like Sui, and thought that it was a waste of money to deal with him so seriously. The deployment he made in Aden was rejected in the parliament, so he came up with this idea to send the pig who was eyeing his position under Sui's nose to deal with him. He just didn't believe that Sui could resist taking action against him. Everything was going as he expected. Chapter 80 Pirate Village, Firefight begins. The border between Aden and Kenya is one of the most chaotic places in the entire Aden country, and it is also the favorite hiding place for pirates. Because the control here is very weak, they usually live in the village like ordinary civilians. And when someone summons them, they will transform into vicious pirates, robbing passing ships, taking hostages and demanding ransom, etc. They have done all these things. Mayo Village is a local traditional pirate village with a total population of more than 300 people. They all make a living by the pirate industry, which has a history of more than 10 years. Damn it, this group of people is too difficult to deal with. 3 of us were killed or injured this time. Their firepower is too fierce. They will shoot us as long as we get close to them. It's the same here. Of the 15 people I led, only 10 are still alive. I'm afraid it will be difficult to save the other 2. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. An old man looked at the younger generations who were complaining to him, and sighed. Perhaps we have been deceived. The other party is not a fat sheep at all, but a tiger with fangs. Those people just want to use us to deal with that group of people, so they deliberately described to us how much wealth the other party has. What they said is not wrong. What was wrong was that we went to rob their merchant ships without knowing anything about them. The old man's heated mind has calmed down in the past 2 days, and he has thought about many things. Not only have they gained nothing in the past 2 days, but the loss of young and middle-aged people has exceeded 20 people, which is a heavy blow to their existence. What are you afraid of? We even robbed merchant ships from the Star Country, but we have nothing wrong with us. They can't do anything to us at all. Humph, do you really think it's that simple? The reason why Aden is in such a mess is because of Xing Country. At this moment, a child came in hurriedly and shouted, Grandpa Elder, the uncle in charge of security said that many helicopters are coming towards our village. What? After hearing the child's words, everyone's expression changed, and the old man's face turned pale in an instant. However, his dark skin concealed his panic, and he immediately forced himself to calm down. Don't panic. Gather everyone in the village immediately. Have them pick up their weapons. The elderly and children should all hide. Yes. Suddenly everyone dispersed and hurried to greet the villagers, and the whole village suddenly became lively. Young and middle-aged men took out weapons from their respective houses, most of which were old AKs. After all, those old AKs whose rifling has been almost worn out are very cheap. You can buy one for just $12, and they are still okay for them to use. Boom boom boom. The helicopters arrived faster than they had expected. There was a uniform logo on one side of the fuselage of these helicopters, which was a ram's head. This time, the Armored Brigade combat team dispatched a total of 2 Longbow Apache attack helicopters and 6 Black Hawk transport helicopters. The pirates from this small village actually dared to plunder the tiger's whiskers, so they really needed to taste the tiger's power. Otherwise, if Sui did not take any action, the pirates would think that he did not dare to touch them, and they would all rush forward and rob his merchant ships. It's like you are very rich, and someone steals something from your house, but you don't call the police and choose to turn a blind eye. Once this matter is known by other people, they will definitely visit your house frequently because they will think that you are afraid of them, and thus become more unscrupulous. The group of helicopters, under the cover of 2 Longbow Apaches, chose to land in an open space outside the village. If anyone in the village dared to rush over, the Apache would give them a taste of machine gun shells. The Black Hawk helicopter landed directly on the flat ground. Fully armed soldiers jumped off the helicopter holding 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, M262 light machine guns, M60 general-purpose machine guns, etc., and then divided into teams and approached the village. If anyone shows up, their accurate shooting skills will send them to see their beloved god. After dropping off all the soldiers, 6 Black Hawk helicopters took off and headed towards a nearby village along with 2 Apaches. There is a 6-barrel Gatling machine gun installed on both sides of the cabin of the Black Hawk helicopter, and its firepower is still very powerful. The helicopters dispersed and flew over the village, taking the entire village in their sight. The village is full of armed men. Almost everyone has a gun in their hands. They are scattered throughout the village. You have to be careful. The co-pilot in the back seat of an Apache helicopter spoke into his headset. Got it. We'll be careful. Don't worry, we will cover you. They don't dare to open fire now. However, what happened next slapped him in the face. I saw an RPG rocket emitting gray smoke coming towards the Apache from the houses below. Asshole, RPG, dodge. The Apache helicopter pilot reacted very quickly, and the helicopter rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of the rocket. The driver cursed with an ugly expression. They are simply courting death. All personnel are free to fire. They are attacking us. Needless to say, all the helicopters saw this scene. Since they chose to open fire, don't blame them, because they were the ones who fired the first shot. Swoosh! A 70mm caliber Python rocket flew towards the place where the RPG had just risen. Boom! The rocket hit a house and immediately demolished the dilapidated house. The rocket soared into the sky and the explosion was so powerful that it even destroyed several surrounding houses. Sizzle, sizzle! A long tongue of fire spurted out from the side of a Black Hawk helicopter, and bullets poured down like raindrops, instantly turning the several people hiding there into sieves. The whole village was filled with gunfire, and everyone in the village picked up their weapons and shot at the helicopter in the sky. However, their 7.62 bullets could not penetrate the helicopter's armor. Even the Black Hawk's armor could withstand the shooting of 12.7mm large-caliber machine guns, not to mention the Apache attack helicopter with thicker armor. Chapter 81 Lottery Game. Kindness is not a good thing. Faced with continuous attacks from the air, the pirates suffered heavy losses. How could their flesh and blood possibly stop the bullets fired from the helicopters? Quick, Squadron 1, go to the right, Squadron 2, go to the left, and Squadron 3, follow me to attack from the front. We can't let them get away. An officer in charge of commanding the battle immediately issued the latest order when he was less than 300 meters away from the village. Yes. The team of 60 people began to split into 3 and headed in their respective directions. Soon, an exchange of fire broke out between the two sides. After the pirates on the outskirts of the village discovered the approaching army, they opened fire without hesitation. Because their home is behind them, they have nowhere to retreat, and can only pick up their weapons and fight. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of heavy gunfire continued to ring out on the battlefield. Every time a shot from the 14 Malawian Kwacha sniper rifle was heard, someone on the opposite side would fall down. The sniper in the distance used this fully automatic enhanced rifle to continuously snipe the enemy's firepower points that appeared. Soon, the pirates on the periphery could not withstand the powerful firepower, and fled madly towards the interior of the village, trying to use the complex environment to attack the troops that rashly entered. However, the helicopters and planes in the sky kept informing them of the situation in the village. Get angry now, raise the white flag and surrender, don't resist anymore. The firepower of the Special Dispatch Brigade completely suppressed the pirates, and caused them heavy casualties, which directly frightened the old man who saw it all. Now he regretted very much why he listened to others' instigation and provoked this group of people. It was obvious that he had provoked a force that could bring destruction to the village. The pirates were frightened by the brutal firepower. When they heard that they could surrender, they put down their weapons without hesitation and raised the white flag. In the village where there had been heavy gunfire not long ago, only sporadic gunshots were heard. It was obvious that some people were unwilling to lay down their weapons. Why are you here to massacre us? The old man came to the officer with an angry face and said directly in an accusatory manner. The officer's eyes narrowed and he slapped the man directly without any thought of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Humph, you should know exactly why we are here. You have launched 14 attacks on our fleet in the past 2 days. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Our boss is a kind-hearted man. He sent us here this time to teach you a profound lesson and to eliminate only those who led the attack on our fleet. The old man said angrily. We have paid a heavy price. Look at how many of us you have killed. Isn't this enough? You talk too much. I just want to finish the task quickly and go back. After that, the officer pulled out a Colt pistol and pointed it at his head and said, Whoever led the attack on our fleet had better come forward, or I will kill him. If no one admits it after 5 minutes, then we'll play a game and kill people by drawing lots. Devils, you are all devils, the old man said tremblingly after hearing it. People always have to pay the price for their actions, don't they? The officer said with a sneer. At this time, a middle-aged man stood up in the crowd and shouted, I led everyone to launch this attack, just kill me. When the officer saw the person who stood up, he smiled and said, "You are very courageous. I admire you." After he said that, he waved his hand, and within a second, a gunshot rang out. The middle-aged black man fell down in a look of astonishment. "Is there another one? If not, let's start the game. I won't let you go if you don't kill me to my satisfaction today. You should think about your families. If you don't want them to get hurt, you'd better stand up bravely. What do you think?" However, after he finished speaking, no one stood up, and the whole village fell into silence. The officer looked around, nodded, and said, "Very good, it seems that you all value your own lives and don't care about the lives of your family members at all. Then the lottery game begins." After saying this, the officer turned his gun around. With a bang of a gunshot, a young man with fierce eyes and an unwilling look fell down. Suddenly, there were screams and the crying of children. "Has anyone admitted it now? If not, the game continues. Please don't kill anymore, please don't kill anymore." The old man knelt down with a thud, tears streaming from his eyes, looking extremely miserable. The officers looked like the villains in the movies, but there was no protagonist to save them. I said, "As long as any of you have the courage to stand up, I will not kill them indiscriminately." After the officer finished speaking, several middle-aged and young men in the crowd walked out with determined looks on their faces. "We are the ones leading this team. We led the attack on your merchant ship." The officer looked at these people, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good, then you are ready to go." Bang, bang, bang. Following a few gunshots, the men fell to the ground. The officer put away the pistol in his hand and said, "Very good, my mission has been completed. From now on, just come and take revenge. I promise to kill as many as you come." After saying that, he led the team towards the group of planes that had already landed. "Sir, isn't this too harsh? This is totally unlike your usual style." The officer chuckled and said, "If you're not ruthless, how can they remember it? This is the effect I want. Remember, you must not be soft-hearted when dealing with the enemy, even if the other party is just a child or a woman. Soldiers are killing machines. Once they put down their guns against the enemy, they are doing the greatest harm to their own people." "Yes, I remember it." Chapter 82, Handshake and Peace. The two countries join forces. "Sir, we have solved all the problems, but the CI of Star Country may launch a retaliatory action against us recently," Chris said to Sui. Sui chuckled and said, "As long as they don't send troops, we don't have to worry about their revenge. Compared to CI, I'm more afraid that the aircraft carriers of Xinhua will come to cause trouble for us. This time you have dealt a heavy blow to CI's arrogance, which is a good thing," Chris said. "This is what we should do, sir. You take a rest, I'll go out first." This time he retaliated severely against CI's recent behavior, and he had his own considerations. They chose to do something to him. If he still acts cowardly, is he still a man? Since the enemy has started to attack you, you must fight back hard until they are hurt. It is basically impossible for them to attack us, unless they choose to send out fighter jets for long-range strikes or launch cruise missiles. But it is basically impossible for them to achieve this, all because of the existence of the blocker. Its main function is to conceal the existence of the airport, but this does not mean that it has only this function. It can also shield unidentified electronic components. This means that precision-guided weapons will become ineffective once they enter the coverage area of the jammer. This is also the reason why Sui did not equip the airport with more advanced air defense missiles. With his current funds, he can still afford it if he wants to. The most likely target for them is the arms transportation routes. The air and land transport teams are all protected by personnel and weapons, but the sea transportation lines are the weakest at the moment. And now he needs to make up for this shortcoming. It's just a matter of spending money, so he doesn't mind it. Yesterday he collected several balance payments, and the funds in his account are more than 3 million, which is still relatively sufficient. However, if this money is used to develop maritime power, it may not even make a difference. He certainly didn't need to think about large ships, and large ships would be too conspicuous in Heizhou, so in order to keep a low profile, he chose patrol ships. After all, the current sea transport routes do not require long-distance voyages, so patrol ships are sufficient for current use. Sui chose the P-18 patrol ship that Yen State started building in 2012. It has a full load displacement of up to 1,800 tons and can travel at a maximum speed of 21 knots. In terms of weapons, it is equipped with a 76mm single-barrel naval gun, two 30mm and 20mm caliber machine guns, and it can also carry a helicopter at the back. It is not equipped with any missiles, which keeps the cost to a minimum and can fully meet Sui's current needs. The cost of building one ship in the market is $20 million, and the system costs 75,000 yuan per ship. Sui ordered 4 ships at one time, which means 300,000 yuan. These 4 P-18 patrol boats will soon join the escort mission of the sea transport lines. The main function of this patrol ship is to prevent pirate attacks. As for dealing with the navies of other countries, forget it. Sui has a Su-35S multipurpose fighter, which, if equipped with anti-ship missiles, is enough to deal with most ships. Of course, if you want to deal with Singapore's aircraft carrier battle group, it's basically a dream. The only thing that can deal with an aircraft carrier battle group is an aircraft carrier battle group. It's like my dad always said, the only thing that can defeat magic is magic. However, if Sui wants to have an aircraft carrier battle group with complete combat effectiveness, he probably still has a long way to go. It is actually not difficult to deal with the Star Country. As long as we make them feel that the losses from dealing with them outweigh the gains, they will naturally stop. For the next period of time, the entire city of Hama was very calm and CI did not take any action. However, various intelligence shows that this is just the calm before the storm. The exchanges between CI and the Mahmud government are becoming increasingly close, and there is also a piece of news that is not very favorable to Sui. According to intelligence in Beledweyne, a battalion of soldiers from the Abyssinian Defense Force crossed the border and entered a temporary camp there. This is enough to prove that the Mahmud government and the Abyssinian government have reached peace under the mediation of Singapore. Moreover, the purpose of the Abyssinian Defense Force's entry into the city of Beledweyne is self-evident. Their target is themselves. This CI really thinks highly of me. They actually persuaded the armies of 2 countries to join forces to deal with me. It seems that they have invested a lot of money. After seeing this information, Sui couldn't help but sigh. If it is just Aiden, the current 1st Armored Brigade combat team will be enough to deal with him. After all, Mahmud's troops have a maximum of more than 30,000 people. And they also have to defend other places, so 10,000 troops would be a lot to deal with him. The 1st Brigade combat team has more than 4,500 troops, and with the helicopter cluster, the total strength is as high as 5,000. It was more than enough to deal with them, so he never worried about any threat Mahmud could pose to him. However, if Abyssinia is added, the situation will be different. This country has a national defense force of up to 180,000 people, including an air force with more than 100 aircraft of various types. Although it is impossible to dispatch many troops to help Mahmud, it is enough to put some pressure on Sui. You forced me to do this. Looks like I have to expand my troops again. For nearly half a month, the funds in Sui's account have not been used much, totaling more than 8 million. Among them, more than 4 million are previous funds in the recovered balance, and more than 300 million are earned from selling arms in the past half-month. After this period of development, the Dark Web Arms Mall now has more than 600 customers and has established its reputation in the Black Continent. Moreover, with the continuous development of the arms logistics and transportation system, we now have the strength to cover more countries, and our customer base will naturally expand. Since Xinhua wants to use these 2 countries to deal with him, this time he plans to spend some money to teach his 2 younger brothers a lesson so that they will never dare to target him again. Chapter 83, Force Expansion, Air Assault. The 1st Armored Brigade combat team cost Sui nearly 3.8 million to build. Even at level 4, it would still cost around 3 million. However, for the current situation, an Armored Brigade combat team is actually enough for Sui to use. They can protect military airports in peacetime and can be pulled out to fight at any time during wartime. They are the most powerful combat force in his hands. Although this force is powerful, its combat radius is not large. Because the air strategic transport force he currently has is not strong enough to transport this powerful armored force over long distances. So in addition to this armored force, Sui also wants to establish a rapid response force. If he wants to become the most powerful PMC company in the world, then long-range combat capabilities must be guaranteed. The Star Force has done the best in this regard, and Sui also has his eyes on their Striker Brigade combat team. This force is a mechanized combat force based on the Striker-wheeled armored vehicle. A complete brigade can reach anywhere in the world within 96 hours using various transport aircraft. Of course, this is currently only something that the Star Army can do because they have military bases all over the world. However, it can also be seen from here that the mobility of this unit is still very good, and the C-130 tactical transport aircraft can also easily transport Striker-wheeled armored vehicles. This combined arms combat force is a light armored force, and the most outstanding feature of this force is undoubtedly its network-centric warfare strategy. As a light mechanized force, its main combat force is the Striker-wheeled armored vehicle. Its modular design allows it to be equipped with various turrets for different combat purposes. This brigade includes a brigade headquarters and headquarters company, 3 Striker infantry battalions, a reconnaissance company, a field artillery battalion, an engineer battalion and a brigade support battalion. The total strength is similar to that of an armored brigade combat team, totaling 4,500 people. The organization is similar to that of an armored brigade combat team. The main difference lies in the equipment and network-centric warfare strategy. Its main equipment is the striker-wheeled armored vehicle equipped with various turrets, which is mainly used for anti-infantry, anti-tank, anti-helicopter, etc. In addition to these armored vehicles, the most powerful firepower should be the Field Artillery Battalion. The Artillery Battalion consists of an exciting firepower system, a battalion headquarters and battalion headquarters company, a target acquisition platoon, and 3 artillery. Due to the need for air transportation, it is equipped with the M777A two-towed 155mm caliber howitzer. I think many people are familiar with this lightweight artillery. It is the most powerful digital artillery in the world. The artillery's digital fire control system allows each gun to receive coordinates directly from the command center and use the global satellite guidance system to carry out precision strikes. The Excalibur shells it is equipped with are also the first precision-guided shells equipped by the Star Army, and they have extremely exaggerated accuracy. The price of this artillery is also very high, up to $1.8 million per gun. The entire Striker Brigade combat team is mainly equipped with more than 300 Striker armored vehicles of various models. For example, armored personnel carriers, reconnaissance vehicles, mobile artillery vehicles, anti-tank artillery vehicles, mortar vehicles, command vehicles, field emergency vehicles, etc. are all modified based on the Striker armored vehicle. The price of the Striker wheeled armored vehicle is still quite cheap in Suyi's opinion. The market price of a single vehicle is about $3 million. Since it is equipment from 10 years ago, it enjoys a super discount. The selling price of each vehicle in the system is 7,500 funds, and these 300 vehicles only cost more than 2.2 million funds. However, if you add the rest of the weapons and equipment as well as 4,500 combat personnel, the entire brigade will cost around 3 million, which is actually not much cheaper than an armored brigade combat team. After completing the recruitment of the Striker Brigade combat team, Suyi began to expand the size of the helicopter force. In modern warfare, the role of helicopters is unquestionable. Although the costs will be quite high, this shortcoming must be made up. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to face the next war. After all, the enemy has the advantage in numbers, so we must improve the combat capability of our own troops to offset this advantage of the enemy. Now the dark web arms mall is on the right track and can bring him at least more than $200 million in profits every month. As the market gradually expands, the income will naturally increase. The warlords and local tyrants in these African countries may lack money to improve people's livelihood, but they will definitely not lack money to purchase weapons and equipment. They are very willing to spend money in this regard. Currently, he still has about 5 million yuan left in his account, so it is very necessary to form an aviation brigade-level combat team. 3 brigade-level combat teams can be combined to form a division-level force, and they can also possess extremely strong combat effectiveness if they act independently. This is also the experience summarized by the Star Army after many years of war. The Air Assault Brigade combat team is composed of a combat helicopter battalion, 2 air assault helicopter battalions, a medium transport helicopter battalion, and the Brigade Aviation Command Battalion. It will be equipped with 24 Longbow Apache attack helicopters, 12 OH-58 reconnaissance attack helicopters, 60 Black Hawk general-purpose helicopters, and 36 Chinook medium transport helicopters. Howitzers, etc. required by 2 air assault infantry battalions. The remaining 22 Apache attack helicopters alone require $2.2 million in funding, not to mention the other larger numbers of helicopters. This air assault combat brigade requires too many helicopters. Even though he currently has more than 5 million in funds, the funds needed to establish this brigade are beyond his current affordability. He still used the helicopter method to build the framework first, and then add personnel and equipment after the money was gradually in place. What we need to establish most at the moment is not the Air Assault Brigade combat team, but the urgent task is to expand the aviation force. Chapter 84 Air Force Expansion, adding early warning. If it is just against the provisional government forces, the powerful combat capability formed by the 6 Su-35 SS can easily complete the fight for air supremacy. After all, even at its peak, the Aden Air Force was only equipped with 12 MiG-17s, 8 MiG-21s and 30 J-6 fighters. Not to mention that this is their peak period. Even if they have these fighter jets now, Suyi only needs to send out these 6 Su-35S fighter jets to defeat them. But everything changed after Abyssinia joined in. Their air force had more than 130 aircraft of various types. Moreover, the fighter jets they are equipped with are very sophisticated. The most advanced fighter jets are undoubtedly the 22 Su-27 fighter jets, and there are also varying numbers of Su-25 attack aircraft, MiG-21, MiG-23 and other types of fighter jets. Originally they had 24 Su-27 fighter jets, but they listened to the Singaporeans' deception and sent out 2 Su-27 fighter jets to intercept Suyi. As a result, they were beaten down by a Su-35S. Since then, Suyi has written this country down in his little notebook and will definitely take revenge in the future. Unexpectedly, before he could prepare for revenge, They came to his door first, so there was no need to be polite this time. If we cripple Abyssinia's air force and turn it into a toothless tiger, I think the Eritrean and Farouk countries, Egypt, around Abyssinia will be very happy. Abyssinia relies on the second most powerful military power in Black Continent, and has the support of the world's most powerful country, Star Country. It acts very domineeringly in Black Continent, and basically all the surrounding countries have been offended by it. Once their military strength declines rapidly, Sui will not need to send troops, as several surrounding countries will rush up and beat them up. Countries like to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Considering that this operation is mainly based on air combat, and supplemented by ground attack, Sui decided to double the size of Su-35's fighter jets to 12 aircraft. In addition to increasing the size of the Su-35 fighter, a dedicated air-to-air fighter, the so-called air superiority fighter, is also needed. This is actually the same as the high and low matching of fighter jets in many countries. Heavy fighters have excellent performance in all aspects, especially strong air defense capabilities. However, in order to enhance their air defense capabilities, they generally lack effective ground attack means, and the cost is also very high. Therefore, each country will redesign a new medium-sized fighter. Fighters such as the J-10 and F-16 were born based on this idea. Their versatility can well make up for the lack of ground attack capabilities of air superiority fighters, and can also assist air superiority fighters in combat. The Su-35 has strong ground-to-air combat capabilities, especially after being equipped with the Snow Leopard phased array radar. Its control capability is undoubtedly powerful. It is precisely because of this that Sui needs a fighter jet to share the burden of ground attack missions with the Su-35 fighter jets, allowing them to focus more on fighting in the sky. Sui finally chose Singapore's F/18E/F Super Hornet fighter. After a substantial upgrade, this fighter has very strong multipurpose combat capabilities and also has very powerful anti-sea attack capabilities. As a heavy fighter with a maximum takeoff weight of 29 tons, its maximum flight speed is 1.6 Mach, its range is 2,300 kilometers, and it has 11 mounting points, and can be equipped with 8 tons of weapons. These are the performance that Sui attaches great importance to, and its price is not high. The market price of E/F Super Hornet is only $50 million, which means it only costs 125,000 yuan per aircraft after a discount. In preparation for this battle that is likely to happen, Sui directly purchased 8 F/18E/F Super Hornet fighter jets, which will form a flying formation. This cost him 1 million yuan, plus the previous 6 Su-35s, which is only 2.2 million yuan. In addition, Sui also decided to purchase 2 more advanced airborne early warning aircraft. The ZDK-03 early warning aircraft, which uses a mechanical electronic scanning phased array, has a certain gap with the top early warning aircraft in terms of detection distance and other aspects. Since we are not so short of money now, we will naturally equip ourselves with the best early warning aircraft. Before Sui traveled through time, Yen country's early warning radar level had already surpassed that of Xing country. The KJ-500 is equipped with a third-generation airborne early warning radar. The biggest feature of this radar is the fully digital electronic scanning radar on the back. It does not need to rely on rotation to detect targets, but is a fixed radar source that can detect the presence of enemy aircraft in all directions, thus eliminating blind spots for early warning aircraft. Before Sui traveled through time, this radar was still the world's first fully digital phased array radar with a detection range of 470 kilometers and the ability to track more than 100 targets at the same time. Although its performance is not as good as the E3 Sentry early warning aircraft, the KJ-500 early warning aircraft has a limited carrier size after all, but it is still in the first echelon of early warning aircraft. After all, the E3 is a product of the last century, and the KJ-500 is an early warning aircraft that only entered service in 2014. Usually when buying a mobile phone, you know to buy the latest one because it has a higher configuration. No matter how the previous mobile phone is upgraded, its performance may be comparable to the new one, but the new mobile phone is definitely better and has greater potential for upgrading. The same goes for the early warning aircraft, as long as its performance is sufficient to meet Sui's needs. The market price of KJ-500 is around $100 million, while the price of E3 is as high as $270 million. In this regard, KJ-500 still has a great price advantage. An KJ-500 only costs 375,000 yuan, while an E3 Sentry costs 675,000 yuan. For Sui, who is not very wealthy, the cheaper but not inferior KJ-500 is the best choice. In addition, in terms of operating costs, the KJ-500 equipped with a turboprop engine is of course more advantageous. Sui purchased an KJ-500 early warning aircraft. The purchase of the aircraft cost him a total of about 2.5 million yuan. Combined with the funds for purchasing helicopters, his account shrank to less than 1 million yuan. However, the strength of the armed forces under his command has been greatly strengthened. At this time, facing the alliance between Aden and Abyssinia, he is full of confidence. Chapter 85 Artificial Intelligence, Cyber Attacks. Sir, the supercomputer you requested has been debugged and can be put into use at any time. The director of the Cybersecurity Department of the Intelligence and Consulting Department found Su Yi and informed him of the good news. Su Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "Okay, I'll go take a look right away." Since the supercomputer was put into use, Su Yi has been going to the supercomputing center almost every day, and he can't wait to put it into use. Even a home computer cannot be used right after purchase. It requires the installation of various wires and the downloading of various software. Supercomputers are more complex and generally take a month to debug. Su Yi spent tens of thousands of points to recruit the senior network engineer. If he hadn't led the team to debug, it would have taken about 2 months. This is the difference between advanced and elementary, or even intermediate levels. Although there is only one level difference, the gap in ability is very large. The supercomputing center is located behind the airport dormitory area. A special building was built for it, and a very powerful cooling system was installed. Its cooling performance generally exceeds that of the current supercomputing centers in various countries. Su Yi understood that if artificial intelligence was installed, it would be normal for the supercomputing center to run at full load for a long time, so the heat dissipation performance must be good. Su Yi stepped into the supercomputing center. There was no one here, only the buzzing sound in the room. Even under the suppression of the cooling system, the current temperature was still over 25 degrees. System, how do I install artificial intelligence? As long as the host gives the order to release him, he will appear inside. Release the rudimentary artificial intelligence immediately. Releasing, release complete. In less than a second, Su Yi heard the sound of release completion. Wasn't this too fast? Just when Su Yi wanted to ask, he heard the sound of the fan in the computer room gradually increase, and the temperature was also rising steadily. He glanced at the temperature display on the wall. It had risen to 30 degrees from 25 degrees when he entered. He could already feel the heat. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately came to the supercomputer's control center, where several network engineers were checking the current status of the supercomputer. They also have some idea of what happens in the computer room because they will be serving this supercomputer exclusively. You all should go out first. After arriving at the supercomputer control center, Su Yi spoke to everyone who was busy. After hearing Su Yi's words, everyone left silently without saying a word. His words were like an imperial decree, and they had to do whatever he told them to do, even if it meant committing suicide. The moment the door was closed, the screen in the control center suddenly changed. A Smurf-like figure appeared on the screen, looking at Su Yi with curious eyes. Su Yi was also startled by this sudden scene. After taking a closer look, his eyes suddenly lit up. Are you the artificial intelligence? In response to Su Yi's question, the little elf nodded a little dazedly, and a childish voice came out of the speaker. Yes, are you the human who created me? Not only can it judge its own tone, but it can also directly ask back questions. It seems that it is not the artificial intelligence as imagined. I just don't know how powerful it is. I think so. Do you have a name? No, you can give me a name. Su Yi smiled and said, Since you look like a Smurf, I'll call you Smurf. Okay, I'll be called Smurf from now on. I really want to study now. Can I go first? Su Yi nodded and said, Of course, you are free now. Okay, I'm going to study now. See you next time. After saying this, the Smurf disappeared from the screen, and the screens returned to normal. Su Yi was just about to go out, but even through such thick walls, he could still hear the roar coming from the computer room, and all the cooling fans were running at high speed. The chips in all the cabinets are running at high speed, maximizing the computing power. After seeing this scene, Su Yi returned to his office. Now that the artificial intelligence has been installed, it has solved one of his worries. He really hopes that one day the Smurfs can grow to the level of the Red Queen or Skynet. Of course, the system has guaranteed that artificial intelligence will not betray him in any way. Compared with artificial intelligence, the system is obviously far superior to him. It is precisely because of the existence of the system that he dares to release him so confidently. Otherwise, he really needs to think about it. If it turns out to be like what happened in movies and TV dramas, he will be at a loss. Singapore CI Intelligence Agency, Cyber Security Center. This is an internal department of CI, dedicated to defending against attacks from external networks and protecting CI's network security, especially their huge database. Not only are they numerous, there are hundreds of red hackers in the entire department, and they are all the top computer experts in the world. It is precisely because of their existence that the network firewall of the CI Intelligence Department has never been breached, especially since they use a super powerful algorithm that is almost impossible to breach. Although the attacks from the outside world are usually very heavy, they can deal with them very easily with their abilities. However, an accident happened today. On the huge screen at the network center, a huge wave of attacks suddenly rushed towards them. Pay attention, we are about to face a wave of extremely strong attacks. If you don't want to be beaten, be alert. An officer looked at the suddenly skyrocketing data on the big screen and was shocked and shouted. Chapter 86, Cyber Offensive, New Discoveries. The Major stared at the constantly changing data on the large screen and murmured. They actually mobilized such a large data flow, but this method is too primitive. It is impossible to break through our layers of firewalls. When the officer saw that it was just a simple data stream attack, he immediately became confused. However, the situation soon changed. The opponent was gradually changing the way of attack and becoming more fierce. It's really strange. These people look like novices, but their defense is so impeccable. How do they do that? A hacker who was frantically inputting codes said this in a very strange way. The situation is a bit strange, be careful. After the two sides fought for a few minutes, they obviously found that the opponent's offensive began to become strange and changeable, almost catching them off guard. At this moment, everyone at the cybersecurity center finally put aside their previous contemptuous attitude and began to take these opponents seriously. The current situation is that the opponent seems to be playing a game with them. The defense is flawless, and they can't even track the opponent's position. The intensity of the attack is also gradually increasing, even making some people begin to struggle. Haven't you tracked down the other party's data source yet? The Major walked up to a man with glasses and asked. The man with glasses shook his head solemnly and said, No, the other party should be using a brand new encryption method. I can't do anything about their firewall. And the opponent has too many chickens. It's like an attack that has been prepared for several years. But the opponent's behavior is very strange. Damn it, bastards! Keep reinforcing our firewall. We must not let them break through it, or we will lose face. The Major officer couldn't help but curse. The world's top hackers are gathered here. As the top team, it would be a shame if their firewall was breached by others. The offensive has changed again. They are starting to concentrate their forces, hoping to break through our first layer of firewall in one fell swoop. More than 10 minutes later, when the two sides were in a stalemate, the other side suddenly changed its offensive. This is equivalent to two armies fighting each other, and the other side suddenly sends a large number of soldiers to attack one point. No, I can't stop it anymore, damn it! A black man stared at the screen in front of him with angry eyes. Repair the firewall immediately and don't let the enemy in. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. A few minutes later the black man suddenly slumped in his chair and his computer screen turned red. Damn it, how is this possible? Strengthen the second firewall immediately. Don't let them break through again. The enemy has broken through our first layer of firewall and has taken the initiative. We are unable to fight back. Passive defense is ineffective against the enemy's active attack. It is only a matter of time before it is broken. The man with glasses said with a gloomy expression. What should we do then? Asked the Major hurriedly. At first they did not take the attack very seriously, but they did not expect that the other party would break through their firewall in just 1 hour. This was the first time since their department was established that their strongest first layer firewall was breached, and they were almost completely defeated. There is no perfect solution. We cannot find any loopholes in their defense, and even their offensive methods are a little confusing to us. The other side is not a novice at all, but a top team. They were simply deceiving us before and wanted us to underestimate them. Now we can only mobilize manpower to strengthen defense and build a new firewall. The second is to mobilize another team to consume the opponent's chickens. The other party is using a data stream attack method. As long as we consume their chickens, their offensive will become weaker and weaker. The Major nodded and said, Okay, I'll go find the director for help right away. You take charge of the scene. The Major quickly came to the director's office, walked in and said, Director, we have a problem here. An unknown force suddenly launched an attack on us. The first layer of the firewall has been breached, and the second layer may not hold out for much longer. We need manpower support. What? Today is not April Fool's Day. You are the top talents I have selected from all over the place, and yet your firewall was breached? After hearing his words, the director was a little confused. We don't know this either, but it is a fact that the other party is stronger than us. You go back first. I will contact the NSA right away and assign some personnel to join you. CI's efficiency is still very high, and its energy is also very great. It mobilized nearly 200 people at one time to join this offensive and defensive battle. With the addition of these fresh forces, the situation gradually stabilized. 3 hours into the attack, all the offensives suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when seeing this. They had finally repelled the opponent's attack. Everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted at this moment. The retreat was so clean that all the targets we found were broilers. We couldn't find the enemy's specific location at all, but we can rule out that it was in our territory. After looking at the data on the screen, the man with glasses couldn't help but sigh. The opponent's level was far above his, but this did not discourage him. Instead, it aroused his competitive spirit. After striving for the top spot in the hacker world for so many years, he finally met a strong opponent. However, they did not know that they were not facing a powerful hacker team, but an artificial intelligence from Aden in Black Africa. Since it needs to learn, it must be seeking out experts to compete with. At the same time, it has also allocated some computing power to absorb information from the internet in various countries. He had only appeared for less than half a day, but he had already grown to a very impressive level. This time, he even helped Sui a lot. Ding dong! Sui, who was working at the office, suddenly saw an email pop up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. He saw that the sender was actually Smurf. Seeing this, Sui couldn't help but smile, so he clicked it and started reading. When he saw the above content, his expression gradually became solemn. Chapter 87 Important Intelligence, Codename Raid. Planned codename, Raid. Implementation time, Aden, November 4th, 8 a.m. Plan description, launch 4 cruise missiles at the target airport to destroy its runway, hangar and other targets, paralyze its air combat capability and air defense weapons system, and create favorable conditions for the Abyssinian Air Force's airstrike. The plan has been approved and will be launched by the Hebrew Army. This is the entire content of the email. This plan still surprised him. He did not expect that the Star Army would actually be involved in this plan. Although the Vita Air Force Base is least afraid of precision-guided weapons, the focus this time is on the personal entry of the Star Army. It seems that the last revenge really pissed off Xinhua, but he is not a coward, so if he wants to do it, he will do it. If the Hebrew nation really launched a few Tomahawk cruise missiles at him, he would not be polite and would have to fire back a few missiles. As people coming from a country of etiquette, we cannot lack these etiquettes. Moreover, through this intelligence, it can be confirmed 100% that the Mahmud government and Abyssinia will take action against him on the 4th, which is a week later. Before, he always felt like there was a string in his heart, but after seeing this information, he felt relaxed. Since we already know when the other party will take action, we can use this week to make arrangements and formulate a new battle plan. However, Sui was more curious about another point. How did the Smurfs obtain this information? Smurf, how did you get this information? Sui asked directly while looking at the computer. As an artificial intelligence, the Smurf could be found wherever there was an internet connection, so Sui asked directly because he knew that the Smurf would definitely be able to hear his questions. Hey, I stole it from CI, but their technology is very advanced. I learned a lot today and got a lot of information. This one will be of the greatest use to the master, so I sent it to you. What? You stole it from CI? Holy shit! After hearing the Smurf's fierce reply, Sui was stunned. This Smurf is so awesome. It was just released into the supercomputer center this morning, but it attacked CI in just half a day and stole a lot of information. The most important thing is that he can actually tell to whom this information is useful. His logical ability is so strong. As expected, it is worthy of being rated as a primary artificial intelligence by the system. It seems that I have underestimated it before. And as its knowledge reserve becomes larger and larger, its ability will undoubtedly become stronger. Sui was very curious about what was going on, but from the information he could tell that the Smurfs did not suffer any loss. Did you break into the firewall of the CI database? The Smurf on the computer screen smiled foolishly and said, Yes, but they are so powerful that I can't break through their second-layer firewall. My computing power has reached its limit, and I'm afraid it won't be able to do it in a short time. After all, the other side has assembled a group of the world's top hacker geniuses, and the supercomputer used by the Smurfs has a computing power of only 13 billion times. Compared with the supercomputers that will reach petaflops in 10 years, the computing power here is a world of difference. However, he currently did not have any better solution and could only hope that Yen country could quickly develop a new supercomputer to upgrade the Smurfs' home. If he remembered correctly, Yen country's next generation Dawn 5000A supercomputer would be launched in Magic City sometime next year. He remembered that he had read related content in his previous life. After injecting himself with the primary gene enhancement agent, he could clearly feel the enhancement in all aspects of his body, especially his memory, which was basically reaching the level of photographic memory. Nothing that can be rewarded by the system is an ordinary thing, especially during these 2 upgrades. Almost all of them are high-tech products. The peak computing power of this dawning 5000A supercomputer will reach 230 trillion times, and its computing power is unknown how many times that of the Galaxy 3. However, Galaxy 3 is a product of the last century after all. It is not surprising that this supercomputer was born after several years of hard work. Using this supercomputer with a peak capacity of only 13 billion times, the Smurfs dared to invade CI. Although it did not completely defeat the opponent's firewall, it was enough to prove its strength. Once the new supercomputer is in place, the Smurfs may become a nightmare for intelligence agencies around the world. Its ability to collect intelligence from the internet is so powerful that it would be great if it could allocate some of its capacity to assist Chris's intelligence consulting department. Perhaps it won't be long before the Intelligence Advisory Department becomes the world's most powerful intelligence agency in terms of cyber intelligence gathering capabilities. Especially in today's internet age, cyber intelligence collection has become a key area for major intelligence agencies. If both parties cooperate, they will be invincible. You have collected a lot of intelligence? Give all that information to Chris and let her deal with it. Okay, Master, I'm leaving now. I have to go study again. Sui was not too curious about the information collected by the Smurfs, so he just handed it over to the Intelligence Consulting Department. If there was any important information, Sui believed that Chris would inform him immediately. After the Smurf left, Sui fell into deep thought. If the Star Country wanted to take action on the 4th, then he would set up a tight net and wait for them to arrive. He had thought about taking the initiative to attack, but that would do more harm than good, and he would not gain anything even if he won. After all, he is just an arms dealer. If he actively launches an attack on a sovereign country, it would be considered a blatant invasion. If the news gets out, your reputation will be bad after all. For a businessman, reputation in the industry is still very important. Don't be the first person to shoot. If someone comes to shoot you, being forced to fight back is better than taking the initiative. Shoo calls Simon over. Okay, Mr. Su. Chapter 88, Battle Axe Attacks, Strong Counterattack. November 4th, 2007 was a very ordinary day, and Aiden fell into a brief period of calm. However, only those who are in Hama can truly feel the impending storm. On November 1st, the Mahmud government announced that it would conduct a friendly military exercise exchange with the Abyssinian Armored Brigade in the northwest of Hama, near the central Shabelle state and neighboring countries. A large number of troops moved into the camp that had been prepared over there, which seemed to be a very normal military exchange to outsiders. After all, the two countries almost went to war last month, but after the political situation changed, the two sides entered a honeymoon period and the border became peaceful. However, what the outside world does not know is that this is a trap set by the Star Country, the purpose of which is to target the increasingly powerful Sui. CI issued a military order in the parliament in order to deal with Sui. Considering the importance of the situation in Aden to Star Country, the parliament also approved CI's plan. Today is the beginning of the implementation of the CI plan. However, what they don't know is that this top-secret intelligence has been leaked, allowing Sui to prepare in advance. On the morning of the 4th, the exercise area suddenly became quiet. The Abyssinian armored forces began to assemble, and Mahmud also assembled an infantry division. The total strength of both sides reached more than 15,000. Everyone stayed obediently in the camp waiting for the attack horn, and this horn was the Tomahawk cruise missile launched by the Hebrew side. The Tomahawk cruise missile seems to have become a symbol of the Star Army's launching of foreign wars. It has been present in many wars and has played a very important role. November 4th, 6 a.m. At a field launch site in Hebrew, 2 launch vehicles have completed all preparations for launch. After receiving the launch order, the launchers of the 2 launch vehicles pressed the launch button, and 4 land-based Tomahawk cruise missiles soared into the sky from the launch box and flew towards the predetermined target. According to intelligence obtained by CI, only some small air defense radars have been found at the Vita military airport. There is no problem using it for close-range defense, but it is impossible to use it against a battle axe. Therefore, they are full of confidence in this airstrike. After the Tomahawk cruise missiles paralyze the Vita military airport, the Abyssinian Air Force will dispatch all their fighter jets to carry out airstrikes on the airport. Then the ground forces moved out at the same time and directly occupied the airport. The director of CI had a hunch that if they could take over the airport, they might be able to obtain a lot of useful information and perhaps even uncover the mystery. Of course, it doesn't matter if the expected goal is not achieved. The main goal is to destroy this place, nip the increasingly popular dark web arms mall in the bud, and restore the normal order of the Black Continent arms market. Although it seems that the most numerous weapons in the Black Continent countries are Soviet-made weapons, in fact, the largest number of weapons come from Star Country. Relying on the influence of the Star Country in Black Africa and through government control, it controls most of the Black Africa arms market. You should know that the most chaotic place in the world is Africa, and the more chaotic a place is, the more it is loved by arms dealers. The world's largest arms dealer is Star Country. How could they possibly give up this market? Sui didn't know this before. The popularity of AK in Black Continent deceived his vision. Through the intelligence obtained by Chris, he learned the truth about the arms market in Black Continent. Sui had previously thought that the reason why Star Country attacked him so frequently was simply because of the Longbow Apache attack helicopters. Of course, this was also one of the factors. But the most important factor is actually their own excellent equipment with prices lower than the market price, which has affected Star Country's share in the Black Continent arms market. This is the main reason why they are targeting us. The reason they are so eager to destroy themselves is because the dark web arms mall threatens their vital interests. 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles flew at a subsonic speed of 800 km per hour at an ultra-low altitude of about 30 meters. How could Sui not be prepared when he knew that Hebrew was going to launch Tomahawk cruise missiles? At around 4 or 5 in the morning, an KJ-500 early warning aircraft flew over the Red Sea. Computer simulation showed that this was the necessary route for cruise missiles. Report: target found for Tomahawk cruise missiles, flight speed 823, flight altitude 13, route. The omnidirectional electronic minesweeping phased array radar on the back of the KJ-500 has a strong ability to filter ground and sea clutter. Although the Tomahawk cruise missile has a certain stealth capability, it can still be detected by the KJ-500's scanning radar at a distance of about 300 kilometers. Report the intelligence to the headquarters immediately and continue to closely monitor the traces of these cruise missiles. We cannot lose track of them. Yes. Wait, a military airport. Sir, the number 1 AWACS called and detected 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles. We are the target. After hearing this intelligence, Sui said, "It is impolite not to reciprocate. Order the War Defense Department to launch missiles at the designated targets as a counterattack." Yes. In the past few days, Sui's small treasury has shrunk to about 500,000, and the rest has all been used to purchase weapons and equipment. Despite the existence of the shielding device, it is better not to expose it, otherwise the Star Country will definitely be able to detect certain abnormalities. Jammers are too important for airports to have any problems. The Strategic Defense Department is a new department established a few days ago. Their main equipment is various types of land-based missiles, and their first battle will be today. The launch site of the Strategic Defense Department's cruise missile force is in an area near the port. Following the order, missiles shot into the sky from the launch tubes. These missiles are none other than the North's KH-55 ultra-long-range cruise missiles, which are also one of the most advanced cruise missiles in the world, and their performance has surpassed that of the Tomahawk cruise missiles. In response to the Tomahawks launched by the Hebrew nation, Sui returned 3 times the number of cruise missiles to them, a total of 12 missiles, which should be enough to give them a hard time. Sui is just like this. Coming from a country of etiquette, he is very enthusiastic. If someone gives him a gift, he will of course return it several times the amount. Chapter 89: Laser Air Defense, all destroyed. Facing the cruise missiles from the Hebrew country, Sui was not at all panicked. In order to deal with these missiles, he had made careful preparations. Not to mention there were only 4 missiles, even 10 missiles would not be able to hit the airport. Besides, it is impossible for the Star Army to carry out a saturation cruise missile attack on a small military airport at one time. The Mahmud government also received news from the Star Army that the Hebrews had launched several Tomahawk missiles. As long as the airport was paralyzed, the ground forces could begin the attack. This yellow monkey is really arrogant. He actually dared to go against Xinhua. From today on, we will divide all the things in his warehouse equally. I heard that he has a lot of good things there. A senior general of Mahmud's government army said to a major general of the Abyssinian Defense Force. Yes, there are truckloads and boatloads of munitions shipped out every day. If I wasn't afraid of alerting him, I would have wanted to intercept these munitions. The airport is like a bottomless pit. A large amount of arms are moved out every day, but no one can find a channel for the arms to get in. They even suspect that there is a huge arms factory under the airport. This is also the most reasonable explanation at present, otherwise this strange situation cannot be explained at all. It's okay. We will be able to divide this batch of arms soon. This is also the reason why both parties are willing to join forces. You know, they were fighting each other to the death before. This is how the world is. As long as both parties have the same interests, even enemies can shake hands and make peace immediately. As for what happens after that, it is hard to say. They are still dreaming of their grand dreams, waiting for the successful launch of the Hebrew cruise missile so that they can share this feast. All cruise missiles have entered the range of air defense firepower and are less than 100 kilometers away from the military airport. The 4 cruise missiles flew a distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers at an average altitude of about 10 meters, which took a total of more than 2 hours, and were finally about to reach the target they were going to attack. Lock on the target and destroy it immediately. It is about 100 kilometers away from the airport, and the threat to the airport is still very great. Report: AWACS number 305 called, the Abyssinian Air Force has entered the country, a total of 26 aircraft, including 12 Su-27s, 6 Su-25s and 8 MiG-17s. Let all the Su-35 fighters of the 1st Squadron of the Air Force attack and shoot down all the enemy's incoming fighters. Yes. In the command center, Simon, commander of the Titan Force, issued orders one by one. The Colossus Force is the name of Suyi's troops. The reason why he gave it this name is that he hopes that this army can grow to the same height as the armed forces of Colossus Corporation in Call of Duty 11. His expectations for this are still very high, and it may not be impossible to achieve this goal. Target found locked. In a radar vehicle outside the field, a radar soldier looked at the Tomahawk cruise missile that had been locked and said immediately, "Emission!" "Yes." "Fire!" I saw a very sci-fi weapon placed on the roof of a 6-story dormitory building at the airport. Although it is an air defense weapon, it is neither an air defense missile nor an air defense artillery. Instead, it is like a cylindrical telescope, and there is a movable power station next to it, which is specifically used to power this weapon. This is a tactical laser air defense system. It is the world's first laser air defense weapon that was successfully put into service in 2028. It was developed by the Star Army and was the first to be put into service. Suyi purchased a total of 2 laser air defense systems of this model this time. Compared with traditional air defense systems, it has natural advantages in air defense, and there is no need to elaborate on it. Of course, its price is also very expensive. Since it is a mature laser air defense system that has been put into mass production, it has no problem dealing with hypersonic weapons, not to mention subsonic cruise missiles such as the Tomahawk. When the missile was only about 50 kilometers away from the Vida military airport, the Athena tactical laser air defense system began to show its power, and the number 1 gun position, which had been fully charged, instantly fired a beam of high-energy laser. In an instant, the warhead of the Tomahawk cruise missile, which was flying forward along the route, turned red in less than a second. In less than 2 seconds, the body of the warhead was melted directly by the laser at a temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius. The warhead seeker was instantly melted by the high temperature, followed by the warhead. Boom! The gunpowder in the warhead could not withstand such high temperature, and was directly ignited and exploded, turning the entire cruise missile into a pile of fragments in the air. After dealing with this target, the Athena laser air defense system at gun position 1 again aimed at the second incoming missile. Athena at the number 2 gun position aimed at the subsequent incoming Tomahawk missiles. In less than half a minute, the 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles that were highly anticipated were all destroyed in the air. The missile signal disappeared, but it has not yet reached the target location. It has been shot down. In a Hebrew military command post, a soldier looked at the 4 disappearing signals and shouted in surprise. "What? How is it possible? Were all 4 missiles shot down?" "Yes, we were still about 40 kilometers away from the target location when all the signals disappeared, with a time interval of about 20 seconds. A Hebrew officer murmured. "How is this possible? The intelligence provided by CI shows that the air defense missiles equipped at the airport are only Yen country's Red Flag series short-range air defense missiles. How is it possible to shoot down our Tomahawks at such a long distance? Damn it, they must have hidden a new air defense system, but the CI just didn't find it." He quickly determined the true situation, but he had no idea what air defense system had shot it down. Their mission is to help the Star Army launch a few cruise missiles. For a small arms dealer, this war actually has nothing to do with them. But what they didn't know was that this war would soon have a lot to do with them. Because they got involved in a war that they shouldn't have been involved in. Chapter 90 Cruise Missiles, Air Attacks on Airports. Nevading Air Force Base is one of the 12 military airports in the Hebrew Kingdom. It is also a frontline airport in that area, with a relatively strong Air Force stationed there. Among them are many types of fighter jets such as F-15, F-16, C-130, and even a Falcon airborne early warning aircraft. There are about 50 or 60 of them, which is a very powerful air force. It was a sunny day, and the Hebrew Air Force at the air base began its daily patrols and training. Even though they were surrounded by enemies, their training never stopped for a moment, and they truly became a nation of soldiers. Needless to say, China's combat effectiveness is very strong. There is a battle almost every few days. China is the country with the richest combat experience in the world. But today the airport welcomed an uninvited guest. What is that? A radar soldier saw the echo appearing on the display screen of a low-altitude detection radar, and his eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion. Sound the battle alert, the enemy is approaching. Although it is still unclear what it is, the fact that the low-altitude radar has detected more than a dozen echoes is enough to explain the problem. The air defense alarm entering Level 1 combat readiness sounded over the airport. As an airport with strong defense capabilities, they were also equipped with relatively more air defense weapons. Whoa! The shrill air defense alarm sounded, and all the soldiers who heard it immediately put down their work and ran frantically towards their respective posts. The first level combat alert was enough to show the seriousness of the problem. What happened? An officer ran into the search radar room, panting and asking. Report, low-altitude radar waves detected, suspected cruise missile, heading southeast, speed 812 km per hour, only 30 kilometers away. What? Immediately prepare for air defense. Immediately send off as many planes as possible from the airport. There were a total of 12 echoes on the radar, which meant that there were a total of 12 cruise missiles heading towards their airport, which was enough to destroy the entire airport. As the cruise missile gets closer to the airport, the radar detects the target more accurately. The entire Nevada Air Force Base has entered a Level 1 combat readiness state. All air defense systems are turned on at this moment, shining in the direction of the incoming cruise missiles. When the cruise missile was less than 15 kilometers away from Nevada Airport, several anti-aircraft missiles immediately soared into the sky from the airport. Then, one anti-aircraft missile after another soared into the sky. There were more than 30 of them. Soon the cruise missiles encountered these air defense missiles, but at ultra-low altitudes, these air defense missiles were not very effective. The main reason was that the interference capability of ground clutter was too strong. Many air defense missiles directly plunged into the ground. Only 3 Kh-55 cruise missiles were defeated, and the remaining 9 were still flying towards the target. When they were about 10 kilometers away from the airport, the 9 cruise missiles entered the terminal penetration state one after another. The tail engines began to spew out more intense flames, and the speed of the cruise missiles began to increase. Bang bang, boom boom boom, sizzle. Various low-altitude anti-aircraft weapons in the airport began to fire in unison. Of course, the best way to attack low-altitude targets is these anti-aircraft machine guns and anti-aircraft artillery. However, facing cruise missiles with terminal penetration maneuverability, these anti-aircraft artillery are not so effective. Because the trajectory of the Kh-55 cruise missile began to change, and its speed had exceeded 1,000 km per hour, a distance of less than 10 kilometers, and only half a minute. In fact, the time left for the Nevada Air Defense Force was very short. 4 Kh-55 cruise missiles plunged into the air defense network woven with dense firepower, and were exploded one after another in less than 10 seconds. However, the remaining 5 Kh-55 cruise missiles successfully broke through their air defense network and dived towards their respective targets. For a cruise missile weighing up to 1.5 tons, its killing capability is still very considerable, especially for taking down cruise missiles equipped with anti-runway submunitions. Boom 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 boom! Explosions sounded one after another in the Air Force Base, and soon billowing black smoke rose into the sky. The hangar was undoubtedly the area that suffered the most damage in this wave of attacks, and it was also the focus of the attack. The 5 Kh-55 cruise missiles caused heavy losses to the Hebrew Air Force. According to their post-war statistics, a total of 2 F-15 fighters and 5 F-16 fighters were lost. Among them, the Falcon airborne early warning aircraft had very bad luck. It was hit by an anti-runway submunition during takeoff and was riddled with holes, making it impossible to repair it. In addition to these, several helicopters were also lost. As for casualties, there were not many people, only a dozen or so, but the loss was already heavy enough. A Hebrew Air Force Major General watched all this with red eyes and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who did this?" There are not many countries in the world that have the ability to launch cruise missiles on such a large scale, only a dozen at most, but none of them have a grudge against the Hebrews. Because these neighboring countries don't have anything like cruise missiles. Judging from the images taken, it was the North's Kh-55 cruise missile that attacked their airport. This immediately made the Hebrew Air Force Major General point the finger at the northern country, because this type of cruise missile was not exported here, and who else could produce so many except them? But why did the Northland bomb their airfield? At this moment, the Major General did not associate the air raid with Sui, because he did not participate in the operation and was not aware of it. This is like sitting at home and having the pot fall from the sky. They never expected that suddenly more than a dozen cruise missiles would hit them. The attack on the Nevada Air Force Base occurred after a legendary air battle. This dazzling air battle attracted the attention of all countries that paid attention to this place. Chapter 91, Undecided, Take the Initiative. November 4, 2007. Over the Baikal province in northern Aden, a large fleet of aircraft was flying at an altitude of about 3,000 meters. According to the order of the Abyssinian Air Force, they will attack in full force after the cruise missiles successfully destroy Vita Airport, carry out supplementary strikes on Vita Airport, and seize air supremacy in this airspace. Then the entire Vita Air Force Base would become a piece of fish on a sticky board, at their mercy. However, they had not received any orders from the Air Force Command, so they could only hover over the area. The Abyssinian Air Force was in a dilemma at the moment, because there was an accident in the attack and the cruise missile was suspected to have been intercepted. But CI wanted them to continue the attack and promised that they would dispatch the 5th Fleet in the Persian Gulf to reinforce them. At the same time, If combat damage occurs, they will be able to purchase F-16 Falcon fighter jets from Star Country at a preferential discount. In fact, CI's words are completely empty promises. They are simply unable to mobilize the Navy, and the so-called discounted F-16s are actually F-16A fighter jets that are more than 10 or 20 years old. Their purpose is very simple, to let the Abyssinian Air Force act as cannon fodder in order to find out the current strange situation. Because they found that they didn't know much about the situation at the Vita Air Force Base, and it seemed that Sui had hidden some power, which made them a little unsure. Of course they chose to abandon their younger brothers. After all, they were just one of the many younger brothers in Heizhou, and it was not the first time they did such a thing. It is precisely because of this situation that the Abyssinian Air Force is somewhat indecisive, which has led to the current situation. Anyway, the fleet still has plenty of fuel, so it's okay to let them fly a few more circles in the sky. Let's wait for the higher-ups to come up with a result. However, it was this hesitation that brought devastating disaster to the Abyssinian Air Force. The fighter planes of the Abyssinian Air Force were hesitant, but Sui was not hesitant. Since the war has already started, he feels there is no need to be polite. Since they choose war, then I will give them war. For an arms dealer, this deal is not a loss, and victory in this war may accelerate the progress of Plan A. A ZDK-03 early warning aircraft was patrolling over the city of Hama, and an KJ-500 was patrolling over the Red Sea to prevent reinforcements from the Hebrew direction. The other KJ-500 stayed in the base as a supplementary force. After all, the flight time of these two early warning aircraft is limited. The first squadron of the aviation team has a total of 12 Su-35S fighter jets. In addition, Sui also added a small team to them with a total of 4 EA-18 Growler electronic warfare aircraft. You must be familiar with this fighter. It is an electronic warfare aircraft modified based on the F/A-18 Super Hornet fighter. It is also the aircraft with the strongest electronic warfare capabilities in the world. This fighter jet has not yet been put into service even by the Star Army. It was only put into service in September 2009. This fighter has three main functions: electromagnetic attack, electronic countermeasures, and electronic monitoring. In particular, its powerful electronic jamming capability can specifically carry out electromagnetic interference on the enemy aircraft's radar, thereby achieving the effect of blinding the opponent's radar. A fighter jet with a useless radar is just a target in the air no matter how good its performance is. This is the biggest role of electronic warfare aircraft in air combat. 16 of the most powerful fighter jets today are facing an opponent whose aircraft are almost a generation behind, and they are also assisted by early warning aircraft. There is actually no suspense in this air battle. At this moment, the 26 fighter jets of the Abyssinian Air Force have been closely monitored by the ZDK-03 airborne early warning aircraft. All their data, such as altitude, speed, movement trajectory, and other information are transmitted to the HUD of each fighter through the data link. This time the fleet did not carry out the sneak attack from behind like last time, because there was no need for it. A formation of 16 advanced fighter jets attacked the enemy directly from the front, and the Abyssinian fleet was the first to enter the field of view of the Su-35S Snow Leopard passive phased array radar. When the distance between the two sides was about 200 kilometers, the radar on the opponent's Su-27 fighter finally discovered the trace of the fleet. "We have spotted a group of fighters. They are less than 200 kilometers away from us. Everyone, get ready for battle. They must be fighters coming from Vita Airport." They discovered it, but they had no means to deal with it at such a long distance. Among them, the most advanced air-to-air missile carried by Su-27 is the R-27 Poplar air-to-air missile, which has a maximum range of 50 kilometers and adopts inertial plus semi-active radar guidance. Their fighter jets are not equipped with active medium-range air-to-air missiles. One reason is that they cannot buy the North country's most advanced R-77 missiles, and the other is that their current avionics equipment does not support the launch of active missiles. However, they had no idea what was going on, and just rushed forward like in an air battle during World War II. After seeing this scene, everyone on the early warning aircraft responsible for commanding this air battle smiled knowingly. Unexpectedly, they did not run away, but rushed straight over to die. So it would not be a big problem for them to wipe out this air force. However, we did not take it lightly when facing the Abyssinian Air Force. We could despise the enemy strategically, but we must never underestimate any enemy tactically. When the distance between the two sides was only 100 kilometers, the first squadron took the lead in launching an attack. However, what they launched were not air-to-air missiles, but electromagnetic waves. The N/ALQ-99 high-frequency jammer pod carried by the EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft conducted strong electromagnetic interference on the enemy aircraft's radar. The electronic jamming squadron composed of 4 EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft would probably not gain any benefit even if the F-22 came. "What happened to my radar? I lost the target. It seems to be broken." "My radar is the same. The screen is full of snow and I can't see anything. Radar is the most important eyes of a fighter jet. Losing radar is no different from being a blind person. Chapter 92 Electronic Warfare, Air Combat Victory. Electromagnetic interference, they have electronic warfare aircraft, damn it, we are done, retreat immediately. Looking at the snowflakes on the radar screen, the navigator who was in charge of the air operation immediately gave the order. Sizzle, sizzle. However, it was not only their radar that was interfered with, their communication channels were also interfered with. How could a fighter jet that has been in service for more than 10 or 20 years and has not undergone any upgrades escape the interference from the EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft? Shit! The officer cursed fiercely, then turned the nose of the plane and ran towards the rear. Some pilots saw this and knew what to do. However, it was too late for them to escape at this time. 12 Su-35S fighter jets were divided into two groups and encircled them from both sides, and were only 60 or 70 kilometers away from them. Execute the second plan and turn on the afterburner to pursue. With the afterburner thrust mode turned on, the Su-35S fighter roared like a beast out of its cage, and its speed continued to increase, soon breaking through Mach 2. Since the enemy was fleeing backwards and the radar was out of service, we could not know anything and could only rely on the navigation system to fly towards Abyssinia. The two sides started an aerial chase. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the distance shortened to about 50 kilometers, the fighter jets launched AIM-120 medium-range air-to-air missiles at their respective targets, flying towards the targets at a speed of more than Mach 3 under inertial guidance mode. Although the opponent was also flying in supersonic mode, it could not last long in this state, only about a minute at most. At this time, their speed suddenly dropped to subsonic state, which was also the attack time period deliberately chosen by the Su-35S fighter. Chasing enemy aircraft forces them to turn on afterburner thrust and cruise at supersonic speed, thereby consuming their limited fuel, and then launching a fatal attack on them to ensure that they cannot escape. Otherwise, they could have started the attack at 80 kilometers, without having to wait until about 50 kilometers. One after another, AIM-120 medium-range missiles quickly caught up with the Abyssinian air fleet, which had slowed down. When the missiles were only about 15 kilometers away from their respective targets, the active radar of the Seeker was turned on, and the fire control radar locked onto the enemy aircraft in less than 3 seconds. Whoa whoa whoa. The radar warning device immediately sounded the alarm after receiving the signal that it was locked by the fire control radar, but it was too late. The missile, which had a range of less than 15 kilometers, underwent terminal acceleration and its speed increased directly to Mach 4, which is 1.36 kilometers per second. They had less than 10 seconds to react. The no-escape zone of a missile does not mean that it is impossible to escape. It is still possible to avoid the missile in various ways. But at such a close distance of more than 10 kilometers, it is no longer as simple as being impossible to escape. 7041, you've been locked onto by a missile. Evade quickly! Evade quickly! However, the only response he got was still the crackling sound from the radio headset. Boom! He could only watch helplessly as the Su-27 flanker fighter jet numbered 7041 was blown up in midair. The AIM-120 warhead weighs 18 kilograms, and the violent explosion caused the huge fighter to disintegrate directly in the air. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions rang out in the air one after another, and Abyssinian fighter planes were shot down one after another. Their technology was simply unable to escape the lock of the AIM-120D active medium-range missile. At this time they no longer cared about the formation. After facing the first wave of attacks, there were only less than 15 of their 26 fighter planes still flying in the sky, and 11 of them were shot down. So they chose to flee in all directions, hoping to escape in this way, if only they could escape. If there were no airborne early warning aircraft, it was inevitable that a few planes would be lost. Then, as an air command platform, the early warning aircraft immediately analyzed the targets and assigned them to Su-35S fighter jets. The enemy planes began to flee in different directions, and the Su-35S began to pursue them in different directions. The air chase entered the second stage. As one AIM-120 medium-range missile after another was launched, the air battle was declared over in less than half an hour, ending with the Air Force's complete victory. The score was 0-26, directly crippling a country's air force. The Abyssinian Air Force purchased a total of 24 Su-27 flanker fighter jets from the northern country, and now most of them have been scrapped by Sui directly in Aden. Although the Abyssinian Air Force has 130 fighter jets, half of them are transport aircraft, trainer aircraft and other models, and there are only 50 or 60 aircraft capable of combat. This time almost half of them were scrapped, which was equivalent to paralyzing the country's air force. Report to the commander, the air battle has ended successfully. We have won the final victory in this air battle. Simon came to Sui with a smile on his face, saluted and said. Sui was also watching the whole aerial battle. He was in a very good mood at the moment and said, "Very good. You all performed very well this time, but the battle is not over yet." After saying this, Sui looked in the direction of the Mahmud government forces and the Abyssinian Armored Brigade coalition forces and said, "Immediately execute the next plan and have the 2nd Squadron take off to bomb the coalition camp." Sui's combat goal this time is not just to cripple the Abyssinian Air Force, but to directly occupy the entire city of Hama. Of course, he had no interest in officials, nor was he trying to occupy territory. All this was to implement Plan A. Since Mahmud is so hostile to him, he will let the Moma tribe, which he has almost controlled, take power and create a political environment that is favorable to him. Chapter 93, Shocking Debut, Shocking All Countries. Hama City, Coalition Command. Report, our Air Force is finished, all 26 fighter planes have been shot down. A communications soldier in Abyssinian military uniform said with a somewhat terrified look on his face. After hearing the news, the Abyssinian general felt dizzy, and his dark face turned a little pale. How is this possible? How is this possible? We have 26 fighters. Didn't CI say that the enemy only had 4 Su-27 fighters? We have several times more fighters than them. How could we be completely wiped out in such a short time? CI's intelligence had major errors, and their Tomahawk cruise missiles were all intercepted. It's clear that Su has hidden his strength. The general of Mahmud's government said this with a very grim expression. The intelligence detected by CI is what Sui wants to show them, so it would be strange if there are no mistakes. After all, they could not have imagined that Sui actually had a magical device like a jammer in his hand that could deceive the eyes of all electronic devices. With the current technology on Blue Star, this kind of technology would probably not be possible within 100 years. What should we do now? Should we launch a ground attack as planned? Damn CI, we quit! The false intelligence they provided led to serious mistakes in the war, and we can't fight at all. The Abyssinian general cursed. The loss this time is really unbearable. I am afraid that even if he wins the war, he will not have a good life when he returns. Upon hearing that Abyssinia intended to withdraw its troops, the general of Aden became anxious. If they withdrew, they would be left alone to withstand the wrath of the leading arms company, which they simply could not do. No, if you go back now, you will definitely be court-martialed. If we take over the Vita Air Force Base, the weapons there will completely offset the loss of your equipment this time. Not only will you not be questioned, you will also become a national hero. It may not be impossible for you to be promoted to the next level. If you go back now, you will only wait for your fate of being judged. The Abyssinian general calmed down at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, "In order to prevent any accidents, I suggest launching an attack immediately and taking down this air base at all costs." Now they really have no way out, and the only way to have a glimmer of hope of victory is to give it a try. Because they didn't know how many ground forces there were at the Vita military airport, nor did they know how strong the defense was. It is precisely because of this ignorance that they have a glimmer of hope of victory. However, reality will give them a heavy blow. At the Vita Air Force Base, after receiving orders from the headquarters, the Air Force's 2nd Fighter Attack Squadron sent 8F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornet fighters and 4 A-10C attack aircraft to take off from the runway one after another. These 12 fighters will form a ground attack squadron, and 8 of them Super Hornets will each carry 2 air combat missiles and 2 AIM-120 medium-range active missiles. The remaining racks carry various precision ground attack munitions. All the racks on the 4 A-10C Warthogs are loaded with ground attack munitions. Their main combat goal is to launch air strikes on coalition camps, destroy their ground armored forces, and cover the ground forces' offensive. The takeoff of these 12 fighter jets was the clarion call for launching a ground war, and the entire air base began to operate. Helicopters of various models took off from the helicopter base, and Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks drove out of the Air Force Base. An Armored Brigade Combat Team, a Striker Brigade Combat Team, and an Incomplete Air Assault Brigade Combat Team make up a large ground force. This was also the first time they entered everyone's sight. When they appeared on the plains outside Hama, the shock they brought could be imagined. God, what is this? Can someone tell me what this is? When a CI official saw this scene from the drone, he was stunned. In the drone's footage, the full picture of the entire army was presented to them. Tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters that they had never seen before drove out of the airport. The total ground force of the two brigades reached 9,000 people, and they marched towards the city of Hama in a mighty manner. On the ground, a torrent of armored vehicles rolled forward, and in the sky, helicopters flew over the armored forces, with such momentum that it was intimidating to see. Seeing this, people who didn't know would think that the Star Army had landed in Aden. What? I can't believe this is what I saw. What kind of tank is this? There is no tank with this appearance in our database. Is this a brand new main battle tank? Their helicopters and armored vehicles have never appeared before. It seems that they have replaced their equipment with the latest equipment developed by that force. How is it possible? Our satellites are all over the world. Even the South Pole and the North Pole are under our surveillance. What kind of force can hide so deeply and develop so much equipment? Without a complete industrial chain, it is impossible to produce it. Upon hearing this, all CI staff fell silent. There are not many countries in the world that can develop their own main battle tanks, but these weapons need to be supported by the entire country's industrial chain. As long as there is a problem in one link, the tank cannot be built. How can it not be shocking that a force can independently develop and produce so many tanks and armored vehicles? Look, the latest footage has been sent over. Not only are there tanks, but they also have 3 new fighter jets. One of them is RA-10, but I checked the database for the other 2 fighter jets, and they have never appeared before. They should also be new 3rd-generation fighter jets. The troops displayed by Sui this time gave everyone a huge surprise, especially those optimized equipment. They would probably never imagine that these equipment are actually the main combat equipment of various countries in reality, but the appearance has undergone drastic changes. The situation is too serious. I think the Pentagon should also pay attention to Aden, the head of CI Black Africa said with a serious face. Chapter 94 Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Star Country, Black Palace. The President, the Director of CI and a group of the President's think tank gathered in one room. CI Director Swinburne Corey said to the screen displayed on the projector. President and gentlemen, what we are showing on the screen now is the equipment presented by the leading arms trading company this time. Main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, armored personnel carriers, etc. are all new equipment that we have never seen before. I am afraid that their specific performance can only be analyzed through the specific process of that war. However, from the way they easily annihilated the coalition forces and occupied the city of Hama, it can be seen that the performance of these equipment should have reached advanced levels. And there is another very important point. The combat effectiveness of this army is extremely strong, and the cooperation is very tacit. It is not inferior to our army. The President looked at the information displayed on the projector and said, I think we must pay attention to this arms company and find out where their equipment comes from. There is another very important point. I really want to know how this army hid itself. Why didn't our satellites and reconnaissance planes find it? I think you must give me an explanation for this. After Corey heard the President's question, his face changed slightly and he said, I don't know about this either, but I will definitely find out. They can't just appear out of thin air. The President nodded and said, I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible, otherwise I will have to replace him with a more capable director. You can leave first. After Corey left, the President asked his think tanks, How do you think we should deal with the threat posed by this leading arms company? A middle-aged white man stood up and said, Mr. President, I think this issue can be handed over to Director Corey. Our current economic situation is very bad. If it is not handled properly, it may affect your re-election. The subprime mortgage crisis that broke out in August originated in Singapore, spread to neighboring countries, and eventually swept the world. The current government is also overwhelmed by the subprime mortgage crisis and has no energy to pay attention to Suyi's development. In their view, Sui was just jumping around in Aden. Although he had seized part of their arms market in the Black Continent, American weapons were still the best-selling ones in their country. The outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis can be said to have given Sui a good opportunity for development. Nowadays, Suyi's influence is no longer limited to the Vita military airport, but covers the entire city of Hama. There was not much suspense at all about the ground war that broke out on November 4th. 12 fighter jets launched a massive bombing on the coalition camp. Then the helicopter group continued to drive away the coalition forces that had gathered around the periphery. After the ground armored forces arrived, all these people surrendered. Now they are still being held in that camp and have become Suyi's prisoners. The armed forces exposed by Sui this time shocked all major forces across the country. The powerful ground armored forces and air force already have the strength to sweep across the country. Especially when Sui directly sent troops to occupy the city of Hama and announced to the outside world that he would temporarily take over the defense of Hama, almost everyone thought that he was going to start entering politics and wanted to establish a new government. It was obvious that Sui didn't have this idea, and he didn't have the intention to manage a group of black people. What did he care about whether they lived well or not? Besides, tribal conflicts often occurred in Aden, so he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Soon Sui made a move that surprised everyone. On the morning of November 5th, he announced that the defense of Hama city would be transferred to the Moma tribe. The Moma tribe naturally accepted it with pleasure and sent 2 recruit divisions and an armored brigade to the city of Hama. Since then, the Moma tribe has become the apparent controller of the city. The reason why Sui did this was naturally for the implementation of Plan A, because a chaotic Aiden country was simply not in line with the leader arms company's desire for rapid development. Only in a country with a stable political situation could it develop faster. Then it is inevitable to support the Moma tribe to take power and become the new ruler of this country. During this period of time, as the Moma tribe continued to expand its army, he was also constantly adding people to it, not only ordinary soldiers, but also mid-level and senior officers. The total strength of the Moma tribe is now around 50,000, making it the most powerful tribal armed force in Aiden. Among these 50,000 people, nearly 5,000 are biochemical warriors, who basically control the entire middle-level officer class. Their behavior was no different from that of ordinary Aiden people, and Chris arranged reasonable identities for them so that it did not arouse any suspicion. Once they are needed, even if Abdullah gives orders to his troops, I am afraid they will not be able to do so. This was also an insurance measure taken by Sui to prevent the Moma tribe from turning their guns against him. He had no trust in the Moma tribe, including Abdullah. There is an old saying from the Yen Kingdom that is engraved in his bones: those who are not of my race must have different hearts. He believes in the law of the jungle, and strength is the only thing he believes in the most. As long as he has a strong enough armed force in his hands, they will not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Moreover, once the Moma tribe unified the entire country of Aiden, it would mean that Sui was secretly in control of the country, which would be very beneficial for the development of the future leader. In particular, the export of many arms businesses can be fully labeled with the Aiden government's label. With the government's formal procedures, it will undoubtedly clear many obstacles. After entering the city of Hama, the Moma tribe took over the defense of the entire city and has been working on the establishment of a government. However, if they want to form a new government, there is still one problem that needs to be solved, that is Mahmud, who has retreated to the city of Beledweyne. With the support of Abyssinia, they tried to resist the attack from Sui. However, Sui had no interest in him at all. He was just a clown. If the Moma tribe can't even deal with this kind of trash, then how can they have the strength to unify the entire territory? Chapter 95 Mall Activities Hot Scene. The 10th of every month is an extremely popular day for the Dark Web Arms Mall, because on this day the Arms Mall will hold an event, and more weapons and equipment will be discounted. Especially with the appearance of Su Yi's giant armed forces in Hama City, everyone was shocked. Because its powerful troops are already more powerful than some countries, this has made the leading arms trading company famous throughout Black Africa. Not only that, media from various countries also reported on this unique war. For them, grabbing eyeballs and winning ratings are the most important things. And this kind of hot news is also what they like more. The main focus of these news stories is on the new weapons equipped by the giant god armed forces, and various conspiracy theories and alien theories have emerged. This also makes the leader known to more people and occupies a place in the arms industry. Although this piece of land is a bit small for Sui, it is enough for him to live in. The most direct experience of the dividends of this war is the increase in the number of customers. Before this war, Suyi's giant god armed forces had not appeared. Although the Dark Web Arms Mall was quite popular, it was only limited to a few surrounding countries and regions. But now it's different. The number of customers has increased by more than 2,000 in these 2 days, and the scale has reached 3,000. This is not a small number, which has caused the arms logistics system to operate at full capacity, and Sui is also constantly expanding the scale of transportation tools. In the past few days, Sui had nearly $10 million in funds coming into his account every day, which was not a small amount. On the 10th, in order to celebrate the upgrade, Sui offered unprecedented discounts, with different discount levels for each weapon. For some weapons with lower profit margins, the maximum discount has reached 40% off, while for weapons with higher profit margins, the minimum discount is 15% off. Currently, these customers are basically concentrated in the northeastern and northern regions of Africa, and there are only a few hundred customers in the southern region. Because compared with the current situation, southern Africa is still relatively stable, so the demand for arms is naturally less. On the 10th, Sui directly put 3 new heavy-duty weapons on the shelves, adding fuel to this arms carnival. In order not to provoke these countries, these 3 weapons have been optimized by the optimizer. However, the degree of optimization is not very great, only some minor changes in appearance, and the shadow of the original weapon can still be seen in it. Otherwise, customers will have great concerns when purchasing. Fortunately, the Dark Web Arms Mall has a good reputation and the after-sales service is very good. This will minimize the concerns of purchasing users, as these weapons are just imitations anyway. Sui has sold weapons worth more than $10 billion, and there have been no quality problems so far. It is very important to establish this reputation. These 3 weapons belong to the Navy and the Air Force, 2 of which are ground equipment, and 1 is a fighter jet. This time, Sui was able to take advantage of the northern country. 2 of the equipment were currently in service or had just been retired in their country. The first of these is Bagwa's star export product, the T-80 main battle tank. Although this main battle tank is not as famous as their T-90 main battle tank and T-14 fourth generation main battle tank, it still has relatively powerful performance. The most crucial point is that it is one of the most cost-effective third generation main battle tanks. This main battle tank is a mature third generation main battle tank with a low profile, compact structure, good maneuverability, large caliber gun, advanced fire control system, and a price of only $3 million. As a main battle tank with a combat weight of 46 tons, the price of $3 million is quite attractive compared to main battle tanks that cost as much as $7 or $8 million, or even tens of millions of dollars. This is especially true for regions like Black Africa, where the cultural level is generally low, and the equipment is generally backward. Its only drawback is probably that its range is too short, with a maximum road range of only 400 kilometers. This is mainly because it is equipped with a gas turbine, which consumes 4 times as much fuel as the T-90 tank and reduces its range by 30%. However, this is still acceptable to these countries in Africa, especially for some major oil-producing countries. In this small event, the price of a single T-80 main battle tank is only $2.4 million, which is 20% off. This discount is still very large. Buying a leading third-generation main battle tank for $2.4 million is a very attractive price-performance ratio for many countries. The second product is an armed helicopter. This time Sui chose Singapore's AH-1W Super Cobra armed helicopter. There is no need to introduce too much about this modernized and upgraded armed helicopter, although its maximum takeoff weight is only 6.6 tons, which can only be regarded as a medium-sized armed helicopter. However, due to its advanced avionics system and diversified weapon mounts, its combat capability is relatively strong, and it can be ranked among the top 10 in the world's armed helicopter rankings. This is such an advanced medium-sized armed helicopter. It was priced at $15 million in the market, but now it only costs $12 million, and Sui only needs $3.5 million to purchase it. The third weapon is the Su-30 fighter bomber, which is an upgrade of the Su-27 fighter and is a third-generation multi-purpose fighter. Its performance is undoubtedly much more advanced than the Su-27 fighter. The appearance of this fighter is similar to the Su-35S fighter unveiled by the Air Force this time. This is done to make sales easier. After all, the Su-35S fighter jet has launched a wave of hardcore advertising, proving its strong combat capability. You have to know that in this air battle there were 12 Su-27 fighter jets, but they still achieved a score of 0.26, which is already shocking enough. Although this third-generation multi-purpose fighter is not as good as the Su-35S fighter, its price is not too high, and you can take it away for only $60 million. Chapter 96. The local tyrants take action and send more money. When these 3 weapons appeared on the banner of the Dark Web Arms Store's homepage, they immediately set off the entire website and attracted everyone's attention. Regardless of whether you can afford it or not, or whether you need it or not, it's okay to take a look at it. This is like a sports car. Even if you can't afford it, you can still envy it. At first, when everyone saw these 3 weapons, they actually had some concerns. After all, these weapons have never appeared before, so they are considered brand new weapons. However, its highly similar appearance, stats that are not much different in terms of literal meaning, and especially its tempting price, made many people unable to resist placing an order directly. Although not many people placed orders before, some people saw someone take the first bite of the cake. In addition, these 3 weapons are limited in quantity, so they will be gone once they are sold out this time. So those who were still hesitant placed orders directly, causing a crazy and popular scene. Every 10th is a carnival day for the Dark Web Arms Mall. It is a feast of arms. In addition to Sui, several other arms companies that listed various light weapons on the Dark Web Arms Mall also made a lot of money. Compared to before, their orders are more than 20% more. Don't underestimate this 20% data, it is already very good for them. After all, they can't be like Sui, who can cut prices so madly and still maintain huge profits. There is a reason why the Dark Web Arms Mall is so popular. First of all, there are a relatively complete range of arms. You don't have to go to multiple arms dealers. You can buy some of what you want on this website. Secondly, the Arms Mall has a good reputation in the industry. It sells brand new weapons at second-hand prices and relies on a low-price strategy to continuously erode the low-end arms market. The third is the relationship between the logistics and transportation system. Although you have to pay for delivery to your door, it is safer. Because the Dark Web Arms Mall has promised that if anything happens to the arms during transportation, the website will be responsible for it, which is also a good attraction. Looking at the ever-growing amount of money in the small treasury, Suyi's face was full of smiles the whole day. Every activity could bring him a lot of profits, especially this time. After all, the current customer base is several times larger than before. Although the monthly activities are a bit frequent, some customers do not have much surplus. But the new customers filled the gap, so the profit every time is still very good. On that day, the total turnover of the entire website reached $2.2 billion US. 15 Su-30 fighter bombers alone were sold, contributing nearly half of the turnover. These 15 fighters were contributed by one user, from Namibia. The country of Namibia is a well-known oil producer in Black Africa. Located in northern Black Africa, its reserves of oil and natural gas are as high as 46 billion barrels and 1.52 trillion cubic meters, which is definitely the largest in reserves in Black Africa. Those who sell oil are very, very rich. These 15 fighter jets will cost a total of $900 million, but for the big oil producers, $900 million is just a drop in the bucket. Sui likes to deal with such clients the most, and if there is a chance, he will definitely establish a good relationship with him. Sui did not want Shao Kahn to be overthrown by the forces instigated by the Star Country. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and if the two sides unite, it will be a powerful alliance. One has money and the other has weapons. In addition to the world-destroying bomb, he can even get an aircraft carrier battle group, provided he has so much money. Namibia is currently still under the arms embargo policy of Star Country, which is why it directly purchased so many aircraft. Sui felt that the two parties could continue to cooperate until their wallets were emptied. Haha, I'm rich, I feel so comfortable. Looking at the 12 million yuan in the account, Sui felt so happy. Since he started preparing for this war some time ago, he has spent almost all the money he received. Now, in just one day, the funds in his account have reached $1.2 billion US. Of course, there is still a balance of nearly 1 billion yuan that has not been collected. In addition, the weapons and equipment that needed to be purchased would cost a total of about 800 million yuan, and he still had $400 million US in his account. After all the funds are recovered, the funds in his account will reach an unprecedented 14 million. On the 11th, Sui also waited for an expected guest. This was the third time that the wealth boy came to the Vita Air Force Base. This time he came, as expected, to give money, and it was also a way for the younger brother to show his gratitude to the older brother. After all, he had done a huge favor to their tribe, helping them capture the city of Hama and letting them see the hope of unifying the entire territory. If you don't express your gratitude even for this, it would be too much. The main reason was that they were shocked by Suyi's powerful strength, otherwise they might not be willing to spend so much money at one time to buy weapons and equipment. Moreover, the Moma tribe actually understood that without Suyi's leading arms trading company, they would not be where they are today. According to this development, they might still be just a tribal tribe of Aden. Even though they are the leader tribe of the DR tribe, this leader tribe is actually quite insignificant. Other tribes simply ignore them and are only nominally affiliated with them. Elder Su, I come to thank you on behalf of the entire DIR and Moma tribes. If it weren't for you, we might not have been able to take over this city. It would be a lie to say that they were not grateful. It was indeed a surprise to them that Sui handed the city over to them so directly. You have to know that this is the city of Hama, the capital of the kingdom of Aden, and the meaning it represents is exactly the same. It can be said that whoever gets this city will be the nominal owner of the country. As an elder of the Moma tribe, I feel this is what I should do. Sui was also a little polite. Elder Su, I came here this time not only to express our gratitude, but the elders also decided to use $500 million to purchase a batch of new weapons to equip our most elite troops. Elder Su has helped us so much this time, we decided not to offer any discounts, and just go with the market price. Sui couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Abdullah really lived up to the name of the boy who brought money, and was very tactful. He really liked this mixed-race black man more and more. Chapter 97, 500 million purchases, online and offline. The Giant God Armed Force is a unit under the Desert Armed Security Company. Now Sui has transferred the command of this unit to their company. Of course, he is still the boss of everyone, he just transferred the power from his left hand to his right hand, just for better management. After all, the Desert Armed Force consisting of only Task Force 141 and the SOG Special Forces is a bit unworthy of its name, with a total strength of only 200 or 300 people. His goal is to build the Desert Armed Forces into a powerful private armed force like the Giant God Company, so it is inevitable to transfer these troops to the company and let them command them. During the operation to occupy the city of Hama, the 2 and a 3rd brigades of the Giant God Army unleashed a powerful combat force. After seeing this, Abdullah was naturally envious and cautious, because the but determines the head. You must know that Suyi's Giant God Army is located in the Vita Military Airport in the northeastern suburbs of Hama City. How can he allow others to sleep next to his bed, even if this person seems to have no ambition towards him? So he also decided to arm an elite mechanized force with superior equipment. That armored brigade had performed very well in all previous wars and its combat effectiveness was considerable, even though its equipment was a bit outdated, so he decided to spend a huge amount of money to upgrade it. Being able to use money to buy stronger combat effectiveness for the troops also provides greater hope for unifying the entire territory in the future. They have already set their sights on this, and this is what Sui hopes to see more. The interests of both parties are completely consistent in this regard. After the whole territory is unified, the situation will probably change. As the master of the whole country, the Moma tribe will certainly not tolerate the existence of two threats, the leader and the giant god, next to them, and their attitude will probably take a sharp turn for the worse. This point is actually easy to think of, because at that time the two sides no longer have any interest connection. Without interests as a hub, it is only a matter of time before they fall out, no matter how good the relationship is. Therefore, this is also the fundamental reason why Sui has been strengthening his infiltration into the armed forces of the Moma tribe. As long as they seize control of his army, they will be a tiger without teeth. If that's the case, I will definitely bring out our most advanced foreign trade products. After hearing this, Abdullah asked expectantly, "What new type of tanks are you currently equipped with?" "Of course not, isn't this bullshit?" Sui thought to himself. Although he is an arms dealer, it is impossible for him to sell equipment that poses a great threat to himself. If it was sold to other countries, it wouldn't matter. It didn't matter to him who they fought against anyway. But it was different for Abdullah. "We will not sell this tank for the time being. It is too expensive. One tank costs more than $10 million US. If we sell it, it will probably cost around 15 million. We will sell it after we have solved the cost problem. This time, we have launched a main battle tank on our dark web arms store. It is very good. I think it is more suitable for you. As an advanced third-generation main battle tank, it is priced at only $3 million US. The tank that Sui was talking about is naturally the T-80U main battle tank, whose performance has been tested on the battlefield. Especially its 125mm caliber smoothbore gun, which can blow up most tanks in the world. After hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Abdullah's eyes, but this new type of main battle tank was acceptable. He also saw how popular the mall was yesterday. Nearly 100 of these tanks were sold, so it seemed like it was indeed worth buying. Okay, with this batch of arms, our troops' combat effectiveness will definitely be able to be raised to a higher level. Su, I wish us a happy cooperation. Sui shook his outstretched hand and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation." This money-giving boy has brought him nearly $1 billion US in funds. Of course, the cooperation is a pleasure. This is a stable big client of his. Every time the army is expanded, weapons have to be purchased from us. If this is not pleasant, then what can be pleasant? After sending off the boy who brought money, in less than an hour, an extra $500 million US appeared in Sui's account, totaling 9 million. Yesterday he had purchased all the weapons for this transaction and piled them up in a specially prepared storage area, all covered by iron sheds. The area it occupies is not smaller than that of a military airport. A military airport refers to the airport alone, while an Air Force base refers to the area of the entire site, including helicopter bases. Out of the $500 million, he can earn at least $300 million, and the funds he can operate will reach 1.7 billion. He can then plan carefully, and see how to spend the money. Saving money is the most foolish thing for him. No matter how much money he has, he cannot enhance his own strength if he does not spend it. Perhaps by then we can expand our maritime power, and we also need to establish medium-range air defense forces. The maritime armed forces and air defense forces are both money-eating monsters. Even if he invests 17 million yuan into them, he probably won't hear much noise. It seems that the online and offline models must be combined. To be honest, Sui was not particularly satisfied with yesterday's sales, especially for the T-80 tanks and AH-1W attack helicopters. Since these two weapons have some changes in appearance, many people still choose not to place an order, which Sui can clearly feel. Although the literal data of these two weapons are very strong, they are just literal data after all. Without seeing the real thing in person, it is impossible to dispel some people's concerns. So he had a new idea, which was to build an exhibition hall similar to a military museum. This place is specifically used to exhibit weapons and equipment for sale, and it also provides a testing site so that users can personally experience the performance of these equipment. This might be able to dispel their concerns. This is just like buying a mobile phone. No matter how good the data on the internet is, it actually comes from other people's mouths. Only by going to an offline authorized store to experience it yourself can you clearly feel whether this mobile phone is easy to use, and the same goes for weapons. Chapter 98 Weapons Exhibition Hall, Ocean Ambition. Sui attached great importance to this exhibition hall, and immediately called Orlov and the person in charge of the construction of the Air Force Base. After hearing what Sui said, Orlov said, "This is indeed a very good choice, and our company can also move there. Now that the company is getting bigger and bigger, it is no longer suitable to be here at the Air Force Base. The leading arms trading company now has more than 500 employees, most of whom were recruited from outside. Their office building is less than 2 kilometers away from the Air Force Base, where Sui built an office building and dormitory for them, and there is a bus to pick them up every day. The main job of these employees is to be responsible for the daily operations of the company. As for other core tasks, they are all handed over to their own people. Boss, I actually have a little suggestion. I hope you can consider it. Sui glanced at Orlov and said, What suggestions do you have? Orlov said directly, As for the service issue, we better provide free global pickup and delivery service to every customer who is willing to buy. Maybe this can increase the success rate of the transaction. Is this the Hadaleo of the arms industry? Not only does it deliver to your door, it also provides offline pickup and drop-off services, which is even better than Hadaleo's services. However, if he wants to gain a foothold in the arms market, he must provide these soft services. Otherwise, why would others buy weapons and equipment from you? This is a very good suggestion. I can purchase 2 passenger planes for pickup and drop-off services. After the two finished chatting, the director of the construction department handed Sui a document and said, Boss, this is our preliminary design drawing. Please take a look. This exhibition hall is not just a single exhibition hall, but actually a complex of buildings with multiple exhibition halls with different types of equipment, so it has the potential for expansion in the future. The internal exhibition hall is used to display land equipment, such as firearms, radars, tanks, missiles, etc. Next to the exhibition area is a medium-sized airport, which is mainly used to display real fighter jets and will hold regular aerial shows. This exhibition hall also takes naval equipment into consideration, so the complex is built on the seaside. In the future, customers will be able to see all the actual equipment on display directly in this exhibition hall. After all, Sui has the privilege of returning goods within 7 days without giving any reason. If the customer wants to see any equipment, even an aircraft carrier, he can make it. After the display, he can just take it back, so there is no loss at all. Sui was basically satisfied with this exhibition hall. It was average. He didn't expect it to become a landmark building. Even if he invested all his money in it, it would probably be just like this. There was no need to make it so fancy. Then follow this blueprint and come to me if you have any difficulties. By the way, how long will it take to complete the construction of these pavilions? The person in charge of the construction department pondered for a moment, and then said, Since these equipment are all built with steel structures, the construction progress is still very fast. In addition, the current demand for exhibition halls is not large. If the construction is carried out at the same time, it can be completed in January next year. If these pavilions are overloaded in the future, we can always start building new ones. Sui could still accept 2 months. After all, they were not only responsible for the construction of the exhibition area, but also for the construction of the 3rd phase of the airport project. After the construction of the 3rd phase is basically completed, there will be no more major construction projects at the Air Force Base. For Sui, this is actually just a temporary venue. There is no problem using it as the headquarters. The future belongs to the leader and the new headquarters of the Desert Armed Forces, which he has already chosen. However, given his current strength, if he wants to build a headquarters or military base anywhere, he will be opposed by many countries. So for now, don't provoke this place, and wait until you have enough strength. Sui directly allocated about $100 million for the construction of the weapons exhibition hall, which was mainly used to purchase various building materials, the main one being steel. Most of the robots used by construction companies are actually engineering robots, which come in various types and shapes. Moreover, they can carry out construction non-stop for 24 hours, and they only need to be connected to a power source. The most important thing is that they don't need any salaries at all, so Sui can save a lot of costs. $100 million is more than enough to build this exhibition area. Buying tanks and planes is not as profitable as buying warships. Sui looked at the prices of the warships in the system and couldn't help but sigh. Any warship could cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, which is very common, and those worth more than $1 billion are not uncommon. Perhaps we can open up the gap in the mid to high-end arms market here. The demand for warships in Black Africa is not particularly large, but it does exist. For example, Namibia has a great demand for warships. It is a real wealthy country and one of the richest countries in Black Africa. Namibia is a coastal country in the northern Black Belt with a coastline of more than 1,900 kilometers, and has a huge demand for warships. However, since the 1980s, Singapore has imposed an arms embargo on Namibia, and most countries that can build warships independently have close relations with Singapore. So their navy is very weak, with only 2 frigates. However, it is very easy to sell warships to them, but how to transport them is a very big problem. Because Namibia's coastline is on the Mediterranean Sea, with the Suez Canal and the Strait of Gibraltar at both ends, both of which are guarded by the Convention Organization, which is led by Singapore. It is not realistic to transport warships across the sea, which is why they cannot buy warships even if they have money. Don't you know how many difficulties Yen Kingdom encountered when it bought the Variag from the Northern Kingdom? Even if it bought it, other countries could seize it with any reason and use it for themselves. This may be difficult for others, but it is not difficult for Sui. However, if they really buy it, they need to consider what pretext to use to transport it. Regardless of whether Numidia wants to buy a warship or not, Sui feels that it is very necessary for him to get one. He has great ambitions for the ocean, and this may just be the beginning. Chapter 99, Maritime Escort, Air Defense and Anti-Missile. At present, Sui still has nearly 7 million yuan of funds available in his account, so it should not be a big problem to use it to purchase a few frigates. After being equipped with warships, the strength of the giant god force will be further enhanced, becoming a force that cannot be ignored in the entire Black Continent. Currently, the Colossus force has 2 brigade-level combat teams, an air assault battalion, an aviation team with 2 squadrons, and nearly 30 fighter jets. Its land and air forces alone surpass those of many countries. Previously, Sui also purchased several patrol ships from the country, which were mainly used for escort missions for transport fleets. With the participation of these patrol ships, there were basically no more pirate attacks. The main reason was that Sui was too fierce. After the people in the pirate village robbed the fleet of the leading arms trading company, the army immediately went there. The tragic situation in the pirate village frightened many pirates so much that they would take a detour when they saw the leading merchant ship. If Sui was an arms dealer from another country, perhaps they wouldn't have to be afraid. The most crucial thing is that Sui Nai is a local arms dealer in Aden. It would be very easy for the giant god army to deal with these pirates. They can't afford to provoke them at all. Sui had previously purchased 4 P-18 patrol boats, spending a total of 300,000 yuan, but this time he was purchasing something other than that kind of patrol boat. Instead, they need a frigate with ocean-going capabilities. As for destroyers, they are currently unaffordable, especially those with advanced performance, which start at least $1 billion. The most cost-effective frigate among all the frigates should be the 054A frigate from Yen State. This frigate was launched by Yen State in 2006 and was only equipped in 2008. Type A. In other words, Yen country itself does not have such a new frigate in service yet. This frigate has strong air defense and anti-submarine capabilities, as well as long-range anti-ship capabilities. Its comprehensive combat capability is relatively strong among frigates. The most important thing is that it has a certain stealth capability, and its unique design can greatly reduce the reflection area of radar waves. The 054A frigate has a full load displacement of 4,500 tons, a maximum speed of 27 knots, and can sail 3,800 nautical miles. Its firepower is also quite powerful. There are 4x8 vertical unit launchers arranged at the bow, which can launch 32 missiles of various types at a time. The price of such a frigate is not expensive. According to the market price, it is 1.4 billion. Of course, this is not US dollars, but the currency of Yen country. After conversion, it is actually about 200 million. Generally speaking, weapons and equipment from 10 years ago were 1/4 of the current market price, which is 50 million US dollars per ship, which is equivalent to 500,000 in cash, more than 6 times the price of a P-18 patrol boat. Of course, its combat capability is naturally not comparable to that of patrol boats. Frigates are the main warships of many countries, not to mention such advanced frigates. A frigate that costs 500,000 is not a big problem for Sui, who currently has abundant funds. However, considering the surrounding geopolitical reasons, he should not be too high profile, otherwise if he provokes the Singapore Navy, it will be troublesome. He currently does not have the strength to fight against the Star Country's 5th Fleet, which is a fleet with super aircraft carriers, and the carrier-based aircraft on it are enough to give him a hard time. So he built 2 ships first, and the appearance was also greatly optimized. After all, Yen country was his former homeland after all, and he couldn't be a jerk. 1 million yuan is indeed just a drop in the bucket for Sui at the moment. He equipped these 2 frigates with 2 main purposes. The first was to test the attitudes of other countries, and the second was to sell warships. In addition to purchasing 2 frigates, Sui also decided to equip a medium and long-range air defense missile battalion. The airport currently still has many shortcomings in air defense. Now that I am rich, I will naturally make up for this shortcoming. You have to know that I fought back against the Hebrews last time. Given their personalities, it is still possible that they would launch a long-range air strike on themselves. If we were to say that the most advanced air defense missile system before the previous life, it would undoubtedly be the S-400 Triumph medium and long-range air defense missile system. A set of S-400 air defense missiles is composed of a battalion, equipped with a 36H6 illumination radar, a 76H6 low-altitude search radar, and 12 air defense missile launchers, which can launch 48 missiles at a time. This air defense missile system has air defense and anti-missile capabilities from low altitude to high altitude and close range to long range. It can launch a total of 8 different types of air defense missiles and can be equipped according to actual combat. The maximum range of this air defense missile system can reach 400 kilometers, and it is said to have certain anti-stealth capabilities, but we don't know whether this is true. Such an air defense missile system is also quite expensive, and the minimum purchase is an entire battalion at one time. If you only buy a single one, it will be meaningless. Its market price is about $500 million per set. As an air defense missile system successfully developed 10 years ago, the system price is only $1.25 million per set, which is relatively cheap. The weapons for the sea and land have already been purchased successfully, so the weapons for the air will naturally be included in the purchase list. During the event on the 10th, another country in North Hellenic states purchased a total of 8 T-80U main battle tanks, and communication on land was completely impossible. Because Abyssinia is the only way to get there, it also needs to go through the Kingdom of Farouk, which is also one of the member states of the convention. Not to mention the sea routes, it is simply impossible for the leading arms company's mall to enter the Mediterranean through the Red Sea, and it may be seized on the way. Therefore, with both land and sea routes blocked, air transportation is currently the only way. There are not many strategic transport aircraft in the world that can carry T-80U tanks. The minimum requirement is that their load capacity must be more than 50 tons and the single-trip range must be 5,000 kilometers. The C-5 Galaxy strategic transport aircraft that Sui used last time was very good. After completing the supercomputer mission last time, he returned this transport aircraft. This C-5M Super Galaxy strategic transport aircraft can carry 2 T-80U main battle tanks at a time. One transport aircraft needs to fly back and forth once, while 2 aircraft only need to fly back and forth twice. Chapter 100 Oil Embargo, Fuel Crisis. The C-5M Super Galaxy transport aircraft naturally underwent major changes in appearance. Otherwise, if it were unveiled, the Star Air Force would definitely cause trouble for it. However, the operating cost of this super transport aircraft is still very high, basically burning about $50,000 in aviation fuel every hour. Sui doesn't plan to make much money using this transport plane. The freight is calculated based on flight hours, which is $80,000 per hour. In terms of flight distance, to reach the airport in the country where you are going, it is about 5,000 kilometers in total, which is 6 hours. Each transport plane needs to fly a total of 4 sorties back and forth, so 2 planes means 8 sorties, with a transportation cost of $3.84 million. This price is actually not expensive, and many customers who are not short of money will basically choose efficient air transportation. After all, shipping costs are nothing compared to the entire arms procurement cost. Each C-5M Super Galaxy needs to fly more than 900 hours to make a profit, which means it will take 40 days to fly non-stop every moment. However, according to the current transportation tasks of the Dark Web Arms Mall, the investment can be recovered in about a year, and the rest of the time is just making money. Currently, the entire arms logistics and transportation system has been investing funds and is in a state of complete loss, and this situation will continue for a long time. However, this was nothing to Sui. After all, the money earned from the freight was mainly used for the maintenance and wear and tear of the vehicles, so he did not expect to make much money. It's time to solve the oil problem. Yesterday, Orloff reported a very serious problem to Sui. When the leader arms company went abroad to purchase fuel, it was rejected. According to the report, all of this is led by Singapore behind the scenes, with the aim of banning the leading arms companies through various channels. Since the open means don't work, CI is still very good at using covert means. As the world's oil leader, it would not be difficult for Singapore to cut off the oil source of the leading arms company, thereby causing all weapons to shut down due to lack of fuel. The fuel purchased so far is enough to supply the giant God army for about half a year. Most of this fuel was seized during the occupation of the Allied forces camp. Sui had not considered this issue before, but after facing the blockade, this issue had to be brought to the table. Due to years of war, Aiden's oil extraction industry is basically non-existent, and no commercial oil fields worth mining have been discovered so far. This means that Sui must focus on the surrounding countries. Let alone the north, Abyssinia is definitely out of the question, so Sui can only turn his attention to the kingdom of Sheba across the sea. Although the country of Sheba has a small land area and is very poor, it is completely different from its neighbor, the wealthy country in the north. However, this does not mean that there is no oil in their country. On the contrary, there are quite a few oil fields in their country. The total amount of oil that can be extracted is as high as 6 billion tons, which is not a small number. In fact, it's all because of the civil unrest, which led to the country having rich oil resources but unable to develop. Chris's intelligence consulting department had infiltrated the country of Sheba a long time ago, and has now established a relatively complete military intelligence network. There are also many warlords in the territory of Sheba, but they are not like those in Aden. They still support the current government on the surface, but they are the type who only obey orders and not declarations. This situation continued for many years until 15th year, when conflicts began to break out and the country of Sheba fell into civil strife. As long as the oil fields of Sheba Kingdom are distributed in the western coastal areas, the amount of oil Sui currently needs is not actually that much, just enough for his own army to use. So he had long been eyeing an oil field here. The production volume was only probably a few million tons, but it was still enough for him to use for a long time. This oil field is under the control of a powerful warlord. Sui contacted this warlord very smoothly through Chris's intelligence network. Exchange weapons for oil fields? The warlord was immediately tempted after hearing this. This oil field is of no use in his hands, because he does not have the ability to exploit it. Moreover, the oil field is not large and the difficulty of exploitation is relatively high, so he has never cared about it. Unexpectedly, the famous leading arms company actually came to the door and planned to exchange weapons for oil fields. This is naturally a good thing for him, it's like pie in the sky. It would certainly be very beneficial for him to exchange oil fields that were worthless to him for weapons. At first he wanted to raise the price, but he quickly suppressed his restless heart. If you want to blackmail someone, you have to look at the target. If the other party is just a businessman and you own oil fields and armed forces, then it is normal for you to raise the price. But it is different for the leading arms company. The appearance of the giant god army caused a huge shock, but ordinary people cannot feel it. The other party had much stronger armed forces than his own, and was so close, so he decisively gave up this idea. Instead, it is sold at market price, which means that Sui only needs a batch of weapons, and then the oil field will legally belong to him forever. This oil field would cost Sui about $200 million worth of arms to purchase, but in fact he only had to pay about $50 million. As long as he can successfully extract this oil, the fuel crisis for him can be alleviated, and he won't have to worry about running out of oil for at least the next 1 or 2 years. Soon the two sides discussed the matter of the oil field and finally determined a list of weapons, which were basically cheap and durable weapons made in the north. They have sufficient knowledge about weapons and know that their own people cannot operate advanced weapons and equipment, and that they are more expensive and more prone to breakage. The oil field is in hand, but mining and refining are another issue. Chapter 101 Mining, Refining, and Trading again. If oil is to be turned into aviation fuel, gasoline or diesel, it needs to go through a series of processing steps, so obtaining an oil field is only the first step. The second step is to build an oil processing base in the city of Hama, mainly to serve the giant god army and provide fuel for this army. However, both oil extraction equipment and oil processing and refining equipment are civil and commercial products. The military production line in the system only provides equipment for producing various types of equipment, and oil processing is not included. That means that if Sui wants to solve the fuel crisis, he must find a supplier of oil extraction and refining equipment. There is no need to think about OPEC or Western countries. CI has already issued a ban. How could they possibly offend Singapore and help him? There are only 2 countries that can export equipment to him. One is the North country, and the second one is naturally the Yen country. The leading arms company has had trading relations with both countries, so it is very easy to contact their top management. However, it is still a little difficult to make an approach to the North country, mainly because Sui is short of money. It is simply impossible for him to purchase these equipment worth tens of billions of dollars with this little money. As for weapons and equipment, don't even think about it. The North country itself has no shortage of advanced weapons and equipment, and is even a major exporter. The main purpose of spending huge amounts of money to purchase the MQ-1 Predator drone was to develop the country's drone industry and improve the technology of various sensors. This kind of thing might work if you buy it once, so just sell it a few more times. Advanced technology becomes less valuable the more you sell it. So we can only look for Yen country which lacks advanced weapons and equipment, and it is only 2007. The military power of Yen state was not as strong as before he traveled through time. Various advanced equipment emerged one after another, ushering in a period of strong explosive growth. Now we sell advanced weapons and equipment to Yen country in exchange for their oil extraction and refining equipment. Of course, he will not sell technology casually now, otherwise he will have fewer and fewer cards in his hand, unless it is something particularly urgent, such as a supercomputer that is a national treasure. All countries are strictly guarding against this kind of things, and basically they will not be exported casually. It was only because Sui provided a complete set of drawings of the F-110 engine that he could not get any in return no matter how many advanced weapons he sold to Yen country. But it is different from mining equipment. These equipment are just commodities. He does not have so much money to buy equipment worth more than $1 billion. However, he can use the arms in his hands to exchange for these equipment, and I think Yen country will be very happy to agree to this transaction. If we talk about the weapons and equipment that Yen country needs most at present, apart from those of the Navy, it is probably the strategic transport aircraft of the Air Force. Although they purchased IL-76 strategic transport aircraft from the North, the total number is only about 40 at present, which is not enough for an army with more than 2 million troops. This is also the reason why Yen State installed a fully digital phased array radar on the Y-9 tactical transport aircraft in its previous life. Because the number of strategic transport aircraft is totally insufficient to provide such a large number of carriers, and all of them are used to develop early warning aircraft, then who can be given the strategic air transport mission? Although the Yen State Air Force developed the Y-20 strategic transport aircraft in the previous life, this only alleviated the demand for strategic transport aircraft to a certain extent and has not yet been completely resolved. Because the engines equipped on the Y-20 strategic transport aircraft are also from the northern country, and due to the limited production of the engine, the production speed of the Y-20 in Yen country cannot be increased. The demand for strategic transport aircraft in Yen country is still very great. Even though Bay country cannot provide them with them, we can do it ourselves. We can also provide more advanced strategic transport aircraft as long as they can afford it. Anyway, selling weapons and equipment to Yen country will not affect him, because the two sides are far apart, and there is no fundamental conflict of interests, so it doesn't matter if he sells them more advanced equipment. This also has a very big benefit, which is to open the door to the global high-end arms market. Even Yen State, the world's third largest military power, buys weapons from him, which means his equipment is very advanced. The main reason is that he doesn't have much cash, but even if he did, he wouldn't use cash to buy it. It is obvious that arms trade is the most cost-effective. After making a trade proposal, Sui immediately sent it to the hands of Yen State's top leaders through secret channels. The top leaders of Yen country naturally attach great importance to the leading arms trading company that can provide F-110 engines. After all, he was able to get such top-secret stuff, which meant that he must have more advanced technologies in his hands. Yen State was naturally very eager for it. After seeing this trade proposal, a military leader's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Since Sui wants to exchange our oil extraction and refining equipment for the strategic transport aircraft, I think this deal is a success." Another military leader took a curious look, frowned, and said, "A new type of strategic transport aircraft? Which country developed it? Why didn't they specify the specific model? Didn't they say later that this strategic transport aircraft was developed by them themselves?" The military leader sneered and said, "I think it's just nonsense. Even if there is a powerful force behind him, it is impossible for him to develop a strategic transport aircraft on his own. It's not impossible. You know about the air battle that broke out in Aden. The two fighter jets they exposed this time are both new third-generation fighter jets. This can explain a lot of problems. Besides, didn't they write at the back of the proposal? They will fly one to our airport tomorrow so we can visit it and experience its performance in person before deciding whether to buy it or not. Oh, if that's the case, it's not bad. I must go and see for myself tomorrow to see if it is really an advanced strategic transport aircraft as described above." The biggest shortcoming of the Air Force at present is probably the strategic transport aircraft, as well as the special aircraft derived from the strategic transport aircraft, such as airborne early warning aircraft and aerial refueling aircraft. Especially in the tanker, they had to convert the H-6 medium bomber into a tanker. How much fuel can such a medium bomber hold? It is definitely not as good as a professional strategic transport aircraft. Chapter 102. The big guys gather together, looking surprised. If it is a strategic transport aircraft that has not been optimized, there is naturally no need to drive it to Yen country for them to conduct test drives and performance evaluations, etc. Because those strategic transport aircraft have been around for decades and their performance has been sufficiently verified. However, the strategic transport aircraft sold by Sui have all been optimized to a certain extent. Although the performance is the same, the appearance has changed. Therefore, he could only sell it under the banner of a new type of strategic transport aircraft. Otherwise, the northern country would definitely cause trouble for him. Even if the Su-35S fighter jets deployed during the Aden air battle had not been optimized, the northern kingdom's missiles might have already hit the sky above the airport. Therefore, if you can avoid provoking these big countries, it is best not to provoke them. The strategic transport aircraft that Sui sold to them this time was naturally the IL-76 strategic transport aircraft. However, the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft he sold was the latest improved model, equipped with 4 new engines. The thrust of each engine was increased to 159 kilonewtons, the maximum takeoff weight was increased to 210 tons, and the maximum load capacity was 60 tons. The performance is still improved compared to some of the old IL-70SIXS they are currently equipped with, especially in terms of digital control. In fact, he had previously thought about selling them several strategic transport aircraft with longer range and greater payload, such as the C-17 Globemaster strategic transport aircraft and the N-124 strategic transport aircraft. However, considering some other issues, he decided to focus on selling the optimized model of IL-76. Moreover, the latest improved model of the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft is not bad either, and its parts are partially common with the IL-76 equipped by Yen country, which is more conducive to their maintenance. An IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft painted in desert camouflage took off from the Vita military airport, entered the Gulf of Aden, and then flew north along the coastline of the desert area. It is still flying according to the previous flight route, and is still conducting flight tests in Urumqi. Yen country is still very interested in such a strategic transport aircraft. Because Sui also promised them that as long as they had money, they would have as many planes as they wanted, and they would all be supplied in the shortest time possible. This is unlike the IL-76MF model produced by the northern country. The production is very slow, and it takes a long time to wait for a transport aircraft. What the Yen country lacks now is the number of strategic transport aircraft. Along the way, the IL-76 strategic transport aircraft flew at a speed of 800 km per hour and took about 7 hours to finally arrive at the Urumqi Air Force Base. Many people in the base are already looking forward to it, including many high-ranking members of the Air Force and military industry experts who are involved in the development of strategic transport aircraft. The appearance of the IL-76, which has undergone appearance optimization, is very different from the prototype. At first glance, there is no trace of the IL-76 at all, and it can only be discovered in the details. Watching the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft taxiing on the runway, a military expert named Tang looked at its graceful and soft appearance and said with a smile, "Its size is not much different from our IL-76. They should both be strategic transport aircraft of about 200 tons. However, this one looks much better than it." Another person said, "Indeed, I don't have any image of this transport aircraft in my mind. It seems that they are not bragging. It is indeed a new type of strategic transport aircraft. I really don't know how they did it." The Air Force Lieutenant General who led the team this time looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Gentlemen, let's go closer and take a look. Isn't everything clear?" These two people are big names in Yen country's aviation industry, and they were very polite to their Lieutenant General. After the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft stopped steadily at the parking position, the tail door slowly opened, and Orlov, with a pale face, walked out. Since this transaction is very important to both parties, and such a large order of strategic transport aircraft naturally requires the appearance of the King of Arms, Sui is not too confident in handing it over to others. Although its appearance has been optimized to a certain extent, it is still very bumpy in the air, which is a bit uncomfortable for Orlov. When he got out of the cabin, a group of people surrounded him, looking at the transport plane curiously. The Air Force Lieutenant General and his translator came directly to greet him and said, "Welcome Mr. Orlov to Yen country." Orlov said in perfect English, "Thank you. Hey, why does this engine look like a PS-90A76 model?" When an amateur looks at this strategic transport aircraft, he mainly looks at its appearance. But for Chief Designer Tang, who is a professional, he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the engine. Because this engine is exactly the same as the engine of their latest imported IL-76. If it weren't for the different appearance, he would have thought it was an IL-76. As he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to him, including Orlov, the Lieutenant General and others. Orlov could still understand Yenwen. After all, Sui was a native Yen citizen. They had both taken time to learn the language, but they had only studied it for too short a time and could not speak it yet, but they could understand some of it. "Yes, this is the PS-90A76 engine, the same engine used in the latest model of the IL-76, but I can guarantee that its performance is not weaker, but has been enhanced. The quality of weapons and equipment exported by our leading arms company is fully guaranteed, and there is no problem with their performance." They were actually able to get this high-thrust turbofan engine. Upon hearing this, several aviation industry experts were all surprised. The Air Force Lieutenant General knew that this was not the time to dwell on these issues, otherwise it would only damage the relationship between the two sides. As long as the opponent's transport aircraft has good performance, it doesn't really matter what engine they use, because they can't possibly get that engine. Whether it is Northland or the leading company, it is impossible for them to leak engine technology easily. "Okay, now that the transport plane has arrived, let's fly it ourselves to experience it and see if its performance can meet our needs." Chapter 103 Big Deal, Warship Debuts. The test flight lasted nearly 3 hours in total. Although there were not many test items, the main performance indicators had been partially tested. In terms of overall performance, the Yen Country Air Force is still very satisfied, and its performance is indeed on par with their IL-76. Moreover, both parties used the same engine, which allowed them to purchase the PS90A76 engine from Sui without being restricted by the production capacity of the North Country. After many discussions, the Yen Country Air Force decided to purchase this new strategic transport aircraft from the leading arms company. As for other performance and quality issues, only time can tell. However, since the establishment of the leading arms company, it has sold arms worth billions of dollars, and dozens of countries have purchased them. So far, no problems with the quality of the weapons have been exposed. The reputation in the industry is still very good, which is also one of the reasons why they feel more at ease. Anyway, they don't need to use their foreign exchange to buy this fighter jet, they just need to exchange it for oil extraction and refining equipment. This is also one of the main reasons why they agreed so readily. All they need to do is use the printing press to issue yen currency. But the US dollar foreign exchange is different. It is obtained in exchange for the large amount of materials they export, and the value is different. After the Air Force obtained approval from its superiors, the two sides immediately started negotiations, mainly discussing the prices of transport aircraft and oil equipment. There were also issues such as after-sales service and delivery time, which took both parties a total of about 3 days, and the details of the contract were not finalized until the 16th. This batch of oil extraction and refining equipment are the most advanced equipment in Yen Country. They will also be responsible for installation and debugging, and even agree to Sui's request to recruit oil workers in the country. The total value of this batch of equipment is as high as $1.3 billion US. The most expensive of them is the oil refining equipment, which is needed to purify oil into various highly clean and efficient fuels, which requires valuable formulas and advanced processing equipment. The unit price of the IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft was finally finalized at $40 million US per aircraft, which is also the current market price without any discount. However, there are still certain discounts. For example, a PS90A76 engine will be given away for each aircraft purchased, which is a discount of nearly $4 million US. The actual purchase price is $36 million US per aircraft. As one of the world's top strategic transport aircraft, a price of $40 million seems very low. But for a strategic transport aircraft that has been in service for decades, the price is still relatively reasonable. You should know that its load capacity is only 60 tons, which is not even the top strategic transport aircraft. Despite upgrades to its engines and avionics, its fuselage structure is still based on a design from decades ago. Take the current C-5A Galaxy strategic transport aircraft, for example. It has a load capacity of over 100 tons and is currently priced at $85 million. The purchase price of Galactic Chicken in 2015 was $110 million. This contract, worth $1.3 billion, can replace a total of 32 IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft and 32 PS-90A76 engines worth $4 million. The price Sui needs to pay for this is $10 million US per aircraft, and the engine is $1 million US each, which means that the purchase cost of each aircraft is actually $11 million US, or 110,000 funds. He had to pay a total of $3.52 million for this order. Although this was a huge sum for him, the deal was totally worth it. Compared with purchasing fuel from outside, the $1.3 billion equipment plus mining and refining costs is nothing. Only by fundamentally solving the fuel crisis problem can he develop with confidence. However, this is only one of the two contracts. The first contract is used to replace oil extraction equipment, and the second contract is that the Yen Country Air Force will purchase 8 optimized IL-76MF strategic transport aircraft. The purchase contract is still $40 million US per aircraft, and an engine is given as a gift, with a total order value of $320 million US. It is obvious that Yen State is preparing to purchase 40 IL-76 strategic transport aircraft at one time, which will greatly alleviate the embarrassing situation of insufficient strategic transport aircraft. Both parties are very satisfied with this transaction, and Sui has given a delivery time of 1 aircraft every 2 days. This order will take a total of 80 days to fully deliver. If Sui had not been afraid of being too shocking, he could have delivered all the transport planes to the Yen Country Air Force in just 1 day, but this was obviously not possible. The oil extraction equipment that Sui needs will arrive within a month, and the order has been placed with major companies in Yen Country. With the current fuel supply, it can still last for several months, and we can wait until the oil processing plant is built and put into production. After completing the negotiations, Sui began to build the factory buildings needed for the oil processing plant. The oil companies in Yen State had already transmitted the specifications required for the factory buildings. All you have to do is plan and construct the factory according to their specifications. After completing this transaction, Sui felt relieved. He knew that he would definitely face even stricter embargoes from CI and the entire convention organization in the future. So it is very necessary to maintain good relations with Yen Country at this time. Many things that the system cannot provide need to be obtained from Yen Country. After the stunning appearance of the Colossus force in Aden, the leading arms company once again attracted the attention of countries around the world. What made its debut this time was the optimized version of the 054A frigate purchased by Sui from the system. The appearance of these two frigates has caused a great shock to countries like Singapore. You should know that the difficulty of developing warships and the demand for industry are probably even higher than those of aircraft. This time, the leading arms company unveiled two ships at once, and what this means is self-evident. This means that the forces behind Sui have the ability to produce naval, land and air equipment. Chapter 104, Escort at Sea, the man behind the scenes. At the seaside port of Vita Air Force Base, two Type 054A missile frigates painted in silver white sailed out of the port. Yesterday, the Desert Armed Forces received a maritime escort mission. These two frigates will escort a merchant fleet from Caesar, Italy, one of which will escort them until they enter the middle of the Aber Sea. This is also the first time that the Desert Armed Forces have received a mission of maritime escort, and this fleet is still very valuable. One of the merchant ships was loaded with hundreds of sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini and Alfa Romeo. The rest of the merchant ships were loaded with various commodities, such as cosmetics, which were relatively valuable items. As pirates in the Gulf of Aden began to run rampant again following the outbreak of the economic crisis, escort fleets from various countries began to withdraw, and maritime security became a serious problem. The Desert Armed Forces has become famous in the PMC world, all thanks to the reputation built by the 141st Task Force and Price. Especially in terms of maritime escort, they were very close, so they received dozens of orders and never missed a single one. At present, the Desert Armed Forces have become an important source of income for Sui, contributing nearly $100 million in net profit to him every month. However, Sui did not have the money from the Desert Armed Company, but instead asked them to use it for their own development. For example, equipment updates, personnel expansion, daily operations of the company, equipment maintenance, etc. In addition, the company also has to bear the daily training expenses of the giant god army. This money is actually not much, and can only be said to be barely enough. After finding the Desert Armed Forces, they originally wanted to hire a group of members of Task Force 141 to arm and protect merchant ships. However, the salesperson recommended the warship escort service to them. Obviously, this is safer. Anyway, the cost is not very high when spread out among each merchant ship. The total cost of this escort trip was only about $5 million. After all, the escort distance was not very far, it was a short distance escort. Of the $5 million, $500,000 are costs, and the remaining $4.5 million are net profits. Maritime escort is still very promising. So they chose the safer and more efficient warship escort, and then there was the scene where two Type 054A frigates appeared. Otherwise, these two cargoes would still stay in the port because they consume too much fuel, and the fuel storage capacity is not much, so it is better to save as much as possible. The two merchant ships sailed northwest of the Gulf of Aden in the northeast corner of Heilongjiang, entered the Red Sea, and met up with them there. During the voyage, the Type 054A frigate attracted a lot of attention and even encountered the Gulf of Aden escort fleet from the north. The two sides did not say hello to each other, but walked towards each other peacefully. After reuniting with the fleet in the Red Sea, they began to enter the Gulf of Aden with confidence. The pirates rampant here were the nightmare of all merchant ships. If it were hijacked, the loss would be so devastating that one merchant ship would be loaded with an astronomical amount of goods, not to mention 6 ships. Such a large fleet naturally attracted the attention of all pirates in the northeast corner of Black Continent. People died for money and birds died for food. These pirates, who were not very well informed, directly targeted this fleet that was sailing recklessly in the Gulf of Aden. Although they knew that there were armed forces among these merchant ships, they had to take the risk. As long as they successfully robbed one, everyone would become rich. Moreover, the armed forces of these merchant ships did not dare to kill them wantonly, but mainly focused on driving them away. After all, for this businessman, peace is the most important thing. If he is targeted by pirates, no one knows what will happen in the future. This is especially true for the escort fleets of various countries. Even though these people are pirates, the impact of arbitrarily killing civilians of other countries overseas is ultimately bad. Of course, this refers to countries that care about their own reputation. Those that don't care are another matter. Two Type 054A frigates escorted the fleet into the Gulf of Aden, one in front and one behind. The distance between each frigate and the merchant ship was about 10 kilometers. The crew on the merchant ship felt particularly relaxed when they saw the Type 054A frigate looming. They thought that this voyage would definitely be very smooth. At least they no longer had to worry about pirates. However, this huge fleet caused the pirates to rush over like sharks smelling blood. Because the news came from nowhere, this fleet was loaded with luxury goods and sports cars, and they were told the detailed sailing route. When they heard the news, all the pirates in the northeast corner were in an uproar. As for the armed forces of merchant ships, that is nothing. Most of them have been dazzled by the huge wealth. So when the pirate ship disguised as a fishing boat stalking the sea saw the fleet appear, it immediately reported the news back. Of course, they also saw the two escorting warships and thought they were warships from some country. But this alone would not scare them. As long as they acted fast enough, they could rush into the fleet as quickly as possible and blend in. Then the firepower of the warship will not pose much threat to them. If they succeed in hijacking a merchant ship, they can drive the merchant ship back to their territory with impunity, and the warships will have no way to deal with them. This is also the reason why there are so many pirates in the Gulf of Aden, because the cost of hijacking is too low, while the profits are astronomical for them. Even if you die, it is better than dying in poverty. These pirate ships were scattered in batches along the route that the merchant ships had to pass. When they were scattered, they would not attract so much attention and would not alert the two frigates in advance. Once the merchant fleet enters their ambush circle, they will rush forward and whoever grabs the goods will own them. There are quite a few pirates involved in this operation. There are hundreds of ships of various sizes, such as fishing boats, speedboats, assault boats, etc. There is an invisible force that unites these pirates, and the purpose is self-evident. Chapter 105 Escort Conspiracy, Missile Boat. Captain, according to radar detection, there are nearly 100 small ships within 100 kilometers of us. Although the distribution seems to be scattered, it is still a bit strange. The deputy captain of the frigate number 501 analyzed with a serious expression. Captain Song Kaiyu of the number 501 ship looked at the huge display screen on the table and said, "It is obvious that the pirates have targeted them. The escort fleet has severely cracked down on the pirates' arrogance in recent years. Moreover, even fishing boats do not have so many of them. It seems that this group of pirates has revived. The coastal cities in Aden are also very poor. Fishermen who can't make a living usually go fishing, and when they have no money they rob. This is a very common thing." The vice captain said, "It seems to be true, but how come the discipline of these pirates is so good? Who can gather such a large group of pirates?" Captain Song Kaiyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said, "No matter who is behind this, we just need to complete our mission. Report the current situation to the headquarters immediately and request to send fighters to reinforce and ensure the safety of the fleet. With so many pirate ships, their two frigates alone might not be able to take care of them all. Besides, they can't possibly use anti-ship missiles to attack these small boats. That would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The total cost of this escort mission was only $5 million. A few anti-ship missiles would cost them a lot of money. Sui is an arms dealer. Unless he has no other choice, it is better not to do business that will lose money." Song Kaiyu requested fighter escort just to prevent any accidents. After learning the specific situation, Simon immediately ordered 4F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornets to fly with bombs. At the same time, a ZK-03 airborne early warning aircraft and two escorting Su-35S fighter jets took off. After more than 10 minutes, one fighter plane after another took off from the runway and flew towards the sky. His keen intuition told him that this group of pirates were not only targeting the merchant ship, but also the two frigates. The situation is definitely not as simple as Song Kaiyu said. They have made such a big move, it is impossible for them to be so all talk and no action. There must be some conspiracy hidden in it. You must be careful and alert. Turn on all radars. I'm afraid there will be a big fight this time," Simon said into the radio. After hearing Simon's serious words, Song Kaiyu also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately said, "Okay, I will keep a close eye on them." In the captain's room of an ordinary 10,000-ton bulk merchant ship in the fleet, an ordinary white middle-aged man was using a high-precision telescope to look at the guided missile frigate number 501 nearly 10 kilometers away. After a while he said, "It's almost time. It seems that their vigilance is not strong. This operation must be successful and sink these two frigates." A white man behind him nodded and said, "Okay, I'll contact them right away and ask them to do it." A radio wave was transmitted from the merchant ship and received by a warship hundreds of kilometers away. "Report, an encrypted radio wave was sent from the merchant ship. It is a military radio station." The radio waves were immediately picked up by the missile frigate number 501, and a non-commissioned officer immediately reported the abnormal situation to Captain Song Kaiyu. Most merchant ships use civilian radios with a low level of encryption, but that merchant ship had a military radio, and the surrounding situation was so strange. Obviously this situation is not normal. After hearing this, Song Kaiyu's face changed and he immediately said, "Order the entire ship to enter the first-level combat readiness state, sound the combat alarm, and immediately connect me to the 502 radio to establish a contact channel. Immediately launch the shipborne helicopter, seize the merchant ship, and detain everyone there." He decisively gave the order to fight. It was obvious that this escort operation was actually a conspiracy against them. Ring, ring, ring. As the first-level combat alarm sounded, the entire ship entered a state of combat readiness. All radars on the ship were turned to maximum power, focusing only on every move around them. At the same time, an SH-60 Seahawk carrier-based multi-purpose helicopter took off at the rear, carrying a combat team from the 141st Task Force on board and quickly took off and headed towards the merchant ship a few kilometers away. The middle-aged man on the bulk merchant ship looked at the military radio that had been destroyed and discarded at sea. A smile appeared on his face, and he looked at the helicopter flying over. Now I realize that it's too late. I really hope to see them turn into fireworks on the sea. All this was within his expectations, so he was not at all panicked when he saw the approaching helicopter. The fishing boats, assault boats, and speedboats carrying pirates all reacted in a short period of time and headed towards the merchant fleet based on radio positioning. However, these pirate ships are actually just used to interfere with their vision. The real killer is the Pegasus-class missile speedboats hidden in these fleets. This speedboat was purchased by the Star Army from its allies and equipped in the Atlantic Fleet. The Fifth Fleet was equipped with 2 of them. This time, CI directly mobilized a Pegasus-class missile speedboat to participate in this operation. This Pegasus-class missile boat has a full load displacement of only 105 tons, a maximum speed of 48 knots, and a range of 700 nautical miles at high speed. In addition to being equipped with a 76mm caliber naval gun, its most lethal weapon is probably the 2 quadruple-mounted Harpoon anti-ship missiles at the rear. The Poseidon V-shaped guidance fire control radar on its top immediately locked onto 2 Type 054A missile frigates 100 kilometers away. Emission! A moment later, a number of advanced Harpoon anti-ship missiles shot up into the sky from the launch tubes and headed towards their respective targets. The frigates number 501 and number 502 will face attacks from 4 Harpoon anti-ship missiles respectively. This world-famous anti-ship missile will test the anti-missile capability of the Type 054A missile frigate. Chapter 106, Interception Successful, Roll Call. The search radars of ships 501 and 502 immediately captured the anti-ship missiles launched by the Pegasus-class speedboats. Report, anti-ship missiles spotted, 8 in number, 4 heading towards our ship, speed 0.7 Mach, altitude 10, distance 97 kilometers. Captain Song Kaiyu snorted coldly and said, "They think they can deal with us with these anti-ship missiles. Aren't they too naive? Lock on the target immediately, and once they are within range, intercept and shoot them down." Just 4 Harpoon anti-ship missiles couldn't scare Song Kaiyu. As far as the current air defense capabilities of the Type 054A frigate are concerned, as long as a saturation attack is not carried out, all problems will not be serious. After all, the Type 054A frigate is equipped with air defense missiles covering short, medium and long ranges, and its performance is very advanced. Basically, they will be put into service 10 years later. Before the Harpoon anti-ship missile entered the range of the 2 frigates' air defense missiles, a KH-29 small anchor anti-ship missile arrived first and directly hit the Pegasus-class missile boat that was traveling at a speed of more than 40 knots. Boom! Suddenly, the missile boat speeding on the sea was blown into the sky along with the 7 Singaporean Navy soldiers on board. 4 F/A-18 Super Hornets had arrived in the sky. After the pilots locked onto the culprit, they immediately launched a Soviet-made anti-ship missile specifically designed to deal with small ships. With the source code known, only minor modifications need to be made to the mounts in order to mount air-launched missiles from various other countries, which in turn greatly enhances its combat performance. 4 F/A-18 Super Hornets swooped down like divine soldiers from the sky and attacked the group of pirate ships that were moving towards the fleet on the sea. As KH-29 counterintelligence missiles fell one after another, balls of fire exploded in the sea. After the missiles were launched, the pilots began to dive and strafe in their fighter planes. The large-caliber aircraft guns they were equipped with could easily penetrate the armor of these civilian ships. 8 Harpoon anti-ship missiles were flying over the sea at a speed of Mach 0.8, rapidly approaching their respective targets. With inertial guidance and active radar guidance, they do not really need the guidance of speedboats. After all, no matter how fast a warship is, it cannot outrun an anti-ship missile that travels at a speed of nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour. However, the 2 Type 054A missile frigates had no intention of escaping. When the 4 Harpoon anti-ship missiles entered the 70-kilometer range of the HQ-16B air defense missile, Captain Song Kaiyu decisively gave the order to launch them. Boom, 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 boom! 8 HQ-16B air defense missiles flew successively towards the target locked by the fire control radar. This air defense missile is one of the main medium-range air defense missiles of the former Yen country. It is mainly equipped on the Type 054A missile frigate. Its performance is still very good and is at the world-class level. The 8 HQ-16B air defense missiles will quickly increase their speed to around Mach 3, and in less than a minute, the two sides will meet. The missile's active radar seekers locked onto their respective targets in just 3 seconds and began crossfire. Boom, 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 boom! The two sides met at an altitude of about 8 meters above the sea. 3 Harpoon anti-ship missiles were directly hit, and the remaining HQ-16 anti-ship missiles plunged into the sea. After one interception failed, 2 more HQ-16B air defense missiles took off into the air. When the Harpoon missile was still more than 40 kilometers away from the frigate, the second HQ-16B air defense missile directly destroyed it on the sea. The 8 Harpoon anti-ship missiles that attacked this time were all shot down before they got within 30 kilometers of the Type 054A missile frigate. This actual combat also demonstrated its relatively powerful air defense and anti-missile capabilities. This scene was seen by everyone on the 6 merchant ships, and some crew members who were photography enthusiasts even took out their professional equipment to take pictures. This is a very rare naval battle scene. If these videos are sold to major media, I think they can get a very good price. On the bulk carrier, the team leader looked at the captured CI intelligence officer and sneered. "It seems that your missiles are not that good, and you underestimate our strength." The CI intelligence officer just stared at the scene blankly, although he did not see how the Harpoon anti-ship missile was destroyed. However, when we saw the dense anti-aircraft missiles rising into the air from the frigate, we knew that the attack was probably a failure. Moreover, so much time has passed. If the other party failed to intercept, with the speed of the Harpoon anti-ship missile, I am afraid it would be visible directly. It is obvious that the other party intercepted successfully. This can be corroborated by the fact that the other side stopped launching anti-aircraft missiles. Although the people in the fleet did not take pictures of the Hongqi-16B air defense missile interception, the photographic equipment on a shipborne helicopter captured it clearly. This is a great publicity opportunity. You know, this time we successfully intercepted the most advanced Harpoon anti-ship missile. Although this is not a saturation attack, this record is enough to prove its power. The anti-ship missile has been successfully intercepted, but the matter is not over yet. There were still some uninformed pirates on the sea who continued to drive their small boats towards the fleet. They had no idea that all the anti-ship missiles launched by Star Country had been shot down. "Get rid of these trash fish immediately," Song Kaiyu said to the main gun operator. "Yes." When the fire control radar locked onto a small fishing boat traveling at a speed of more than 20 knots, the 76mm caliber naval gun at the bow fired a shell. 10 seconds later, the fishing boat more than 30 kilometers away was directly hit by a shell. Boom! Huge flames shot up into the sky, and in the violent explosion, the old fishing boat was torn into pieces. More than a dozen pirates with weapons on board were sent to the bottom of the sea and became food for the fish in the ocean. As the 2 frigates' guns fired, pirate ships were sunk one after another. The pirates knew something was wrong, but it was impossible for them to escape now. Chapter 107 Weapon Evaluation. Customers are coming. While the escort mission was still in progress, a piece of news and a video began to become popular on major video websites, and major media also reported on this sudden naval battle. Wars on land can be filmed almost every day, but a war breaking out at sea, especially one involving Singapore, is very explosive news. Stupid netizens on the internet also pushed this video to the top of the hot comments, and some of them were fanning the flames behind the scenes. "How cool! The whale Harpoon was intercepted just like that. It seems that the Star Country has exaggerated its performance. Is this a warship owned by an arms dealer? My God, this leading company is really amazing. I felt relieved when I saw the speedboat being bombed. I should teach those damn Singaporeans a lesson. They are too arrogant. Yes, they set a trap with a merchant ship, but the operation failed. The Singaporeans got hit hard this time." Although the popularity of this video faded quickly, after all, it is completely incomparable to entertainment news, but Suyi's desired goal has been achieved. Besides, this kind of video is just for the amusement of ordinary people and to satisfy their curiosity. It has no other function. Suyi wants the people who see this video to be those who can afford it. That's what he wants. A new feature has been added to the Dark Web Arms Mall, which is weapon review videos. After the future weapons exhibition hall was built, he decided to shoot one or even several videos for each weapon, mainly to test its performance. This is a bit like the car reviews that are popular in short videos in later generations. Weapons also need to be evaluated, so that customers who buy online can feel more at ease. The Type 054A missile frigate has also been officially listed on the Dark Web Arms Mall, which means it can be sold. However, not many of the current customers can afford it, and the key point is that those who can afford it cannot get it delivered. For such a big target, Sui didn't dare to send it over openly, because even a fool would know that there was something wrong. The Type 054A missile frigate demonstrated very strong air defense capabilities in this naval battle, and the incoming missiles were the Star Army's most advanced Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Many people still want this frigate very much, but its high price means that not every country can afford it. The price of a Type 054A frigate is around $200 million US. This price may seem high, but compared with frigates of the same level, its price is quite low. Take the Star Army's Freedom-class littoral combat ship for example. The price of such a ship is more than $300 million US, and it is not equipped with anti-ship missiles and lacks regional air defense capabilities. Generally speaking, frigates in Western countries cost hundreds of millions of dollars, so the price given by Sui is actually quite tempting. However, the purchase of naval weapons such as warships is not something that can be decided on a whim. In fact, many countries not only consider the price and performance of weapons when purchasing them. Some countries even buy large quantities of arms from a certain country in order to deliberately please that country. However, what Sui did not expect was that soon a customer came to him, and this country was not the one he had imagined. For example, Namibia, Persia or Pathan, but a country far away from Africa, Siam in Southeast Asia. Siam was once one of the 4 Asian tigers. Although it experienced a financial crisis that dealt a severe blow to its domestic economy, it did not fully recover until more than a decade later. But this does not mean that the country is poor. On the contrary, the country's economic development is still good, just not as good as before. In the 1990s, the Siamese Navy formulated a massive procurement plan to develop its navy, intending to purchase 14 frigates, 10 missile boats, 10 mine destroyers, 20 patrol boats, and so on. Although the largest tonnage of the purchase is for frigates, for a small country, frigates are enough. After Siam's economy recovered a little, the Navy's procurement plan was put on the agenda again, but of course the scale was reduced a lot. As the second country in Asia to be equipped with an aircraft carrier, they have never given up on developing their navy. This time, the Type 054A missile frigate demonstrated a very strong performance in the naval battle. It can be seen from various details that the various ship electrical equipment of this missile frigate is also very advanced, which just meets the procurement standards of the Siamese Navy. They have not developed their navy for nearly a decade, and many of their warships have become outdated. They continue to develop advanced ships to safeguard their maritime rights. Therefore, the Siamese Navy contacted the leading arms company in mid-November. They will send a delegation to visit the Type 054A missile frigate and express their desire to purchase it. For large naval weapons such as warships, they would definitely make up their minds to buy them only after careful inspection. It is impossible for them to buy them directly because of a victory in a naval battle. Of course, Sui welcomes them to come and buy it. Perhaps they can become the first users of this warship. However, Sui also discovered that the current leading arms companies still have very little influence on most countries. After all, their strength is still very weak. These potential customers were just there to watch the fun. Apart from Siam, no other country showed any desire to buy, which surprised him a little. It seems that I have misjudged the positioning. These small countries prefer to be equipped with small ships such as missile speedboats and armed patrol ships, rather than main battleships such as frigates. This is easy to understand. Currently, Sui's main customers for naval vessels are actually those wealthy small and medium-sized countries, which have very low requirements for the tonnage of warships. Warships of too large a tonnage would not be of much use to them, and would also be very expensive to maintain. Even though they had money, they would not spend it so recklessly. However, small boats weighing several hundred tons, such as missile speedboats and maritime armed patrol boats, are very suitable for their needs, because they are only used for near-shore patrols and have no intention of going to the open sea. The most important thing is that these boats are cheap and easy to maintain. If we market small ships to these small and medium-sized countries, we might be able to get a pretty good order. Chapter 108 Missile Boat Secret Deal. In the past, if there was a country with the strongest development of missile speedboats, it would undoubtedly be Yan country and Bay country. As for Star country and several of its allies in Europe, they have no demand for missile boats, and have basically not conducted any research on them. Even if they have the demand, they would purchase them from other countries. Among them, Sui thinks the most powerful one should be the 022 type missile speedboat with a sci-fi appearance. This thing looks very high-end at first glance and can be sold at a good price. The main purpose of the Type 022 missile boat is to deal with the Singapore Navy, so it focuses on its stealth appearance and has strong stealth capabilities. This missile boat has a full load displacement of only 220 tons and is equipped with 4 water jet propulsion units from the United Kingdom, with a maximum speed of 50 knots. The armament is also very powerful. There are 2 missile launch tubes with an inclined structure design at the stern of the ship, which can be equipped with a total of 8 anti-ship missiles or 8 cruise missiles. The bow of the ship is also equipped with an AK-630 close-in defense gun, which is very powerful in firepower and is very suitable for near-shore patrols. Such an advanced missile speedboat is not cheap. Although small in size, it has all the necessary functions. The ship electrical equipment it is equipped with is very advanced. The system recommends a market price of $15 million per boat. In addition to missile boats, patrol ships are also very popular in small and medium-sized countries. Sui also directly put 2 patrol boats on the mall. They are the Star Army's Tornado-class fast patrol boat and CB-90 class fast attack boat, with prices of $20 million and $5 million respectively. Every time the Dark Web Arms Mall launches an important new product, it will state it on the top banner. This time, the 3 warships are also listed. Sui still very much hopes to promote the brand of the leading naval ships. Due to various factors, the Type 054A missile frigate currently does not have a large customer base. Then he naturally hopes to open up this market with these ships. In the future, he will gradually launch more types of small ships, so as not to overly stimulate the sensitive nerves of the Singapore Navy. Naturally, detailed evaluation videos were shot for these 3 warships before they were put on the shelves, including introductions to performance, weapon tests, and tests of various other performances. Each video will not be less than half an hour long. Of course, the video of the arms and weapons has to be very detailed. After all, these things cost millions of dollars, and this is the cheapest one. How can we be careless? Sui originally thought that he would have to wait for some time before customers would come to him, but he did not expect that these customers would come much faster than he had imagined. The first country that came to Sui was Persia, where he had always wanted to open up the market. Because of the revolution, this country's relationship with Star Country has always been very, very bad, and it had not improved even before Sui traveled through time. The main target of the Star Army's 5th Fleet is currently Persia, and they often go to the Persian Gulf to show off their strong military force. Moreover, armed conflicts at sea often occurred between the 2 sides, but the Persian Navy usually suffered losses, with many ships sunk. Because the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz are very narrow, and their navy cannot get out at all, there is absolutely no demand for medium-sized ships such as the Type 054A missile frigate. Because they also know that even if they buy it, it will be blown up by Xinhua in no time. Although the air defense capability of this missile frigate is very strong, it also depends on who the opponent is, and their opponent is the 5th Fleet, which owns a super aircraft carrier. Just like the Pegasus-class missile boat that attacked the Type 054A missile frigate this time was provided by the 5th Fleet, Sui will sooner or later face this behemoth. Therefore, what they need most at present is a missile speedboat with small size, strong firepower, and high speed. Combined with the coastal defense missiles they deployed on the shore, it has become their main means to deal with the 5th Fleet. The Type 022 missile boat meets their needs very well. This ship focuses on stealth, can be equipped with 8 anti-ship missiles or cruise missiles, and has a speed of up to 50 knots. In their view, this is a perfect missile boat, much more advanced than the missile boats they produce themselves. If a destroyer or other fleet of the Star Navy is left alone, they can use this missile speedboat to launch a surprise attack, and there is still great hope. Since 2007, the 5th Fleet of the Singaporean Navy has been targeting the Persian Navy. The 2 sides have fought many naval battles near the Strait of Hormuz, and the Persian Navy is eager for revenge. So after they found this newly listed Type 022 missile boat in the Dark Web Arms Mall, they immediately contacted Orlov. Persia wants to purchase 10 022 missile boats? Sui's eyes lit up when he heard the news. Orlov nodded and said, "Yes, they want to conduct a secret transaction with us. They probably hope to give the Star Navy a surprise." After hearing this, Sui couldn't help but laugh and said, "I like this, sell it. What about the arms embargo? I have never thought about complying with the bullshit regulations of Xinhua." Sui likes to do anything that goes against the Star Country, and both parties have a common goal. Sui will do anything to deliver these missile boats to their hands. Moreover, this time, the 10 missile speedboats are enough for him to transfer nearly $100 million in funds, which is considered very good. Sui still attaches great importance to the net profit of $100 million, even though the funds in his account have exceeded 10 million. As for transporting it secretly, it was very simple. Although the 5th Fleet closely inspected all ships going to Persia, there were still many ways. This requires the use of Sui's golden finger. It is impossible for Xinhua to imagine that Sui could actually create weapons out of thin air. However, if we want to achieve true stealth, we still need to make some arrangements. This transportation operation will be carried out in 3 days. Orlov immediately responded to Persia and said that he would go to Persia in person this time. Of course, he not only wants to deal with the follow-up matters of the 022 missile boat, but also wants to open up the arms market with huge demand. Chapter 109, set off on the journey and arrive safely. November 24, 2007. At night, about 600 kilometers away from the entrance of the Persian Gulf, an ordinary 10,000-ton bulk carrier was sailing in the sea area. This was a ship carrying a batch of daily necessities to Babylon. In fact, this ship is only controlled by Chris's intelligence consulting department, which relies on well-informed intelligence to make money and can be one step ahead of others. Various assets are spread throughout the Black Continent and desert areas. The Intelligence Consulting Department accumulated huge wealth through these small businesses, thereby accelerating its expansion. Since the last investment of $50 million, Sui has not put a penny into the Intelligence Consulting Department. They make all the money and development on their own. It is really a win-win situation for them to work and make money. I have to say that Chris is worthy of being a hero-level cyborg. He is not only proficient in intelligence, management, and finance. All these abilities were demonstrated in her daily work. Sui had previously underestimated the seemingly quiet woman. If Sui didn't have the shield device, he would not dare to take the risk, but after having the shield device, he was completely fearless. Boss, the AWACS has sent the latest news. There are no planes or ships nearby. Zero has also sent news that the nearest satellite will pass by here in 2 hours. The cyborg captain said respectfully to Sui. Standing in the captain's room and silently watching the scenery, Sui nodded and said, "Stop the ship immediately and release the ship and the personnel." Yes. The entire merchant ship is staffed with cyborgs from the Intelligence Consulting Department, so there is no need to worry about one's golden finger being leaked. Soon the merchant ship slowly stopped on the calm sea, and Sui began to release one Type 022 missile speedboat after another. At the same time, a large number of naval biochemical soldiers appeared on the deck. In less than 10 minutes, Sui completed all the work, and one by one the cyborgs boarded their respective ships through the prepared small transport boats. About half an hour later, the first Type 022 missile boat started its water jet propulsion and headed towards the port of Kandahar in Persia. It is only about 300 kilometers away from here to the port. At their average speed of 40 knots, they can arrive in about 4 hours, which means they will arrive at around 5 o'clock in the morning Persian time. The journey was very calm. There was an early warning aircraft in the sky, which planned the route for the speedboat fleet. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, all 10 ships arrived at the port. Now their port has entered a state of full alert, with guard soldiers standing everywhere in the port. A Persian naval vice admiral looked at the incoming missile boats with a gleam in his eyes. The sea blue camouflage paint adds a sense of mystery to the sci-fi appearance of the 022 missile boat. The Navy is in favor of purchasing this missile boat. Now looking at its appearance, it did not disappoint them. However, they did not know what its true combat capability was. This required actual combat testing. When the merchant ship passed through the port of Kandahar, Sui arrived here on a speedboat, where he received a warm welcome. "Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to trust us so much that you actually came here in person and handed over these speedboats to us," a lieutenant general said to Sui with a smile. After hearing the other party's translation, Sui also smiled and replied, "We have a common enemy. I think we can definitely become friends. Compared to you, I trust your money more." Of course, Sui could never say this. If he hadn't come here to promote new weapons and equipment, he wouldn't have bothered to come so far here. Persia is not very safe now. After a conversation, Sui came to the hotel they arranged to stay. The lieutenant general came to his room and said, "I wonder if Su asked me to stay for something?" Sui took out a stack of information from his briefcase and said, "For the sake of our common enemy, we are willing to provide you with more advanced weapons, such as 2 missiles. One is an anti-ship missile, and the other is a medium and long-range air defense missile. As long as you need it, we can provide it at any time. I think Mr. Vice Admiral has also heard of the reputation of our leading arms company. The weapons we provide can definitely deal a fatal blow to their fleet." Although part of Persia's territory borders the northern country, the relationship between the two sides has not been particularly harmonious in the past 2 years. After all, the former northern kingdom infiltrated Persia in the last century, and the relationship between the two sides was very bad, which would not be improved until 14 years later. Because at that time the northern country was subjected to strict economic blockade by the Western world, the two countries had no choice but to rely on each other for support. Moreover, as one of the 5 major countries in the League of Nations, the Northern Kingdom could not blatantly export weapons to Persia in the face of the arms embargo that had already come into effect. Therefore, it is very difficult for Persia to obtain weapons from the outside world. This time, Sui actually drove a total of 20 missile speedboats into their port. This also fully demonstrates how powerful Sui is. You know, the 5th Fleet of the Star Navy has been wandering around nearby. After hearing Sui's words, the Lieutenant General's eyes lit up and he said, "If there is no problem with the performance of these missiles, I think we will need them." After the two chatted for a few sentences, the Lieutenant General left with the documents. It was obvious that this matter was not something he could decide, and he needed to discuss it with his superiors. Both missiles provided by Sui pose a great threat to the Singapore Navy. The first one is a long-range anti-ship missile, the K-300P Bastion anti-ship missile. This is a shore-based anti-ship missile from the North Country and one of the most advanced shore-based anti-ship missile systems in the world. Its effective attack range can reach 300 kilometers, and it has 2 basic flight modes. Even the Star Navy's Aegis ship and Arleigh Burr-class guided missile destroyer will be in trouble if they encounter it. This complete set of shore-based anti-ship missile system includes 4 twin-mounted launch vehicles, 1 combat command/control vehicle, 1 combat support vehicle and 4 missile transport vehicles. The entire system is worth $150 million, which is also the recommended market price of the system. Chapter 110 Perfect Deal, Revenge Comes. The long-range air defense missile system provided by SUI is naturally the S-300 air defense missile, which is very famous throughout the world. This air defense system is undoubtedly backward compared to the S-400 air defense system that SUI is equipped with, especially its electronic equipment. However, it will not affect its status as the world's most advanced medium and long-range air defense missile. It can not only be used to intercept various aircraft, but also to intercept ballistic missiles. The entire S-300 air defense system is also very large, including launch vehicles, radar vehicles, command vehicles, support vehicles, etc., which are also battalion-based combat units. What SUI recommended was naturally the S-300 PMU-2 model. An air defense system is worth $160 million. The prices of these 2 missiles are almost the same, and both are very much needed by Persia. Of course, in order to prevent the northern country from discovering them, SUI still optimized both sets of missiles. However, in order to reduce Persia's concerns, the appearance changes were not particularly large. In fact, at first glance, it looks like a copy of the S-300 air defense missile system, which may affect the final transaction price. But this is nothing to SUI, his profits are still very huge anyway. SUI stayed in the hotel for almost 2 days, and he didn't go anywhere during these 2 days. In order to entertain SUI well and fear that he would be lonely, the Persian side carefully arranged 2 service staff for him. However, SUI was still a little afraid that Persia might have some intentions, so he did not touch them. After all, SUI, was also a decent person, so he should not touch things outside. During these 2 days, the Persian top leaders finally reached a conclusion. Then the 2 sides began to negotiate on the 2 missiles, which took nearly 3 days again, and the final weapons list was finalized. Persia is preparing to purchase 2 Bastion shore-based anti-ship missile systems and 5 S-300 medium and long-range air defense missile systems. They did make a fuss about the price of this imitation. A set of Bastion anti-ship missiles costs $120 million, while a set of S-300 air defense systems costs $130 million. All of them will be delivered within 2 months. In addition to these, Persia will also purchase about 500 missiles. The average price of these missiles alone is $5 million, a total of $250 million. After so many days in Persia, SUI finally got the order, which is also the largest order he has received so far. Adding the $150 million order for 10 Type 022 anti-ship missiles, the total order from Persia this time has reached $1.29 billion. The cost is only about $390 million, and SUI can make a net profit of about $900 million. Including his current account and the final payment, his savings will exceed $1.5 billion. This trip to Persia was very worthwhile, and he also hoped that Persia could fight with Xinhua as soon as possible. The Star Army might suffer a little loss in the early stage, but once they react, Persia will definitely be at a disadvantage, and then they can sell weapons again. After reaching the transaction contract, SUI immediately returned to Vita Airport on the commander's special plane. This transaction was a complete success. The Star Kingdom was completely unaware of this, and it was not unknown that the Persian Navy would give them a surprise soon. When SUI returned to the base, Chris brought him some bad news. Sir, according to our intelligence network in Abyssinia, there are unusual movements at an airport, with frequent landings last night. We also sent drones to investigate, but they were too far away and were driven away, so we didn't find any valuable traces. However, we did get a very interesting photo of this person. SUI picked up the photo and saw that it was a relatively ordinary young white man, but his eyes were full of ferocity, and he didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. Who is this person? Since Chris gave him this photo, it means that he must be an extraordinary person. Molten Jesse is a mixed-race man currently serving in the Hebrew Air Force. He is the captain of the famous Hammer Squadron and one of the ace pilots of the Hebrew country. This squadron has very brilliant fighters in the air battles here, and has carried out more than 600 ground attack missions. It is a very difficult squadron, SUI said. An ace pilot of the Hebrew Air Force who also serves as the squadron leader appeared at the Abyssinian Air Force Airport, and fighter planes frequently landed there before. This is indeed very interesting information. What type of fighter planes are they equipped with? Have they found any traces of early warning aircraft? Chris shook his head and said, We haven't found any valuable intelligence yet. They are protecting this airport very well. It's obvious that this is not the work of the Abyssinian Air Force. But we still have intelligence on this Hammer Squadron. This unit is equipped with a total of 14 F-15I fighter jets. Sui nodded and said, I roughly understand what's going on. The Hebrews are indeed vindictive, and their revenge comes pretty quickly. Previously, Sui launched more than a dozen cruise missiles at one of their Air Force bases, causing considerable casualties among them. The Hebrews initially thought that it was done by Persia or someone else, but after investigation, they found that the missile came from Aden, and it was undoubtedly launched by Sui. Given their temperament, they naturally could not tolerate such a loss, so they began to plan a revenge action to avenge this attack. This can be seen from the intelligence obtained this time. The Hebrew Air Force is definitely one of the most powerful air forces in the world. Over the past few decades, they have been either fighting or on the way to war, and have accumulated a wealth of experience in air combat. Moreover, he didn't know the detailed deployment of the enemy's forces, nor did he know how many fighter jets the enemy had sent this time. This was very disadvantageous to Sui. If a squadron of Su-35S fighter jets were deployed, the outcome might be hard to predict. After all, everyone's strength is equal. We have early warning aircraft, and the other side also has them. Although our Su-35S fighter jets are also very advanced, the opponent's F-15 is also very powerful. It seems that we need to strengthen the aviation team, otherwise it will be difficult to pass this level, Sui murmured. Chapter 111 Stealth Fighter, Intelligence Confirmed. Facing Hebrew, a country with extremely strong tactical capabilities of its Air Force pilots, the current number of fighter jets is sufficient, but there is not much advantage in terms of quality. So what Sui needs to do next is to widen the gap in quality between the two sides, and ignore the gap in quantity. The entire Hebrew Air Force has more than 900 fighter jets, of which the number of F-15 and F-16 fighter jets reaches nearly 400. Therefore, the only way at present is to equip the 4th-generation stealth fighter to achieve the effect of expanding the air combat advantage. Sui took a look at the system and found that there were only 3 fighter jets that he could take a fancy to before 2030, namely the F-22 Raptor, F-35 Lightning and J-20 Wiley. The 5th-generation stealth fighter did not appear during the period of 20 to 30 years. It seems that the 5th-generation fighter should have appeared after the 1930s. Among these 3 stealth fighters, Sui first ruled out the big fat Fabian because it was too fat, and its maximum flying speed was only 1.6 Mach. And its main purpose is actually the same as that of F-15 and F-16, which is to form a high-low combination. The F-22 is mainly responsible for kicking doors. It is a pure air superiority fighter and does not have strong ground combat capabilities. The F-35 is a multi-purpose stealth fighter that can perform both air combat and ground attack. It has both, but is not very good at either. What Sui needs this time is an air superiority fighter, so he must rule it out first, and then choose between the F-22 and J-20. If the J-20 is still equipped with the AL-30 series engines of the North, then Sui will undoubtedly choose the F-22 fighter of Singapore. But this latest model of the J-20 in 2029 is equipped with the domestically produced WS-15 engine. The maximum thrust of this engine is 40 kilonewtons more than that of the F-22's F-119 engine, and the thrust-to-weight ratio is also greater than 10. In terms of power, there is not much difference between the two. Moreover, compared with the F-22, which has been in service for nearly 30 years, the J-20 is superior to the F-22 in terms of avionics, power, maneuverability, and other aspects. The emergence of the F-22 was indeed a mythical existence for that era. But the front wave will still be beaten to death on the beach by the back wave, and old age is still old age after all. So in the end Sui still chose the J-20B Wiley Dragon fighter. As for whether the power of this fighter is consistent with the literal data, it depends on the actual combat this time. In terms of price, since it is 29-year-old equipment, there is no discount. A single fighter costs $200 million, which means $2 million per aircraft. Although the price is very expensive, even much higher than the $150 million of the F-22, it is also stronger in terms of combat effectiveness. Currently, Sui has about $900 million in deposits, and some of the balance has not been recovered. Although Sui was very reluctant to spend money, compared to the victory in this air battle and to prevent losses, he chose to pay out 8 million yuan to purchase 4 J-20 Wiley stealth fighters. In order not to overly stimulate the Star Country, he did not equip it with stealth fighters, because no matter how the appearance is optimized, it is still a stealth fighter. But we can't care about so many things now. We have to win the war first. Besides, there are still 7 days for no questions asked refunds. If you don't need it later, you can just return it. Another day passed, and the aviation team dispatched early warning aircraft into the air 24 hours a day. The main surveillance direction is the movements in the Red Sea and Abyssinia, especially the airport with abnormal conditions. Once they take any action, the early warning aircraft will be able to directly detect the other party's presence. 2 fighter squadrons are also on standby 24 hours a day to respond to possible crises at any time. On this day, Chris finally made a major breakthrough in intelligence. Sir, Zero has successfully hacked into the Abyssinian president's computer and cell phone. Through analysis of this intelligence, we have determined all of the other parties' information. The Zero that Chris mentioned is of course the SMUF artificial intelligence. Its existence makes the Intelligence Advisory Department like it has 4 large solid rocket engines tied to it. Its intelligence gathering capabilities are far greater than before. Except for the important defense agencies of major countries, it can invade all networks in the world silently. SMUF has grown very fast during this period of time. He has basically fought with all the top hackers or red hacker teams in the world. And through these repeated confrontations, its capabilities have been greatly improved. This is the scary thing about artificial intelligence, its learning ability is really too strong. Sui immediately asked. So what exactly is the Hebrew arrangement? Chris said. The Hebrew side is very confident in its own capabilities. This time they have 2 squadrons, the 69th Squadron, also known as the Hammer Squadron, and they have a total of 14 F-15I fighters. The other squadron is the 105th Scorpion Squadron, with a total of 14 F-16C divided by D fighters, in addition to a Falcon early warning aircraft. These fighter planes are hidden in the hangars at the Fabru Air Force Base in central Abyssinia. The exact time for them to launch the war has not yet been determined. However, based on the intelligence analysis, our analysts believe that they will launch the airstrike within 1 to 2 days because they are in urgent need of this airstrike to avenge their defeat. It was completely within his expectations that he didn't know the opponent's combat plan. The Hebrew Air Force was just borrowing the opponent's airport, and had no reason to inform them of the airstrike plan. However, given the nature of the Hebrew Air Force, it is usually the F-16 that conducts ultra-low altitude raids, while the F-15 fighters are on standby in the air. Once a fighter plane takes off from the Vita Air Force Base, they will rush forward and tear the fighter plane to pieces. If Sui had not been concerned about launching cruise missiles at a sovereign country, he would have simply launched dozens of cruise missiles, and all the conspiracies would have dissipated in the fireworks. However, the international impact of this behavior is very bad, and it is best not to do so unless it is absolutely necessary. When Sui launched cruise missiles at Hebrew, it was because the other side fired the first shot, and he was just fighting back. But this time the situation was different. Chapter 112 Operation Falling Eagle, action begins. Simon has also developed a more detailed tactic for this air battle, codenamed Operation Fallen Eagle. The Hebrew Air Force is undoubtedly the eagle in the sky and possesses extremely strong offensive capabilities, so let them attack, while they will fight an air defense counterattack. Let them come within the range of our S-400 medium and long-range air defense missiles, and use the air defense missiles to consume their manpower first. Then, 2 squadrons of fighter jets were sent to attract the attention of the Hebrew Air Force in front, creating an opportunity for the 3 J-20S to launch a side attack. After disrupting their offensive formation, the 30 combat aircraft on the front swarmed forward and shot down all the remaining aircraft. The reason why 3 J-20 fighters were used for the flank attack was that another J-20 had other difficult tasks, and it also allowed Sui to test a new weapon and see its specific performance. Vita Military Airport is ready. Although Sui doesn't know the Hebrew Air Force's combat plan, the Hebrew side probably doesn't even know their own situation. If they could clearly see the current situation of Vita Air Force Base, they would never have been so rash as to send 2 squadrons of fighter jets to attack us. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they may make other moves, but facing the ironclad defense of the Vita Air Force Base, there will basically be no major problems as long as they are not hit by ballistic missiles. The Vita Military Airport has always maintained its mystery to the outside world. The last time the Titan Army appeared, satellites from various countries did not see the true picture of the Vita Airport. What we don't want them to see is impossible to see unless they can enter the interior of the Vita Military Airport. At the Fabier Air Force Base, 2 squadron commanders are receiving direct training from the Domestic Air Force Command. From the current satellite and early warning aircraft reconnaissance, the other side has not noticed our actions. Tomorrow morning, we will launch Tomahawk cruise missiles to attack the airport on time to cover your offensive operations. This time we must cripple them and let them know that the Hebrews are never easy to mess with. Suyi's air raid really hurt the Hebrew Air Force. They had not suffered such heavy losses for a long, long time. For the proud Hebrew Air Force, that cruise missile strike was regarded as a provocation, and retaliatory actions naturally followed. Yes. I will definitely let them learn how powerful we are, Morton Jesse said seriously. The command was relatively confident about this ace squadron leader, as both squadrons were ace squadrons of the Hebrew Air Force. According to this careful battle plan, although they were not at an advantage in numbers, their victory would never rely on numerical advantage. In the early morning of that day, the entire Faber Air Force Base became extremely busy. All ground crews were conducting pre-combat inspections on each fighter aircraft, while also refueling and mounting ammunition. Now the entire airport has been taken over by CAI and the Hebrew Air Force to ensure the absolute safety of this operation. The Abyssinians had no choice but to accept the order since it was the boss's decision. As long as the request was not excessive, they were willing to comply. About 200 meters above the Faber Air Force Base, a bird the size of a sparrow flew over the base from the night sky. If you look closely during the day, you can see that this so-called sparrow is not simple, because its head is a camera, closely watching the actions of the Air Force Base. The camera on the head transmits real-time images to the console at the rear. This is actually a bionic sparrow small reconnaissance drone belonging to the Intelligence Advisory Department. It is often used for various intelligence reconnaissance, and is also their main means of reconnaissance. Report the intelligence here to the rear. They will definitely take action in the early morning. As soon as you see the situation at the airport, you know the action is about to begin. Sir, the other side is about to take action. Sui once told Chris that if the other party made any unusual moves, he should be notified immediately. Sui, who had just fallen asleep, woke up immediately after hearing the news and asked, "What's going on?" "Based on our investigation of Faber Airport, the other party may take action soon. Go to the headquarters and wait. Since the other party has started to act, we must also make all preparations before welcoming them." 2 KJ-500 airborne early warning aircraft took off from the airport and began to replace the other 2 KJ-500 airborne early warning aircraft that had been in the air for more than 5 hours. There are currently 5 airborne early warning aircraft in the Air Force Base, and the entire Hebrew Air Force previously had only 6 Falcon airborne early warning aircraft. They had also lost the Falcon during the previous air raid on the airport, which made the Hebrew Air Force very sad. 2 KJ-500 airborne early warning aircraft over Aden are enough to cover the entire battlefield and monitor every move of all parties. At the same time, the radar on the ground also began an all-round scan, keeping a close eye on any target flying in the air. In order to win this air battle, the first thing to do is to shoot down the opponent's eyes, that is, the Falcon early warning aircraft. However, the detection radius of the Falcon early warning aircraft is about 400 kilometers. At this distance, they don't need to get close to the battlefield at all, and there are at least 2 F-16 fighters escorting them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to deal with the enemy's early warning aircraft. In these many air battles, I have never heard of any early warning aircraft being shot down. However, the emergence of stealth fighters has posed a serious threat to airborne early warning aircraft, aerial refueling aircraft, and other aircraft. Because stealth fighters can rely on their superior stealth capabilities to get close to the enemy, and once they enter the range of their own air-to-air missiles, it is time to kill. Airborne early warning aircraft are indeed very powerful in air combat, but stealth fighters are an unsolvable existence. To put it simply, the early warning aircraft is just a radar moved onto an airplane. The radar on its back is basically dual band, which is very advanced.